Greetings. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the 7th Annual Black Blockchain Summit. I am Nana Akua Zenzele, and I will be pouring the libation for this service today. As in many African traditions, the standard or traditional opening is a pouring of libation. The purpose of this is to call in all the good energy and good spirits and ask for the blessings for the day and to give our prayers and our intentions so that we may be productive in the endeavor of the event. So in this regard, we are going to open with a traditional libation. As an Akan priest, I will do a traditional libation in the Akan tradition. And I hope that you will begin now to think of your personal ancestors and all of those who have passed on before us, whose energy you'd like to summons here today and to acknowledge and to draw strength from and to have their good, positive presence here. So it is typical to either kneel or stand while the libation is taking place. If you are closer to 60 than 50, you can certainly just stand and not kneel. If you are closer to 50 and below, then if you are able physically to kneel and to touch the floor or either remain seated and touch the floor, this is what we would hope as part of your participation for this libation. I will start with a call and response of I go, may I have your attention or attention please, and you responding affirmatively is I may. I go, I go, I go. Anyame, oh, the Makama, Yanka Hong Kong, Yanchurian, and Yamanakosa, a wood there, say ya. Oh, now it's great Beijing side, Botu inside, Waffle inside, Sology soda, and cut inside, can come inside, Dunya inside, Blinty inside, Mosi inside, all the Bosum inside you, all the Netaru inside you, all the Orisha inside you, all the Lord inside you, all the elevated and enlightened spirits, all of the ancestors who are represented here today. This is your drink, and we pour and we say thank you to all of those ancestors who did not make it to this part of the world and died in the great Ma'afa. We pour for you inside you. For all of the unknown and unnamed spirits yet to come, we pour to you and we say inside you. All of the bloodlines represented here, hopefully in your minds and hearts, you are sharing and saying even out loud or to yourselves the names of your personal ancestors within your lineage. Those ancestors who were positive, those ancestors who did good in the world, those ancestors that you revere and you want to commemorate here and ask for their presence. We say, take your drink inside you. We ask also that all of the enlightened and elevated ancestors of our historical past, that we acknowledge them and remember them today as we begin this summit as well. We say, inside. Nana no, me, okonfo, nana akwia, adabo, nana tigadeju. I come today to open the way for this Black Blockchain Summit for the 7th year. We thank you for allowing us to gather again in a space and a place in time. Whether you are here in person or whether you are here virtually, we are thankful for this opportunity. We're thankful for the opportunity to share knowledge, to impart wisdom, to increase our people's understanding and utilization of technology. We thank you for all of the work that has been put forth to make this a reality for the seventh time. We thank you for all of the sponsors. We thank you for all of the organizers. We thank you for all the participants, those who are here, those who are near and far alike. We ask that you continue to bless all of the hands and minds that have gone into preparing this, the founders, and everyone involved. We ask that you guide our way, that you make this a wonderful, wonderful weekend, and that each and every speaker, that each and every segment of this summit does and imparts just what it was intended. We thank you in advance for everything that you allow to transpire during this Black Blockchain Summit, and that we may gather here for years to come. And we thank you, we thank you, we thank you, and we say, Madasi, Madasi, Madasi. The libation is finished. I hope you have a wonderful day and a wonderful summit. Ashe.
Hello, I'm Todd Chern of the Howard University Computer Science Department. It is a privilege to welcome you to the 7th Black Blockchain Summit. The theme, Peaceful Solutions to Violent World Problems, will be explored throughout the 3-day summit by technically savvy panelists, speakers, and students. Thought leaders will share Web3, AI, and blockchain applications that may be leveraged for individual and collective freedom. Thursday, September 19th, Where Wall Street Meets Washington panel will convene technical innovators, financial service providers, and regulators in the U.S. Senate Dirksen Office Building to discuss free-flowing cryptocurrency across international borders. The Dr. Gary L. Harris reception will immediately follow in the Senate Banking Committee room. Facilitating low-friction transactions between African service providers and American businesses and consumers is an ongoing summit objective. This year's summit features a class providing hands-on practice creating a Lightning Network Bitcoin payment acceptance web application. Encourage all to take advantage of the summit for interactions with entrepreneurs, investors, blockchain advocates, and students. Have an empowering summit.
Good morning. My name is Bunkley Cook. I am the Director of Destination Development here in the Deputy Mayor's Office for Planning and Economic Development. On behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser, I bring you greetings to the 7th Annual Black Blockchain Summit. This is going to be a day full of talk-filled experiences between 9:30 and 6 and tomorrow as well. So I hope that you spend the time, make sure that you get full and fed with lots of information, make sure you have the opportunity to create new connections, but then also to identify clear next steps in your own blockchain journey. Please remember that this summit is for you. Take the time, take some notes, make the connections, and begin to move forward in your own professional journey. Until then, I'll see you soon.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, which part of the world you are at. I'd like to welcome each and every one of you to our 7th anniversary of the I Love Black People Summit. It's a pleasure to have all of you. For those who are come to Washington, D.C., you're very much welcome to D.C. And of course, others may have come from other parts of the world. And of course, wherever you are watching us at this stage, we'd like to welcome you. And we appreciate you for all the support you have given us over these last 7 years. And hopefully you'll continue to support us into the future. As you know, I Love Black People, or Bill Murray, the parent company, would like to welcome you. My partner, Sinclair Skinner, and myself, and the rest of the I Love Black People community, we extend our greetings and love to you all. This 7th anniversary, when we look back where we came from and where we are now, there's a lot that has happened. I love Black people, Bill Murray. We are all about preserving the dignity of Black people, the protection of Black people, and the enhancement of Black people wherever we are. Despite the fact that the Black people make up the single majority of humanity, we still suffer from many challenges. So our fight is not over yet. We still have a long ways to go. I wish you a very pleasant summit, and look forward to next year, and also looking forward to all the contributions each and every one of you is going to make to this summit. I thank you.
I've been trying to find the words just to tell the tale. Out on Cali, she my shorty, she my holy grail. Baby girl, inspiration, she a whole.
Hello and good day, everyone. Welcome to the 2024 Black Blockchain Summit. Wow, we are back to this date already. Seems like just yesterday we were at the 2023 Blockchain Summit. So very excited to be here. It's an extreme honor and privilege to join you today. My name is Dr. James Ramon Gibson, and I'm a fractional C-suite consultant. I'm currently involved in a couple of projects that I'm particularly proud of. First, as the CEO of Call the AI, a forward-thinking AI solutions company based in Jersey, UK. And secondly, in my CEO role at German IT, where we've been immersed in the worlds of AI, blockchain, ERP, and project management. So today, we're going to navigate the complex but fascinating landscape of artificial intelligence with a particular focus on large language models, as we call them LLMs. We're going to see how these technologies can play a major role in the world of blockchain. But before we dive into the technical depths, let me set the stage. AI is no longer a futuristic concept confined to the pages of science fiction. It's here, it's real, and it's transforming industries at an unprecedented pace. The tools and technologies we're about to discuss have the potential to reshape the very fabric of our daily lives, from how we work to how we interact with the world. And this is our opportunity to be a part of it. So let's begin with the fundamentals. Artificial intelligence. What is it, really? Well, at its core, AI is about creating machines that can perform tasks that typically require human intelligence. We can think of it as a way of teaching computers to see patterns and learn from data and make decisions. Now, AI isn't monolithic. It comes in various flavors. We have narrow AI, which is what we really are working with today. It excels at specific tasks, taking command prompts, understanding the prompts, and really converting those prompts into human-like text. So that's where we are today. But where we're moving towards is general AI. Now, this is still an elusive goal, but this is a goal where machines would match or even surpass human cognitive abilities. Wow, that's deep. But let's make this more tangible. Let's consider devices we interact with daily. We have Siri and Alexa, for instance. Those are perfect examples of narrow AI. Again, narrow AI excels at performing specific tasks. They listen, they interpret, they respond, and they simulate a conversation with a real human being. But behind that simple interaction is really a complex network of algorithms, and it's designed to process and learn from each query that you make. And so this is called machine learning, which is a subset of AI. And this is where the system improves over time as it's exposed to more data. Now, if we take that concept and multiply it, let's say 1,000-fold, then we have deep learning. Okay, and that's where we're using layers of neural networks to analyze data in ways that are far more sophisticated than previous methods. it's inspired by the functionality of the human brain. Imagine the brain's network of neurons firing and wiring as we learn. Well, deep learning models are designed to mimic this process. So what's the next step? What's the next leap in AI? Well, many consider the most groundbreaking advancement in AI as LLMs. So if we look at AI as being the brain, then we can think of LLMs or large language models as being the linguistic center, which enables the machines to not just understand, but also to generate human-like text. So if we put it simply, LLMs are trained on vast amounts of text data. So if you can imagine just feeding a computer billions of books, articles, websites, well, over time, the models learn to recognize patterns in the language, much like how a child learns to speak by mimicking the words and phrases that they hear. But what's astonishing about the LLMs is their ability to generate text that can be indistinguishable from something that's written by a human. Well, if we take Chat GPT, for example, or GPT-4, for example, which some of you might be already familiar with, GPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer, and it's a type of large language model used in artificial intelligence. It's based on the transformer architecture and trained on a lot of unlabeled text data. So we won't get too technical, but one specific implementation of GPT is ChatGPT, which is an AI chatbot that's developed by OpenAI. So again, GPT, the G stands for generative, which is the model's core capability. And that allows the model to create new data that mimics the input, the data it was trained on. The P stands for pre-trained, which refers to the model's initial learning phase. And then the T stands for transformer, which is the model architecture that the ChatGPT is built on. So again, generative pre-trained transformer. So with the GPT, the model can write essays, it can draft emails, it can create poetry. Those are things or tasks that were traditionally reserved for humans, but what's truly fascinating is the breadth of the applications. And LLMs really expand the entirety of the industrial spectrum, whether it's assisting doctors by summarizing patient notes, helping marketers craft their personalized marketing content, supporting coders, even generating snippets of code. LLMs are very versatile tools that they're making a significant impact across multiple domains, and that's going to continue to grow. So we're speaking at a high level, and we're going to continue to stay at a high level, but let me really kind of talk about how these models work without going into too much of the technical jargon. So at the heart of the LLM is something called the transformer. So it's a type of model architecture that allows the system to understand the context of words by considering the relationships. So it's kind of akin to how the brains might interpret a sentence by looking at the entire context and rather than just looking at the individual words. So, for example, imagine if you're reading a book, right? Each word builds on the one before it, and the meaning of the sentence depends on the entire stream of words. So transformers do something really similar to that. They process all those words simultaneously, and that makes them incredibly efficient at generating content and contextually relevant text data. So, but moving on from technical, aspect of LLMs to practical, it might make you wonder, well, where do LLMs fit in my world? Well, as I said, the applications are as vast as they are impactful, and they're spanning across the entirety of the industrial spectrum. If we look in content creations, right, LLMs they're basically revolutionizing how businesses generate everything from blog posts to product descriptions and so on. In customer service, we have chat bots and virtual assistants. They can handle queries in real time. In my two endeavors that I spoke to, Call the AI and German IT, we are using the chatbots in German IT. We're using the chatbots as it relates to the ERP space to really handle customer tech support calls. We've basically built the knowledge base into our chat box and whatnot. So again, that allows us to leave our humans freed up for other tasks while the virtual assistants can handle the incoming customer queries and that. So very, very powerful. But let's not overlook the importance of these models in sectors like healthcare. In healthcare, LLMs are assisting, doctors in diagnosing diseases, analyzing medical records, and even suggesting treatments. So they're not just tools, but they're really becoming critical partners in delivering better patient care. So we're here at the Blockchain Summit. So we can't ignore the synergy between LLMs and blockchain technology, right? So in a world where secure and transparency are paramount, LLMs can be leveraged to automate smart contracts, detect fraud, enhance overall system integrity. Just imagine a decentralized AI system that operates without central control, where every transaction, every interaction is secure and verified. This is the frontier where AI and blockchain converge. So lots more work to be done in that realm. And as we move forward here, we're going to see a lot more activity that really focuses on the marriage between AI and blockchain. But as we continue to, be impressed and marvel at these advancements, right, these technological advancements, it's really critical that we address the ethical implications that come with this powerful technology. One of the most pressing concerns, and we here in our Black Blockchain Summit community, we really need to focus on this here. And that concern is bias. LLMs learn from the data. And if that data contains biases, then the models can inadvertently perpetuate them. So whether it's in hiring practices, loan approvals, legal judgments, well, there's always a risk of biased AI decisions, right? So it's real and it's significant. So again, as we develop these new emerging technologies, it's really imperative to ensure that they're fair and inclusive, right? We have to be included. We, the entirety of the populace, right, have to be included, right? If AI is going to be the next great power, right, then it has to be free of bias. Otherwise, then we're in a situation where the marginalized communities and marginalized people will continue to stay marginalized because we won't be a part of the conversation. We won't be a part of the building. So therefore, those biases will be, again, inadvertently perpetuated due to the data that was built into the LLM models. Another big pressing concern is privacy. We have the large language models. They process extreme amounts of data, and so with that now comes the risk of exposing sensitive information. So this is very relevant in industries like finance and healthcare, where privacy breaches can have severe consequences. So it's really the ethical landscape of AI that we really have to focus on. So therefore, strong governance and security protocols, they're just not, they're essential, right? So in order for us to continue moving forward, we have to have, a universal method of governance, right? So the question of governance, right, raise forth other questions as in how do we regulate AI? Who sets the standards? These are questions that industries and governments worldwide are grappling with right now. So it's really a very important dialogue that we all need to be a part of. So as we look forward, what's the future vision for AI and LLMs, right? Well, as we said, the potential of AI and LLMs is boundless, right? We're currently only scratching the surface of what's possible, right? We're on the ground floor. And again, that's why the call to action is for everyone in this community, everyone in this audience to get involved, right? We've got to contribute to making AI a force for good, right? So we have to ask ourselves, right? How can we leverage LLMs to drive progress, right? In the various fields, right? In the fields that you're interested in, the fields that I'm focused in, right? So this, again, is a call to action. So AI is democratizing access to knowledge. It's empowering individuals and communities, right? And it's breaking down barriers that once seemed insurmountable. So it's a tool for creativity, for innovation, and for change, right? And I invite you all to be a part of this journey. So let's continue to talk about AI governance, right? Because governance refers to the policies, regulations, and ethical guidelines that oversee the development, deployment, and use of AI technologies, right? So governance really is about ensuring that AI systems are developed and used in ways that are ethical, transparent, and accountable. And again, we have to be a part of the discussion, because if we're not, then we're going to be left behind. We're going to have AI that's really developed, right? And that's going to be full of bias, right? So it's going to be non-inclusive as opposed to inclusive. So as again, we look at AI and its relation to blockchain. Well, AI governance has a profound impact on blockchain technology, right? Because it influences how these systems are designed, deployed, and maintained. So effective governance ensures that AI within blockchain systems is transparent, fair, and accountable, and aligns with the decentralized and trust-based nature of blockchain technology. So as AI and blockchain continue to evolve together, robust governance frameworks will be essential to unlocking the full potential while mitigating risk and protecting stakeholders. If we rewind the tape back to 2023 Black Blockchain Summit, right? One of the big topics of conversation was regulation, right? Regulation of the crypto industry, regulation of blockchain. Let's create standards, right? So fast forward to today, we're really still talking the same thing. Governance slash regulation, right? Again, critical for governance, governing bodies, governing policies and principles to be adopted, right? So that again, we have a framework that is fair, that it's ethical, that it's transparent, it is accountable. So we have covered a lot of ground to this point, but I want to go a little bit deeper, right? We've talked about the basics of AI, the intricacies of LLMs, applications, some of the ethical challenges they pose, the potential to transform our world. We discussed, the impacts of AI and blockchain and the need for governance, that both industries so desperately need. So, but how can we ensure, that there is governance, right? And what really are the primary prongs that governance need to ensure, right? Why is governance important? Well, as AI systems become more integrated, right, in the critical areas, areas that we've discussed already, healthcare, finance, law enforcement, and just even everyday decision making, right? Right, the potential for these systems to impact society grows, right? So without proper oversight, AI can perpetuate the biases, invade privacy, and lead to unintended harmful consequences, right? So again, we have to be a part of the conversation. So what's going on right now in the world of governance, right? If we look across the globe, right, AI governance is still in its formative stages, but there are several key factors and frameworks that are currently being developed worldwide, right? If we look over in the European Union, right, they're developing what they call the ethics guidelines for trustworthy AI, and their standpoint is they want to emphasize that AI systems should be lawful, ethical, and robust. And their guidelines highlight the need for AI to be transparent. Again, transparency. We continue to say that word, right? And again, being in the blockchain environment, it's all about transparency. So we need to ensure the users understand how decisions are made and challenge those decisions if necessary. So looking at regulatory frameworks, right? The European Union's proposed AI Act is one of the most comprehensive efforts to regulate AI. It categorizes AI applications based on the risk levels from minimal to unacceptable. Over here in the United States, right, there's growing discussion around AI regulation. The Algorithmic Accountability Act is an example of legislation aimed at addressing the biases and risks associated with AI systems, right? We're also looking at AI standards and certification. So there's a movement towards creating standards and certification process for AI systems, right? So this would theoretically, this would work similarly to how products in other industries are certified. If we look at the International Organization for Standardization, which we commonly refer to the ISO, right? So the ISO is currently working on developing standards for AI, right? Focusing on areas such as data quality, algorithmic transparency, and system robustness, right? So what are some of the challenges that we currently have and what's the path forward? Well, there's still a lot of challenges, that we face with AI governance, just as we did and as we still face with the regulation over in the blockchain and crypto space, right? We need global coordination, right? AI is a global technology, right? But oftentimes governance is implemented at the national or regional level. So we need a global coordinated effort, right, to create a global governing body for AI, right? We need to be able to keep pace with innovation, right? And because AI technology advances so rapidly, right? It often outpaced, the development of regulations and guidelines, right? So guidelines, the developers of regulations and guidelines, right, really need to increase the pace, right, in order to keep pace with the technology because it advances so rapidly. So, when we issue guidelines and regulations, right, that don't outpace the technology, we're kind of walking two steps behind, right? So we really need to be proactive, right, as opposed to reactive when we develop regulations and guidelines. Another area of concern is balancing innovation and regulation, right? Striking the right balance between fostering innovation and ensuring responsibility, right? So that's going to be critical, right? Overly restrictive regulations, right, can stifle innovations, while too little oversight could lead to harmful consequences and really take things off the rail. So and the governance isn't just the responsibility of governance and regulators. It requires involvement from stakeholders, the developers and tech companies, academia and research institutions. One of my obligations, as a research scientist, right, as a doctor of philosophy and science, one of my responsibilities is to contribute to the development of ethical guidelines and standards, right? Civil society and advocacy groups, right? Everybody plays a part in this here. The public, the general public, right? Public engagement in AI governance is crucial, right? Right. All individuals, right, regardless of the socioeconomic status, right? All individuals must be informed about how AI impacts their lives and have avenues to participate in the discussions about AI policies and regulations. So again, this has to, feed the entirety of the populace, right, in order for AI to really truly be optimal in its givings, right, to the world, right? So AI governance is critical, and that's going to determine how we as a general public are able to harness the power of AI while mitigating the various risks that come with AI. Right? So if we dial it down more specifically into blockchain, how does AI governance impact blockchain? Well, again, some of the things that we said before, it ensures fairness and transparency in decentralized systems, which is the core, right? The core philosophy behind blockchain, right? Blockchain technology is inherently decentralized, with its core principles being transparency, immutability, and trustlessness, right? So now blockchain network transactions are recorded on a distributed ledger that's visible to all participants, and no single entity controls the entire system. So when we have AI merged into blockchain, when it's integrated with blockchain, we can enhance the efficiency and intelligence of decentralized systems. So for example, AI can be used to optimize smart contracts, can be used to automate decision-making processes or analyze large data sets within the blockchain. So again, the marriage, right, really is beneficial. It's mutually beneficial, right, for those focused on the AI side of the coin, as well as for those focused on the blockchain side of the coin. So really important that as we build governance and regulatory models, right, that we really look at both of the technologies, right, in tandem, right? So the models will really kind of cast a fair shade of umbrella across both of the technologies. Bias detection, transparency, privacy and data protection in blockchain applications, data sovereignty in blockchain. Well, AI can be used to analyze data on the blockchain, make predictions, drive automated decisions, but this can also raise privacy concerns, right? So especially if the AI models are trained on sensitive data stored on the blockchain. So again, sensitive information, privacy, paramount importance, right? So again, as we look to governance and regulations, we have to consider data usage, transparency, anonymity, and data minimization, compliance with privacy laws. So we also have to look at accountability and autonomous solutions, right? Autonomous decision-making. Blockchain and AI can basically create autonomous organizations, can create DAOs or automated finance or trading platforms where AI makes decisions based on blockchain data. And all this happens or can happen without human intervention. So again, that breeds additional governance challenges. So in such systems where accountability becomes a major concern, right? Who's going to be responsible if AI makes a flawed decision that results in financial loss, security breaches, or negative outcomes, right? So we have to establish accountability when we're developing regulation and compliance guidelines. So lots of work to be done. But what does this mean? It means this opens up opportunity. So as we move towards mass adoption of these emerging technologies, right, what's going to be critically important is knowledge and education. Knowledge and education is going to give us that understanding, which is going to allow us to kind of knock on those walls that have kind of hindered us from the mass adoption of these emerging technologies. It's going to allow us to openly participate in these technologies, right? So once we have a knowledge and understanding of something, we can make more informed and educated decisions as to whether or not this particular technology is for us or not. So again, I think it's our mission, it's our job, me as an evangelist, to really just go about, my daily life, really teaching and preaching the word of reality and really giving understanding where there is a lack of understanding, to understand how these emerging technologies can be beneficial in our daily lives. And again, we all have the opportunity to have a seat at the table. So again, this is a call to action. Let's get in, let's come in and really ask the hard questions. How can these technologies help me? What will they do for me? And again, I think it's time to level up on your skill sets, right? Because AI is not going anywhere. It's only going to become increasingly present in our daily lives, right? So a big fear is being replaced by artificial intelligence. Well, again, the call to action is to level up your skills, right? Become familiar with applications like ChatGPT. Become familiar with other applications out there that utilize large language models. Because again, it's not going anywhere. So in order for us to remain competitive, right, and even be on the forefront of these technologies, we really have to level up and we have to get involved. We can't be afraid of these technologies. We have to embrace them. But more so, we have to be a voice, right? So that as we build these technologies, they are built with our community, with our voice in mind, right? So we want to be a part of this growing and massive technology, right? But let's do it with the right mindset. So as we close out, as again, we've covered a lot of ground, but as you leave here today, I encourage you to think about how you can apply what you've learned, whether it's in your business, your research, your everyday life. There are countless ways to engage with AI and LLMs. Let's partner. I want to extend an invitation. Let's continue this conversation, whether it's through collaboration, consulting, or further discussion. I'm here to help navigate this exciting, complex landscape. So together, we can harness the power of AI to create a future that's not only innovative, but also equitable and inclusive. Again, my name is Dr. James Ramon Gibson. I can be reached at james@drjamesgibson.com. Would love to continue conversation. And again, I invite you, please be a part of this conversation. It's not going anywhere. So let's be a part of the conversation. Let's lead the conversation. It's been great. Have a fantastic Black Blockchain Summit. Look forward to talking with you guys. Be good.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on on where you are watching us from. Yes, it's the Black Blockchain Summit, and today we are talking Web3 and the future. And I'm joined by panelists from different places, and today we're going to be discussing Web3. Maybe before I start the discussion, or before we roll the discussion, let me introduce myself. My name is Alakanani Pureleng, popularly known as the Briscan Lady. I will be driving this vehicle today, and I have my panels with me here, my panelists with me here, and it will be awesome if they can start off by introducing themselves and where they come from before we continue. Anyone who can start first will be awesome.
Great, thank you, Alakanani. Great to be here. I'm Tongai, co-founder of AfriBlocks, based here in Harare, Zimbabwe, and in Washington, D.C. We are a Pan-African talent marketplace, and what we do is we connect remote freelancers, designers, software developers with clients from across the world. And, super excited to be discussing about Web3 today.
Thank you, Tongai. Thank you, Tongai. Wonderful thing you're doing there. Yeah.
Hey everyone. My name is Peter Okwara. I'm based in Nairobi, Kenya. I am the founder of Kariago, where we help guys generate cover letters and resumes. Apart from that, I'm also a consultant. I consult for AfriBlocks, where I help clients develop Web3 and blockchain solutions. Yeah.
Thank you, Peter, all the way from Kenya. It's awesome to meet you and to be part of this discussion together with you. I don't know if Yvonne is in or is just us. Yvonne is not here. Okay, cool. Now maybe we continue with the discussion. Today we're talking Web 3.0. For many people, we just using platform. We never really get ourselves concerned out of definitions or meanings or principles of things that we are using. Maybe before we get into this discussion, we might want to let the viewer who is listening to us know the difference between Web 3.0, maybe in Web 2.0, so that, when we flow with this discussion, they may be part of us. Because if we just say Web 3, they won't even understand what this is. So maybe we should start off by kind of making this differentiation, pull people into the discussion. Anyone who would love to kind of explain what this was.
I think I'll go first. From what I've seen, Web 2, I think, was more defined by being centralized. Everything was centralized. Servers were your website, your payments were being managed by a centralized entity. And the huge promise of Web 3 was decentralization. And this comes in many ways, like if it's applications, your websites are decentralized in that if one of the websites is taken down, there's always another one up and running. In terms of financial also, you don't have any central authority like safeguarding and holding all your assets. Now there's a whole network of machines which are running and keeping a ledger of all the transactions, and at the same time you have control of your money in the form of the keys you have. So I think for me, like, the huge promise of Web3 is that the web being more or less decentralized for people. Yeah.
Okay, that kind of like make people more independent of their finances or even of their information, kind of. So
Yes.
I like the fact that you said when one goes down, the other one can keep running. So that's, it makes a very huge difference. Today our discussion is about the future. We're saying Web3 is the future. So we want to show people why do we exactly say Web3 is the future. Maybe we can start maybe by discussing some of the opportunities that are available for young entrepreneurs, particularly the Black community. What kind of opportunities are there, in Web3 that can, give this young entrepreneurs and especially in our Black community a future. So what do we see in that can really give opportunities for, or that can be opportunities for young entrepreneurs in our community, the Black community, whether it's in Africa or where?
Yeah, sure. I'll take that one. So what I like about Web3 is, I always look at it's the internet. People always compare blockchain to the internet, which I think is correct because at the end of the day, it's just a protocol that runs the World Wide Web. And when I look at blockchain and Web3 as well, I also see it as a protocol where it's just packets of data, packets of information going from A to B. And in this case, it so happens to be transfer of value and transfer of currency without a middleman. So when the internet started, there was a lot of companies that were building. There were a lot of companies that some were scammers, some were building for real. But now years later, we now have the Googles, the Facebooks, the big companies that came out of that that bubble. So now I see that Web3 is kind of evolving. When it started, it was all just about the speculative value of Bitcoin and Ethereum, where people wanted to just try to gain from the next coin, try to gain from the next meme coin, try to see where the money is flowing. But now things have stabilized, and we now see that even though Bitcoin, the original currency, is still an exchange of value, blockchain itself, which is now evolving into Web3, is still existing, and the people that we're building from the beginning are still building right now, and they are the people that are starting to build products that are actually valuable, products that are actually needed by that are actually needed by customers. So that evolution alone is where I see Web3 keep going on into the future, where people keep innovating and people keep innovating beyond the speculation, beyond the scams, beyond the lies in some cases. So some opportunities for young people in the space include just starting by learning what it is and trying to figure out what to build that can help your community and help your community in a way that it sustains into the future, as opposed to just building something that exists for the next 3 or 4 days, weeks, months, and not something that sustains long after we are gone, which is where the value is, which is where we start to solve real world problems, as opposed to just staying in the speculative value, staying in the speculation of a technology that actually has more potential beyond that.
Yeah. For a lot of people here down in Africa, mostly, we're solely focusing a lot on the speculative value of the technology. So, which is more like the Bitcoin, like you say. So, can we say we are doing enough in terms of educating people or the masses so that in the future we can be able to move these platforms that are on Web2, like Facebook and other social media pages and all that, social media platforms and all that? Are we doing enough to kind of take the education there? Do we have the Tongais? Do we have the Peters in Africa more especially? Doing having enough information so that in the future we can now be saying, actually, we see Web3 going into the future, even reaching to other people in the ruralist areas. Are we doing?
I think I'll speak on that. So, okay, on the previous point also, what I wanted to say is that opportunity for young people. I remember when I earned my first crypto when I was learning about blockchain, and there was an Indian who also wanted to learn about how to do certain things. So I tried to open a PayPal account, and it actually got blocked. So I was like hesitating, what should I do? So we ended up opening a Bitcoin account, and it took like a day or something for it to reflect, or even less for it to reflect. So for young people, in terms of like accepting payments, that it plays a huge role, Web3. And also, the other thing that changed also is when also when I was in campus, I think we went to learn about this blockchain technology, and then we started a blockchain community, EOS Nairobi, and started earning money from it. So that's also changed. I think also if young people can learn about this blockchain tech, I see Yvonne is here. She's also talking about ICP. They could learn about these protocols and develop on them. That could be a huge bonus. And are we doing a lot? I think the change is there, and I think is because of AI, because it has made learnings some of these complex technologies way easier. So I think there is a shift. Like even in our country, there is a shift in that more young people are getting involved in these political issues and these societal issues, and also some of them are suggesting that blockchain could actually solve these issues. So I would say like AI has played a role in trying to push blockchain forward.
Okay. Oh, thank you so much, Peter. We've got Yvonne joining us. Maybe Yvonne should just introduce herself and maybe tell us a little bit of who you are and what you do in the space. We are talking Web3 today, Yvonne.
Thank you so much. Sorry for being late. I had a meeting that collided a bit. But my name is Yvonne Kagondo. I am the co-founder of ICP Hub Kenya. That's the Internet Computer Protocol here in Kenya. We have 37 hubs spread out all over the world, and I run the one in Kenya. And I'm happy to be here. I've been in the Web3 space since 2018. I've been a co-contributor for various activities, including I've worked with several companies and consulted for several other blockchain and Web3 companies. And I'm happy to see you all again. I've met all of you. So thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Yvonne. Maybe to continue on our discussion, you can share a little bit of your personal journey in the space and, how you see Web3 as an individual. How do you see the future of Web3 as an individual? And also, what do you foresee in terms of the future, in terms of the young coming entrepreneurs? What kind of future do you see?
Okay, right now, back in 2018, I saw there was a lot of conversation when I joined. It was mostly about trading, mostly about cryptocurrencies, mostly about the financial side of blockchain technology. And as we moved forward, we are getting to a space where Web3 has connected a lot of young people, a lot of people in Africa, has enabled us to interact a lot with each other, people from different countries, and we've been able to learn so much here in the African continent. So at this stage, for me, what we focus on, especially in the ICP Hub Kenya, is building. We want to see more products being built on blockchain from Africa, because for the longest time, we've been consumers of the blockchain technology. We've just been, trading. We've been getting products from abroad, using them in Kenya for blockchain. When blockchain offers the opportunity of people to build and also access funding and interact with people from all over the world, it's more of an industry that's not really it's not really protected by borders. Doesn't matter where you're from. All of us are on an equal playing field. All of us are learning as the technology grows, because it's a young technology, and Africa is a young continent. So what I see as the future in Africa, especially, is more building, more products being built, more support coming, more people, us raising more funding to our local products, supporting our developers more. But we still build on what we already have, especially on the financial side, on the employment side, on the technology advancement side. I genuinely hope that one day we'll be able to build a blockchain here in Africa. I've not seen one yet that has reached international level of recognition. So yeah, I'm hoping in the long run. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. The same can go to the same question I'm posing to Peter and Tongai.
Sorry? Or is it?
Also, the same thing I'm posing it to Peter and Tongai. I want them to join in this conversation that the question that I've just asked. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. You can repeat the question. I was deeply listening to
Your personal journey, your personal journey, you sharing your personal journey in the Web3 space. Talk about the future. What kind of future do you see for our young people, the ones that are coming?
Got you. I think for me, I got into just after graduation from University of Zimbabwe way back in 2015. That's the first time I heard about Bitcoin. I remember that time it was around $200, and but I was really interested in the technology because it was super interesting that all of this can happen without a bank. All of this can happen, the connection between, nodes and the blockchain being, basically unhackable. That technology to me as a software developer was pretty interesting. Years later, the fact that, I think people don't talk about this enough. The fact that, especially the Bitcoin blockchain has been functional and operational for more than 10 years. And being operated by basically the community of, miners and users and just evolving from there. So that alone I think is amazing. And when I look at, the future, particularly to our young people, I think when you start with the technology and in your mind have the context or the cultural, context of what you want to build in terms of the problems that you want to solve. I think, there are a lot of people who talk about, we want to build games on the blockchain, which is great. We want to do this, which is great. But at the end of the day, I always think it's important to look at solutions that actually solve the problems that you face currently day to day with your family, with your colleagues, with your country, and see how you can then take that technology to solve those challenges, which is, I guess, the challenge that I'm posing to we on AfriBlocks, we have so many amazing young developers, and they are so capable of building out amazing solutions. But going back to the point that I think it's important to have discussions like this so that they also have a context on building things that matter, if I may put it that way.
Thank you so much, Tongai. Peter?
Yeah, so I got into blockchain because of John Karanja. John Sam is like a big bro to me. So he's the one who introduced me to Bitcoin, Ethereum, and things like that. And during campus, I used to do internship at Unilever, and I was researching on it. I got into the EOS blockchain, and we built something out of it. We became the first block producers in Africa around that. And things kind of died down because of the Chinese, but after that, when I was finishing campus, actually that knowledge got me my job in IOTA, where I worked for several years. Despite that, with the money I got, I took the opportunity to also continue learning, which is very important. I took the blockchain nano degree from Udacity just to ensure my skills are up to pace. So that has been my journey. It's just been a journey of continuous learning. And what I'll advise, again, what I'm seeing the future for young people is that if you're building something, it's easy to build to solve the problems that you occur, that which you have on your own. Let's say, like for me, it was a problem applying for X, Y, and Z. The easiest way to get started is solving your own problems. That's what I'll say. I think the challenge is, what I'm saying is that when young people in Africa are building, I think they imagine of like hiring a big team, then looking for funding and things like that. But nowadays there's a different movement. It's called indie hacking, where you try and bootstrap with your own cash to try and get customers and solve problems and things like that. So I think moving forward, I would like to see more of guys not fully depending on funding, but actually trying to bootstrap with their own funds, blockchain solutions that solve problems within Africa.
Yeah, you did all really touch on important points. One of them being that we have to be able to build solutions that really matter, solutions that can change the status of Africa or of the Black community more especially. So maybe we should discuss on some of the interesting or exciting innovations in Web3 that we have seen, whether you seen or developed if you have been involved in one. So what are some of the most exciting innovations that you have seen? And how are these innovations able to disrupt maybe the traditional industry as we know it? Because we're talking about Web3 as the future. We're moving away from Web2. We've been dependent mostly on Web2. So what are some of these innovations that you have seen that really make you excited to say, okay, this innovation is very exciting, and this innovation is a potential of changing the way things are today, whether it be in Africa or among the Black communities. I always state the Black community because I feel like we are one community that is like kind of behind in terms of development, in terms of being able to do things and being able to take our things and change the world. That's why I keep on focusing on that. So, what are some of those innovations that you feel like are really exciting and they've got that potential? I'm throwing it to all of you.
Okay, I'll go first. I think for me is account abstraction. It's a bit controversial because normally
Can you say that?
Oh, pardon?
I didn't hear the thing you said.
Oh, I was saying I think account abstraction is what is gonna get people to get more into crypto and blockchain. It's a bit controversial in that people are used to having their own keys, but in this case, it's like you're trusting a centralized. In some cases, a centralized solution could be a smart contract, could be an institution to manage your keys. But
let me jump in a little bit so that it's not that I'm cutting you off. I just want to, maybe me and other people want to understand what you mean by accounting abstract so that they can flow with what you say.
Okay, so normally when you are accessing blockchain services, like for example, you want to put money, let's say even you want to send money, or let's say you want to put money into a smart contract. The normal flow that you normally go through is you download a wallet. Most of the time it's something like MetaMask. But the challenge is that MetaMask is quite complicated for a new person to use, and there's a lot of risk of messing up and losing a lot of your funds. And also that user experience of you have to write your keys, you have to store them here, you have to remember all these long numbers. It's not the best. But with account abstraction, is almost like trying to make it as smooth as how Web 2 was, where you just sign in with Google and all the accounting, everything is handled in the background. as I say, it's a bit controversial in that sometimes there's a central institution involved. Could be a smart contract is involved, or could be an entity that is involved. Like, for example, you have Bitco, which handles accounts for other people. But I believe like that is going to, as more people incorporate this account abstraction in their apps, is going to help people get into Web3 and use it more. And again, the other one I'll say is, again, AI making learning all this technology easier. So I think those are the two things I'll say.
Yeah. So in other words, we want to see an infusion between AI and blockchain. We want to see products that are, using both the blockchain tech and also using AI.
For AI, I'll say, again, since blockchain is you're handling people's money, so AI is a bit tricky because we have had cases where AIs hallucinate, aka they give out wrong answers to things. So managing finances to blockchain is kind of a bit tricky. But I will say, in terms of like understanding hard concepts, breaking down hard concepts, coming up with content for what you're doing in blockchain, could be an NFT. You need an NFT image. Using AI, you can generate your NFT image. If you're building a game, the assets. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Tongai or Yvonne? We are still talking about practical application of Web3. So we're looking at, sorry, my headset came out. So we're talking about those exciting innovations that you have seen or that you think would have the greatest potential to disrupt traditional industries. That's where we are, Tongai and Yvonne.
Okay, I could go first. At ICP Hub Kenya, we've launched an incubation program where we've done a series of hackathons, about over 11 hackathons in the past 1 year. And we believe most innovations come from universities. So we went to multiple universities in the country and engaged with students, had them do an ideathon, and then did hackathons. And then from these hackathons, we picked the top teams. And from the top teams, we streamlined down to the top 5 teams in Kenya. And so far, we've incubated them in our hub. And I'll just talk about them. We have one that's an AI on ICP blockchain. It's a wallet built in WhatsApp using AI, a chatbot, and features of AI to help people store their tokens on the blockchain. And also easier to use because as Africans, I know we love WhatsApp compared to any other platform. It's easier and more friendly. We also have a gaming platform, a gaming software that's built on our blockchain, built by one of our students here in Kenya. And it's a place where developers can come in and build gaming on blockchain. And we also have a record management tool for chamas. Chamas in Kenya are what are they called? They're like women organized groups.
Like social saving?
Yeah, like exactly. Yeah, for saving. So we have that a record management tool on the blockchain that we've incubated. We also have a health recording platform and booking system for doctors and patients, all on blockchain. And we also have a launchpad for tokens, all built by our students from universities in Kenya. So what impresses me about this project is that you don't necessarily have to know that they're blockchain. I believe in the future, we don't need to tell people that you're using blockchain technology. So you don't have to know that you're keeping money in a WhatsApp wallet on the blockchain, but it's just It's there, it's more transparent. You can track it, you can monitor it. You don't need to know that you're using a gaming platform that's on blockchain. So these are some of the innovations that our students, our community members have built, and we are really excited about them. Of course, there are others. There are innovations outside our ecosystem in the region. I've seen a lot of talk on real world assets of late, and I've seen a lot of talk on AI, of course, outside our chain. So I'm really excited to see the future. I'm seeing her 5 minutes, so I'll just let Togai talk as well.
Definitely left Tongai before we wrap up.
Yeah, that I don't know how practical it is, but I saw this interesting concept about, you know, how right now it's so hard to tell between AI and what's real and what's not. And you know, it's yeah. So I thought it's interesting to see how blockchain can be of assistance there, since you know everything, every digital asset that's created, every image can actually have a hash on the blockchain that tracks that, you know, this was created by a human being or this was created by AI. So I thought that was an interesting application, because it's really so many times I'm on the internet, I'm on Twitter, I'm on Facebook. I'm like, oh, is this real? Or it's not. And that problem is going on and on. And I think I just saw today ChatGPT is trying to also release a feature that schools and universities can use to detect whether a student used ChatGPT to write an essay or to write, their PhD thesis or something like that. So I think they're actually seeing that it's a huge problem that, in the very near future, we won't be able to distinguish between what's real and what's not. And I think an application with blockchain can actually assist in that. Again, I don't know how practical it is, but I think it's an interesting application.
No, thank you so much. The conversation is very beautiful. I wish we had like a lot of time to continue this conversation and also maybe talk a little bit about AI, because I see it keeps on propping in our discussion, but unfortunately we have run out of time. I wish maybe you could just say one more word, just as a parting word, to the people who are listening to us before we close this discussion.
I'll start. I think for me, to learn more, the Black Blockchain Summit has been doing monthly webinars. So it'll be interesting. Just visit Black Blockchain Summit to attend each webinar that the Emerging Technology monthly webinar, and it's an education. It's for free on all of things technology that can actually assist your business or whatever you're building, assist your career. So it'll be interesting for you to join. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Yvonne?
Yeah, maybe I just thank you for the opportunity to participate in this event, and I'm really happy to be here. And thank you. Please follow me at Kagondo_Yvonne. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter?
Yeah, for me, what I'll say is for the young people, it's getting easier more than before to build this blockchain and Web3 applications. It's getting easier. I think the challenge now is the business fundamentals is what I'm saying will be the challenge for guys moving forward. So guys should build. As I said, it's getting easier. Yeah, and take advantage of that. Even me, I've been lucky in that the AI has accelerated that. If you want to know about the work you're doing, about me, you can just follow me at Peter Okwara on all socials, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. Maybe Yvonne and Tongai also can share their social media pages for people to follow their work.
Yeah, you can just visit afriblocks.com and at afriblocks on all social media.
Thank you. Thank you, Tongai.
Yeah, for me, thank you. My personal social media on X is Kagondo_Yvonne, and our company social media is ICP Hub_KE. Where you can get to know all of our activities and also participate in our hackathons, our grants program, our and everything we do. Yeah, thank you.
Mommy love it when I play and gotta ride a state. Love language in the cosmos, yeah, we out of space. I can see us last forever, that's amazing grace. We just gotta take our time, no, it's not a race. Now we coasting in Miami, starting cause we can. Shawty, she a fashion killer like the son of Sam. Said she wanna take me higher, we just need a gram. I just wanna be your man, we can build a fam. This your love song, baby, this your love song. Mrs. Right, be my wife, never done wrong. This your love song, baby, this your love song. Mrs. Right, be my
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. My name is John Wanena Karanja, co-founder and CEO of Melanin, where we are driving sustainable energy access powered by proof of work technologies. My presentation today at the Black Blockchain Summit is on how we can build sustainable energy ecosystems using powered proof of work and mining technology. So I'll be taking you through relatively short presentation, basically taking you through how the industry is moving forward in terms of Bitcoin mining and how we can address the challenges of energy access globally. I come from East Africa, and across Africa, over 50% of the population lacks energy access or access to reliable energy. Existing solar solutions face high capital expenditure, or what we call CapEx. So what happens is when you want to install a solar panel system in your house, many a time you need to get a loan from some entity, some fintech company, and these debt-based models are quite expensive because a lot of people, especially in rural Africa, earn seasonal incomes. So they're not able to make regular payments towards their leases and towards their loans, as people would often do in the West. So these debt-based models hinder adoption by farmers and consumers of these energy solutions. So I want to look at how Bitcoin mining and other decentralized energy systems can solve these challenges. So Bitcoin mining to date uses about 56% of renewable energy. And this is after 15 years of Bitcoin mining being a thing. And initially, a lot of the mining used to happen in China, the use of a lot of coal plants. But what happened is people began to realize that there's a lot of idle power sources, mostly hydro, that had been underutilized because it's quite expensive to transmit power from a dam into a city, which may be tens of miles away. So Bitcoin mining has come to sort of fill in that gap where these idle stations, in terms of distribution, have adopted Bitcoin mining as a way to pay for the costs of running the dam and pay for the investment that was made in the dam. So this is how we found that over 50% of Bitcoin mining today uses renewable energy, which is a positive thing. And I think the claim that Bitcoin mining is affecting the climate, that will tend to go down over time as more people or more entities, more governments begin to realize they can capitalize on Bitcoin mining and proof of work to drive the adoption of renewables. So what we do at Melanin is we introduce an additional component using what you call a CPU-powered mining algorithm that is auxiliary or sidechain to Bitcoin that makes it even more inefficient, more energy efficient because it uses CPU power to generate additional coins or tokens and subsidize the cost of distributed energy ecosystems. Because Bitcoin is quite industrial, it's quite huge, so it's used for the big industrial setups, like I mentioned before, the dams, the hydro dams. So we also felt that we needed to augment that through an auxiliary chain and use a CPU-powered model to give additional rewards. So you can think of CPU mining rewards through Wave protocol as air miles, the bonus points you get whenever you buy a ticket. So here are bonus rewards whenever you mine using Bitcoin. And this is called dual mining. Of course, blockchain removes trust barriers and it promotes the adoption of decentralized energy systems because the blockchain ledger is immutable. So all records are transparent and they are kept, forever. And people can always do audits, and it becomes a more transparent way to create energy markets, because now these energy markets do not exist in silos, but they are governed by blockchain, which is a global technology. So at Melanin, what we are doing is we are integrating the Bitcoin or proof of work mining as a concept into solar-powered ecosystems. So we're marrying the two to ensure that we're able to distribute energy access, because the problem with energy access in places such as Africa, the Caribbean, South America, and even parts of the United States, you find there's a lot of sun, but there's not heavy adoption of solar-powered systems because people cannot afford to invest in those systems and they're not incentivized to maintain those systems once they exist. So just like how Bitcoin mining subsidized the huge sort of energy installations, dual mining will subsidize the cost of the distributed energy resources. And as I've mentioned before, we leverage both CPU and ASIC technologies. So to go into more detail, so the Wave protocol uses the ARM CPU-focused mining architecture, which is perfect for integration onto solar systems because CPU computers are small, they're easy to embed in solar systems. There's a lot of idle CPU power, and the people in the regions we're targeting already have access to these CPU devices to some extent. What is important is to maintain cross-chain interactions with Bitcoin, and that is why every technology has to be built on and around Bitcoin to enhance interoperability and subsequently to enhance market access. Mobile computing devices are also energy efficient. If you think about your phone has to be energy efficient for you to use it the whole day on one single charge. So that is the benefit of building on top of CPU-powered systems. Another key technology, and this is probably the essence of the presentation today, is enhancing decentralized mining using Stratum version 2. Right now, Bitcoin mining is centralized on Stratum version 1, which has led to a few mining pools, specifically 2 mining pools, mining most of the Bitcoin, over 51% of the Bitcoin. And this creates an attack vector where the miners can be sort of coerced into stopping mining, which can affect the security and health of the network. So what Stratum v2 does is it enhances miner autonomy and decentralization, making it more trustless, meaning you can be sure that no single miner is dominant within the ecosystem. And because it supports more decentralization, we can also now power the off-grid solar mining, reducing energy wastage. And of course, this will be also incentivized through the dual mining with CPU computing devices. Stratum v2 also has a reduced communication overhead, improving efficiency and security. And also Stratum v2 will enhance the adoption of mobile energy resources such as solar, wind, the small rivers, which are in many places around the world. So those now begin to become attractive as a source of energy and renewable energy for mining. The huge challenge we face is user education and upgrading of hardware to support individual mining using block templates. So decentralizing the hash rate to protect the Bitcoin network, as I mentioned before, is very important. Empowering small miners to avoid concentrated control is what we're trying to achieve in Stratum V2. And we are mitigating the risks of corporate interests into centralizing the hash rate. Furthermore, more technologies have come in terms of cooling, the mining setups. If you've ever been to a Bitcoin mining facility, it gets very hot, over 100 degrees Celsius in some parts. So there have been advancements in liquid cooled systems, which reduce both the heat and the noise made by these mining devices. So Bitcoin mining introduces high noise pollution whenever it's done in open environments, and advances in cooling technologies through using liquid cooled systems is coming to solve that problem. Furthermore, Bitcoin mining is also optimizing energy usage in mining. And what this does is it can allow the balancing and offtake of energy. For example, most energy is needed at night. So what happens during the day? That energy can be used as a resource for mining if it is excess energy, and that balances the grid, creating more reliability and stability in the grid. And hydro cooling and potentially heat recycling can also be used innovatively to facilitate farming and to facilitate heating of homes during winter in the colder parts of the globe. So back to Africa. So Bitcoin mining can bridge energy poverty in Africa by subsidizing huge energy installations such as the dams. Top of mind is the Granica Dam in Congo, the huge Renaissance Dam in Ethiopia. I think there are already projects going on in that regard to ensure that the excess energy is captured through Bitcoin mining and subsidize the cost of those facilities. Grid balancing, as I mentioned before, and integrating renewable energy as a resource into mining. So hash rate can be used as a commodity on open markets. So hash rate is basically a compute commodity, and that can be used even to power AI systems. We're seeing already high performance computing becoming important in terms of both blockchain and AI. And that's why we call ourselves a Web3 company, because we're using all these technologies to create an integrated solution. You can also create financial instruments through tokenization, indices to hedge revenue fluctuation. Transaction fees can also be coupled into derivative markets to make the markets more stable. Of course, through the use of automated market makers. Those of you who are traders or speculators would probably be excited about that. Decentralized mining needs open source solutions. So at Melanin, we pride ourselves in publishing all our code online for audits. We believe in transparency because these technologies are very important and they have to be developed in an open and transparent manner. And of course, this is one way to address centralization risks posed by proprietary mining solutions, including the mining pools. And eventually, this will allow for the creation of multiple solutions, which will create decentralized peer-to-peer mining ecosystems. So our goal is to connect the over 500,000 households that are already on solar into these decentralized energy markets in Africa and beyond. And the role of proof of work is very important in bridging this gap. And we are relying on the wide availability of solar energy systems and integration into other renewable sources such as hydro and grid through these open markets. So I would like to encourage all of you who are listening to download and play with this technology. If you go to melanin.click or www.melanin.click, you can download our latest open source software, which facilitates dual mining, cross-platform compatibility, is both energy efficient, and we are making it as user-friendly as possible. And we have done this at the Black Blockchain Summit for going on 2 years, where we have Bitcoin workshops. We have students from Howard and the nearby colleges coming to help us test these softwares and improve them in the spirit of open source collaboration. So that's from me. That's the end of my presentation today. And do enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Colin Thompson, and welcome to the Racism and Crypto Regulation Challenges for Black Business Startups at the Black Blockchain Summit. Today we have two panelist guests to address this topic. Let me first introduce our guests. We have Alakanani Itulang and Rasan Boykin. Please take about 2 minutes, please, and introduce yourselves.
Okay, let me go.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yes, my name is Alakanani Itirele. Most people call me the Bitcoin lady because I was one of those first people long time back, the 2012 in Botswana, when I started teaching people about Bitcoin and educating people about Bitcoin technology long time back. Yeah, I'm based in Gaborone, Botswana, and I run the Satoshi Center. Satoshi Center simply is a center of education. We educate people on Bitcoin and blockchain tech. So basically, that's what I do. I'm a speaker of blockchain. I'm an educator of Bitcoin, and I spend most of my time educating people on the space and protecting people in my country against scams and scammers. So that's in short. Yeah.
Thank you. Rasan.
Hi, I'm Rasan Boykin. I'm the general counsel of Hashflow, which is a decentralized finance exchange. My background is I was a banking attorney for 10 years. I worked at most of the banks in New York. I left there and I worked for Google for around 8 years in a variety of positions. I ended my time at Google as the manager of the AI and machine learning legal team for Google Cloud. And I left and I joined the crypto space as the general counsel of Hashflow. I also spend a lot of my time kind of educating people on blockchain technology and crypto regulations, in addition to AI regulations, especially now because of generative AI and the growth of generative AI. And I spend a lot of time kind of understanding and navigating the global landscape of the developments of crypto regulation in the United States and abroad because of the implications they have for the businesses that want to operate in the space.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I think that both of you hit on a point there, educating others, making sure that people know how to work in that space. And part of that is not just educating individuals on how they can be safe in blockchain, but those young entrepreneurs who want to actually start a business in the blockchain space. So, Rasan, I'm going to stay with you first. What are the unique challenges Black entrepreneurs face in the crypto industry compared to other sectors? And then Alakanani, you can please chime in after that. Thank you. what are the unique challenges Black entrepreneurs face in the crypto industry compared to other sectors?
Yeah, yes, sure. So in my experience, and I've worked, like I said, primarily in financial services and in technology, you're going to run into a lot of the same challenges you're going to run into at, working at a technology firm. There's not going to be a lot of you. That's just the first thing. Participation of minorities in technology companies is woefully low. That's true for the larger players and for the small players, and it's definitely true in crypto. I would say that, you're going to be, for crypto specifically, you're going to be dealing with a lot of libertarian counterparties and partners. The libertarian way of thinking is very prevalent in crypto because of its, where it began. And if any of you know anything about libertarianism, it's sometimes, I would say most of the time, associated with a version of conservatism. So at least in the United States, you're going to run into a lot of, I don't know, I'm old enough to use the word conservative carefully, because what was conservative when I was growing up is not what conservative is today. You're going to run more into what conservative is today, which is different than what I knew. And in running into that, you're going to have to be prepared for that, because that's just what it is. And there's a real, at least I've seen, there's a real lack of understanding of some of the basic concepts of meritocracy and diversity and the values of diversity, things that I kind of grew up with and thought were second nature. They're all being challenged now in a weird way that, number one, is bad for the industry and bad for most of the companies. They just don't know it because they just don't know it. They're too young. But is also it'll be a challenge for you starting your own business with those kind of counterparties if they don't have a basic understanding of your value and how you got where you were and why it makes money, why it makes money to be diverse. Like all of those things, those concepts are not really prevalent. And then finally, I'd say, as regulations develop, the regulators have, how do I put this? Sometimes relied on principles which inadvertently hurt minority communities. I'll give you an example. The accredited investor rule for the SEC mandates that in order for you to invest in private enterprises, you have to make a certain amount of money in order to qualify as an accredited investor. That rule was made to make sure that the people who are investing were sophisticated enough to understand the risks that they were getting involved in. That was the whole point of the rule. However, in my experience, what it's done is just kind of limit the ability of minorities and those from socioeconomically deprived areas from actually getting access to things that might actually help them. So that, those are kind of the three prongs that I see that are kind of unique. Well, two that are unique and one is normal, unfortunately normal, facing Black entrepreneurs today.
Thank you. And
Yeah.
I'll come to you.
Maybe
being in Botswana, which is a sort of a different environment. So I'm wondering if you face some of the same challenge, not you, but the industry face some of the same challenges that Rashawn mentioned.
I think for regulation is one of the, I'll say it's one of the hurdles that a lot of entrepreneurs in my area face, because you find that regulations tend to be kind of very complex and they don't really define or try to protect a coming entrepreneur. For example, if in Botswana, if you are building anything that has got to do with virtual assets, you need to have a license to do so. So, for example, a license, you need to pay. There's certain payments that you need to do. There is a registration fee you need to pay. And then there is also a certain amount of money they need you to have in your bank account in order for you to apply for a license. So being a startup becomes a challenge. One, you don't have funding. Maybe, for example, you are still bootstrapping. You are still trying to build up yourself as a startup. So there's regulations instead of trying to protect the startup. Sometimes unintentionally they build some kind of a barrier that is so hard for an upcoming entrepreneur or a startup. So I do believe that is one of the things, but especially for us in Botswana, you are expected to have a license for you to run a startup that is going to do with blockchain, more especially when it's tokenized, when it has got virtual assets. So you need to have that virtual license in order to operate your startup. So if you don't have that license and you are found to have built a solution that is tokenized, that is called a token, you're going to be charged as high as 25,000, I mean, 250,000 Botswana people, which is almost like $22,000. And for a startup, that is like really hefty fee. So regulations tend to become a barrier, especially and very complex, I would say. And I'm talking of my country. I don't know other regions in Africa, but in Botswana, because virtual assets are regulated, it is a must that you must have a license in order for you to run a virtual asset business. Number two, I would say maybe the issue of the gap in knowledge. Many of people or many entrepreneurs don't have much knowledge in as far as blockchain is concerned. They don't have the information on how they can navigate the blockchain space. So in that way, you find that a lot of people don't have the resources or the information to enable them to become part of what is happening right now in the space. It doesn't become more of a what do I say? We're talking about regulations and racism. It doesn't become part. It doesn't become more of that. It's more of not having the resources. We don't have like enough information on the emerging technologies. We don't have like much information and resources in Africa as compared to other places, and this make it so difficult for people to have the right mentorship. For example, for example, one of the things that we wanted to do as a Satoshi Center was to connect entrepreneurs with mentors so that they can have proper mentorship, so that they can have proper networking. When you compare what is happening in the blockchain space to what is happening in day-to-day technologies or Web2 technologies, there are networking and mentorship programs or incubators and accelerators, which are not really available for a lot of blockchain businesses. We don't have like blockchain focus Y Combinator kind of thing or Techstars or those kind of accelerators, and we don't have those, more especially in regions where they are developing, like developing regions, or in places like in Africa. We don't have those, so it kind of like leave us behind, so that we end up not being part of what is happening and we miss a lot. Yeah, I think that becomes kind of a challenge, and we are unable to like get the or so we're unable to like navigate the challenges that we face, in as entrepreneurs, and end up not having an opportunity to grow as startups in Africa.
Right.
I don't know if I make it.
And it sounds like it's really challenging. You mentioned the resources, and it's not just capital resource. It's also that knowledge. People who have been there and that, and can serve as mentors and can really help the newbies, so to speak, learn. But I do want to go back to what is one major stumbling block, I want to say globally, and that's access to capital. So, and I'll kind of go to this first. What role does access to capital play in the development of Black-owned crypto startups, and how can this barrier be overcome?
Yeah, I think there is no way you can run a business without capital, without capitals. But statistically, we've seen that Black entrepreneurs never really get like a bigger share from like venture capitalists and from investors and whatnot. There's always some kind of red lining. I'll say, when you're Black, I'm sorry to say that, there's always like we're more like a risk. People consider that the Blacks mostly a risk. Young entrepreneurs, Black young entrepreneurs, more of a risk. So you end up not kind of receiving enough capital to be able to run your business. And if you are receiving the funding, it's not as equal as your counterparts. the other part. So that's always like a challenge. So capital is very, 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 very important. It is important for you to run a business. You cannot run a business out of your pocket. Eventually, you will run dry. And then again, if you run a business out of your pocket, you miss the other thing that is very important. For example, if you receive money from an investor, it doesn't only come with money; it also come with mentorship. It's also come with advices. It also come with skills. It comes with guidance. It comes with all that. So going for somebody to invest in a business, it gives you all these things that when you do this thing alone, it will be difficult for you. It will be difficult for you to build your business into an actual business that can grow. So I'll say access to capital is very, 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 very important. Because for me, it is not only about the money, it's about what comes with the money. It comes with people, it comes with skills, it comes with mentorship, guidance. Somebody is able to guide you properly to run a business because some of these people are business people. So they have gone through the challenges that you are still to go through. So if you get capital, it comes with human capital also. It comes with a person,
Right.
I'll say. Yeah.
So are you finding that there are more and more entities that are set up to help startups in Botswana in this space get the capital, as you mentioned, also get the mentoring, also get the handholding? Is that being addressed even from an institution or from the government, or is it still not being addressed fully?
I'll say with Web2 businesses, we've been seeing, there'll be like, what do you call it, hackathons, there'll be boot camps, there'll be all these things happening. But as far as Web3 is concerned, there isn't much happening. There isn't much going on. So especially in my country. I've organized an event that is coming up next year. I approached the Ministry of Entrepreneurship and I talked to them. I said, I want to have a summit where I want to educate people about the blockchain technology, not only educate the people or the young entrepreneurs. I also want to educate the government. I want to educate people in ministry, people in different government departments. So fortunately enough, they were very receptive, and I'm going to be having that event next year in May. The whole idea is for us to be able to have all these things that other technologies have in Botswana, all these opportunities that we don't have as people who are into Web3. We don't have opportunities to showcase our development. We don't have the opportunity to showcase our innovations. So the whole idea is once we have this summit going on and people knowing that we've got young entrepreneurs in Botswana building on the blockchain technology, maybe we'll be given opportunities to meet venture capitalists, have access to capital. So maybe there won't be much questions because a lot of problems that we are facing here mostly is people do not know what Bitcoin is, for example. For them, once you talk blockchain, Bitcoin, you're talking about Ponzi schemes. So just because you say I'm building on blockchain, they'll be like, okay, you're building a Ponzi. So that lack of understanding and knowledge, becomes a barrier for a lot of young entrepreneurs, I'll say.
Okay, and the summits that you're putting together are things that hopefully will make a difference. And Hassan, as I turn to you, I know in the U.S. there is a lot of, I say several different initiatives to address minorities, helping them start business in several industries. And look at the blockchain industry. The same thing as far as the access to capital. What role does access to capital play in the development of these Black-owned startups? How can this barrier be overcome? And are you seeing more attention being put there and support coming from, I want to say, non-Black or even Black financiers or investors?
Yeah. So capital is critical in the startup ecosystem. And for those, it's not the same as starting a dance school or a restaurant. It's different. You need capital for those too, but in the startup world, in technology, it's part of the lifeblood of kind of the life cycle of the corporations and the kind of the whole VC ecosystem. So you're not going to be able to have a successful startup without access to some kind of capital, even if you're building by yourself. In my experience, solo entrepreneurship is very rarely successful. You usually need multiple people or a team. It is possible to build something, without capital if you have the right network and the right team. Once or twice I've seen it, but not very often. You're going to need to eventually, even if you have a working product, and they're going to want to see a product, or at least a prototype. It's going to be very difficult to be successful without access to capital. In my experience, are there programs and organizations out there specifically targeting minority groups in the crypto space to fund their projects? No, I haven't seen that. It's possible they're out there, but I definitely have not seen it, especially in crypto, like I said, because in the United States, it definitely those concepts are challenging for the industry, at least in my experience, and the people that I deal with. So no, I have not seen that. In technology in general, I've seen more. I'd like to actually give a shout out to Google because they have several programs that I was a part of, a couple of them personally, where they were looking for diverse entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs in residence and those kind of programs, accelerators. There's definitely those out there for technology, but for crypto specifically, you're going to struggle. You're definitely going to struggle because there's nothing that I know of that's specific to, that our community that will provide the type of support that Alakanani was just talking about.
Right. Why is it lacking, in your opinion?
Probably because of the libertarian / MAGA / youth that I see in the industry. If I had to guess, that's probably what it is. And then the other issue with crypto, and this is just me on my soapbox, is that I like blockchain, and I'm very bullish on the prospect of blockchain technology. But a lot of the crypto projects I see are not really substantive. And that's another problem, right? There's just not a lot of real projects out there. Not that what I've seen. Like I see a lot of copycats. And again, I'm old enough to remember the .com boom. It reminds me of that, except from what I've seen, it's been in like 2 or 3 cycles. You had the NFT boom, and then you had the the original blockchain boom, and the industry itself is just kind of going through its cycles as it grows. So a lot of these projects are not, they're not going to be of interest to the VCs that would typically invest. So now you're stuck with this smaller VC community that's very crypto knowledgeable, who don't really have a real understanding of the benefits of diversity or DEI, or they don't really understand that, or don't support it, or whatever their issues are. And you're going to have access to them. You're going to have to convince them that your project is different, or at least has monetary value. And it's a small community, so it's tough. It's definitely going to be tough.
Yeah, you mentioned just the fact that the community is smaller. And Alkanani, you mentioned that there's not a lot of knowledge out there. Well, knowledge out there, but not a lot of people sharing the knowledge. So, Rahsaan, I want to stay with you for a moment. How can the Black crypto startups navigate what I would think is to be a very complex regulatory environment while maintaining compliance and fostering growth? You mentioned initially that there's a lot of compliance what regulations out there. So how do these startups really navigate that if they're not being mentored, if they're not really being shown the way?
Yeah, it's tough, and that's a function of the United States being behind, because there are a lack of clear rules in the United States. My general advice to most people who are building a crypto project is geofence the United States, because there's just not a lot of clarity, and you're going to get that's not specific to being Black. It's just being specific to the industry. If you still want to build, there are a lot of use cases I've seen that are useful that don't require access to the United States market. So you could do that. You're going to have a tough time finding funding. I would suggest you start building with a small team. See if you can get a working prototype up. And then you're going to either have to pitch it to that small community that you're going to have to get access to. Not easy, not impossible, but not easy. There are there are people out there who are kind of older in the crypto space or successful that have connections that you could probably meet going to summits like this and hackathons and things like that. You'll meet a couple people. If you have a working product, you have a much better chance to get funding. If you have a real community, you have a real chance to get funding, a real network effect. If you have a network effect, kind of supporting the project that you have, you could probably find funding that way. And that would be the two ways I would do it. With regard to regulation, you're going to need legal advice. Now, I just happen to know several African-American attorneys in the crypto space that are really good attorneys that know crypto very well. And, I also know attorneys who are not African-American in the crypto space that know very well. You can find legal help to guide you in what steps to take. But I'll just, here's your free advice to all the entrepreneurs out there. If you're in the United States, well, if you're anywhere, my free advice to you is to geofence the United States, probably geofence the UK, and by far geofence all the OFAC jurisdictions, which are all the sanctioned jurisdictions. That's your starting point. Do not think that you can outsmart or that it's theoretically, you have some theoretical reason why it doesn't make sense to not follow OFAC. That will get you in prison. And it doesn't matter that your entity is formed in a jurisdiction that's not in the United States. It doesn't matter. You will go to jail. So don't. And then the next thing I would say is definitely the United States. And the third one is the UK. Once you geofence those off, at least you then have a starting point, which will allow you to build a base product, which then you could probably get, some support behind, assuming that the use case is useful.
And by geofence, you mean not doing business in those countries?
I cannot be clearer when I say to all the entrepreneurs that reach out to me on I would say a weekly basis. I have entrepreneurs reaching out to me. I want to say this as clearly as I can. If you violate and service OFAC jurisdictions, you will go to jail. Don't do it. Period. And if you want to have a successful business in crypto, under the current rules that there are now, geofence the United States and do not service the United States until there is a regime passed in the United States that mirrors MiCA, what they're doing in Europe. It is not worth your time, effort, or risk exposure to do that. Do not do that. You're also going to have a hard time getting funding if you don't have a real entity set up and you're not following the rules that I just gave you. And if anybody has a question about that, feel free to email me, and I will then tell you in email. Don't violate OFAC. Period.
We'll put a pin in this part of the record. I'll fast forward back to this and play that back. Yes. And I want to come to you because you gave us a scenario earlier where you mentioned that if startups don't get that license, they will then have to pay a fine. You said that was almost $22,000. Yeah. That's a fine, correct?
Yeah.
So
that's fine.
With that scenario, how could an entrepreneur or a startup avoid that? How would they gain that knowledge as opposed to doing it and learning from that mistake?
I think sometimes it's an issue of coming together. For me, a kind of I would say a collaborative effort of entrepreneurs coming together and sharing information. Sometimes you end up doing something because you don't have proper information. Right now, what we have just been given, geofence the United States and the UK. Sometimes it's an issue of how do I navigate this thing without actually getting myself into trouble. So coming together and working together, we tend to share information and resources, and as such, you protect each other. And also, I think it also calls for us having some kind of advocacy group. Because in that sense, we are able to be able to have information or be able to be part of the policy making. We'll be able to make policies that are supportive to us instead of having policies and regulations that tend to suffocate innovation and entrepreneurship. So, like I say, I think it's an issue. It's a two thing: collaboration, and also having some kind of advocacy group that will kind of help in that sense, because sometimes if as startups we take for granted that with our innovation we just have to innovate, we end up not uh, caring of the laws of the countries or the jurisdiction where we are established. So it's very important that coming together it tends to open one's eyes. So if I have other group of entrepreneurs and I'm part of their group, you'll find that I'll get information that I did not take serious or I never thought they were like really, really serious, like regulations, like really, really serious, like getting fined $22,000. That is like a very hefty fee for anybody. So we need to have those two things, collaboration and also, being part of the policymakers, or I'll say policymakers advocacy group that will really, really help entrepreneurs so that they don't find themselves into any sort of trouble.
Right, right. So having the community and then being part of that decision-making team.
Yeah.
So I want to get out of here on this question. Looking ahead, what changes, and I'll kind of start with you, what change would you like to see in the next, let's say, 5 years regarding crypto regulation and support for Black startups? And I know in Botswana, there's no Black startups, it's startups because most of them are Black, right?
Yeah, Black.
But specifically in this sector, what would you want to see in the next 5 years that provides, I'm going to say, consistent support for these startups?
Yeah, I'll say the regulations should be like really, really clear. Sometimes the regulations are so complex, you don't really get really what the regulations are saying. So they should be really, really clear as to what exactly are they regulating. Are they regulating the digital assets? Are they regulating the idea of just because you have the word blockchain in your business and it has to be regulated? We need the regulations to be less complex, because I do believe at the moment the regulations are so complex and also you cannot really, really understand what the regulations are saying. And there should be uniformity somehow. They should be uniform. So, because like, for example, murder is murder. So if you kill, you're killing. So it's wrong. It's a criminal offense. So there should also be like regulations that are very clear globally. So they're very clear and say, this is what you're supposed to be doing in blockchain. This is what you're not supposed to be doing. That's one thing that I would love to really, really, really see. So maybe also I would love to see resources being spread around, so that even somebody in the deepest rural areas of Botswana is able to have information and be able to know that there is this thing called Web3. You find that so at the moment, some of the people we are talking about innovating on the Web3, we're talking about the blockchain, Bitcoin, and all these kind of things. Somebody in the rural area does not know of those. Maybe because of an issue of internet not being reliable, or an issue of, the resources not reaching people. And, it's my prayer that, maybe in the future we'll see, somebody in the rural area, having the information and the resources, equal resources that somebody in the United States has. Nowadays, we talk of financial inclusion, for example, what we said when it helps in financial inclusion. But the question goes to say, how can that person be part of, the monetary system or be included financially when he does not have the information and resources to even teach him about financial inclusion? Right. So I think that's what I would love to see in the future.
Yeah, and I think your summit may be a great vehicle or a great opportunity to start sharing that information. So good luck in your summit.
Yeah, I mean, for regulation in the future, first in the United States, they've got to kind of get it together and stop ceding innovation to our global competitors, meaning they need to pass something like MiCA. And to be honest, I'm not even as, I don't need it to be perfect. I need it to be good, right? Just good, right? Right now we don't have anything. And what's going to happen is that most of the innovation in space is going to go globally because the advice from people like me, which are telling you, don't build here and don't service the United States. So they need to pass a comprehensive regulatory framework. That's number one. And then one of the real benefits of blockchain and crypto, but mostly blockchain, is that it's one of those unique opportunities in time where regulators, if we do it correctly, can now challenge assumptions for the basis of some of the rules that we currently have. That's a fancy way of saying, like the SEC and the OCC and Treasury and like all of them, CFTC, they could use this opportunity to really look at some of the rules they have, which apply to all startups and all financing, and see if the rules that we currently have really make sense, are achieving the goals that they were passed to achieve. Like at the beginning of this session, I mentioned the accredited investor rule. You should really look at that because I don't know how many people it's protecting, and I do know how many people it's harming. And there's a bunch of stuff, like a lot of the escrow rules. There's a lot of like middlemen in our financial services industry, which are getting paid a lot of money for services that I'm not sure are actually providing protections anymore. And this gives us an opportunity to actually look at that. Because if you look at remittance, for example, if you were to compare the efficiency of the SWIFT system against the efficiency of Ethereum at moving money, it's right there. You can see how fast money moves. So there's a real promise here to create efficiencies that we're failing on because there are a bunch of scammy kind of actors in the space that have kind of ruined it for everybody. So I'd really like to see them work on comprehensive regulation like MiCA, pass that, and if we do it the right way, use it as an opportunity to try to improve on the rules that we currently have.
Great. So we are about out of time. So I do want to thank both of you for joining. Alakani and Rasan, thank you for joining today. My name is Colin Thompson. It's been a pleasure to host the Racism and Crypto Regulation Challenges for Black Startups, Baraza, for the 2024 Black Blockchain Summit. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at another event.
Prophet X, Motherland. Yeah, we just do it for the culture, for the motherland. Running to the top, no, I do it for the fam. Understand we can't stop till we all free. Open eyes till I drop, till they all see. We just do it for the culture, for the motherland. Running to the top, no, I do it for the fam. Understand we can't stop till we all free. Open eyes till I drop, till they all see. We just do it for the culture, for the motherland. Running to the top.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Black Blockchain Summit's Barista. And we are going to be talking to several fabulous people in our community about a very, very important subject. I know that there are a lot of people out there that are learning about AI, really understanding or trying to understand what intellectual property looks like in the age of AI. And we have some guests here today that are going to share that information with us. So I'm going to just start by asking each one of our guests to please introduce yourself. So I'm going to start with both of the beautiful ladies. So first we're going to ask Miss Joanna Holmes to please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about you and what it is that you do in the space.
Thanks, Naja. Great to be here and have the opportunity to share with our community the importance of emerging tech. So as you said, I'm Joanne Holmes of Holmes at Law, and my focus is around intellectual property and blockchain. I help clients license and monetize brands, content, and technology.
All right. Well, thank you for that introduction. And next up, we have Marissa Curry. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Marissa Curry. I work for the Solana Foundation, particularly Solana U. And what I do there is spread information about how to get college students involved with the blockchain and with Solana, and I also create educational content onboarding people onto Solana. And what that has to do with AI and intellectual property is there's a large artist group, and we basically talk about how they can share their art most effectively and intertwine it with AI. And with obviously soon with like various art collections that have came out, particularly during the time of Art Basel, so that everyone can like keep their intellectual property safe.
All right, thank you for that. And next up, if we can hear from Mr. Jesse Fenty.
So my name is Jesse Fenty. Good morning, everyone. I am an intellectual property attorney from Washington, D.C., former patent examiner. I have my own patent practice, intellectual property practice, and I help inventors of all sizes protect their ideas, try to figure out what about their ideas can be protected, and then helping them get patents, trademarks, copyrights, whatever the case might be.
All right, well, thank you for that. And next up, we have Mr. Caleb Boyce.
Yes. Thanks, Naja. Good morning, everyone. My name is Caleb Boyce. I've been working for blockchain for a couple of years now. I started at Dapper Labs, and I'm now working at Common.xyz, which is a DAO forum and community platform. And while I was at Dapper Labs, of course, worked a lot on NFTs, but launched and ran the Black Creative Fund grant program, which is a $1.2 million fund and grant program and accelerator incubator, if you will, that we launched for with 23 Black-led projects. I'm launching dApps on Flow, and a number of them were working with NFTs and also intellectual property as well. And so with creative intellectual property, if that makes sense. And so it's pretty something personal to me as well. And I'm also a DJ and come from a musician family. So I'm pretty interested and excited about this topic to talk about.
Absolutely. Today. And so, first of all, again, I just really am happy to be here. I'm excited for our community to get this information. And one of the biggest things, and I'm just going to say in layman terms, because we're going to be speaking to people that are in the space, but we're also going to be talking to people that are not in the space and really trying to get those who are not in the space understanding what they need to do to protect themselves during this age of AI. And so for Blacks in the past, it has been very difficult at best, I will say, to protect our intellectual property for a number of different reasons. Who can really share with us why, first of all, it's important to protect your intellectual property in today's age of AI?
I think either Jesse or Jesse, you want to speak from a patent perspective, and maybe I could speak from trademark and copyright?
Sure. I was going to even open up, Naja, when you're talking about our community. My first thought was, I think a lot of the work that we do often, myself, Joanne, and other people, we have to almost inform people, what intellectual property is, what the basis of it is, and how they can, what it actually is. I think that's often something that isn't really understood, and hopefully this panel can help and people can reach out to us. But even understanding, what IP is and what the different aspects are of protecting your ideas before you even get into the point of protecting it. So that's why I always start. And so, so a patent in general is kind of something you can make. That's how I define it. People call it an invention, but I call it something that you can make. Trademark is, to me, your branding, your name, your logo, how you represent your ideas. And then copyrights is kind of written works and creative works that you can protect. So that's kind of a baseline where we should start with the conversation. Then I'll pass to Joanne to talk about some other things. But, that's always the baseline to start with the definitional aspects.
I think Jesse sets a great foundation. So effectively, if you are building a company in 2024, you are most likely building a technology company. And intellectual property is one of the key ways that we make sure that you own what you're creating. So whether you're coming up with brand names, logos, and slogans that are the trademarks that help distinguish what you're making from what your competitors are making, or whether you're creating code in either AI or in blockchain, or whether you're developing innovation, all of those things are the assets that make your business valuable and create an opportunity to build revenue through monetizing and licensing those assets. And in AI, where we know that there are larger companies and language models that are building off of the innovation, the work that has been done in the past. One of the key tools that we have under the law to protect our innovation is to own the intellectual property, own registrations, so that we can take those assets and not only monetize it, but defend ourselves against third parties using it without our consent.
Absolutely. And so with that really quickly, because I know we're going to get to Marissa and Caleb, I just want to ask, what in the space right now are you seeing as it relates to AI that we are most unprotected in? Would it be, and yeah, what would that be in our community specifically? What are the cases that you see the most where people are coming in and they're not protected? Are not getting the protection they need because they really don't understand that they need it?
Yeah, I think the main issue with when it comes to AI and the Black community is just a lack of understanding and education. And I think the more we onboard people into AI, similarly, just like what we want to do with blockchain technology, because the two can be used in tandem for creative industry, software and technology, pharmaceutical industry, as well as biotechnology. They can be used in tandem, but I just feel like in order for our community to succeed, we need to be early adapters to this, early adopt this technology in order to use it to educate ourselves and move our community forward, because it can be used as a tool for education and things of that nature. And I think that would be really great. It's just, but bottom line, it just boils down to education and access.
Absolutely. And Jesse, I know you want to chime in.
Well, she ended with the word that I was going to start with is access. And I think, to your question about how are we being, I won't say the word victimized, but the big tech companies have the money and the resources and the ability to develop, new products and new services. And so, we'll always have that disadvantage, like starting out, but like people like myself and Joanne can help to bridge the gap, help to reach our community, help get those ideas out into the world, which, people who are, small businesses, I talk to small companies all the time and they have limited budgets. But for, I'm a solar practitioner, I can help somebody with a smaller budget get their ideas, and I have the know-how to help get their ideas out into the mainstream. So that's our challenge, is fighting these companies who have access to all kinds of computer programs and software and so on. So we're fighting the big guys, but we can do it little by little, and that's why this summit is so important, to bring people together so we can pool our resources and our energies and our knowledge to help inventors and creators build companies and then protect their ideas in the marketplace.
One thing I want to mention.
Oh, sorry, absolutely. No, go ahead, Caleb.
A lot of creators, especially when they're starting early out, are looking to get their content out there and build a community, get visibility on their content and see like who likes it. Maybe they're getting some following, like, oh, more people could like this. Like, I want to broadcast this out. And it's like, if you think about that as an artist, you're like, where do I put it? And it's like, there's only a few channels really available for you to get eyeballs on your content and potentially, increase the visibility and be able to get to the point where you can then monetize that content. And so you're using Instagram, you're using TikTok and these other centralized platforms, particularly on social media. And the hazard in that is that one, generally, these platforms are centralized and they control all the content that goes in and out of that platform. So we kind of give that control initially. But it's also like, as an artist, when you're trying to get big, how else do you really get people looking at your stuff? I mean, you can go to art fairs, but it's a very specialized audience. Really, the fastest way to grow is to go on these platforms. And because these platforms are so heavily centralized, we're at a disadvantage, kind of what Adrian was saying. Jesse, sorry, I was saying. And so I think that for one thing, I was educating our Black creators when they're starting the program is like starting with NFTs and understanding how those work and why the benefit of it. But yeah, I think I actually had Joanne speak with the grant program, with the grantees, just talking like, well, what's the benefit of using NFTs? Well, IP, and like, well, what's IP? And so back to, the original point that I think we're making here is that education part is really important. But beyond that, really helping people frame, it's like, well, there's only a few ways in which you can get this out there. But if you get this out there with a copyright on it or with some intellectual property claim on it, initially, as you're starting out, it's like part of your due diligence and really framing how you want things to be presented to potential new fans, then like I think that's a really a good way to approach it, potentially an opportunity.
Absolutely. In a few minutes, I'm going to have you all tell us about some of the projects that you're working on. Oh, go ahead, Marissa.
I just had one more thing to add about the education aspect piece. I think traditionally, like there's a book called Industries of the Future, and it speaks about how if you do not get with the AI technology wave, the blockchain wave, you will be left behind. And a lot of these gaps and disparities are educational. And me being an educator and a tutor, I was an AmeriCorps teaching fellow, like you can see it firsthand in these schools. So it's basically, I think, it's about like basically getting our community together and like targeting people, like having events at libraries, things of that nature, and also like changing the way that we view technology. Because I think certain issues like within the African community, like the Tuskegee experiment, like it goes deeply as like the book Industries Exposure explained how deeply ingrained like antitrust of technology is, or like of science is in the African community, because we saw things like Henrietta Lacks and then this Tuskegee study. And so it like we don't always want to adopt new technologies, or we have a fear of AI and just erasing that, not erasing the legacy, but changing the tone in which we understands how things happen scientifically, and just saying like, hey, we know this happened, but if we are in control now, we educate ourselves early, we can be this much more ahead economically and financially.
Naja, you're on mute.
Absolutely. I didn't want to interrupt her and make sure that she got that out. But it actually, what you just said actually speaks to my next question to you all. I know that in this age of technology, it is so hard to bring our people forward, to learn and to just do it. I mean, I can't tell you the countless conversations I have with people that they just do not want to get involved. They don't want to learn anything new. They feel like they're going to be long gone from the earth before any of these things are implemented or working, and they don't understand that these things are happening now. What creative ways do you all see? And I heard, Marissa, I heard you say, libraries and getting people out for education, but what creative ways do you all think that you can maybe help one of the listeners to really help and be the change that they want to see? But what creative ideas do we have to bring Black people to the table to help them understand how vitally and critically important it is for them to understand what is going on, and not just understand what's going on, be a part of what is going on? What creative ideas do you have?
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in on that one, Naja. So I literally today am celebrating 25 years practicing law. And
all right.
Thank you. I believe as an attorney and as a Black woman.
I got to stop you and say congratulations.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. I appreciate everybody's love.
Congratulations.
As I stand here and speak to you and I contemplate what does it mean to have spent the amount of time with the privilege of being a Black woman practicing intellectual property law, managing IP in over 150 countries, I think I have a responsibility that comes with that privilege. And so I have spoken over 30 times in the United States and abroad because people need to see women and people of color in the United States and around the world standing up and saying, we belong in this space. Our talents have value. Billions of dollars have been made off of the talent of women and people of color. So whether you're an attorney, whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you are in marketing or finance, you belong in this space. The creative idea that I bring is that wealth equals choices. And so when I look back at the beginning of my career at the advent of e-commerce, and I think about all the wealth that came out of Silicon Valley, I am a graduate of Stanford. My daughter is a graduate of Stanford. I'll be damned if I'm going to continue to allow that wealth to go to a very select few people without standing up and using my voice and saying, this technology belongs to everyone, be it AI, be it blockchain, be it robotics or the Internet of Things. We have talent to bring to this space. And that's why I am about helping design strategy and implementing that to build wealth so that our voices can be heard and so that we can help shape these spaces that will impact everyone.
Yeah, so I definitely agree with everything that you said. And I think it's like, when we think about it, like I'm Gen Z, so I'm probably the youngest person on this call. But when I think about where we meet the people halfway, or where we meet the future generations, all I can think about is getting on social media and like showing and basically giving creators that are popular within like young Gen Z African Americans, like onboarding them so they can inspire the masses. And I myself do make tech content at Mari Summers, so I do make tech content, and I've got like an overwhelming like response to people like, oh, how did you do X, Y, and Z? How did you do this? How did you make this app? So the more exposure that people get early on, especially young people and people of my generation, it makes it easier for them to be able to say, like, I see someone who looks like me working in tech, using AI, like creating SaaS products. Like that means I can do it too. And it's just like reshaping the way that the young Black woman or Black man views themselves in the society and empowering them. And it starts by people like us and me making content around technology, which I've been doing on my social pages for the past 2 years.
So in the miseducation of the Negro, Charles G. Wilson explains that if you get a degree and you can only use that degree to work for, say, corporate America, and you can't use your degree to work for your people, then you've been miseducated. So I think that this summit and the work that we're doing here is that that theme, and it even goes back to the book. I think about Booker T. Washington, the book Up from Slavery. If you've never read it, it's a fantastic read. He built his own buildings. He made his own bricks, and that's what we're doing here. We're actually creating this from the the tools that are available to us. And so I make videos on TikTok and I post them on my Instagram on CIP law. And I try to explain intellectual property concepts to people in a very basic way. I look at examples like Kanye West with that Adidas, thing he had a couple of years ago. I explained, the Yeezy trademarks and I looked at the patent that Adidas had for the shoe, and I showed the public how those things combine to make a patent, to make a shoe company. And so we have people who have the knowledge. We have a responsibility, if you believe that, to share that information with people and empower them. And that's what education is all about. That's what this program is all about. And so, I've worked with NSB, the National Society of Black Engineers, for the past few years, trying to teach those engineers that they are the creators of the technology that their companies are going to use to get thousands of patents. So, if you have that mindset, you have to teach, and sometimes it's a thankless job. But if you get that, if you believe what you're doing is right, then you'll keep doing it. And so it's a challenge. I think it's a challenge that we're all, that we all embrace.
I think starting with encouraging that, just kind of following that point, Jesse, is like encouraging Black creators and potentially Black business owners and people who are working in business that, when you're putting something out there, whether it's your expression of your creativity or a product or a service, that you should be able to monetize it and have a plan for monetization to begin with. So a lot of times people are like, oh, if I can get out something like, let's say it's a really dope music track. If I can get that out there in front of enough people are gonna really like it, and then maybe I can go perform a show. And it's like, start out with hey, if I can get some music out there, it has to be protected so I can be able to monetize it at some point down the road. And really thinking about that from the beginning. It's like, well, I can get stuff out there and people really like it, and fame is really great, and the hype machine is really can be really fulfilling in the short term. But thinking more sustainably about how do I actually monetize this? How do I turn this into something that can support me? How do I make sure that my creative expression is something that belongs to me, that I can own and monetize over the short term and long term? And starting with that, I think, is really a good way to help inform people. It's like, hey, it's not just about getting people to like your stuff or finding people to like your stuff. It's actually about how do you monetize this and create a business around it, so you can support yourself and also earn back what's given to you based on your creative expression.
Absolutely. And I just want to say, I just thank you all for all of the passion that you have and the work that you're doing in the space and the giving of your information. And I know a lot of times in our community, because I do it almost every day, we have to give so much in order for people to even understand what the baseline is of what we're doing, in order for us to be able to make money, to stay in business and do some of these things. And so it becomes a little bit of charity work at the beginning. And so I want to just say thank you to each and every one of you that are on social media and that are out in the world showing individuals that there are people that look like us that are in the space, and people that that we can do whatever we put our minds to and be protected. And that's one of the things that we've seen over the years that our community has not done. I want to ask each and every one of you, if we could start with Ms. Joanne, what are you specifically working on in the space? Where do you want to see us go in the very near future? What projects are you working on today?
So I won't speak specifically to client issues because of attorney-client confidentiality, but I will say from a larger perspective, I'm really fortunate to have been recognized as a woman of the future and serve on the board of the Blockchain Law for Social Good Center. What I'm really thinking about is, how do I use my preparation, my background in this space to build policy that makes it possible for the United States to be a place where emerging technology can flourish. We know that we need to have that foundational level of regulation, law, and precedent that can help our innovators, our entrepreneurs, be able to grow blockchain and AI-based innovation here. And that's a balancing act of making sure that we're protecting consumers and small investors at the same time that we're laying a roadmap for them to be able to keep that innovation in the US. So that's really where a lot of my energy is going, around supporting our legislators at the state, federal levels to understand that this innovation is something that can create American jobs, and we need to have a policy framework that allows that to happen here.
Absolutely, and thank you for that. Marissa, can you tell me where you hope to see the space go and what you're doing to work towards that goal?
Yeah, so I like in terms of where I hope to see, I hope to onboard a lot more young African Americans because I'm really big on tech Twitter, and I see all these people my age starting like these B2B SaaS companies and everything using AI, just learning how to code really quickly. And it's never been easier of a time to learn how to code because there's Claude, there's Cursor AI, which is a really great IDE. So when I use it to code myself, so when I code, I can get like direct feedback about what I'm coding, easily ask questions. 10 out of 10 recommend that if you want to get started how to learn how to code. There's also free code camp. And there's all these tools where you can learn about AI, machine learning. Like there's Udemy, that costs money, but free code camp is free. And there's all these articles, and there's even like machine learning leak code. So if you want to learn how to code or learn about AI, now is the best time. But the thing is, I wouldn't have known about these things if I hadn't been in tech space for so long, if I was on tech Twitter. So now it's like, I know about this stuff. It's how do I share it with my community? And because I work with Solana University, I I hosted their first HBCU event at my college, Louis State, which got a lot of people
All right.
excited about blockchain. And then from then on, I also do make content on TikTok and Instagram on Mari Summers. So I've onboarded people in accelerator programs such as MLT Management Leadership of Tomorrow, which helps people learn about these high impact careers that are in the tech and finance space. And I just hope to be able to continue to make content and really educate people and get people onboarded to both free and paid resources to learn about machine learning, AI, and blockchain.
Absolutely. And before you mute, I have a question for you because you seem to be one of the younger folks of this panel. I know you and Caleb can and chime in too, and anybody can chime in. If there's a parent listening today, Marissa, what age would you say that their child needs to get involved and begin to understand what is going on in the space? What is the age that you think?
I think they can get started. Like, so for example, I started playing piano when I was 3. So I think you can get started as early as 3. You can get little technology books. Like there's like Baby Learns About Quantum Mechanics, Baby Learns About AI. There's like these books about like teaching your child about that. And I also highly, highly recommend once that kid knows how to read and write, that, like they should get Math Academy. Math Academy is basically Khan Academy on steroids. So what it is an AI-based learning platform where the child first takes a test and they have it going all the way up to pre-K. And then from there, they can learn math at a rapid pace because I just saw the winners of the Math Olympiad in the United States. There was not an African American child, and I think that's something that needs to change. And I feel like if they can use Math Academy and also Duolingo Math, which is powered by AI, and start reading books like Baby's Quantum Mechanics or just learning about different scientists and not even like and African American scientists too, like make it a focus on like there's people in the space who look like me doing this, that they can accelerate and definitely make a positive impact not only in space but in the Black community.
Yeah.
And oh yes, Caleb, please chime in.
No, it's great, Marissa. I literally while you were speaking, I was like typing these like different tools. It's like for my like and then nieces and nephews. But I think that one thing that was one of my friends said a while back was like he said, I can do anything because I know how to learn. I know how I learn best. And so really understanding how you learn and also helping your kids understand how they learn and helping to understand or looking to see how they learn. And then being able to like see what they're interested in and tying those two together. So if they're interested in some creative pursuit, like they like video games or like art or they like, music or making noise or whatever it is, I'm looking to see like how they learn new things and really understanding that and starting with that. Then once you understand how like your child or other young people learn, then you can direct them to tools like some of the tools that Marissa mentioned that really like align really well with how they learn and be able to like give them that opportunity. So finding an area of interest they have and then showing them what's possible to build on it. You can look for use cases and examples like that, but the core of it I think is really focusing early on, especially like how do you learn best and what methods or modes or practices like work well for you to be able to learn things. And it's never been easier, as Marissa was saying, with like all the different ways you can learn now and different applications and tools that are customizing approaches to learning. So I think that's probably like the place to start, regardless of age.
Absolutely. And before you mute out, we'll hear from you in reference to what you're working on in the space and what you are most passionate about moving forward.
So I'm working with DAOs and DAO governance and forums, and that's probably not the most fun thing to talk about right now. But I think that one thing I find myself doing a lot, especially I loved Chris Dixon's book, Read, Write, Own, because I work in blockchain and work in blockchain past few years and I committed to keep working in blockchain, God willing. And I think that trying to make sure that we help people understand that blockchain is infrastructure, that blockchain can be used for a lot of different ways to really solve some of these problems. And even using like blockchain in the context of this conversation for, protecting IP. So there's like PEX. I don't know if you guys are familiar with PEX.com, but like it allows you to or it goes and searches through like content that's been put out there and identifies ones that are potentially in violation of copyright or intellectual property. So being able to use that and then using blockchain as well to track or to publish essentially the content that you put out and make sure that you get that association ownership with it, and then potentially even using blockchain with cryptocurrency to get compensated as people consume that over time. And so I still I'm a blockchain maximalist, and I see like a lot of potential in the ability for us to leverage it to solve a lot of these problems in a very elegant and innovative way. And so what I'm really working on focusing on is keep making sure reminding people that this blockchain technology that we have is not just cryptocurrency. There's a lot of applications we can use for it, and it does help us solve a lot of like these problems. And being a person who's obsessed with innovation and kind of this bleeding edge stuff, like I just want to keep reminding people like that blockchain is not just crypto.
And thank you for that. And keep being a blockchain maximalist, because we need that. We definitely need it. I wish you could do something and get it done by November so we can have this vote over with and done and solidified. But with that, Jesse, if you can explain to me what you are looking forward to in the future in this space and what you're working on currently.
It's funny. I actually sent in a room reservation the other day to Martin Luther King Library in DC to kind of kick off an IP education series, which is kind of funny that we're talking about that. I love teaching. Unlike Marissa, she's Gen Z. I'm Gen X. I love kind of being in front of people and talking to people like live. I'll do online seminars, but I like the human interaction. So hopefully I can kick off a nice lecture series this fall in DC. The libraries, maybe I can work with some schools. I had a nonprofit a couple years ago, but I let it kind of expire. But maybe I'll get back into that. But I just love working with people. So like even my clients, we have myself and Joanne and other people, all of us on this call have unique information and the ability to help people, take their base idea and figure out. That's what IP attorneys do. We help people figure out what aspects of their invention can be, or their business can be protected. And then so I like that part of my job to help people create. And so the education helps with that. But then I have the other aspect where I have the legal services, the legal knowledge to help them get through the door. So, I hope to continue to keep working with good people and good ideas, which is always going on. It's funny, my education company is called Endless IP, because I understand that intellectual property is endless because ideas just keep coming every day. So, that's the work that I'm doing, and I enjoy doing it. Happy to be on this call with you all.
Absolutely. And as we wrap up, because we have just about 5 minutes left, if everyone can take a few minutes to tell us where we can find you, the name of your company again, and where we can find you on social media, and maybe even just give an email address, because there are people that are watching that are going to, I hope that we have sparked something within those individuals watching where they are going to reach out to you today and get themselves protected or get themselves educated. And so can you give us the name of your company again and where we can reach you, and an email at least?
Well, I'm still unmuted, so I'm Jesse.
Oh, go ahead,
Sorry.
Mr. Jesse, go ahead.
Oh, I was still up. So yeah, people find me on LinkedIn. My name Jesse Fenty, or my website is, my law firm is Fenty IP Law. My email is Jesse@Fenty IP Law. So it's a common name like Rihanna Fenty. So
I was just about to ask that. Right. I was going to say, I know this. We're talking about AI, but are you Rihanna's cousin?
I could be. We all have Bayesian roots from Barbados, so we could be.
All right.
At least we're on the same. We're on the same plantation. So yeah.
All right. Well, that's a good foot in for the youngsters to start telling them. I may be related to Rihanna, and that'll get you in there quicker than anything. So, well, thank you for that, Miss Joanne.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity. So again, I'm Joanne Holmes. The best way to reach out to me is actually via LinkedIn, because then I can follow you and you can follow me as I try to educate and highlight opportunities for the community in emerging technology. My website is Holmes, like Sherlock, not as cool as Rihanna, but holmes@law.com. So LinkedIn and holmes@law.com are the best ways to follow the work I do and connect with me.
And thank you for that. Yes,
Sorry, so I'm on LinkedIn as well, Caleb Boyce. I just updated my name here on the call so you can see how it's spelled. But and then you can also follow me on Twitter at Voice of Reason, although I'm not that active there. The best place to reach me is on LinkedIn. And that's the best way.
Absolutely. And Marissa?
So you can find me on LinkedIn at Marissa Curry. I'm pretty active on LinkedIn. I am also active on Twitter at Mari and then Summers with an extra F. I make tech content on Instagram at marisummers.tech. And it's everywhere you can find me.
Absolutely.
Also Mari Summers on Twitter, sorry.
No, you said Mari Summers on X?
Twitter. Yeah, Twitter. On Twitter, Instagram, marisummers.tech, LinkedIn, Marissa Curry.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you to each and every one of you for really sharing your knowledge and sharing the passion. And I really want to thank you for the work that you're doing in our community, because it is so much needed. And I just want to continue to ask those that are watching today to really begin to think about how you can reach out and get those around you to really understand this space and how important it is that we get involved, and reach out to these experts on the line today and really make sure that you are asking the questions that you need and really getting the information. Marissa talked about some free tools and Caleb talked about some free tools and some things that you can utilize. And you can utilize those things to make and monetize so that we can go and pay the attorneys and the individuals that we really need to protect us, because we definitely need them behind us. And I'm speaking coming from a place where so much intellectual property and things that I have come out with over the years in this crypto space that have been taken because I wasn't properly protected. And so, a lot of people may be listening to this and say, you know what, well, I can't afford to go get that done, or I can't afford to hire this professional. I will sit here today and tell you, you cannot afford not to get individuals to make sure that your intellectual property is safe. And so with that, again, I want to say thank you to you all. And I was over here on the West Coast, it was a little bit early, and I was thinking about coffee, and I said barista, but this is a baraza. I caught myself and I said, you know what, I got to correct that. So again, I want to say thank you for sharing your information on this Black intellectual property in the age of artificial intelligence. You all have an incredible, blessed rest of your day, and I look forward to seeing you all on the top in AI. because the bottom, when people figure this out, is going to be way too crowded. And as it was so eloquently stated, we have an opportunity to build the bricks and not just walk into the house. We can build the bricks. So you all have an incredible rest of your day, and thank you so much for your time.
Legendary history for my people like it's February. February time on time, feeling legendary. Legendary history for my people like it's February. February time on time, feeling legendary. Legendary history for my people like it's February. February time on time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. Making hip hop, make their lips drop. Two-stepping on these races like a TikTok. I've been trying to make them jump like I'm crisscross. Fruity Loops making beats.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Black Blockchain Summit Fireside Chat. We are just so excited to come to you today because we have a very important topic that we need to discuss. And this is actually one of the first times that I've been asked to either be on or moderate a panel on a topic in the cryptocurrency space that is important to all of us. We have just the queen. We have the queen. We have the queen that is here today. I'm going to have her introduce herself, but we're going to be talking for the next few minutes and sharing with you what keeping family first on a cryptocurrency, on a crypto journey looks like, or what it should look like, or what you should aspire for your life to look like, because we know that family is very, very important. And so we have the queen here, and I am super excited. I had to wear a special jacket today that she gave me. I just absolutely love it. And I appreciate her. I appreciate all of her work and all of the things that she has done in the space. And I'm going to just have her introduce herself because the queen is here. And welcome.
Thank you so much, Naja. Oh, that's so humbling. Yeah, my name is Alakanani Trilling. So I'm mostly known as the Bitcoin lady in the space. So I've been in this journey for quite some time. And I'm super excited of this conversation because I do believe, we'll get to know more about what I do, some of the challenges that, I face, and, how I've been able to keep my head up despite all the circumstance that one has to go through in the space. So yeah, I'm Alakanani Drilling, or just call me Bitcoin lady. Yeah.
All right. Yes. So Bitcoin lady, so that people really understand what it takes in its totality, tell us a little bit about what you do and some of the challenges that you've been facing as of late.
Yeah. I'm a Bitcoin educator. I always believe that I am one. I've been running the Satoshi Center for quite some time now. So what we basically do, we just educate people about the blockchain. My vision in the very beginning of things was, to make sure that I educate people about Bitcoin is. If you are one of the people that have been following my journeys from 2012, you'll find that there were times that I'll walk in the streets and I'll be talking to people in the streets about Bitcoin, asking them, what is Bitcoin? Have you ever heard of Bitcoin? And then I'll start telling people about Bitcoin is. And from the street, I tried to build a center, which is the Satoshi Center. It has not been easy. It has been hard for me, more especially, being a family person, being married and having a kid. And sometimes it becomes so hard to kind of focus on what you really, really want to do. Like what I love the most, what I love more than anything is Bitcoin. That's why I call myself Bitcoin lady, because it's one thing that I really want to focus on, and then, but at the same time, you find yourself, having to hold some meetups at the center, which are not Bitcoin related, not because you don't love Bitcoin, but because somehow you have to make end meet to make sure that you feed your family. So, but at the end of the day, I love Bitcoin. If there's the biggest thing that I'm dreaming of for the future is for me to see Bitcoin, taking over Africa and people understanding it better. Because what I've come to realize, especially in my country, is that people don't understand Bitcoin really that much. That is why you see a lot of people falling into scams and scams and scams and scams and scams. And sometimes when you try to make them understand or differentiate between things, they really don't want to understand because they want to make money very quick. So which becomes kind of a challenge for someone like me to try and say, okay, I see you want to come out of poverty, but there's a better way of doing it instead of doing what you do. So I guess the biggest challenge for me is to really reach people with the right information. And number two, to be able to do it, but at the same time, not being unable to feed my family. So I guess that's for me, that's the thing.
Absolutely. So when you say, and so let me just preface my questions with a statement. So I understand exactly what you're feeling. I've watched you over the years. You definitely had your Satoshi Center and doing what you were doing before I opened my center in California, in Los Angeles. And I really understand exactly what you're saying about the entrepreneurship journey, but at the same time, really wanting to make sure that family is around and included and that you have the time to spend with the family. What other types of events have you had to have at your Satoshi Center in order to make ends meet? What types of events?
I think mostly it's like, for example, Stella. I have done an event for Stella, for example, where they want to talk to developers. So most of the events that have happened in my center were developer related, where like Stella will say that we want to have an event and we want to teach people about Stellar chain. And then, we bring people in, and then the guys at the center kind of like help people around or who have come to the event to teach them about Stellar. That's one of the examples that we have done. We have done a Cardano event where people come and then we teach them about what Cardano is and what Cardano does. We've had an event where Binance wanted to, that one was not done in my center, but I was instrumental in bringing them to Botswana, where they wanted to like have and a meetup to educate people about what blockchain is, what Bitcoin is. So that's some of the events that I have. I had an ICP event where they came and I wanted to have a group of developers to learn about their blockchain and get people to build on the ICP blockchain. Those are some of the events that I have. But most of the time, the events that I have, which are mine, are Bitcoin related most of the time, where I just talk to people what Bitcoin is, and also I try to protect people up on scams. And I had events whereby we have got Bitcoin Pizza Day. We've had many Bitcoin Pizza Day, except this year because I felt like I was not financially stable enough to be able to do that one. So this year is the one that I missed it. But most of the time I have all the Bitcoin Pizza Day. I've been holding them in my center, and I've been teaching people about that. And I have an event that is coming next year in May. It was supposed to be in September, but we moved it because of the coming elections and all that. So we've got a bigger event where now I approached the Ministry of Entrepreneurship. So I wrote them a proposal to say I want to educate people about what blockchain is, and even educate people in governments about what blockchain is and what it can do for my country. And I organized the summit, which is coming up in September. So most of the people that I've called around in Africa, to just come and educate the people that matter, because I feel like the people that matter really don't really know the blockchain tech. They don't really know, they don't really know in deep. What they know is what is happening in the space, which are mostly the scams. So the whole idea of the summit is to like bring knowledge to the people that matter, to the people that are doing the regulations, the real people that are, making policies for us. So that's why now I decided, okay, let me have this event. And now I'm praying to God that the event becomes successful, because when I've done that, I'll feel like, okay, I've really reached the people that matter. If I can reach the people that matter, who knows what will come after this? So maybe we'll see a little more acceptance, a little more adoption of the blockchain technology, a little more acceptance of the Bitcoin. So because we cannot talk about blockchain without talking about Bitcoin, we cannot separate the two. So yeah, so those are some of the stuff that I have done.
Okay. And I hear your passion. I hear your pain. I feel exactly what you're saying. And that brings us into the topic that we're here for today. How do you have and keep a balance of family on this cryptocurrency journey? Because there's a lot of work to do. And most of the time you find it that you're doing it yourself because you're the most passionate about doing it. And you don't really have the funding to hire a bunch of people to do it. And you become the person that does it all. So how do you keep a balance with family life?
Yeah, for me, I think I've been blessed enough in the sense that my husband, at the end of the day, ended up understanding what I'm doing. So when I started the journey, being an educator in Bitcoin space, I learned it when I was trying to get help for my son, who later passed away. And after that, I told my husband that, what I have learned about this Bitcoin thing, I feel like if I can educate more people, it will have like some kind of use. It will have some kind of, deliverance it will deliver my people somehow. So when I started my first meetup, I think there were only about 10. And the 10th person there was my husband. So he attended the event. So out of those 10 people, he was the 10th one. So he understood, and then he started attending the meetups that I do. So I'll say for him, he's been my support structure. Even when I travel, I have to go and, in speaking engagement, I have to tell him that, I want to go there. Sometimes of course it's an issue of when you go there, they're paying you. What are they, what are you benefiting from this? Then I'll say, okay, what I'm benefiting out of this, if I'm not paid for that, what I'm benefiting is the knowledge. When I come back from there, I'm meeting people with different information that I'll never get when I'm home. I'll get more resources which I won't get when I'm home. So I'm getting a network which I won't get when I'm home. So that on its own, it helped me, because he's supportive enough. He's helped me to develop it enough to grow. So the balance is to make him understand that this thing it's bigger than me. Bitcoin is bigger than me as an individual. But when I get it, more people will get even much more, liberated. They will get more financial liberation. They'll get even knowledge that, they might go and start something even bigger than what I'm doing, which has been like my vision. If I educate people and then I have more people getting into it and understanding, and we'll see adoption happening. So for me, that's how I'll say I've been blessed enough that he understands that I have to do this thing. It's like a calling. It's like when you have got a husband or a wife who is a pastor, that in the middle of the night, he might receive calls to say, hey, somebody needs prayer. So for him, he's like that. He knows that, that's one of the callings that my wife has. He's always talking about Bitcoin, even when I go through challenges, because sometimes I go through challenges that I never envisioned will happen to me, especially that I've been true to my calling. But there are times that I find myself, being in the wrong side of the law for reasons that I never even understood how I got myself there. And I didn't even get myself there. Somebody decided to okay, let me throw them under the bus. And, I find myself there. But at the same time, my husband will be like, it comes with what you are doing. There'll be somebody who will just be saying things that don't make sense. It comes with that, with what you are doing. And then you get that, relief. You get that, okay, I still have to keep on pushing. I still have to keep on going until the time I feel like, okay, I have to retire now and then and sit. So that's how I balance. I think the balance comes from the support that I get from him.
Absolutely. And I don't want to discount anything that you said, because you said some very important things that I want to bring out. But first and foremost, let me say to you, thank you for your strength and my condolences to you. I heard you say that you lost a child, and I just don't, none of us understand that, but I know that just because of who you are and the strength that you have, I just want to say condolences to you and thank you for continuing to push and move on. And as it relates to your husband being the backbone and really supporting you, a supportive spouse is what you absolutely have to have in this space.
Yeah.
And
True.
you take him with you to travel, and he understands what's going on. He understands the calling. And again, I think we're living parallel lives because I have a very supportive husband. He goes with me as I travel and talk about Bitcoin. And there have been times, and people don't understand that. We have families, but there are times when we're not paid to speak. I've even been in the position where I have paid for my airline ticket and my hotel room to get somewhere to do some education because, I felt the need to do that. And the tour that we take every year across the United States, most of that is self-funded, and it takes away from our families. And so when you find yourself in a position, and everybody thinks you have all the money because you are the Bitcoin lady, right? Or you are the queen of crypto, as they would call me. But they feel like we should have it and we should do it. And so just give me, and I know it doesn't really have to do with family. It does, because we've got to take care of our family. But what have been the challenges of you getting funding for your Satoshi Center?
I've never received any funding.
Never received any funding. Isn't that interesting?
So I think the only support that I've been getting was like when Stacy and Max, Stacy Herbert and Max Kaiser, they've been kind of like, they'll be like talking to people on Twitter. Okay, and then people will be like, keep giving $200, $100. The maximum, I think the biggest somebody has ever given, like in a large sum, was somebody who gave $1,000 once. And I've never received like the funding whereby I'm like, okay, you've received this big amount of money, run the center for a year or for 2 years. The best thing that any company has ever done for me, I do believe, was PEX4. PEX4 did adopt us for like a year to do some education for them. We will be teaching people about Bitcoin. They'll be giving us topics to be teaching people about. And then that's the one company. But in terms of just support, not proper funding, support. I had Bitcoin. It was called Play Better. I had Bitcoin. Bitcoin were like supporting my journey from 2013. Whenever I have like meetups, I have like events like Bitcoin Pizza Day. If I wanted to hold an event like Bitcoin Pizza Day, I'll talk to Marvin Jones of Bitcoin. I'll talk to him and say, look, I want to have an event, and then he will support the event. That's one person who will be like always be there when I wanted to do like events. I have this event, then he will support me. I have this event, then he will support me. So that's the kind of support I have been having, not whereby somebody will say, okay, I'm funding Satoshi Center to run as a center. No, I haven't gotten to that stage yet. Yeah, no.
And let me just say, and you should, for the time that you put in and the center that you have, our ecosystem should be supporting us and supporting you. And so we're going to just keep pushing forward and know that those things are coming. As it relates to your child that you have now, how do you incorporate your child into the business and what you're doing in the Bitcoin space?
He's smart. He's smart. So I'll give you that. His name is Bakang. He's very smart, and he understands what Bitcoin is. I remember one time when he was saying to me, Mama, you are Bitcoin lady. So does it mean that you are the one who founded Bitcoin? So he was asking. He was asking me, I'm the one. No, he was not even asking me. He was saying, oh, you are the one who did the Bitcoin. That's your money. You are the one who did the Bitcoin. I said, no, I'm not the one. I'm not the one. So he thought like I'm the one who founded Bitcoin. I said, no, I'm not the one. So he knows that Mama is Bitcoin lady. He knows that Mama runs Satoshi Center. He knows that. He knows that I'm just super crazy about Bitcoin, because I always kind of like tell him, because he sees some of the stickers on my laptops. My laptop is what it has, these stickers, Bitcoin stickers and stuff. So he knows that Mama is like really, really involved in Bitcoin. So, and he's also like somebody who's like very tech savvy. He's 12, he'll be turning 13 in November. So I'm praying to God that, as he grows, he's gonna like want to be the guys that adopt Bitcoin in whatever that he'll be doing in the tech space. So he understand Bitcoin. So whenever like I'm having Bitcoin pizza day, he is there. Whenever I'm having like events, he's there. Like I remember the last one that he went, it was in April or in February? We're having a no one's event. We were teaching people about Bitcoin, and he was like raising his hand, asking questions. I was like, "Is that my son?" You know, I was very proud. I was super proud. I was like, "Man, my son is asking questions. You know, he shows that he understands the conversations that we're having about Bitcoin and about opening wallets." And he was talking about even hacking. I remember he was talking about all that. So he's like super smart. So I do believe in the coming 3-4 years, he'll be one of the person who will be running my vision. I do believe so.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And congratulations on that. And
Thank you.
I know that there are big things to come from the big Bitcoin lady's son.
Yeah.
This is good. It's something, it's knowledge and it's just an incredible thing that we're able to pass on to our children being in the Bitcoin space, because they're ahead of what everyone else is doing around them, especially their age. And so do you ever take time? And I'm going to ask this, do you ever take time? And you've been going since 2013. I've only been going since 2017 as a center. So you have some time on me. Do you ever take time and just shut down and say, hey, I'm not going to do anything in this space for the next month or the next 3 months, or just really give and devote that time to the family?
Yeah, it's, because sometimes you feel like, okay, I've given my time like this, especially I'll say in my country, I've given time, I've tried to educate people, and I'm at the time where I feel like people are not getting it. Once I have taught them this to protect them, they still run to the scams. Sometimes it really hit my heart so hard. You come at that point where you feel like maybe I'm in the wrong space, or I'm in the wrong country. Definitely the wrong country. I always feel like I'm in the wrong country sometimes. I remember last year I went through the most difficult time of my life. I don't think I shared that thing with a lot of people. I guess maybe I shared with John and Chris. I received first I wanted to change some of my Bitcoins in an exchange, and my money got stuck. So I didn't understand what was happening. And then I tried to call the exchange. The exchange were just doing this, not giving me proper straight answers as to what was happening. I ended up finding myself going to the regulator to go and ask the regulator, I have money in this exchange, but they're not giving me money. And later I learned that, the regulator told me that, we are investigating something, like I'm part of the investigation. I'm part of the people who have been investigated. I'm like, what did I do to be investigated by the regulator? So at that time, the regulator did not tell me anything. This thing went on for about 8 months. I'm talking 8 months where I'm sitting here not understanding what is happening. I'm sitting there questioning myself, like, I've been in this space for long. I've been doing proper things. I've never even once, there is nobody in Botswana who can raise their hands and say, Allah made me join a scam, or Allah made me join a Ponzi scheme. And here I was entangled, in issues of scams and having my life disrupted because, I was being investigated as part of a scam or whatever. That was the moment that was like really, really hard for me. And later on I learned that the reason why I was being part of it, somebody came to me, they wanted to do a peer-to-peer. They wanted me to buy them some USDT. And I went and then I took funds from them, and I wanted to buy USDT from that exchange, only to learn that the person who was buying the crypto was part of a Ponzi scheme. So they thought like I was like part of the Ponzi scheme. I was like, no, this person, you can even see my messages. That's one thing that exonerated me. I showed them that when the person contacted me, said, hey, do you remember me? I used to buy crypto from you. My name is blah, 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 blah. I said, no, I don't remember you. Can you show me your photo? And then he showed me, oh, I remember you. Now you've grown big. He said, no, I wanted to buy some USDT from you. And then I got myself in trouble for that. I found myself with the regulator, and I found myself, my account, being frozen. I've been having the bank threatening to close my bank account. And I found myself, and then I found myself in that situation whereby I'm like, I've been so truthful. I've been so honest, and I can put my head on the chopping board to say I have never in my journey of crypto found myself doing any scams. I've never joined a Ponzi scheme, but here I am. My head is on the chopping board. My life is being disrupted. I'm somebody who's supposed to protect me doesn't want to protect me. Somebody who's supposed to say to me, I know this person, he will never be on a Ponzi scheme. They didn't want to protect me. They just threw me under the bus. That was the moment like I began to question myself. I said, man, am I in the right space? If people who know me are not even here to defend me, am I in the right space? Those were the moments where I felt like quitting last year. And this thing went on until, remember, it started in July. It went on until February of 2024. From July 2023 to February 2024. I had to fight for my reputation. I have to fight for who I am. I have to stay true to who I am and tell people who I am. And I was feeling like, but the people who know me were not there to protect me. The people in the space who know me were not there to protect me. They were like, no, but the regulator said, but what about you? You know me. I cannot be like that. Those were the moments. But, I felt like quitting at that moment. I felt like if people who are like here closer to me and they know me, but they can't protect me, and I'm going through all this, it was the most difficult season of my life. It was difficult with no business coming in because I couldn't do anything for crypto. They were not allowing me to do anything for crypto. I couldn't do, those meetups, they helped me to make money, to have money in the thing. And I couldn't have money in the house. My husband was working for an exchange. He ended up not working for it, because of this thing that was, somebody just piled on us and say we are part of this thing, which wasn't true. And it was sad. That was the moment for me where I felt like I want to quit. But as time of just wanting to have time with my husband, I always try by all means to, give him all the time, because he is a farmer. He loves farming. I always try by all means to give him that time and always, spend time with my family. Because most of the time I'm here, my center is in Gaborone. I only, separate with them when I go for events, like when I go for a blockchain event or a Bitcoin event outside the country. That's the only time I kind of separate with them. But most of the time I'm with them. But the moment I wanted to quit was these 8 months. I wanted to quit because I felt like people have just put my head on the chopping board and nobody was rescuing me to say, but I know Allah. I know she loves Bitcoin with all her heart and she won't do anything to jeopardize her name. She won't do anything to mess up her reputation. But at that moment, there was nobody to rescue me. It was me against the law, me against whatever was happening at that time until I was exonerated, until they've done their they take their time investigating until I was, so, until they felt like, okay, it was time for, no, we know you, we know it, we have seen that you are educating people, continue doing what you are doing. But the pain that I went through in 8 months was too much.
Yes. But I do want to say this because of our topic. You did not do it alone. You had your fabulous husband and your son, wife side, and family is what kept you going. And the fact that your husband didn't say, you know what, just throw in the towel and move on. We got to move on. And again, we have so many things in our lives that are parallel. You will, when we finally can sit down and talk, you will be like, man, that is something. But I want to thank you for being so open and transparent. I want to make sure that everybody knows who you are, where you are, because we didn't tell everybody what country in Africa that we are talking to you from.
Botswana.
Botswana.
Yes, of
Yes,
course.
Botswana. And so for those of you that are here in the United States of America, that listen to me as I educate, I've been saying Black folks in America are going to have to find some place to live. So Botswana could be one of your choices because there's a Satoshi
Yep.
Center there. So how do the listeners get in contact with you as we wrap up? How do they get in contact with you?
On Twitter, I'm at Bitcoin Lady. That's on Twitter. You can then we can have a chat from there at Bitcoin Lady.
Okay.
That's
Twitter,
that's my handle.
Bitcoin Lady.
Yeah, it's
Absolutely.
Bitcoin Lady. Yeah.
And for the Satoshi Center, is there a website that they can look at for the Satoshi Center?
Yeah, we have got two websites. We have got satoshicenter.io, which is Satoshi Center. The center is CENTRE. So that's the center, satoshicenter.io. And then we've got satoshicenter.org, which is the one for the summit. That's the one for the summit.
Okay. And the one that's satoshicenter.org, that's still spelled CENTR.
Still the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We want to make sure that everybody is able to contact you. Well, Ala, I just have to say thank you so much for being the strength of the cryptocurrency space in Botswana and being the strength as a mother and being the strength as a wife and being a strength as an educator. And if the community hasn't told you thank you, I want to tell you thank you in advance for educating so that when we come to live there, you have already started planting the seed and people know that you're there. They know that we're here. They just they're and we're gonna have and I know you don't do this for the fame and the glory and all those things, but I just want to tell you to keep your head up, stay strong. It is coming, change is coming, and things are going to turn in our favor, and they're going to turn in your favor, and just continue to be the fabulous mother and wife and educator that you are. We appreciate you and have an incredible rest of your evening.
Plenty rest, pretty wife, having plenty sex, eating better steak and shrimp up in the household. Mama lost a job, thankful that we got dough. Never fold, we just learn to just turn the page. Thankful for the grind I had in my early age. Black rage, I've been angry at the world, man. White supremacy engulf us like a whirlwind. I'm just thankful for my family and my real friends. We just do it for the better, gotta make amends. Know I sin, but I came from the real, bro.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are around the world. My name is John Wanaina Karanja, founder of Melanin, which is a Web3 startup based in the distributed energy sector. I am also the co-founder of the Black Blockchain Summit, which is the reason we're here today. And today it's a pleasure to have Mr. Frank Kenye, who is one of the product leads at Gemini, to give us a masterclass about staking as a technology within the blockchain space and how we as a Black community can leverage staking to increase our income or to add value to our Web3 businesses or our own personal endeavors. So without further ado, Frank, karibu sana to the Black Blockchain Summit, and kindly give us an introduction on who you are and what you do.
Hi, thank you for having me here. As you mentioned, I am a product manager at Gemini. So I have been at Gemini for about 4 years now. My background is in fintech. And essentially what we do is we build new blockchain features for customers, and we interact with blockchain systems and try to simplify the use case for the average user. So I look forward to the questions that we're going to have and to talk about staking. Staking, really, to understand what it is, we might need to go back to the to the genesis of Bitcoin. It started as proof of work, which means that you had computers who were competing against one another to essentially verify that transactions were accurate on the blockchain and appending new transactions to the blockchain. So you can think about it as a set of computers taking in blockchain data of transactions, validating that, and then proposing it. And you have all the computers verifying that the data is accurate. Once they verify that it is accurate, that new data set gets appended to the blockchain. This process, as you can imagine, was very energy intensive because you had to have these computers being online and competing for this chance of finding a new block. Whoever got to append the block got rewarded in crypto. So this is sort of the premise of what staking is. So staking is essentially fulfills the same function. It is a feature on the blockchain that ensures that there is security and that new blocks are being created. Ethereum, when the Ethereum community realized that proof of work was very energy intensive, they decided to move to proof of stake. So proof of stake is essentially the outcome is the same. We need to have new blocks. We need for them to be secure, but the consensus on how a new computer is chosen to create the new block is different. In the proof of stake system, it is essentially every validator on the network has equal chance of being picked. So you can think about it as, and if there are only 2 validators in this network, instead of who has the most powerful computer winning, it just becomes like a game of like we both have 50% chances of winning. So that removed the need of this sort of like race war that was happening in the Bitcoin minting and proof of work minting system. So staking is meant to address this energy waste that was happening with proof of work, but essentially the outcome is the same, to build a safer, decentralized way of appending new blocks to the blockchain.
Great. So you've given a great comparison of staking with a proof of stake with proof of work. What are the pros and cons between the two? Because from my own research, I understand that they both have pros and cons. So which scenario would staking be better than mining, for example?
Yeah, no, that is a great question. I think I am not here necessarily to take sides of which one is better, but I think that we can sort of go into the pros and cons. Let's start with proof of work, right? So proof of work is a system that is built that anyone can just have a computer, just run it and start creating and validating blocks. So in that sense, you don't need to put down any collateral. You don't need to put down any upfront payment except for the infrastructure that you have to build. And also is more inclusive to use proof of work. Those are the good things about proof of work. The downside of proof of work is when a network, like we've seen with Ethereum before it switched, with Bitcoin, with many of these proof of work networks, it is that as they become popular, the computer power needed to keep the process of validating and adding new blocks become very expensive. So that becomes something that, depending on how you think about energy and, and global warming and all of the energy consumption crisis, that could become unsustainable if you have, let's say, 1,000 network like Bitcoin out there, right? Whether that will become reality is still to be seen. So that is sort of one of the downside of the proof of work system. The proof of stake, the good thing about proof of stake is you don't have this computer challenge. You don't have this computer power issue. Like the network has a minimum requirement you need to have. For example, for Ethereum, you have to put your 32 ETH into the system. Once you have that, you have to meet the minimal spec requirements. Your validator needs to be online. Once you meet that requirement, it doesn't matter if you have the most sophisticated computer, you guys will all have the same chances of validating blocks. So it's more sustainable to run 1,000 blockchains using proof of work than running 1,000 blockchain using it's more sustainable to run 1,000 blockchain using proof of stake than running 1,000 blockchain using proof of work. The downside, however, with proof of stake is that you need to put some token into the system. So when we talk, something I did not mention about proof of stake earlier is that for you to run your staking system in a proof of stake, you have to pledge some of usually the native token of that network. So if you want to stake on Ethereum, you have to put some ETH or some Ether into your validator. And that is sort of like a pledge that you're making to the network that you're going to be operating in good faith. And what that means is you're not going to lie. So really you saw address A, send crypto to address B. You're not gonna try to mess up with the numbers. If you act in good faith, you get rewarded. If you try to act in bad faith, or if your computer is not performing enough to provide the right information, you will lose a portion of your stake. And in some cases, you might lose all of your stake. So there is like a downside of proof of stake, is that you actually might lose some of your crypto. The other thing that I can think about it being negative for proof of stake, it would be the chance that now, given that it's just who has the most crypto. Like that just means that, okay, someone with a lot of money can just buy a lot of crypto. If the network isn't fully decentralized, you can take it over that way. So you kind of have that attack vector being a little bit more of who has the most crypto, which, in the crypto community, there are many whales. So you only take a few whales to work together. And once that happens, a lot of things can go wrong for the network. And proof of stake, just by the nature that you have to put some crypto in, is less inclusive. And some network have minimums. Like for Ethereum, you need to have 32 ETH. That is around that is a lot of money given the current price today. So proof of work, the good thing is you don't need to have any crypto to start, just your infrastructure. The downside is it cuts a lot of energy. Proof of stake, you don't waste the energy, but the thing is you have to put some asset in that could get slashed, or that could get penalized, or you can lose them. And also the attack is just a matter of who has the most crypto.
Great. I think it's very interesting because I work in the proof of work sector, and certainly when you're talking about Bitcoin, the investment you need to be able to mine a few satoshis is also quite significant. So I think they share that challenge with proof of stake for Ethereum, for example, in the sense that you do need to provide some sort of capital, whether it's through buying machines or putting in some tokens. So how does staking, or how is that particular issue resolved in staking? Because I've heard of delegated staking, for example. There are innovations trying to solve those two problems, both in proof of work and in proof of stake.
So the setup or the challenge is saying you have to invest in the infrastructure to put some Satoshi, and you're wondering how staking solves this issue?
Yeah, because for proof of work, you can have side chains that do merge mining, for example, which is what we do at Melanin, and that gives incentives for lower power devices, for example. And in staking, there's something called delegated staking, which goes around the problem of having a lot of capital, which, as you said, can be an obstacle. So can you maybe speak to delegated staking as a way to sort of resolve this particular issue of capital?
Yeah. So delegated staking is because as we spoke for Ethereum, it requires 32 ETH, which is quite a lot. And in many cases, even just as you mentioned earlier, the cost of infrastructure could also be another barrier of entry. So dedicated staking attempt to solve this issue by saying it doesn't matter how much crypto you have, even if you only have 1 cent of crypto, we can help you secure the protocol, and you can also rip off or enjoy the reward of the network. The way that this works is you are going to have, in many cases, like a validator provider that is good at validating blocks, appending new blocks. They're going to start running the infrastructure on that network. And they're going to now say, okay, I need to have some kind of backing, because in a lot of time in proof of stake networks, what happened is the validator, like the person that controls the most stake or the most validator amount, right? Like in Ethereum, one validator is 32 ETH. So whoever has the most validator is like someone with 5 validators have 5 times the amount of chances of finding like a block compared to someone with only 1 validator. And different networks have different mechanism. In the case of, let's say, Solana or even Polygon, those are dedicated proof of work. The validator with the most crypto dedicated to them have the highest chances of validating blocks and appending them. So in a dedicated proof of stake system, what happens it is that someone runs the infrastructure, and other crypto holders pledge their crypto to them. Usually there is no minimum, so you can pledge whatever that you want, and this is usually based on reputation. So the validator that has a reputation of having fewer slashes and really earning the most reward will likely attract the most delegation. And this is sort of how some proof of stake system tackle the issue of infrastructure and barrier of entry by having someone who's really good at running validators take care of that, and token holders pull their token into that validator to make sure that it serves as a pledge to the network.
Nice. So how do the staking pools work in that sort of setup of delegation?
How does a staking pool work?
Yeah.
Different network have different ways of setting it up. So we can talk about maybe the case of Solana. So in the case of Solana, what happens it is that the validator will have a list of parameters that they are going to set. That could be that for every reward that I earn, I'm going to keep 10%. And that will be the validator maintenance fee and things like that. And the pool actually, customers, and this is very important, especially at Gemini, where we need to keep our customer assets safe. Customers are not moving their crypto into the validator. This is like a very important point. The customers have their crypto in a wallet. Most of the time, that crypto is secure. What they are doing is they are attesting to some contract linked to that validator saying we are backing up this validator. So the validator cannot just take the asset from the pool. The pool is simply a pointer to a list of addresses holding crypto who are pledging who are pledging to help the validator do some work. And obviously, as they point to this smart contract that is linked to the validator, the network can do things. Like if they're slashing, it's not the validator taking it from your account. It is most likely going to be the network saying, because you have pledged to a validator and that validator has not behaved properly, we are going to take or burn some of your crypto. So I don't know if you have some other mechanism or feature of the pool that you wanted to cover, but that is sort of like the setup.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. Assuming I have, for example, a Starlink connection, is it possible for me to set up my validator at home instead of relying on delegating or using staking pools?
If you have Starlink?
Yeah, if I have a good internet connection.
So it's not just internet connection. It also has to do with your infrastructure. So yeah, so good internet connection, the most like the latest like software for that network that you're running, making sure that network is maintained. And you also need to make sure that like whatever crypto you're using, your keys are safe. Assuming you have all of that covered, you can run your own validator, but that comes with quite enormous costs in many cases. And we can talk about a little bit, if you think about Polygon, the EVM network. Polygon, essentially what Polygon does is they have in order to make their blockchain fast, they have set the number of validators that the network could have. So I think they have something like between 100 and 130 validators, and people bid for those spots. So on something like Polygon, unless you have been pre-selected to be a validator, you cannot run your own validator. You only need to delegate. You don't have any other avenues. So that could be a barrier of entry, even if you have the best software, the best internet, and the capital to get the infrastructure. Now, you also have the case of Solana, which, there is no limited set of validator. Anyone can join the network. But the barrier of entry with Solana is you need a very heavy investment upfront to be able to run the infrastructure. So if on Solana you have enough crypto to justify running your own validator, then that makes sense. But if you only have, let's say, 10 Solana, running a validator might not be the best economically advisable way of doing it. So it depends on the network. I'm sure there are some networks out there, like maybe, I don't know which one would be cheap to run, but it really depends on the network. But you certainly need to have good internet connection to be able to run a validator.
All right. So you work for Gemini. How does Gemini, come into the staking game and simplify the process for, the average Joe?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and that's something we have been working on for quite some time. As we kind of touch on like the different aspect of staking, Gemini, our core strength is security. It is just like making sure that your crypto asset is safe, and this means having like very robust key signing system, wallet key management. And I think everything with crypto starts there. It starts with security. Now you need to have this key, moving some crypto, signing some contract, interacting with the blockchain. So building a safe pipeline for our customer to be able to interact with the blockchain world without leaking any sort of like information that could compromise them. That is really much our pipeline. Now we're thinking, what features and service can we enable customers to do? If you were to stake your own asset today, you have to maintain your own key, you have to run the infrastructure, you have to have the good connection, you have to keep track of like all of the upgrades, you have to know how to code. Gemini simplifies that for the average user. So the average user has an account on Gemini. You log in, you deposit crypto, you click on the button, and your asset is staked. What we're doing in the background is actually making sure that we keep your assets safe during the whole staking process, making sure that the nodes, the infrastructure that the staking system is leveraging is up to date with the latest software, and that is well connected to the internet, that whenever there is a new upgrade coming out, we support them, we monitor like a reward, are they optimal, are they not? If not, how can we improve it? And this is sort of what we have been sort of providing to the ecosystem. And we have worked with, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but just recently Purpose in ETF that launched like in Canada work with Gemini to get that going. So we are really trying to bridge the gap between the world of crypto and just like the average, whether it is a purpose, whether it is an average Joe, really trying to meet the customers where they're where the challenges are. And yeah, so we have worked with various customers in various setup, and really it's all about taking the technical components out of it and making sure that things are secure and optimal.
Awesome. So I saw that Gemini has an approach to slashing, which, as you mentioned before, commonly happens to validators that go down. For example, Geth validators in Ethereum. How does Gemini deal with slashing? And then also maybe can you talk about your staking pro and your standard staking offerings as well?
Yeah. So I can say that up to today, we have never been slashed. So that's not something that we have ever seen. And this sort of speaks to the infrastructure that we have going about really have to do good work in good faith. So we have never been slashed. And the guarantee that we're giving our customers, it is that if something happens to your validator because of Gemini, we're going to look into it and we will see, we will do what is right by our customers. However, I want to point out that staking doesn't come with a risk, right? Like there could be a black swan event out there. Like if the Ethereum network goes crazy and everyone gets slashed in that scenario, which it has never happened. But I just assume because this is like a new technology, that could happen. That could be a different scenario. So we really approach slashing as a case by case, and we are trying to safeguard customer throughout the whole process. But we also want to make sure that customers understand that blockchain system are a new technology. There are some risk. So people should understand what Gemini controls and what Gemini doesn't control. We control the pipeline. We control the keys. We control the infrastructure. Something that we do not control is the network. So we have to understand the source of slashing before we can really assess what is the right thing to do. But, we have never been slashed, but if we get a customer gets slashed because of our infrastructure, we will likely, I don't want to speak out of turn here, but we will likely do what is like right by the customer, assuming that we are wrong. And you also talk about the different products, right? Staking Pro and the other ones.
Yeah.
So, we can think about Staking Pro as a way for customers who want more privacy. So some customers have 32 ETH. There are advanced stakers. They want to track the validators online. They want to be able to look into the setup of the validators. That one is Staking Pro. So it is a more hands-off way of staking with Gemini, where this is usually leveraged by high net worth customers and like institutions and customers like that who have a lot of ETH. And that is one of our growing products right now. We also offer basic staking, which is essentially if a customer doesn't have 32 ETH, like how can they stake? And essentially what we're doing is keeping the balances, staking everything, and then sharing the reward back to those customers. So it has like a lower barrier of entry where you can stake any amount, and Gemini will make sure that we have 32 ETH to stake it for you.
All right. This has been a great conversation, and I would like to thank you, Frank, for giving us a masterclass on staking today, and as well thank Gemini for being one of our key sponsors for the Black Blockchain Summit. Maybe you can give your closing remarks on what we can look forward to in terms of staking and staking at Gemini.
First of all, thank you, Black Blockchain guys, for having me. This is a great initiative. I think that especially more people within the community should really be aware of this technology and the good things that can come out of it. My family is originally from Central Africa, Cameroon. Back in the days when I had to deal with remittance, the way that I had to send money back home was like I had to pay at times even 10% of what I had to send home. So technology like crypto and blockchain really, even though we work in the US, I think that the most gain that could happen in this space will be in a developing country. And this is really where, when I think about Africa, when I think about blockchain and the implication of blockchain, I think that those developing countries in Africa, in Asia, in South America, really are going to be the main gainers, or like the main communities who are going to benefit from this. But it would take work for us to really understand the technology and how to apply that to our day-to-day. So I would love to hear more about the decentralized energy idea, because you are at a junction of blockchain and energy. If you come from our part of the world, we know how big energy is an issue. How do we make that work? So I really applaud people like yourself trying to bridge that gap. And at Gemini, we are really trying to make crypto blockchain more inclusive. We are trying to have, the same way that today I open my cell phone, I can go on an app, just log in and start sending funny pictures. People, like, it has gotten to the point where we do not appreciate the tech that is happening in the background. We want to bring blockchain technology there. We don't want to be talking about bytes and crazy seed phrases. We want to speak the language of our customers while providing these benefits, because I truly believe that this technology is going to replace most of the data tracking system. We can forget about trading. I'm talking about just the ability of, features like zero proof, like zero knowledge proof and things like that, when we're talking about decentralized decentralized data systems and things like that. I think that the blockchain system has a lot to bring to our community. So, thank you for having me. I look forward to hearing more about projects that come out of this.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. We'll definitely keep in touch and keep you updated on the summit, as well as what we're working on at the summit. So the future is bright. I come from Kenya. My co-founder comes from Congo, which is nearer to Cameroon.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I'm in the States, we'll probably look for each other and have some coffee on.
Oh yeah. If you ever come to New York, please find me. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Frank. Good to have you.
Likewise, guys. Thank you for having me.
All right, good day, everyone. My name is Alex Ofula. I'm one of the moderators here at the Black Blockchain Summit. Today, I'm honored to be joined by a panel of some amazing women in today's topic, which is celebrating the achievements of Black women in blockchain. So we'll start off with each person on the panel introducing themselves. So perhaps we can start with Gina Roscoe.
Well, my name is Janae Roscoe. I'm from Operation Hope, and I'm very excited about this panel. Black Girl Magic Time.
All right. Up next, we can have Rosalyn Wanjiru.
Thank you. My name is Rosalyn, and I'm excited to be part of today's panel.
I focus on Bitcoin education, trying to make it simple for different people, individuals, communities, and corporations, because it's a powerful tool for financial freedom and social impact, even as we, hope to get into that conversation today. So I'm a research analyst and economist by training. Happy to be part of today's panel.
All right, great. Nice to have you here. Up next, we can have Olanyika.
Hi, everyone. My name is Olienka Dennerin. I'm the founder of Black Women Blockchain Council and also the executive director of Black Women in Blockchain. I'm excited to be here, excited to talk about the efforts and the work that we're doing in this space. Black women are definitely involved in blockchain. We provide education, we provide opportunities and awareness of the fact that we're getting involved and bringing our community with us. So I'm excited to be with you guys.
All right, great. And finally, let's wind up with Marisa.
Hi, my name is Marissa Curry. I am representing Solana University, which is a group under the Solana Foundation, and I'm excited to talk all about Solana and how it's impacting African American community and college students.
All right, great. So perhaps to start us off, I think the first question I have for all of you would be, what would you say are the unique challenges that you faced as Black women while entering the blockchain industry? And so we can still begin with Jenny Roscoe.
I want to first say thank you to I Love Black People and the Black Blockchain Summit, because I actually got a chance to meet a lot of phenomenal women and men in this space because of your legacy. Is this the 6-year anniversary?
This is the 7th year.
10th year?
7th.
7th year.
Yeah.
7th year anniversary for the Black Blockchain Summit. And it's all to the hard work and efforts that you have provided to bring us all together and really help grow the network. So I want to first start off with that. I also want to say the Black Blockchain Summit, I think, gave the environment for a lot of people who may have come to the first one to really get into the field. And so let's commend you guys for bringing us together. And thank you for providing us this opportunity. With that said, I didn't introduce myself, but I didn't introduce the audience to Operation Hope. Operation Hope, we are America's premier financial inclusion entity that works with the unbanked, underbanked community that lacks access to capital at times here in the United States, but also helping global communities. And so it goes without saying that in these communities, blockchain, Bitcoin, cryptocurrency has become a greater and easier accessibility to capital opportunity for those communities that lacked the ability to have great success and access to capital in traditional capacities. And so with our founding through John Hope Bryant, our founder, chairman, CEO, founded over 30 years ago in Los Angeles, we're constantly working in the financial service industry, helping the unbanked and underbanked community to have access to capital. So it goes unsaid that we're doing the same thing in this space. And we have worked with a lot of women who, thanks to the Black Blockchain Summit and being involved every year with your summit, we've met women who have attended your summit, and through meeting them through their summit, learned about our organizations and helped assist women grow in this field, including some of them who have gone on to start their own companies and really apply the blockchain and the Bitcoin and cryptocurrency platform into their own online businesses and services. So we're really proud of that, to see how unbanked and underbanked Americans in particular and some global entities became financially educated, and then decided, I'm going to take a shot at this kind of entity to make a difference and how I provide access to capital to my goods and services. So really excited about talking more about that and just being a champion of women in this field.
All right. And like, do you have any specific unique experiences you've had around basically challenges that you've had in this space as a Black woman? Hello, Jenny.
Are you talking to me or someone else?
Oh yeah, to you. Sorry, I was just following up.
Someone else
introduced Operation Hope and what you've been able to do there. So it's kind of just digging into the question around whether you've faced any specific challenges entering the blockchain industry.
Oh, certainly. I come from this conversation as the Senior Vice President and the Chief of Government Affairs and Public Policy for Operation Hope. And one of the mainstays that I've been invested in is helping people recognize what is happening on the financial regulatory end from the American perspective of where we are in this space with Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, the blockchain, and educating our community about what is happening in that space. And it's been a lot of challenges because the government still has not made some clairvoyant decisions on who's going to be the regulating entity to oversee different dynamics about how to protect consumers from any fraud or any main challenges that Americans may face should they use this new platform, and what would happen if there are some fraudulent things that would occur where people would lose money and things of the such. So there's been some challenges around as people are getting into the space, as Black women are utilizing the space, how to educate them with the different financial regulatory institutions that are currently providing educational and awareness campaigns, but there's still a lot going on in that field. And so as people are surfing, as people are utilizing the platform, we just want Black women, since this is what the conversation is about, then all people in general to be aware of the safeguards that are happening. And so that's a lot of where I love being a part of the summit, being a part of this platform, working with some dynamic women, such as those that are here, to encourage women of color to say there are women in this field who are doing well, but be protective of the safeguards that exist out there. Operation Hope recently just started an AI ethics council, and we have some wonderful people on the council who are helping with our campaign to keep people aware of what's happening in the AI space. And that came as a build out of the blockchain, cryptocurrency, and Bitcoin movement, because we feel like there is a connection between AI and this community and making sure that people are aware. Again, another digital space that still has some regulatory concerns. We're still having trouble figure out where is the federal government as far as overseeing on behalf of the American people challenges that could come in that space as well. I hope that was helpful.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you for that. So we can have the same question, Olainka. Like, what are some of the unique challenges you faced as a Black woman entering in the blockchain space?
Yeah, so for me, I entered in 2015. I entered because a friend of mine had told me about Bitcoin. And at the time, I was in the financial industry as a chief compliance officer, really didn't think too much about this digital currency. But as I got involved in ICOs, I started to see that there was like a bigger community. However, there was not a lot of females. There was not a lot of us that were involved in this space. Fast forward to 2018, where there was an uproar in the lack of female representation in the blockchain cryptocurrency space. And, I got involved in that, built a Telegram group with over 600 women and got several women speaker interests from that. And, started to see that even with that small niche of us that were involved, that there was a significant number of people who were creating clusters, who were passing around opportunities. I rarely saw people that looked like me in those pictures or in those opportunities, and felt like there was isolation. So as Black women, it's always hard for us to carve a way for ourselves in this space, in technology, period, because for some reason, the opportunity does not come to us, nor do people think that we're involved in this space. And, so I created Black Women Blockchain Council simply because I did not want people to forget that we're involved in this space. And also realize that there was a lot more that needs to be done than just cryptocurrency. And so my journey here has been really trying to pave a way for us as women, trying to show that we do belong as Black women, and trying to create opportunities for us. And then there's been areas where, because it's a tech bro space, where people intentionally talk over you when it comes to this technology and when it comes to things. And so there was an avenue for me, I know, to create space, to bring it to a level where people like me can understand what's really going on and won't feel like people are talking down to them, which oftentimes happens when it's females involved in the space. And we also create advocacy. Advocacy is really important to let people know that when we're here, creating awareness and then advocating for better policies to be created that gives us opportunities to be more involved, to get the funding, because we don't have funding when it comes to tech, especially when it comes to blockchain projects. And that's necessary. So it's been an uphill battle, but you know what? The people that are dedicated and the people that actually are intentional in the space are Black women.
All right, thank you. Up next, we can have Rosaline, the same question.
Please rephrase the question.
Yeah, so what are some of the unique challenges you faced as a Black woman entering into the blockchain industry?
All right. I'll say first, thank you for the opportunity. I think this is my second or third time being part of the Black, I love Black Summit and just the greater community. I've had the privilege of also having a forum with Olainka before. And I can attest to what she has said about representation and relatability in the larger community, because for a lot of women, then they look at this space and it's male dominated, or there are so many foreign companies, of course, looking, for instance, to launch in Kenya, and people wonder, where are the Kenyan grown solutions? Where are the native, communities or companies that understand what challenges are there in the ground? So in 2016, then there was a huge knowledge gap in terms of, what is blockchain, what is Bitcoin, what are cryptocurrencies. And in 2017, unfortunately, there were major scams that hit the major cities in the country. So that problem of distrust did not easily go away, because for the people, especially who lost a lot of money and there was no redress for them, then hearing about the technology itself, or the governing ideals of what Bitcoin is, a lot of people just didn't want to be associated with that. And it didn't help, obviously, that the Bitcoin price did crash significantly at the time. So most people thought that, hey, it's gone, it's associated with scams. And in any case, the regulatory authority, that is the central bank, has issued a cautionary notice so that the public does not transact with it. So in 2019, 2020, 2021, then there are significant groups that just came together to build different communities. There was the creation, for example, of Bitcoin Dada and a few other female-centric communities that would focus on uplifting women and just creating knowledge and offering, of course, jobs that are connected to the space. And for those that were able to, do their research, engage with community meetups, because we did have quite a number of events in the last couple of years. There was more trust, and there were more people finding their voice in the space. So in that regard, I would say that the challenges of trust, the challenges of information asymmetry, and from a cultural perspective, also the stereotypes that I would say that are extended to tech and finance are extended to Bitcoin specifically, because, as we say that it's combining elements of, the digital world and the financial world, the things that are either not understood or the things that are fragmented in those worlds tend to be amplified within the Bitcoin world. So my work has been to simplify as much as possible and to, for instance, avoid using jargon when I'm explaining things to do with Bitcoin. And I will say that the future of this is positive, because there are more people who can read for themselves and take up these courses and be part of different communities where they'll have the support and they'll have the accountability to know what they can do with the knowledge that they have. They can know which assets to take up, and they'll know that they have an alternative to traditional financial instruments when it comes to saving or protecting their purchasing power. Thanks for the opportunity.
All right, thank you. And Rosalind, your mic kept coming in, and off and on. So I'll try edit the recording on that section to make sure you're clear. But maybe you can just check to see if it's firm. That's good. That's good. Then finally we can have Marisa Kari answer the same question. So, what are some of the unique challenges you faced as a Black woman getting into the blockchain industry?
I think the biggest challenge that I probably experienced was definitely the learning curve. So when I entered crypto, it was in 2020, and I bought Bitcoin, and then I was able to see with the bull run of 2021, my financial investment basically double. And I would say, but the area where I really began to get into blockchain was in development, because I'm a computer science major. And I would just say the only challenge I faced was just simply the lack of access within my own community about the educational tools to start blockchain development. And I decided that this shouldn't be this way. So then that's how I got involved with Solana University. And I hosted the first ever HBCU event at my college, Bowie State, where I taught other people about, basically my peers, about Web3, blockchain, and Solana, and started onboarding more people, because I think the biggest challenge is just simply not knowing what blockchain is and having education access. And I feel as if within our community, we need to have more of these conversations about blockchain and AI to advance ourselves forward. So I believe that was my biggest challenge.
Wow.
So the obvious common theme here, we've all mentioned advocacy and consumer education, and how Black women have really been taking the lead around awareness. And then I think as more Black women become aware of this new platform, they're interested and eager to explore. I don't know how you do it, but I did put something in the chat I wanted to address. Forbes magazine recently, this summer, did an article, and it talks about beyond borders and bureaucracy, how blockchain is transforming the global remittance landscape. I think it's important when you think about the global work of I Love Black People and the work of the Black Blockchain Summit, that it goes unnoticed that when it comes to the access to capital opportunity for people of color globally, remittance and how remittance is used to help singular families and their country in the process grow and have access to capital, how they have looked to embrace this new platform to make sending money and receiving money quicker and safer and with less fees. And so I think that we're learning, when you think of women in general who lack access to capital, sometimes in their own country, due to the masculinity of how funding is provided. And let's be honest, this is August 2024, and we are having a presidential election where there is one side of the party that is really interested in lessening the access to capital for women in a developed country, America. And so as that conversation goes into a November election, it is a threat to women in this country, people of color. And so what we see happening in developing countries that lessen the access to capital for people, women of color, we have our own challenges here. So I commend the Black Blockchain Summit for uplifting wonderful women who are in this space so that whatever decisions that are made in November in America, and the ripple effect of whatever that decision is, it will continue to, champion women of color who are helping provide access to capital, especially in this newfound space, for people not just in this country, but globally. I couldn't help but put a political lens on the situation because it's not something that's readily talked about. Our founder, chairman, CEO, John Hope Bryan, has been really honing in on how in America, it was only a couple decades ago that women could have access to capital on their own. They didn't need, there was a time in our lifetime, in my decades of lifetime, was I unaware that a woman had to get permission from her husband or her father or grandfather or her employer to have access to capital. In some capacities, it's actually happening in some developing countries. So the lens of what the blockchain, Bitcoin, and cryptocurrency provide for women all over the country, all over the world, to find new platforms, it's important. And so it's important to uplift women who are doing something about it as well.
Yeah, to touch on some other stuff that, we still encounter in the year 2024, this whole DEI initiative in the US, right? Our efforts, Black women are the most educated. We're the one that gets the most master's degree. We go back to school to uplift and educate ourselves. But then when we get to certain positions, all of a sudden we did not earn it, right? All of a sudden DEI is being thrown out. So even then, within society, we're still encountering so many different issues. And it's important for us to realize that, without the backbone of women who are the foundation for, society, you really cannot move forward. And it's important to have us involved in technology, regardless of, whether it's blockchain, whether it's AI, et cetera. We don't live in isolation. We live with, so many different people, and to isolate it to only a certain demographic or certain group of people just makes no sense. And, we're fighting this uphill battle, which is unnecessary in this day and age.
Yeah, and perhaps just build on what you're saying, Olenka, in terms of involving women as like the foundation of society. Like I feel like a lot of times, maybe even just the lack of opportunity or knowing opportunities exists would essentially create situations where like we just have male-dominated industries. So like I don't know from your experience, what would you say are some of the major milestones or contributions relevant to women in the blockchain industry? So something that will be relevant in the sense of if a woman knew this was happening, or if they knew this is how they could contribute. Like what are some of those major milestones maybe you can share here that other women maybe can like take inspiration for in terms of getting started in the blockchain industry?
Yeah, in terms of getting in terms of getting started, we have an educational platform. Our whole basis is to raise awareness. So if people go to Black Women Blockchain Council, they'll be able to see bwbc.io is our website. They'll be able to see a link to an educational platform that we created with Consensus, which is part of the Ethereum Foundation. And that basically gives you an overview of the history of blockchain, Bitcoin, how did we get here? And it takes you on a journey of actually understanding it and not just regurgitating the information, but understanding and seeing yourself being involved in this space. It is a certification program. So once you complete the program, you are able to, use that to get into the Web3 space. I think it's important that, it's been emphasized already that education is the most important part. Because without education, a lot of people feel like, oh, it's the technology, I'm not involved, or I don't understand it, so therefore I don't need to be involved. But blockchain is being integrated in so many different ways and aspects within society that getting educated about it, even knowing a small, percentage of what's going on, can definitely elevate females in this space, Black women in this space, and they'll be able to utilize their current skill set with the knowledge of the technology to uplift themselves and even potentially get into better positions that, are six figures.
All right, moving the same question to Marisa Kari, like what are some of the major milestones or projects going on out there that will essentially make women who see this feel like, okay, this is a place that I can also participate in or contribute in?
I think the best thing to get women involved into the major milestones is when people see people who look like them. So I remember when I started my STEM journey, so I've been in blockchain since 2020, but I've been in the computer science STEM thing since 2012 when I was in middle school. And I participated in a program at Bowie State called Girls Who Will. And it was just teaching young women all about tech. It was a summer camp. And I would say the more that you see people who look like you, it becomes more attainable. And there's even been studies shown that when people have mentors or who look like them, it makes it easier for them to imagine themselves in that position. It's kind of it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. If I see someone who looks like me doing this, then I will go and try it because, and I'm also involved with Girls Who Code because unfortunately, a lot of women get started in STEM around the same time I did in middle school, and they just see less and less of themselves there and they fall off. And I think it's important to support women, especially young women, because they're going to be the next generation of science leaders and people involved in blockchain to be to get involved. And I think one of the ways that people can do that is by showing getting involved on TikTok and social media, because that's where a lot of the young population is, and show it being fun and exciting. Because yes, it is difficult to code. It's learning about this stuff is hard, but if you make it fun and exciting, you can draw more people in. And that's what I do when I create content for Solana. I show the fun side. We got to go to Utah for Mountain Dow. I will some students as I possibly maybe going to Singapore for Breakpoint. So just showing all the fun experiences that you can have when you get involved in this field.
All right.
I think I can add to that.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the most important things I feel is often left out of the conversation is a simple question that a lot of people ask. And that question is, what's in it for me? And when we try to sell this great vision of disruption, privacy, security, and all the benefits that are meant to come in through blockchain technology, for a lot of people, they don't connect with the greater vision. They don't connect with the future of what this technology has to offer. They're just wondering, if I'm seated here and I have my family to take care of, my job, school, and other things that I'm trying to juggle, what does, for instance, blockchain or Bitcoin specifically do for me? And if they're not able to see that, then a lot of people pull away before they even put in the time to study. So part of the conversation, even with education, needs to shift with that, needs to shift to the point where people see if you, for example, adopt Bitcoin, you're able to save better, right? And you can focus on being an artist. You can focus on being a teacher, a medical professional. You can focus on being a parent. And as long as you know your savings are taken care of, that you have for example, over time, or a 4-year period, an 8-year period, a 10-year period, even looking toward retirement, you need to know you have a tool that can actually give you better return than most financial products that are within your country. So if we give an example, for instance, of most mutual funds and traditional instruments, index funds and things like that, they'll give a range of, let's say, 4 to 10%. And this 4 to 10% is not accounting for something like inflation. So I think a lot of our conversation needs to shift from, okay, yes, we do want more women in the industry contributing, building, finding their space. But for the people who don't have the space or the time to give their skills into the industry, then they need to know that they can still win by being able to save and, so to speak, being a participant of least degree in the industry. I hope that came out clearly.
Yeah, all right. For that, Rosaline. And perhaps to kind of wind up this session, I would like to see if each of you could comment around the future of blockchain and diversity. Basically, how do you see the future of blockchain in terms of Black women having more participation, more ownership in the space? Maybe again, starting with you, Jenny.
I wanted to double check on something, and I got my answer. I know that people who deal in the micro enterprise space, they've heard of Kiva. And Kiva is one of those micro enterprise entities that works with the developing countries. A lot of women who are looking to grow their businesses and are receiving loans from people all over the world who want to help them grow their businesses and make money in the process. And I loved seeing over the last decade how places in developing countries where women lack the access to capital have found freedom through Bitcoin and the blockchain and cryptocurrency space. So I double checked, and because I remember this because I participate in that campaign, and they've been one of the interesting micro enterprise entities that embraced the space and allow people to loan money to and allow the women to accept money in Bitcoin. That's pretty revolutionary because when you look at in America, our developed country and society, and the way that we help small businesses and women grow their businesses, that's not necessarily the case. You still have mainstream financial institutions not embracing this in a way that people who are limited to access to capital are having success. And so when you see that there are micro enterprise entities that are providing that service and helping women of color all over the world gain access to capital through the blockchain, it's a win-win scenario for women in developed countries as well as developing countries, because it means the demand is so high that the mainstream industry has to find a way to help everybody have access to this. And let's bring this full circle here. The whole reason the blockchain and the Bitcoin and cryptocurrency phenomenon is a reality is because of so many people who lack access to capital found a space to afford the ability to grow wealth for themselves and for their families and for their communities. So the more and more you see people of color, women of color excelling in this space, then it's a hint of knowing that women of color are now being able to grow wealth in a newfound way that may have better success than the traditional platforms that exist. I didn't mean to sound so nerdy about it, but I'm just trying to hit it from the context of, Black women are smart, they're savvy, and they look for safe and legal ways to grow wealth for themselves and for their communities and for their families. And this is a system that is working for them. And I think that's also a reason why it's hard to figure out how to regulate it, because it's successful and they're not quite sure with all of the success how to rein that in. And so it's important for groups that are represented here are constantly being advocates and educating Black women in particular about it's okay to be in this field. It's okay to be aware. Keep growing and keep thinking that this is an acceptable platform for you, because you can win here maybe a little bit better than you can in the other traditional places. And if you get this right, you can always go back to mainstream and figure out how to make that work for you too.
All right. Moving on to Olainka. So the future of Black women in blockchain industry. What's your take?
Okay, so if you had asked me this when Black Blockchain Summit started, I was there the first year. I remember being in St. Clair's house for the kickoff party. And I've been fortunate enough to be involved in this for 6 years now. So if you asked me in the beginning, I would say very hopeful. I would say that the sky's the limit for us. But as the years go by, I'm realizing that we're constantly doing the grunt work as women in this space, as Black women in this space. We're constantly trying to bring everybody in this space. However, we don't get the recognition. We don't get the funding, okay? And the opportunities do not filter down to us, regardless of what we do. I'm surrounded by smart, successful, even on this stage, right? In my network of people, smart, successful Black women who are involved in this space. There's not a lack of us being involved in this space. We're always focusing on bringing the community, but there's no praise for that. We don't get the recognition for that. We don't get the awards. We don't get the opportunity to sit in front of Congress and tell them about what this means for a community of people that did not have hope in finance before, but now have opportunities, right? We don't get to get praise for our efforts and the things that we're doing. And so, it's disheartening as we sit back and we go through the day-to-day and realize that, the DEI efforts are out there. There was, a VC that was specifically for Black women, and they went after that. In the VC world, we get less than 1%. We can't even get a dedicated pipeline that considers us. It's not like they're giving us billions of dollars. They're not giving us millions of dollars, right? But we're getting just for having that type of opportunity. Of the future go, when it comes to the education, we're going to be down. We are 10 feet down. We're providing those education, we're providing future. We see that things can be better if we're all involved and we're making those efforts. But however, when it comes to the funding, there's just lack of funding. There's just lack of awareness. And so I'm very thankful for platforms like this that allows us to sit here and talk about, the real things that are happening. But unfortunately, I'm not as optimistic as I used to be. And it's just being involved in this reality of a space that we are in where, notoriety, people know that they're scammers, but they're following them. They're getting millions. They're getting deals thrown at them for all kinds of ridiculous, objects and projects. But females who have the potential to actually elevate us and lead us forward are ignored. And, that's the sad reality. And we have to talk about that and try to fix it. I think there's more need for our Black men to, uplift us and encourage us and, pass opportunities to us to let people know, hey, you should follow her. Hey, she needs funding. There's so many things that we're doing that we're not sitting here twiddling our thumb, but we're looking for just that right opportunity to get funded, to get our projects off the ground and to better the community.
Thank you for that. It's quite sad to see. I guess your experience starting up till now, like kind of the expectations really dwindling. It's sad. So, but yeah, I think I hear you on the bit around basically highlighting women's contribution in this space. Yeah, so maybe that's something we need to generally do better as an industry and as a society. Yeah. So, Marisa, so same question. What's your take on the future of Black women's participation in the blockchain space?
Yeah, I think so I'm like this person on this panel, but I think the future, like I'm honestly not very like I would say like I like as she said, like I'm not the most optimistic because I feel as if like yes, there are women, Black women in blockchain who are doing amazing things, and these like financially, like I feel like I've like the Solana Foundation has been like especially and specifically Solana University has been very welcoming and supportive. They sent me to Utah. They helped me do an event. They're supporting this event in any shape they can. So I feel as if like the support is there, but like I would be contrarian in the nature that I think that it's up to us to take that step and take advantage and seize the opportunity. Because what I see in my life or like being in college is I've seen people who were interested, but they were like their mind was elsewhere and like focused on different things. So I feel like it takes a certain level of accountability to be like, hey, I'm going to actively apply myself in this space. And then and once you actively apply yourself, then it will be easy to like get new opportunities and accelerate faster, because I feel like you give what you put in my situation. That's how I view it. So I would say that I am like moderately, like I wouldn't say like I'm not optimistic, but I'm kind of just neutral because I do feel like Black women are definitely leading the space. But I feel like there needs to be greater conversations had and more onboarding done. And there are companies that will help with that. It's just networking with them and finding those companies.
All right, thank you for that. And finally, can you have Rosalind close us with the same question? What's your thought about the future of Black women's participation in the blockchain space?
All right. Thank you for that. I'll say the future is open in the sense that we acknowledge the challenges. We acknowledge the fact that there are these high ceilings in the funding world and in the VC world. Perhaps not even in our generation will we be able to break through to 2% of funding, because when you think about how much work has to go into building trust, building rails, building products, building companies, these are things that will take decades to establish or change in different communities and to different extents. But before then, before the long haul, I think we need to maintain the long-term vision of change, while in the in the short term being able to see what wins are there that are easily attainable for us. And I want to bring it home by saying that Bitcoin, for instance, as a digital asset that is outside, so to speak, the traditional financial system, is an alternative to what has been, used to, what has been established, what has been conventional over the years. And if we can be patient to see that, hey, if I am saving in Bitcoin for my family, that is a win. I may not get a job in the industry. I may not get a position of influence in the industry. I may not even get, so to speak, a big community, a big following, and things that make me recognized out there. But if I am protecting the purchasing power of my family and I am able to create wealth for the generation that is connected to me, then that is an immediate win. That is a powerful win. That is a difference that we can make, such that we are not just sitting back and watching other people scale, win, and get the accolades out there. What if our accolade is different? And that is a question I will pose for us to think about going forward, that my win may not be what someone else's win is. It's okay, but does that win serve me well? Does it serve me to go and spend so much time out there and, for example, miss time with my family? So the thing is that if Bitcoin can, and we see Bitcoin as a tool that helps us either protect our purchasing power and help us protect wealth or build it in the long term, then the thing is that that win for your family is enough. It's okay that we have participated in this ecosystem, not as frontliners, but as the proverbial underdog, that you didn't see this person coming, you didn't see this person, winning and being able to retire early. But the fact that we're able to save in Bitcoin will actually give us a shot at retiring early or retiring with a different financial perspective than most people who will not have saved, for instance, in Bitcoin. So I invite us to think about it that way, that what if the wins that we are seeing out there are not necessarily the wins that serve us the best? Thank you for that.
All right. Thank you so much, Rosaline, and everyone else on the panel. So that today brings us to the end of this baraza. Thank you for taking time to share your views on this. And for everyone else, stay tuned for the rest of the sessions on the Black Blockchain Summit. All right. Thank you.
You gotta speak it, write it down, and put that action in. If you ain't doing what you saying, then why you capping then? I'll take a knee before I stand for nonsense. Colin Kaepernick, open to everything, but I'm not attached. You gotta speak it, write it down, and put that action in. If you ain't doing what you saying, then why you capping then? I'll take a knee before I stand for nonsense. Colin Kaepernick, open to everything, but I'm not attached to shit. Never chasing money, I just let the money chase me.
Good afternoon and welcome to our illustrious panel on NFTs and ordinals. I am Eric Guthrie. I am the moderator for this panel for the Black Blockchain Summit. And I will be introducing, well, I will have the panelists introduce themselves, but first a bit about me. Again, Eric Guthrie. I am an attorney in the DC area where I practice cryptocurrency and blockchain law. I'm the author of the book, Blockchain or Die, Amazon #1 bestseller 7 times. And I do a lot of global training and public speaking in the blockchain and cryptocurrency space. I also, for this topic, have an NFT that I'm rolling out in a few weeks, so look out for that. But enough about me. Let's get to our panel. I am going to start with Ryan Cooper, and then after that, I'm going to have Ryan, you do popcorn to the next person. So Ryan, you're up.
All right, thank you, Eric. My name is Ryan DeVille Cooper. I am a blockchain consultant. I'm also a musician, and my field of expertise is NFTs, more specifically music NFTs. I am a certified blockchain expert via the Blockchain Council, which is based out of India. I run my own blockchain consulting business, DeVille Crypto Solutions, based out of Bowie, Maryland, here in the United States of Maryland. And yeah, that's my background. Just a musician. I do a lot of things in crypto. I'm a graduate of Bowie State University. Shout out to Bowie State. Hey, Bowie. And yeah, I do a lot of different things. And you can look me up. I'll post my website information later. But I've been around for a minute. I've actually spoke at the Black Blockchain Summit every year since 2018. So let's go.
Thank you, Ryan. Davida, how do you go next?
All right, my name is David Benjamin. I am a ordinals builder for the last year, or actually a little bit more. I've been building dynamic ordinals on Bitcoin. It's also been a breakthrough for me to create a protocol called BRC 333, which is about creating ordinals that change over time and are interactive. Been having a lot of fun with that. I'm also the lead author of a book called The MetaWeb, which posits that Web 4 is the space above the web page, and that if we build a meta layer over the web page that is Web 3 enabled, it will bring Web 3 to every web page. Plus, it will allow people, interactions, and information to have a space or a presence above content on web pages.
That's great, David. I can't wait to read your book. Next, we'll go to Bio.
Hi, everyone. My name is Bio Kusanya. I'm the CEO and co-founder of NPC Labs. I'm calling today from Bitcoin Futurist Conference in Toronto, but I'm usually based near New York City. And what we do at MPC Labs is we tokenize physical assets and products. Primarily, we help creatives, studios, IP-driven businesses, both in Web3 and Web2, develop a phygital product. These products are tokenized on chain via an NFC chip or an RFID tag. You tap your phone to it, you can pull up this digital portal. They'll have a collectible that you can claim as your proof of ownership and as your ticket into that ecosystem. We've also attached other sorts of activities in there that you can do, from content, exclusive content that's token gated, AR experiences. We've included AI avatars too that can represent, different likenesses from artists, NFTs, animated characters. And we're constantly adding different things, loyalty programs to help bridge that gap between the digital and physical divide. I've been in the space since 2017. I've also been collecting since 2021 digital art, and that got me into collecting physical art. So I'm all about helping brands understand how to utilize Web3 in their current workflows.
Excellent. Thank you, Bio. We appreciate that. This is an esteemed panel, so I'm looking forward to moderating this panel, and I hope you're looking forward to what the panelists have to say as well. I'm going to start with you, David. I want you to define for the people listening what an NFT is, but also more importantly, what an ordinal is, because a lot of folks in this space know about NFTs, but they have no clue what an ordinal is. So I'm going to start with you, and then we'll go down the panel list.
Okay, so an NFT is a non-fungible token. That essentially means that every single NFT is unique. You may have a collection of NFTs. Every single NFT within that collection is a unique image, generally. I'm not going to go too much deeper into NFTs. I'll jump into ordinals and say that ordinals are essentially NFTs that are on Bitcoin, but because of how they're constructed and they actually have some really special characteristics that potentially make them even more valuable for future applications that go beyond art. And with ordinals, you essentially have a set of data that is resident on a Satoshi. A Satoshi is 100 millionth of a Bitcoin. So every single Bitcoin, you can separate it into 100 million pieces. Each one of those is called a Satoshi. And ordinal theory puts them in order and enables information up to 4 megabytes of information to be on each inscription on a Satoshi. Satoshis can have multiple inscriptions. So essentially, we have this possibility to put up to 4 megabytes of data in each batch on a single Satoshi, and that can be done as many times as we want. This is very powerful because other NFTs, they're generally pointers from basically an on-chain pointer to information that's stored off-chain. And that's usually IPFS, the Interplanetary File System, or Arweave. And that's not to say there aren't any NFTs that are stored on Ethereum or on Solana, but that's the majority of them are stored off-chain. Now, there are some other things about ordinals, but we could probably pick up a little bit later because that was a big chunk right there.
Very helpful, David. I appreciate your excellence in this area. Ryan or Bio, who wants to go next?
I'll chime in. Yeah. Just to piggyback off what David said, I think David explained it very well. Like I said, my area of expertise is NFTs, not necessarily ordinals. And I wasn't sure, David, if we wanted to also bring up runes, because runes is also in that same area as ordinals, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm not sure if we wanted if you wanted to explain to the crowd about runes for just maybe 30 seconds, if you don't mind.
Okay. Yeah. So runes are a sister protocol to ordinals. The founder of ordinals, the guy who came up with ordinal theory, was looking at what happened with his protocol, the Oracle protocol. People built new protocols on top of it, meta protocols. One was called BRC20, which was a fungible token protocol, and it caused incredible congestion. Bitcoin fees went up by 100-fold at different points. That was a spike, but nevertheless, it made people a little uncomfortable. And so he came up with a new protocol called Runes that had the characteristics that made it have much less impact. It's a fungible token, meme tokens for the most part right now on Bitcoin.
So it seems to me, and this is the question for any one of the three of you, you have NFTs, you have ordinals, you have runes, and any other protocol that's being built in this NFT space here. Do you think there's a danger of this splintering more and more and it becoming such a splintered category that they lose effectiveness or they even lose, investor appeal?
I can answer from my perspective. We aim to be agnostic, so we aim to develop wherever there's existing NFT ecosystems. And what that means for us is we create cross-platform compatibility at the dApp level. So like the application that are being built on top of these technologies, I think is where, you'll find a lot of, VC money going, right? So I think it's important that the builders in the space are prepared for interoperability, essentially. So that's what we try and do. But I do think, at the protocol layer, it's kind of up to each individual retail investor and each individual investor to kind of pick their ecosystems. But I think at the development layer, these applications that are being built on top of these ecosystems should do better to make it easier for anybody that's coming into this ecosystem to deploy, right? And kind of, make it cross-platform so that they don't have to worry about some of these abstractions.
Excellent. That's very informative. Thank you for that, Bayot. Now, we've seen that some of these changes with the ordinals and runes are based on, and I think David was mentioning this earlier, based on the market need, that they found a coding or programming need to actually evolve this, and that's why we have now ordinals and runes. What do you think is the future of ordinals and runes and NFTs now? I mean, will they be able to operate together or will there be separation where one may be more involved with one industry or another, or one is more gaming, one is more art? What are your thoughts on that? David, I'll go back to you.
I think ordinals have a really interesting future in that you can build anything on them. They're composable and modular. You can put code, you can put images, audio, text, HTML, whatever you want can go on ordinals. So it is basically limited simply by our imagination what we can build, and also the size. You can only go up to 4 megabytes, and also there's the cost constraints as well. All those things are the main limitations. So I'm imagining in the future, you're going to have ordinal applications. You're going to have the use of ordinals as namespaces. You're going to have, which is already possible right now, but it's kind of in its infancy at the moment, especially outside the Bitcoin ecosystem. I like the potential futures of ordinals because it's so programmable. And the fact that it's composable modular, meaning that anything that's already been inscribed on the Bitcoin blockchain can be pulled into the ordinal that you're building now. So let's say there's 1,000 lines of code that's a function that will display something, and then there's another image, and there's a video here. You can bring them all into your ordinal that you're building right now with 3 lines of code. So you have this possibility of really leveraging on what's already been put on chain, which is very powerful.
So you actually raised something in my head that, as an attorney, I've always thought there'd be a real fascinating part of the NFT space, and that's fractionalized NFTs. Now, for those of you that don't know, NFTs can be split up into extremely small iterations, and it can be sold, in those individual iterations, which raises a whole host of legal issues, which I won't get to in this conversation. My question for the panel is, are there fractionalized ordinals or fractionalized runes yet? If not, do you see it coming?
Ordinals are not normally fractional, but there's so much activity on the layer 2 level on Bitcoin. There's about 50 to 60 projects that are coming about, and the number of them have the idea to fractionalize different kinds of Bitcoin native assets. Runes, they can be programmed to be fractional. So it's really just how they have initially been set up. I'm not sure if it's important. Well, from a standpoint of a rune, I'm speaking about the individual rune token, which is fungible. They're all the same. That can have as many decimal points as you want, basically. But I'm not sure if anyone is thinking about fractionalizing beyond what's already been built in for runes, but I'm certain that it will happen with ordinals in the L2 space. And one of the important L2s, I think, that seems to be surging in interest and is about to go live. I think they're in testnet right now. It's called Fractal Bitcoin. I'm paying attention to that.
Yes. Yeah, and by the way, for the viewers, L2 means is layer 2, which is on top of the layer 1 blockchain. In case they didn't know what L2 means. I'm going to go to Ryan next. So Ryan, you said that you do music and NFTs.
Yeah, I was gonna piggyback right off of what David was saying. David, if I'm not mistaken, I think runes in a way are fractionalized, because I just purchased my first rune about a month ago. Shout out to Ghostface Killer from the Wu-Tang Clan. He actually dropped a rune called For the Children. And this was my first time doing it. So I set up a Unisat wallet for those in the room. It's just one of the many Bitcoin wallets that you can use. And I also set up, what's the name of the wallet, David, that starts with a W? I can't think of it off the top of my head, but it's a Bitcoin.
There's Unisat, there's Xverse.
I'm sorry, Xverse. That's the one I'm referring to. So for anyone listening, the 2 wallets that I was using was a Unisat Bitcoin wallet and then the Xverse wallet. But yeah, from my understanding, runes are fractionalized because people were getting airdropped these runes, and it was millions of runes in this collection, and yeah, they were all the same. They weren't individual like traits like the Bored Ape Yacht Club, where one has a hat and the other has laser eyes. It wasn't like that. Everything was equal, but that was how I think it worked that way, correct?
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think what I was saying was, if you can set it up so that it not only can they be sold as individual units, like a 1, 2, 3, 10,000, 1 million, but some of them can be set up so that you can buy and sell them in 1.1 or 1.11 or 1.111. It just depends on how it's set up. I personally am not I mean, I'm not really sure how useful the pushing out the fractionalization will be, beyond maybe a couple decimals. But who knows if it gets really popular? I guess it could be.
So Ryan, I'm going to go back
I'd
to
love to
you.
add.
Okay, good, Bio. Good.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the in terms of fractionalization, by using the ordinal as like the asset, you can use like an asset backed sort of system where you're selling tokens that are backed by one ordinal, right? So then those tokens represent individual pieces of that asset. It's like backing something with gold, right? So that's one of the ways in which we've explored that for different physical assets. It's like we'll take like a fine art piece and then we'll sell tokens against that piece, right? But you could do the same thing with any asset, digital or physical. So a very expensive ordinal, for example, you could almost have that in a vault and then share a token that represents partial ownership.
Excellent. Okay, so and that actually takes me to my next question, which is kind of the background with the Bored Ape Yacht Club. That became a huge NFT hit. It became a multi-million-dollar success, and it became kind of like a pop culture reference for NFTs. It's in movies. It's been on Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon and Paris Hilton. So it really did take a huge step into the NFT space and make it much more known in pop culture. Do you know of any collections like that happening in the ordinal or the rune space? And if so, which one do you guys like?
I like to start off with my answer. I've been following the music NFT space very, very closely. I'm very well known in the space, and I know a lot of the top selling music NFT artists, and these artists are like published artists and Billboard. They tour. They actually have engaging communities on Discord. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of followers on Twitter. It's so many things I know about the music NFT space. I don't know where to really begin. But if there's any project I want to highlight, I would like to highlight music NFT artist Violetta Zeroni. She's a good friend of mine, and her project Moonshot, as well as there was another project under a different name, but she had a very successful music NFT/NFT project. It sold millions. It made her a millionaire. And she's just a really good person. She has an engaging community. She also just launched a Bitcoin ordinal, if I'm not mistaken, and as well as maybe a room. But I know for a fact she launched an ordinal. And her father's a Disney animator, so her father actually drew all of the artwork. She's a musician, so she put all of her original music that's on her record label. Everything is under her. She's not using a middleman. She's making all of her money using Web3. And I think, her project was really successful. I can't really expand upon it more. I could probably provide the link later. But yeah, her project was very successful. She's very engaged in the community. Like I said, she travels, and her project was on a Bitcoin ordinal, and it was very successful.
Excellent. Thank you, Ryan. David or Bio?
Yeah, I'll jump in here. There are a number of highly successful collections like the Pizza Ninjas and the Quantum Cats. I think Pizza Ninjas and probably Quantum Cats are both over 0.2 Bitcoin, which is about $15,000. Both of them have somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 supply. So that's quite a large market value there for those. Then Runestone was the ordinal that was airdropped to all the OG ordinals people. Basically, if you had a wallet with 3 art-based or image-based ordinals in it, you'd get a rune stone. So that got distributed to about, I think, 111,000 wallets or 112,000 wallets. That one is probably over a couple thousand, or it was up to about 5 to 7,000. I can't remember where it peaked, but it since then it's dropped. But everyone who received that particular one got a dog go to the moon rune. Actually, a large, almost 1 million dog go to the moon runes, which is a meme coin on the rune standard. It's really slated to be the biggest one. The thought here is that Bitcoin is the biggest blockchain, the most popular, most value. It should have the biggest meme coin. That's the logic. It doesn't mean it's necessarily true, but there's a lot of people that are rallying around it. They call it the dog army, and they want to make that dog go to the moon.
Excellent. Thank you, David. Bayo, you're up next. I see. Now, okay. So we'll go on to the next question, which is regarding NFTs and how they've been operating so far, right? What do you think are the next steps for ordinals? Now, and let me probably say it this way. NFTs kind of started out as, gaming and photography and art and music, but now it's getting much more advanced in what they do. So, for example, there are the functional NFTs, which they have certain things attached to them that have function, tickets, invitations to events, information, books, what have you. Do you see that happening with ordinals and runes as well? What are your thoughts on that? I'll start with David.
Yeah, absolutely. We're in the infancy of ordinals, and as I was saying before, they're modular and composable. So there's really it's a blue sky what's possible in the future. Some of the things that are already gaining some activity are the namespace. So this notion that you can, in a decentralized way, actually inscribe a identifier for a namespace. So that could be, for example, Eric.BTC or Ryan.Sats or @ShiftShaper. That's me, ShiftShaper. So I actually own this little tiny inscription, this little tiny ordinal that's @ShiftShaper. Now, that means I own this as a potentially universal handle, and I can own it the rest of my life. I can pass it on to my descendants, to my children, and that particular identifier could be within our family or whoever we sell it to for all of posterity. Will it be worth anything? Who knows? But as different applications adopt namespaces, the namespaces will in fact become valuable. And if they adopt that universal handle, then it could be pretty interesting across the board in terms of an opportunity to get a more or less like a domain, but it's one that lasts forever and you don't have to pay annual fees. So that's one area. Another one is real world assets. I've heard a lot of people talking about how we can use ordinals to essentially convey ownership or establish ownership of off-chain or real world assets. There's just this possibility that we can be using ordinals to have very sophisticated applications in the future. I think even business applications. Right now, people are doing the games, like you were saying before. Gaming is pretty big in terms of alternative ordinal formats. And then the other thing, of course, ordinals are going to be huge in the metaverse. There's actually a namespace called bitmap, which is simply a block number. There's been almost 900,000 blocks in Bitcoin so far, and there's a namespace .bitmap, so block number .bitmap, that becomes the addressing for the universal metaverse on Bitcoin, essentially. And there's been a fair amount of steam behind bitmap over time. There's another one that's coming about called Uniworld. So that's an example of how these namespace assets are actually turning into metaverse assets. And I'm also seeing there's the what is it? BRC 420, which is metaverse assets, which are actually inscriptions that are architected such that they're 3D and are intended to be traded and potentially worn or used in other ways within metaverse.
Got it. Excellent. Thank you so much. Bio, I'm going to jump to you. What are your thoughts on functional ordinals or functional runes? Like we have functional NFTs, and you can attach information or tickets or event invites to those NFTs. What do you see with the future with ordinals or runes being functional as well?
Yeah, that's a great question. I personally believe that that sort of activity should exist at a layer above especially when we're dealing with something like ordinals. Ordinals are on Bitcoin's chain, and Bitcoin to me has always, or at least for my modern time in the space, a store of value, right? So you almost don't want things to change. But that being said, if you can build applications that abstract those changes, right, then you will probably have the security of the actual, protocol, but the dynamicness of an application. I've seen in other NFT spaces the idea of having dynamic NFTs. So NFTs where the utility over time evolves and the metadata evolves based off of events that are happening in the world. Like, let's say a team wins a championship and the NFT changes its metadata based off of those, that activity. So I am bullish on that in other chains. When it comes to ordinals, I think I'm, like many people, very protective of the Bitcoin ordinal and the Bitcoin protocol because of what it means to the crypto space in general. So that's kind of my personal feedback.
Thank you, Bio. Okay, so we are down to our final minutes. So I'm going to give you each 30 seconds to give me the big prediction for in the NFTs, ordinals, or runes. I'm going to start with you, Ryan. You got 30 seconds.
All right. So I honestly think it's going to be video games, Web3 gaming. I just actually got the first crypto game to be on PlayStation 5 called Off the Grid. I'm a beta tester right now, so I signed a non-disclosure agreement, but it's definitely going to be gaming. I think that these Bitcoin ordinals and runes are going to be able to token gate you into different projects. Just to explain what token gating is, it's like I have my ticket to get in the event, token gate, but if you have the NFT, the ordinal, the rune, you can get access into said online event or on in real life event. So I think video gaming is going to be where Bitcoin ordinals really take off. The main thing is that it's got to have a good user interface. So if people can just pull the phone out, install the app, set their wallet up and scan it, if it's user friendly, it's not complicated, it's not scam proof, I think that's going to be the way. Yeah.
Thank you, Ryan. David, 30 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with Ryan. I think gaming is going to be one of the important ways to bring people to the ordinal market. And also I would add in metaverse and metaverse gaming. those are going to be huge. I will say that a lot of that isn't going to happen in this bull run. I believe that ordinals and Bitcoin are going to be dominant in this particular bull run. And I say that because this is the first time that ordinals have actually gone through this period. So they're new and there's a lot of hype around them. And I'm imagining that that's going to lead to some really big increases in valuations of some of these ordinals in the next 6 months.
From that beat, folks. All right, thank you. Bio, bring us home. 30 seconds. What's your prediction?
So I'm bullish on ordinals as a store of value. Applications built on top of ordinals using things like token gating, things like, utility in different ecosystems. So if you have the ordinal, you're almost like in a VIP tier. And then also linking ordinals to real world assets, right? Like that's kind of where we exist in the MPC Labs world, where we're trying to provide real world utility for digital assets. So it could be as simple as having this ordinal gets you into this building or into this concert. And it could be as complex as, the ordinal represents ownership in like a home or represents ownership in a business. So yeah, we want to create that link so that, the digital asset is backed by some real world utility, which adds to its overall utility and value.
Excellent. Thank you, Bio. Okay, so that was our panel. So Ryan, David, Bio, thank you so much for being an excellent panel. We hope everyone that watched learned something from this. I sure did. And I think that the information that they gave us can definitely help us become more empowered in the blockchain, the NFT, the ordinal, and the rune space. So I am Eric Guthrie, closing this panel out. I want to thank Blockchain Summit for having us as this panel, and thanks Sinclair for being the excellent leader in this space. Everyone have a wonderful rest of your conference.
All right, good day, everyone. My name is Alex Ofula. I'm one of the moderators here at the Black Blockchain Summit. So today our panel, our baraza is on crypto and Black culture, shaping the future. Crypto and Black culture, shaping the future. So I think we'll start off with introducing the panel we have today. So maybe we can start with Dion. Am I saying that right?
Dion, that's fine.
Dion, all right. Sorry about that.
Sure, no problem. Again, good morning. My name is Dion Bussey Reeder. I am currently the Chief Executive Officer with the Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative, a nonprofit leader in Washington, D.C. that serves the Great Ward 8. In addition to that, I am also a business owner. I co-own a restaurant and a bar in a new facility that's a retail village for incubator business. Sycamore Oak, the name of the business is Dion's Good Food and Dion's Bar. In the next couple of months, I'll be opening up a grocery store. I think it's key that we provide opportunities for families for growth and also provide amenities east of the Anacostia River. So excited to be on this panel and see how I can contribute and also learn to bring more information back to the communities that I serve.
All right, great. Nice to have you here. Up next, we can have Jomari.
Yeah. Good day, everyone. My name is Jamari. I tell people what go remember. Jamari goes so far in his Ferrari. Jamari. It helps like a little bit, but I don't have a Ferrari. I have been on Safari. I've been in the space since 2016, where I was a co-founder of the Quantum Resistant Ledger, which had about $100 million network valuation at the time. Since then, I've also launched, I was a co-founder of Snowball, which was a decentralized autonomous organization, which is basically an organization that operates within the Web3 blockchain space independently without any intermediaries. That one had about 300 million under the smart contracts that I deployed there. It produced about $10 million for its users over the first 2 years of operation. And really the reason that I'm here is because I've been working now on an organization called Fi-Hub, the financial hub, where we've really been focused on the discovery and execution aspect of this space, where we're pushing for decentralized registries as a way of navigating through this space, customized implementation systems for nonprofits, faith-based initiatives, and governmental entities, and the empowerment and community unity using tools like Podium, which is a Web3-enabled social media platform. So those are kind of the perspectives that I'm bringing to the conversation today about how the Black culture can leverage and adopt these technologies for the empowerment and growth of our positions in a myriad of ways.
All right. Thanks for that, Jomari. Welcome to the Baraza. And finally, we can have Kamari Ellis introduce themselves.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Kamari Ellis. I'm a tax accountant, been in the financial services and tax area for over 35 years. I work with a lot of business owners, real estate owners, investors as well. And I'm guessing the reason why I keep getting invited to these because I love Black people, I love Black wealth, and I'm always thinking about ways to use our assets and our businesses to work for our upward mobility and ultimately our freedom.
All right, great. Thanks for that, Alice. So to kick us off, based on your experiences so far, I'd like to know what thoughts you have around how you see cryptocurrency impacting Black communities, both in a positive and negative way. So maybe then again, we can start with you, Dion.
Sure. I think that the first part of the conversation I think is important is that from my history of understanding the financial institution, Black people don't trust it. We've seen the financial institution not be fair to us. I mean, currently, as I stated, I currently own a couple of businesses, and the hardest place for me to get business loans is at our typical financial institutions where I bank. They see my money come through. They've seen in less than a quarter of a year, a very small business bring in close to $500,000 in sales and revenue, and still look at me strangely to even provide me a small startup business loan to continue the business to be afloat. So you're pulling from every avenue, at least my case, to keep the business afloat with non-employees paying them well above minimum wage. So the trust that we have in our community for the current financial institution is dismal. The way I see cryptocurrency is an opportunity for us to really unite our resources, cut out the middleman, and then provide more opportunities for more economic wealth in our communities. The unfortunate side of it, the disadvantage of it, is understanding it in the way that really speaks to the common person. And that's not what I've seen in my experiences with cryptocurrency. I know people who can tell me about it, but being able to translate that information in a way that it makes sense, it's always been our problem in our communities as it relates to financial information. Just financial knowledge, period, is something that we have almost ran away from because it's fear. So we got to get past the fear of understanding what money is and not being afraid of how money's generated, not being afraid of how to spend it, how to save it, how to invest it, how to understand it and not make it be something that drives you, but make sure that you're clear on how you utilize it, how you invest it, how you save it, and how you grow it. So the conversation has to start there. How do you use money? And then once we get there, we unite ourselves, use crypto as an opportunity to educate and pull Black wealth together so we can expand it and grow it. So that's how I see it. I see it as a double-edged sword. Uneducated about it, makes us fearful of it. And we haven't done the best job in getting to those pockets of our community where we have to teach people financial, economic literacy. I'm not talking about the how you save your money and you put money here. I'm talking about real financial education. What's important, not what my parents told me. Make sure you got 6 months of your mortgage in the bank and don't let your credit cards go below this. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how you truly invest your money, how you utilize your money, and how you allow your money to be power. We have to start there in our communities. And then I think we'll be more acceptable and more willing to understand what cryptocurrency looks like and how it can benefit our community.
Yeah, thank you for that. I guess we've had quite a structured way of how we view in terms of how we use financial institutions that are not maybe quite practical in a situation as Black people. Even the way you're speaking about going to banks and getting loans and what you're actually taught growing up and not really being the reality when you're on the ground. So I think that's a pretty good feedback on that question. So I think the same question with you, Jomari, like what are the positive and negative influences you see that cryptocurrency has on our community as Black people?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So the cryptocurrency Web3 space, for me, it's interesting because the African-American population in America is actually one of the largest adopters of these digital assets. We came in a little bit later than some populations, but our adoption has been really rapid and large. However, one of the things that differentiate us is that in our approach to it, the same pathways that other people have leveraged to enter this space has been a little bit different, which has made us susceptible to a lot of disadvantageous assets in this space are protocols. So when we talk about that information need for better discovery and execution, that's absolutely vital because despite our willingness and understanding that the systems that exist inside our geopolitical location inside the United States doesn't always meet our needs historically and presently, we have seen the need to move into this Web3 cryptocurrency space. So we've looked at Bitcoin, we've looked at Ethereum, we looked at these various assets as ways of rising our financial station and empowering ourselves. And that's beautiful because Bitcoin has introduced to us the ability to come together as a community around a common economic concept. For Bitcoin is around this idea of hard money, a set monetary policy, and then said, okay, this is how you can potentially grow your wealth. However, what I'm saying is that we need to move towards is the creation of systems that represent our economic interests. We can implement systems, not just be consumers of these digital assets, but also be creators. We're talking about like things like microloans, time dollar systems. Like we can introduce the variety of systems that we see inside other cultures that don't exist right now can be designed within these spaces because it's a unique opportunity to create new financial institutions, ones that are decentralized and robust and different than what we are currently experiencing, where redlining and things where our color causes us to get higher interest rates or get denied. We can create systems that empower us in new and interesting ways, but we have to create them within this space. We have to take the knowledge of what we've seen done with Bitcoin, with smart contracts, and implement them in a way that matches our interests. When I think about faith-based institutions, for example, like churches, there's opportunities for them to leverage that to better improve the efficiency of their operations, the way that tithing get broken down to communities, to share wealth between their members so that no one has need, for example, right? We can design these systems within this space in a way that's transparent, that's efficient, and that expands outside the boundaries of our physical location. And we are in this space. I mean, we've adopted art like as NFTs and music. We're in the gaming space. And then now I'm building stuff in the social media space to provide the platform and space for us to discover and execute on these assets in a way that rises the information that we need higher and then decreases the disinformation. We also need to see centralized registries and things of that nature. So that's kind of my perspective about the benefits, the disadvantages of us approaching this space, the kind of solutions that I've been seeing.
All right, thanks for that, Jomari. Ellis, what are your thoughts on the question?
I mean, how about to follow up both of them? I mean, I thought they both were spot on. Deanna, especially, I won't say her name right. A lot of people, I feel, in our community don't really understand what real economic leverage and impact is. So I totally agree with her. But I also agree with Jamari, right? I mean, there's a world of possibility out there. But what I do see is that we are running to trying to make the quick buck and not the long-term investment, not the long-term infrastructural play. And that's really where the real, I don't want to say money because it's deeper than money, but that's where the real leverage is, right? You know, when you're looking at, I think Jamari just mentioned redlining. Well, if we start using smart contracts for deeds and homes, how can that be used to protect our assets, our real estate assets, in terms of gentrification and quick sales and also funding other assets? I mean, it can be used to stymie gentrification. But again, my thing is, I'm not seeing enough people thinking about the long game of it, coupling it with real basics. So we do need the basics, because a lot of times let me back up. A friend of mine says before Black people were able to property, before we were able to own property. And without that context and looking at the world in the lens, those same things will still happen. So we need to use all our assets as a weapon to protect ourselves and our communities. And so I'm kind of agnostic. So when I look and I see everybody, oh, I'm going to get rich off Bitcoin, I'm going to get rich off this new altcoin, I just think to myself, that's not really the point of it all. And so I do think largely a lot of us miss the point, but a lot of us do get the point. And so I'm hoping more of us start really getting the point and getting that information out there.
All right. I guess just picking up on that and the topic for this session, I think in the globe, like the Black culture is known to be rich and diverse and like has broken into many industries. Like what sort of influences do you think like currently the Black culture has in cryptocurrency, and how can we build on that to make sure we are like what can we use from our own cultures to make sure that we actually get to benefit from this? So then again, starting with Dion.
Well, the very first thing I did when I wanted to prepare for this is when I started researching, I realized that 48% of Black Americans have been negatively impacted by our current financial institutions. I'll start there. I mean, we have to start with the truth. We have to tell people that our current financial institutions have not been kind to us. And we have to create, and I don't mean to sound negative. So, I mean, I feel comfortable. So I know we're just having a conversation. But I think what we fail to realize is we are as Black Americans, we are more understanding of pain that come from oppressors than we are with each other. So we have to put it out there and explain to our people the oppression that we're under from financial institutions. And if we don't aggressively seek out opportunities to build wealth unitedly, and see, that's what I keep seeing. When I did my research around why this is so critically important in this era of time that we're in, it's about uniting our resources so we can have economic power to move our people out of the dismal state that we're in. I mean, when we're looking at our communities now, you're seeing an enraged amount of violence. And you're saying to yourself, why is a 15-year-old young man picking up a gun, but in the same video, he has a stack of money? There's a direct correlation between those two. People want to see wealth. They want to believe that wealth is obtainable for themselves. But if you're going along the path of the oppressor telling you to go along this path, you'll never see that opportunity. So it has to start with a different level of education in those broken places where we have a lack of education, a lack of understanding, and downright ignorance, where it comes to respect for yourself, respect for your people, love within, self-empowerment, self-love, and I say this in the most purest form, the love for money. Because when we put money first, and not the love for our people and the unconditional love for what I believe. I believe in God, but whatever that power is that ignites you to get up each day and do right by people, until we deal with that, a lot of the stuff that we're trying to do as people will not be united and move us forward. And money can actually drive that. So we got to start with education. We got to start with moving people beyond that needle of thinking that wealth looks like the latest pair of $1,000 pair of tennis shoes, or the flyest pair of the gold chain that can hang around your neck, or the Yerman jewelry, or those things that make us feel empowered. We got to start with basic fundamentals of understanding money. Some of the wealthiest Black Americans don't understand money. Some of the people that we look up in our communities that own the churches or run the organizations don't understand money. And you guys do. So we got to figure out, and I'm going to beat this until I can't beat it anymore. If we really want to see something different, and I'll throw it to Kamari, because he started the conversation off with his background in financial wealth. If we're serious about it, we have to figure out how we unite people at a very small basic principle. I did something recently called the cash benefits transfer program. We started giving Black people $5,000. Tell them, do what you think you could do with best with it. We saw more people invest their money to grow wealth than we saw people waste their money just to have a quick excitement. So I believe we do the right thing when we have the right opportunity. So I hope that answered your question.
Yes, I think at a high level, getting that we shouldn't be pulled into how our places operate, and instead look internally, operate from a place of self-love. All right.
And understand what money looks like and how we spend money. The education that Kamari and Jamari has to do, it's their job, it's not mine. I'm just going to open up the doorway to get them into the people. But Kamari and Jamari, they're the ones that got to do the work to educate us on how we do this in this era of life that we're in now before we miss the window. So make sure we say that part. It's their responsibility. They're the teachers.
Our.
Jomari, that would be a good segue to Jomari. So same question, like what do we see around like what are the influences that Black culture has on cryptocurrency, and how can we use that basically to make sure we are well situated? Are you on mute, Jomari?
Yes, okay, thank you. I think the thing that's interesting is, as we talk about the Black culture inside this space, while Black people are present, I don't think at this point our culture has allowed itself to immerse and integrate into what exists into this space, right? So even just earlier, she mentioned a program that she did that gave money to people and then allowed them to invest in, right? Or to use it as they see fit for their lives. Those type of systems, I think, are what is missing from this space. It's people designing and allow us to have scalable implementations of just those type of systems so that people can actually, so there's a thing called DAOs, right? Which are decentralized autonomous organizations, which are basically programmed orgs, are programmed systems that allow you to say, I want this system to work like this. I want the money to flow like this to these people under these conditions. And if this or that happens, they do this, right? We need to actually take the time to take those type of systems that we see are effective and that represent our community and empowering us, and implement them in this space, and then start onboarding people to leverage them so that they might be able to kind of reach people in a more global or national sense outside of kind of our localized area. Because right now, like she might be doing that in DC or might be happening in Maryland, right? But there's Black people across the United States that would benefit, right? So these systems allow us to reach outside of our more narrow, like, cultural commitments to reach like that larger the diaspora, that larger movement of Black migration across the country, and have an impact. So kind of that DAO, that ability to customize and write automated systems in this space that aren't necessarily built into our existing financial system, that reflect how we want things to operate, is vital and necessary. And what that takes is, when we see things that are working, for us to come together and say, how do we implement this in a scalable way, and how do we use these systems to express that? Also, we were talking about this money thing, and I think the thing that's more important for us to realize than just about the money aspect is about that us coming together as community has value. It's us uniting under causes, us uniting under banners, under common themes, and under common shared values is the value of this space. And what this cryptocurrencies allow us to do, it allows us to come together under a shared sense of value, under a shared sense of community, and then say, this is what is valuable to us. This is what this is worth, because we have demonstrated it by coming together. And what is awesome about this space is because it's not restricted to the United States government, it allows us to assemble ourselves in a way that we couldn't be before. We can come under a common banner in a way that we could not before, and that was difficult to manage because there was transparency issues, there was efficiency issues. Like, how could you do it? But these technologies, Bitcoin was one economic philosophy. We have other economic philosophies that we can implement and demonstrate through these technologies. And that sense of community, of unity, is what establishes the value of Bitcoin, is what establishes the value of Ethereum, of Avalanche, of the Dogecoin, of whatever's out there. Is people coming together under that shared sense of value, that shared earnestness of creating something, of making something that empowers themselves and their communities, that we have to take advantage of. So that's where Black culture has to come into this space at. We have to not just consume the tools and maybe make a couple of NFT pieces, but we have to own the platforms. We have to design around our needs. I mean, I keep emphasizing this, us need to design around us. I think Black leaders, for example, have to come together and say, no, even though we're not understanding of the core technologies, these are the ways that we want a system to work. And how can these tools help us to get there? That's why I brought up Black churches, because like Black churches aren't even having this conversation, for example, right? Like Muslim mosques aren't having this conversation about how can these tools be used to leverage and grow our communities to accomplish our goals, right? So that's what we have to do from the people that's actually in these communities, say, what are the shared common systems that we can improve on and implement in this space? And then that will be scalable across the country to reach our goals. That's my mentality. It's like, it's not just, I'm a builder in this space, right? But I don't understand the intricacies of every organization, of every process. Like McDonald's works because it has a process, right? Because they have the McDonald's way. There's a Black culture way of accomplishing some things that we have to implement in these spaces to change the way that our community even thinks about what these assets are. It's not just money, it's community. It's opportunity if we establish it.
All right, thank you, Jamari. Over to you, Ellis.
So, thinking about that question, right? How does the Black community influence blockchain? The one thing that comes to mind is that, we create what's cool, right? But we don't really control it once we create it. And then we definitely don't own it. So it always gets exploited and oppressed in some way, shape, or form, and then bastardized in some kind of way. Like, look at the term woke right now. They've taken our term, weaponized it, and now they use it against us. And to me, that's bless you. That's a great example of what can be done, but also example of what happens when we don't have ownership. And again, what Jamari and Deanna said, I concur with, right? It's deeper than that. Just to give you all a bit more background on me, years ago, I used to organize in Philadelphia what I called cash mobs. And cash mobs were, and it wasn't my idea, it was some other white guy's idea, but I took it and made it for Black folks. So we would gather, me and my friends would gather and go support a Black-owned business. All it was is 20 people on a day. We all get together. We spend money at that place. We had a lot of success with that. So much so, I even got written up in the paper for it in Philadelphia because we helped save the first Black bookstore in Philadelphia called Hakeem's Bookstore, right? But nobody's doing it now. I'm not really doing it as much. That is something that could be created and implemented through blockchain, whether it's through a DAO, exactly, whether it's through some other kind of ledger, whatever. But it can be done. But if you're not thinking, let me back up also. Dion said something. I think all of this is required in order to work is love. You got to have Black love. We need more Black love. Before we need Black money, before we need Black wealth, we need Black love. And so if we're not coming to the approach with Black love, first and foremost, focused in our mind, none of it works. We never get to the cool, right? We never get to domination, and so to speak, because we do dominate. We just don't control that domination for very long. And we don't get any financial benefit or leverage from it. But once we are able to do that, and then really, let's say, all right, if you go back to Reverend Sullivan's 1036 plan, I don't know if anybody's familiar with that. Again, that's another program out of Philadelphia by Dr. Reverend Leon Sullivan on the very first strip mall in Philadelphia. Still stands to this day, still Black controlled and owned to this day. We can start implementing those type programs, again, through the blockchain. We could have our own little Africa town, little Ghana, whatever we want to call it, and then create it. And we could start off small, and we can create that through some type of blockchain technology. So, but again, it just takes that and not really getting caught up with the fanfare of everything, you know? So lastly, I'll say this, Isaac Hayes Jr. or the third, I always get his name wrong. He has fan base. We should have some kind of blockchain component to help fund his program. I know he already has something like that, but we should already have our own thing and say, all right, well, this is for us. It's owned by us. He's talking about the culture. He's talking about the people in a very positive and protective way. We should be funding that. We should be programming that. So again, I hope more of that comes about very, very soon, because that's where we need to put our energy to.
I'm a student of West Virginia State College. Reverend Leon Sullivan, I actually stayed in the Sullivan dorm, named after Reverend Leon Sullivan. Yes, wow. yes. So very familiar. I lived a lot of my life's lessons based on his principles. So thank you for mentioning that.
Absolutely.
All right. Then I think as come to the end of this session, I think the last thing maybe I would like to get from you is what's your future vision of crypto in the Black community? Say in the next 5 to 10 years, how do you see this shaping up in our community? So starting with you, Dion, again.
I love the chivalry here. I very seldom get to go first all the time. I appreciate it. My father would be proud of you Black men. I see it, I have to speak from the lens that I actually view things from. I see it as an opportunity for us to get more Black Americans on board. I said I'm going to stop saying Black Americans. We're the only ones that do that. Americans, we just happen to be. We're the only ones that do that. We the only people that categorize ourselves as Black Americans. You never hear white people say, I'm a white American. But we have to get more people that look like us on board. And it begins in spaces like this. I think it's critically important that we create an opportunity, and I'm going to hit up on Sinclair to figure out how do we do it in those spaces where I am in more often than not, to really explain and have gentlemen like Jamari and Kamari in spaces. And how do we get this particular Zoom panel discussion in those spaces? So when we're talking about cryptocurrency and what this looks like, and pushing out the middleman as a banker or financial institution, and really having direct transactions, utilizing your money differently. And as Jamari spoke, creating platforms of financial wealth that we can control, make that a reality. But it has to start in those small living room conversations, almost like a campaign. Mm-hmm. I think we've taken a very high level approach to this and had very high level conversations. And the people that need the information the most, that can be most effective, we have to take the Obama method of campaigning, right? You got to get the $5 donors. You got to get to the people that understand that I don't have a lot of money to invest, but that $5 can turn into something magnificent. And if people don't believe that, and if they don't understand, and you're not speaking a language that makes sense to them, they're going to be left behind. So for me, the beginning stages of this has to be, it must be, it's vital, it's pivotal for us to get in those spaces, have very plain conversations, those living room conversations, and make people understand what crypto looks like, how it benefits us, what's different about this than our typical current financial institutions, and how collectively it'll have a better impact and a more long-standing impact for generations to come for financial mobility and financial sustainability. So I see it that way. And thank you so very much for giving me an opportunity to be here.
Yeah, thank you as well for sharing all this with us as well. Yeah, Jomari, so what's your future vision for the Black community in crypto? Next 5-10 years?
Yes, no, next for 5 to 10 years. So the space has been since 2008. So now we're what 16 years in now. So the 5 to 10 years, almost double where we at. So in 5 to 10 years, what I imagine and desire to see is that one, not only are we creating platforms or being part of platforms that represent our interests, but we're actively using them. Like she just mentioned living room conversations, like the smaller meetups, right? That's actually the foundation of a lot of this space as it exists. It was people coming together in small groups, talking about their vision and their interests, and then taking the time to download a wallet, show somebody else how to implement it, right? So I see in 5 to 10 years, that process being a scalable implementation. There being very clear walkthroughs where somebody just says, okay, I want to get in this space. And as they download the wallet, it tells them the next step. It says access, whether it's USDC, a stable coin, a Bitcoin, a specific digital asset, and then walks them through how to use that asset inside the space, whether it's for a game, acquiring art that they like, or using it on social media to vote up or down the person that they like or has posted a picture or video that interests them, that aligns with their interests, right? I'm looking at our community being so integrated with this space that we are the definers of what culture looks like and how to use assets in this space, right? So we're creating the space, but we want to become the major creators of the valuation behind these digital assets. That's what I look forward to seeing in the next 5 to 10 years, because we already have demonstrated historically and presently that we are dominant forces in culture, not just Black culture, but just culture in general. The Black culture establishes and is the line of what culture looks like, not just in sports, but in music, increasingly in business. We have been shown, and studies even show, that when people of color exist in these spaces, things do better. So in the next 5 to 10 years, I expect this space to do better because we are integrated into space and creating and leveraging the space in a way that no one else could. So not only creating the platforms, but being real leveragers, creators, and pipelines of value in this space. So that means that we are making art. That means we're making music. That means we're leveraging the various technologies for social media posts that monetize our face, our likeness, our interests. We are integrating in how AI can use and integrating that in with the substance of what we've already made. We're improving our business practices and creating more efficiency via these tools. That's what I want to see in our space, that we are establishing the standard of what using these assets look like in a way that hasn't been done yet.
Yeah, all right. Thanks, Jomari. And finally, we can have Ellis address the same question.
Well, my vision for blockchain over the next 5, 10, 20 years is that, well, let me start with this. Black people are the global majority. We often act like the global minority. My goal and vision to see blockchain, because it is a global technology, is for us to use it in that manner. All right. And we use it in that manner to also unite ourselves, to promote our love, because love and culture is what really fuels things. And I started to talk about how everybody in the Jewish community, and I'm speaking generally, has a love for Israel. Their goal, their one united goal, is to protect and serve Israel. So much so we have a lot of American Israelis, a lot of them are here, will go to Israel and serve. Now, I'm not talking about serving in the army, but what I am talking about is that they're unified and making sure that that place is safe. We need to start thinking in that same way. And blockchain could be a big start of that. So I can work with a brother or sister in Kenya. That sister or brother in Kenya can work with me, or in South Africa, or wherever in the diaspora, we can work together and we can share culture, because the culture is different in Kenya. The culture is different in South Africa. The culture is different in Philadelphia. But guess what? We all still have a uniting bond, and really get down to it, we're all kind of the same people. And I'm not trying to marginalize or take away from anybody, but a lot of times we all like a lot of the same things, and we all like freedom. And so I would love to see us use blockchain more for freedom, like other communities use the financial system and political systems for freedom. You know, Jamari talked about using social media to vote up and vote down. Well, we have a lot of disinformation going on right now on social media. It would be great if we were able to control one of our platforms and say, all right, these are the standards that we need for content creation. It has to meet this standard. This is also a journalist thing. By the way, I'm also the treasurer for the oldest Black journalists organization in the United States. So that's part of it, my thinking. And so when we have some kind of journalistic media standard to give our people good information, not just something that just try to sell them this new fly-by-night trinket or scheme or play, then we have real control. We have real love. We can continue to promote that love and maintain it. Because once we build something, we also have to maintain it. But that's my vision.
All right. Thank you so much, Ellis. So that is it. We've had Dion, Jomari, and Ellis sharing their thoughts around how crypto is viewed in the Black culture and what our future in this looks like. I'm hoping we've got a lot of feedback from this. So just in case the audience wants to reach out to you, what would be the best places on social media for them to get in touch with you? Maybe again, starting with Dion.
Yes. Dion, DIONNEFORDC, Dion for DC, on all social media platforms. Dion's good food, but the best way is Dion for DC. Thank you.
All right. Jomari?
Yes. Name is Jamari, Jomari. On Twitter, I'm Jamari P, Jomari _P. And on most other things, I'm Jamari P without the underscore. I'm also on LinkedIn as Jamari Peterson. And any social media you use, I'm probably on it under some variation of what you just heard. Feel free to reach out. I love to talk and be an asset to others.
All right. Ellis?
Sure. Again, my name is Kamari, Locamari, very similar to Jamari. You can find me on all social under The Finance Rebel. The Finance Rebel. My whole money and community ideology is all kind of mixed into one. So again, The Finance Rebel, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram. I'm on Instagram a lot, probably too much, but you can find me on all the platforms.
All right, thank you for that. So that brings an end to today's Baraza, and stay tuned for the rest of the sessions for the Black Blockchain Summit. All right, thank you.
Yeah, we swallow pride. Yeah, we swallow pride.
Sorry, let it
All right, so my name is Alex Wafula. I'm one of the moderators here with the Black Blockchain Summit. For today's topic for our baraza is enhancing Black property rights. So I'll just have everyone on the call introduce themselves before we get started. Maybe we can start with you, Vernon.
Okay. What's going on, guys? It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Vernon J. I'm the CEO over at Equity Platforms. I'm a real estate guy. I 20 years in the business, $200 million in transactions. It's been a beautiful ride. And with Equity Platforms in 2021, we created the first digital token backed by affordable housing, backed by government affordable housing. We have, as of yesterday, we just closed on our newest acquisition. So that brings us to $4 million in assets under management for the company. And essentially, we combine crowdfunding and tokenization in order to create transparency, easy dividend sharing, keeping track of the ledgers. I mean, it's like night and day when you're dealing with the real estate space and using blockchain technology. So I'm excited to be here, talk a little bit about how we're going to create more rights using blockchain, and I'm hyped up. Let's go.
All right, thank you for that, Vernon. Up next, maybe we can have Bio introduce themselves.
Hi, everyone. My name is Bayo Kasanya. I'm the CEO and founder of NPC Labs. NPC Labs, what we do is we create tokenized goods. So these are goods that are represented and attached to a digital asset on chain. We're helping not just Web3 brands and creators with IP, but also Web2 companies transition into Web3 by tokenizing and embedding Web3 into their product distribution and supply chain. We do everything from not just sourcing and manufacturing, and then embedding this NFC chip or RFID tag into the product in order to link it to a digital asset that serves as a certificate of authenticity. But we also do the fulfillment as well. We have a partner here in New Jersey with 10,000 square feet of warehousing space for us to inventory items and ship. And they also do courier services in 18 US states. We ship both domestic and internationally. And we're also chain agnostic. So we allow our customer client to deploy their token that represents this physical asset onto any chain. But we have a core interest in EVM chains because they have the biggest digital asset ecosystems, to our knowledge. But we are also compatible with Solana, Arbitrum. We're building for Binance and others. So yeah, that's a little bit on us. We're also an international and distributed team. So I have team members in Nigeria, India. Our suppliers are distributed. And most of them have experience working with some of the best brands in the world, like Amazon, Urban Outfitters, Foot Locker, Adidas, and others.
All right, thank you for that, Bio. Nice to have you on this panel. Up next, we can have Drew introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, everyone. Drew Hubbard, coming to you from Washington, D.C. I may be kind of the odd man out on this panel, but hopefully can still provide some good perspective. I'm a lawyer by training, and I've been in the district government here for actually at this point 20 years, with a mix of both policy and programmatic experience, really around affordable housing and workforce development. I've served in 2 cabinet level positions for our mayor, currently running our Workforce Investment Council here, but have spent many years both on the policy side and actually as the lead of one of our housing finance agencies here in Washington, D.C. So excited to talk about how this all relates to my passion, which really is how we put policy in place that really help low and moderate income folks really function in this society and gain more as we look to get them resources.
All right. Thank you for that. And finally, I guess we can have Kamari.
Good afternoon, everybody. Kamari Yellows here. I'm from Philly. I'm kind of like the hot man out too. I'm a tax accountant, over 35 years of tax and financial services experience. And just here to learn and maybe contribute a little bit. But thank you for having me. Also, if you ever see me go off camera, I got a summer cold, so I'm trying not to cough in y'all face.
All right. Nice to have you, Kamari. All right, so I think first, I'd like to get your thoughts on some of the current challenges you think Black communities face regarding property rights and how blockchain technology specifically can be used to address some of these issues. So again, maybe we can start with Vernon on this question.
For sure. So listen, I've been in the real estate space for 20 years, right? And I've seen some things, right? And I would say the two major things that I've seen is that it's when I bring affordable housing projects to, my high net worth individuals, it's exponentially harder for those deals to pencil, right? Than your straight up the fairway properties. And I think that's fundamentally wrong. Also, I noticed that, in communities of color, you've got a small minority of people or organizations or families that own the majority of assets. There's almost zero democratization in our communities around the country. So I think that's fundamentally wrong as well. And this is why we created equity, right? Because we wanted a way to create fractional ownership so that people who live in their communities, if there's a big development happening, for example, there's a $250 million development that we are part of in Brooklyn, New York, where we've partnered with the developer to make sure that the community can have $5 million of that $250 million development and be able to invest alongside these projects. Because the thing is, before Obama started with the Jobs Act, before crowdfunding, which created crowdfunding, and then before tokenization gave us the ability to actually have a transparent, trustless way to communicate with one another, all of this was impossible, right? It was impossible for you as a non-accredited investor, and I know we might get into the weeds, but non-accredited investor, 92% of America are non-accredited investors, are non-accredited. And that means that they're making less than $250,000 a year. They don't have a net worth of $1 million, not including their primary residence. So this whole new dynamic of being able to use blockchain technology to fractionalize the ownership so that you can, no matter if you're an investor in a small enterprise, like I consider my enterprise small, where we just got a valuation of our whole company at 9.6 million. So it's pretty small compared to, the big companies. But because we're not on the NASDAQ, because we're not on the Russell 2000, the Dow, we're not able to essentially fractionalize in a digital way, right? If you invest in a normal company that's worth about 10 million, you're going to get a piece of paper that says you own 10 shares, you own 100, whatever, how many shares you own. But besides that piece of paper, you don't have any kind of tracking of that, right? And then when I'm sending out dividends, we've sent out tens of thousands of dollars in dividends on chain to our investors, to our token holders. We've got 110 token holders, and it's like night and day. It's like email versus snail mail when you're using blockchain technology in the real estate, in the financial part of the real estate equation, right? So I truly believe that as we go into, as we kind of move away from the casino, because I got into the blockchain space in 2016, and right away I saw that, I traveled all over Dubai, Hong Kong, all over the country, trying to figure out, okay, how does real estate and blockchain intersect? And from that moment until now, it's been incredibly clear that blockchain is a revolutionary technology that's disguised as a casino. Right. So I think as we move forward with real world assets, and this conversation is so poignant to that point, I think we're going to see an uptick of people using blockchain technology where they might not even know it is blockchain. And so I'm excited for the future.
Yeah, all right. Thanks for that, Byron. You can have Bio pick up from there. What are some of the current challenges that the Black communities face with regards to property, and how can you use blockchain to address those issues?
Yeah, where we focus a lot of our attention on at MPC Labs is on intellectual property. So how do you protect the ideas in your head, but also protect your creative potential? If you look at existing tech platforms like Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, it's either they don't reward their creators, or they're taking a unfair portion of the revenue. So they're selling ads against your content. If they want to delete your account, it's gone. You've lost all your community members. So what we wanted to do was help them scale the infrastructure to go direct to community and have a relationship with that community off platform. And that's what a wallet address can help you do, essentially. It's your identity, and it's independent of any one tech company, and you own it. So the way in which we're helping those type of creators, a lot of them are African, Black American, members of the diaspora around the world, is why don't we give you the same infrastructure that the top 1% of brands and companies have, right? And you're able to go direct to community with your IP, and take that off platform and keep that relationship. A lot of that exists in the form of an NFT. Then NFT is almost like a contract that provides a home for IP. And what we do, we take it to the next level. We actually embed in the metadata of the NFT an actual licensing contract, so that people can independently check and verify what sort of ownership they get when they purchase the NFT, and what that means in relation to the creator, and what you can do with that, whether you have commercial rights or not. And then from there, we take that digital asset, which is a home for the IP, and we can print a product, right, with your permission, right, and help you distribute that product around the world. A lot of the times, people, especially in the content creation space, which Black people thrive. We control culture. We're like walking billboards. You're forced to devalue your own IP. So like streaming, for example, if you look at streaming platforms, you're getting cents on the dollar. If you look at platforms like YouTube, they're taking, at least half of all the ad revenue. Probably way more than that. It's probably closer to 70%. And then what? If they decide to delete your platform, or decide to censor you, or decide to control how you decide to make your own content. We also, because you're a walking billboard, when you take a brand deal, oftentimes the brand wins. So they're keeping 90% of the revenue, you're keeping 10%. We want to flip that relationship. So give you the infrastructure, right? You keep 90% of your revenue, and you don't need permission. No one can ban you, right? You can sell it, and we'll set up the storefront. So dealing with that intellectual property is also important, because there's going to be a resale market for your goods, right? Like, let's say you're Beyonce, and someone who went to your first concert owns one of your concert tees. That thing's valuable today. till this day, right? Especially if you can prove it, right? You can prove it. And we authenticate all our items so from the inception so people know where it came from and who it's licensed from. So when the resale market develops as your brand grows, you're going to be earning perpetual revenue on the resale market of that IP. Whether it's a digital asset or a physical product, it exists on chain. People can track how it trades hands, and you can get a royalty payment every time it trades hands. So that's the sort of infrastructure we want to make accessible to Black content creators, as well as artists, and people who are scaling their own businesses.
All right. Great. Thanks for that. Next, can I view the same question?
So I think a lot of the current challenges in this area are really our ongoing challenges that we've faced as Black folks for decades and even centuries, right? If you trace the history of property rights back to the founding of this country, they were used to keep Black people from functioning as full citizens and participating in economic viability of this country. So you couldn't enjoy civil rights or social status without being a property owner. Coming out of slavery, you saw some people, some Black folks being able to acquire land, and then you saw the concerted effort to wrest that land from them, right? So this is a endemic and historic issue that we still fight to this day. And whether it's in law or in practice, we've had both legal processes and practices that have kept Black people from enjoying ownership in many forms in this country, right? We have the legacy of redlining, we have the legacy of racist and other policies that were adopted from the federal government on down to the local level that kept Black people from being able to enjoy property rights. What we see even to this day, and I'll take it back to kind of affordable housing, looking at generational families' ability to stay in the place and enjoy the place that they grew up, were raised in, educated in, is threatened every day based on the market, based on whether the example here in Washington, D.C. over the last 20 years, we went from a place where you almost couldn't pay people to build 20, 25 years ago to one of the hottest markets over the last 2 decades. And you saw the migration out of Native Washingtonians to suburban areas, and you saw the negative effects that happened with that. So even when you're looking at building affordable housing, building commercial space, even in a place in DC where you have Black developers, where you have Black businesses that play in this space, you have some of those fundamental hurdles that still exist: access to capital, being able to get bonded, show past performance, things that folks that have been able to build as quote unquote majority companies because of some of these policies that have kept our folks out for so long. You need very specific and deliberate policies that reverse those looks. You need to, number one, call out the problems and set policy, whether they'll be challenging court or not, that specifically empower Black folks. One of the examples here, our mayor put in place a Black homeownership task force with the goal of increasing the amount of Black homeowners by 20,000 in the next few years. But that's going to take specific earmarks, specific legislation, policy to get there. And we're going to face headwinds, but you got to meet it head on. There's no way we're going to reverse all the negatives over the last 100+ years by doing the same that we've done. And that's this kind of technology. It's access to all sources of capital, and really getting past, the seat at the table. We need, a booster, a leg up, all that stuff, in the sense that, you can make this argument that, it's unfair to reverse racism. No, it's injustice to not right those wrongs that were specifically done to us as a people over really the history of this country.
Drew, I just want to tap in real quick and just kind of piggyback and say, with FDR's New Deal, right? That was a clear like moment in time that changed the trajectory and is why we're where we are today. He subsidized home ownership for white Americans, and then he subsidized rentals for Blacks and Latinos, and that's where the projects came in.
Absolutely.
Right? And what you had is the renter today, the person who owns a property today has a net worth of 45 times that of the renter. So as he gave white people subsidized homes that they lived in, after generations, the wealth gap started to really widen. So I just wanted to drive that point home because you really made some great points.
And there's other examples that go right along with it. Even the GI Bill, where white GIs were empowered over Black GIs coming back from fighting for war, where they could get a college education, they could get loans for homes that Black soldiers who put their lives on the line, just like their white counterparts, couldn't do. They were deliberate policies that we have to do a full 180 and advantage Black communities to really undo that damage that's been endemic.
Yeah, all right. Then I guess kind of up with Kamari. So same question, challenges that Black communities face around property and how we can use blockchain to try and solve those challenges.
So I'm kind of the guy who I like to go back to the basics. Blockchain is very powerful and it's definitely something we can use, should be using. Really proud of everybody on this panel and abroad throughout the diaspora that is using it. But I always say that we got to go back to the basics. We need to have a firm understanding of money and finance and economics, because blockchain can then enhance all those things. But if we don't understand those things, by the way, politics, because everything, was really, I really enjoyed the dialogue between Vernon and Drew just now, right? And everything that they were talking about was some sort of political policy. From FDR to redlining, those were all political, legislative things. But if we don't understand the political process and how this works and how to leverage it, it's really going to be hard to get blockchain up to snuff to where we can use it. And I'm not trying to be a doubting Debbie, but it's really going to be hard to get it up to snuff to use it and leverage it without really understanding the mechanism behind everything and how it works. But again, I want to keep seeing these things, and we have to continue to push this. Learn about FDR's New Deal, right? Learn about redlining, because a lot of people still don't know about redlining, right? And when you really, and I don't want to belabor this, but when you really go into redlining and FDR to a large extent, Black folks, we have hoods, but how were they created? How was this whole street code created? Well, you can kind of look at redlining. And there was white supremacist guidelines that crafted all these things. And I know I'm probably preaching to the choir, but I don't know if people really get how nuanced and diabolical a lot of these things are. So that's what I have to say. Keep educating, get to the basics, and yes, use blockchain as well, but don't forget the basics and the fundamentals.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I can just jump on that too. When you look at transportation policy, I think as a group, we all know how even transportation policy added to breaking up Black communities, where you're putting highways through communities and cutting them, actual physical barriers, cutting them off from resources in the places they lived in. To your point, Carmen, I grew up that way where you are too. We see this around the country. In every jurisdiction, and we can't be afraid and be cowed by folks who may think different from us to not call out that history. We can't fall for the trap of CRT or DEI. It's history. They're facts. It happened. Y'all did it to us. You can't sweep it under the rug by saying it makes my kids uncomfortable.
And again, I'm gonna piggyback off you. Many of us have been lulled to sleep to think that bringing up history is somehow living in the past and having a poverty mindset. No other people was taught that or practiced that. When you look at our Jewish brothers and sisters, when we go back to the Holocaust, they say never again. We should be saying the same thing, never again. And we're going to use all these tools and great things to make sure that it's never again.
Yeah, and I think building off what Kamari has been talking about around maybe getting educated around stuff like what redlining is, and like I feel like the Black community is like I guess like how can we move forward in terms of connecting our communities with maybe getting educated around these practices, and also like new technology around the blockchain in good time. Like one thing I usually relate with the blockchain is like how when the internet started, like a lot of the people who are at the forefront of kind of adopting this are the people who like 2-3 decades later on really came out to like make it the same with how you just compared the disparity with like getting subsidies of rental houses versus buying a house, and then decades later, years later, like you see who gains at the end. So like, what can we do as maybe experts in this space, in the blockchain community, and even the basics around money, like Kamari was saying, what can we do in terms of educating or getting our Black communities more involved so that they're at an advantage right now for like gains that will happen 20, 30 years from now? Again, maybe just starting with you, Barna.
I'll tap in. So I just want to start out by saying redlining is alive and well, and it's kicking, it's pumping right now.
Yes,
it's pumping heavy, right? If you just Google it, you're going to see banks have gotten fined left and right in the last year. I have personally experienced redlining, where some of my properties that we own are in Black neighborhoods. A company that I was just about to refinance with, they said, you know, we're doing loans right now, but we checked the property, and we're being really picky about what properties we're financing. And I called them out. I got to the top of the food chain, and I was this close to suing the crap out of these guys. But I sat back with myself. I said, you know what? Let me put that energy into replacing the bank with community. So to answer your question, it's really making sure that we galvanize each other. And the people who own assets, it's sort of like this. In the UK, in order to become a lord, it's a birthright, right? It's something that you can't really buy to become a lord. In America, the lords are landlords. The lords in America are landlords. So they are the ones who have the credibility, who have the ability to move freely in this country. Remember, when this country first started, it didn't even matter if you were white. If you were white, you couldn't even vote. You had to be a property owner. And I actually looked at those laws, like really saw them verbatim, and it was specifics. You had to own this amount of tenants. You had to have this amount of acreage. So my point in saying all of this is that we in this country, when they first came in, they were looking for land. When slavery ended, what was the first thing people needed? Land. We're in 2024. What do people need? Land. So when we're talking about all these extra things, these are, you know, there's a lot to talk about. But if we're not talking about the ownership of assets, then we're kind of talking noise. We're just yapping, right? So we have to be able to galvanize each other, bring people together, even if they're not going to invest with you, give them the knowledge so that they can invest in themselves. But it's really the fear. I think the fear is what's stopping us from getting to that next level. And if we can see more people who own large assets, who look like us, it starts to change that mindset. And I'll land the plane here because I don't want to take too much of the time. But I had a big argument with a group of people in Pennsylvania recently doing the Kamala campaign, and they were talking about kind of like eat the rich. Eat the rich. These landlords are terrible. And I think I had to sit back and I said, you know what? You're bugging. That's crazy. And then one girl said, well, you're not a billionaire. So what are you talking about? I said, well, I'm not a billionaire, but I am a millionaire. And I am, because I'm a millionaire, that's not the flex. The flex is that I hire Black people. The flex is that the Black people live in my buildings. The flex is that in my retail spaces, I'm giving first-time business owners the opportunity to start their businesses. And if we could multiply that thousands of times over, then we're talking about real freaking change.
All right, thanks for that, Vernon. Bio, up next, how do we connect communities with all this knowledge and information so that they are better off in the years to come?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, I believe in documenting your journey. I've been creating content online for 7 years, since college, and along the way, I've released ebooks. I've done webinars, and I've pretty much tried my hardest to leave a trail behind that maybe the next generation that's inspired by whatever you're building can follow your blueprint, right? I don't believe in sitting on valuable information. I believe in catch and release. So even today, I try to show up to places where you know, young Black men and Black women are sharing knowledge and share my perspective. I was lucky enough to be educated at an Ivy League institution, and that's a rare network to be part of. I've never shied away from sharing resources, and especially with younger students outside that network, trying to pull them in and give them some exposure. And then, you know, with the company that I'm working on now, it was actually inspired because a lot of the young Black entrepreneurs that I was seeing really wanted to be influencers and be you know, YouTubers. And you know, I said that's good and all, but you know, especially one of my childhood friends, she's an Afrobeat dancer. She's grown 200,000 followers across her platforms. She's danced on Jimmy Fallon, but she was staying on my sister's couch, and I couldn't make sense of it. And here I was, you know, working in VC, trying to invest in some startups and trying to give my friends who are artists some advice on how to protect themselves from all these predatory deals, brand deals, companies trying to take advantage of them, labels trying to take advantage of them. And, you know, after some time, I was just like, enough is enough. I want to build the infrastructure to help them thrive while they're doing this. Like, why do they have to wait till they quote unquote make it before they're actually generating revenue? If you have 100 loyal people, and you have well more than that, that are willing to pay you even $10, $50 here and there per month, you can sustain an income. I think Andreessen had this article I read called "100 True Fans." With just 100 true fans paying you $100 a month, you can make minimum, at least the average medium income for a family in the United States, right? And you just scale that up, you can essentially control your own destiny. The challenge is getting people to stop giving their value for free. And you know, you're giving all this stuff for free. Eventually, you've got to build a social commerce feedback loop where your community is empowering you so that you can continue to empower them. It can't just be give, give, give without, you know, eventually taking what you deserve. So I just try and share that from my perspective, and then leverage the company that I'm building today to, you know, build the infrastructure around these community leaders. They're naturally community leaders. They're energized. They're getting people excited, you know, to follow them and to share their content. You should be able to eat as well.
All right. All right,
Yeah.
thank you for that. Then I think we can wind up with Drew and Kamari. I think because of time, if you could each take maybe about 2 minutes each to answer the question. Same question.
Sure. I think every major movement starts small. A lot of times we want to go and galvanize a million and billion people, but powerful thing starts with, a couple people, 4 or 5 people here. Then we spread the gospel. Not trying to get religious, but Jesus only had 12 disciples. Changed the world. Same thing with Muhammad. I don't know his exact numbers, but my point is that, we don't need everybody to be believers. We just have to have a core belief of what we understand. And those are facts. Base everything off facts and just go from there. Just show the world that, well, I'm hesitating here, so I'm just going to say it. I mean, we're all Black here, right? The idea of America, an American dream, in my opinion, has always been a lie to a large part. And I believe a lot of us have been duped by that in all its facets. And we see the influencer culture, not pointing at anybody, but we want to become influencers, but influencers of what, right? And, those are the questions I feel we need to start asking. And then we really need to come back and say, who are we really working for? Who are our people? Who is the community? And I'm becoming kind of the old angry Black guy, which I don't want to be, because, sometimes that turns off the young folks, but it's all from love, right? It's like, what are we doing, y'all? Can y'all not see that just by perpetuating consumerism and materialism, that's not helping Black folks, that's helping corporations. And again, that's a whole political ideology that I have that I don't want to bore anybody with, but I'll just say this. This might seem corny, but if we just gather a couple brothers and sisters, show love, be supportive, be Black, real Black, and move from there. And that's all it takes. And I know it's not any rocket formula or anything, but I don't think it's that simple. I just think it takes dedication, a lot of sacrifice, and some hard work.
I got you, Kamari. And then I think we can have Drew close us off.
All right. I think everything all of my colleagues on the panel has been right on point. I'll just add to it and amplify networks. I belong to a social organization here in DC that's been around since the 60s, and all professional Black men. I see so many deals happen within just our group where it's the developer who's getting capital from the banker who's in the organization, who is using a Black architect, who goes to closing with a title company that's Black owned. So using our Black networks. And I think we gotta, again, we said this over the course of this discussion, we can't ignore our history. I think it's worth looking at the time when we were forced to be in a segregated situation where we had to work with each other. And in some ways, you went to the Black doctor, dentist, or lawyer. We have all the resources we need in our community if we recycle those dollars and really commit. And not all skin folks is kinfolk, right? So you gotta find people that are really about what's best for us as a people and really embrace them and do business with like-minded people, talk policy with like-minded people, get like-minded people elected from these local positions all the way up to a national platform. And that's what it's going to take to really push us forward.
Hello, everyone. Hello. I am so excited today. We are having a fireside chat today with two phenomenal people in the space. I'm just really excited for the Black Blockchain Summit. I'm just so happy and grateful that they're able to bring the most knowledgeable individuals together to educate us and to talk to us about relevant things that are happening. And this fireside chat today is about Wall Street's view on Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs. And we are talking about Bitcoin, we are talking about Ethereum, and we are talking about ETFs. And so we're going to make sure that we are bringing everybody up to speed. So the first thing I am going to do is allow my phenomenal guests to just introduce themselves. I can give them accolades from everywhere, but I want them to introduce themselves and just tell you a little bit about who they are themselves. So first up, we'll go with Leah Walt. Leah, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. It is my 5th year with the summit, so this is awesome. I look forward to it every single year. I learn every single year. I was at Howard the first year, so as a native Washingtonian, so it's great to be back. As an introduction, I've been working in Bitcoin asset management in the space since about 2016. First with Lucid Investment Strategies when I launched the Bitcoin investment arm. And then after that, I co-founded a company called Valkyrie Investments, and we launched some of the first ETFs that were traded in the United States. Valkyrie was sold to CoinShares, the ETF business, in March, and our private funds were sold last month to Abra Capital Management. And on the heels of that, I started as the CEO of Cypherpunk Holdings, which is a small publicly traded firm in Canada focused on investing in blockchain companies.
All right. Well, thank you for that. And then next up, we have one of the infamous teachers in our space, who's responsible for many of us really finally getting an epiphany as to what Bitcoin is. And so without further ado, if Mr. Lamar Wilson can come off mute and tell us a little bit about who he is and what he does in the space. And I know he's driving, so he may forget a couple things, so I'll remind him.
Yes, how you doing? I'm Lamar Wilson. I am the founder of Black Bitcoin Billionaire. I am also an educator in the space. I've been educating since 2013 on Bitcoin. Just talking about Bitcoin. I also am a software developer that built one of the first early wallets in Bitcoin called the Fever wallet. So I've been around for a while, and I'm definitely a huge supporter of the Black Blockchain Summit. I think I was the first keynote speaker, so I've been a OG to the Black Blockchain Summit as well. So I'm so happy to be here. I appreciate you guys having me.
Absolutely. And thank you for being here. And so since we're talking about Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs, I think it's only befitting that we just do a couple things before we get into the weeds, because everybody is very astute in all their ways in this space. But I would like for, we'll just go kind of backwards today. Leah, I would like for you to explain to some of the listeners what Ethereum is.
Ethereum first, then Bitcoin. Oh, okay, sure, that's fine. So Ethereum was originally developed to be the world's computer. I think that there's a very big difference between Bitcoin and Ethereum on all levels, on vision, on use, on the community, across the gambit. But Ethereum as a blockchain provides an application layer for applications to be built on top of it. The native token of Ethereum is Ether, or ETH, and I will give it to the educator here to fill in the blanks on what I'm missing there.
All right. And with that, he'll help fill in the blanks, I'm sure, as we continue. If there were any blanks, he will fill that in. But we're going to ask Lamar to tell us about what Bitcoin is. And so, yes, I did that backwards at the Black Blockchain Summit. We can do things any way we want to do it. But Lamar, tell us about what is Bitcoin for those individuals that may not know that are listening to.
Bitcoin is freedom money. It is the hardest money that we've ever seen. It is a distributed ledger that provides for an anti-fragile system or network that connects people and their emotions through currency. No, but Bitcoin is probably the greatest invention of my time outside of the internet. So I think the internet probably was the greatest invention of my time, and I'm a millennial. And I think Bitcoin is number two. So, and from a layman standpoint, I think you did a great job talking to the layman about what Ethereum was. So I think you did a really good job.
You got the fun one. You got the fun one.
Well, you know what? We're going to have some fun with this whole thing, because before we start talking about Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs, I want to know what you all feel about Wall Street coming into the space at all, period. How do you feel about that? One of you take that on.
Well, for me, I've been around so long. My first Bitcoin conference was, I remember going into a basement with a bunch of guys that had on flip-flops and sandals and were carrying machine guns. So it was very libertarian, very freedom focused, very anarchy. I don't even know any other terms. And then I remember within a month of that, there was an event called the Coin Summit. And at that event, I saw gray and blue and black suits. And I knew that things were going to start to change. And so for me, do I care if Wall Street's in? Not really. I mean, Bitcoin's a tool and people can use it for whatever they want to. Am I a huge fan of Wall Street being in? Probably not that much, because as we can see, when people start just focusing on number go up and not necessarily freedom, things start changing in the market, and maybe not always for the better. So I really hope that people get back to understanding that Bitcoin is an alternative to the systems that have oppressed people all over the globe, and that we get back to understanding that it's freedom technology first and not necessarily just number go up.
All right. Thank you for that. And Leah, what do you feel about the initial Wall Street entrance into the Bitcoin and Ethereum space?
I thought what Lamar said was beautiful. Now I'm a product of the system since we launched the first, Bitcoin ETF futures on NASDAQ and spot and miners and all those things. Now, I think, you hit it on the head of what's the ethos and use of Bitcoin. I think that if we just talk about ETFs, exchange traded funds, it's a vehicle, right? And that's great. Some people who want to access Bitcoin need this vehicle. If they want to put their retirement funds into it, their IRAs, their 401ks, they need this vehicle. So I think from a structured perspective, it's great that this was created. And obviously I care enough to have dedicated, the past 5 years of my life to do that. On the other hand, freedom money, I agree. Now, I think there's been a big change on, are the cypherpunks still here? How it's, working, and is it working in developing countries? Has it just completely switched over to stablecoin usage? And I think that those are all topics of discussion for the development of the industry. But in regards to how do I feel about the fact that Wall Street is in, what concerns me about having quote unquote Wall Street in is centralization of holders. Again, I'm very happy that the vehicle exists for new people to join, like my parents. Although they've been DCAing on River for the past 4 years, so good for them. But, it's really centralized Bitcoin in the hands of the few, and I'm very concerned about that. A lot trying to engage with a lot of companies that are supporting Core and Lightning developers, and just making sure that we're doing what we can to make sure that the underpinnings and the code of the developers are still able to take care and maintain and be interested in working on the system, because that's what matters. It's a community at the end of the day, and if Wall Street wants to come in, good for them. Everybody should have access. I think that Bitcoin is for everybody, and that's a vehicle for other people to also join the ecosystem as they see fit. So as long as all of us can continue to be part of this ecosystem in the way that we want to, whether it's representing privacy, whether it's representing, freedom money in regards to financial sovereignty, unconfiscatability, permissionless value transfer, all those beautiful pillars, I just hope we can, all continue to have that access.
Absolutely. Oh, go ahead.
Can I say one more thing? I also think from a custodial standpoint, one thing that I've seen happen when Wall Street enters, and that's the one thing that bothers me. Because like I said, I don't care if Wall Street's in. I mean, everybody should be in. But the one thing that does bother me is that we don't have any proof of custody for a lot of these entities. And so I feel like a lot of the times we're getting a lot of paper Bitcoins out in the space. And one of the qualities and one of the benefits of Bitcoin is that it is a provably limited supply. And the issue is that many of these exchanges may be running fractional reserves. And so we're not getting the true market. If you can add more supply by basically allowing people to trade on something that you don't have, and you don't have to go out in the market and get it, then are we actually getting the real market of what Bitcoin really is? Or are we getting some Wall Street derivative of what the market is? I think that's always been very interesting. And we've seen with entities like FTX dying that they didn't even hold that many Bitcoin. And so how many other exchanges, how many other Wall Street funds are doing the same thing?
And you're absolutely right. And that's actually a great lead in to a couple of things I was going to say. Number one, Leah spoke about the pillars. And you spoke about, Lamar, you spoke about the ethos. And now you're speaking about exactly what the huge problem is Wall Street bringing the train of thought that they've always had, which is not good to our ethos. And that is, I'm just going to say it from their perspective, because we've talked about our perspective. All of us all of us are in the space, so we understand the real ethos and the real pillars. But Wall Street's view on Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs is totally different from us. And so since Leah, you're on that side and you have actively seen how Wall Street reacts, can you kind of share with us what you feel like their main goals are coming into the space? And we know, but can you just share with us what are their main goals?
Unfortunately, speculation, to be honest, and truthful. I think, though, that I think it's hard to just say Wall Street. Some institutions are completely evangelized, like MicroStrategy, right? And if we want to call that Wall Street, which it is, it's a publicly traded company. Michael Saylor absolutely gets, supports, and understands, I think, the vision of Bitcoin in spades. So there are very interesting organizations that also care a lot about Bitcoin and have done deep research. Fidelity, the digital asset team, they also care a lot. The VanEck team, they all care a lot. And they've spent a lot of time, understanding and sitting with developers. And, again, I think that it is representing something different, more on the store value front, but a belief and care about sound money. Which I think also is, an important aspect of all of this. In regards to, the trading firms that are coming in now that they have easier access, speculation in stripes, and that can create unfortunate market dynamics that are more air driven rather than value driven. And I think that's true. But also on the other hand, if Wall Street means just a financial firm that provides these products, then again, I think that there is a beauty to my grandparents putting their retirement accounts, into Bitcoin. Now, Lamar, we could definitely talk about custody. However, on its basic level, they believe that they're buying Bitcoin, and I think that's great. So to your greater question, Naja, I think it's not the same reasons that we joined the Bitcoin, movement. And with that said, I joined really, as a full-time job around 2016. So I was already a latecomer. And the dynamics had already changed at that point. I know, I was learning about Bitcoin very early on, but I didn't make a career out of it until later. And there was a lot of changes in the cypherpunk movement from early days to 2016, of course, and the different bubbles that came. So to sum up thoughts, for the most part, the financial firms that are more actively engaged in trading, I think, are fully just cognizant and interested in speculation. But I do think that if we just say Wall Street, it's a bit of a misnomer, because there are a lot of individuals that are finally able to have access via those institutions, those Wall Street institutions that are offering the products.
I think the only problem for me is that access, though, can be taken away at some point. The beauty of the custody, I know that's why you laughed a little bit, but the beauty of the custody of Bitcoin is that you get to control your own keys, you get to control your own funds. And I feel like Wall Street is creating a honeypot for a 33 type of situation to happen again, right? Or 1971 with gold. I think Wall Street, because guess what? If the government comes and asks Wall Street, hey, give me all the Bitcoin you have, I don't think they're going to fight back. I think they'll say, yeah, we'll turn it over and you can give us your paper money to settle up the value. But we saw what happened with gold, right? In the same. So I think that kind of scares me, because if more people start only trusting Wall Street, we see what Wall Street even did to pretty stable markets like real estate, right? Sure. What happened in 2008? Like, every time Wall Street gets their hand on something, because of their greed and because of the speculation, somebody usually screws something up. They usually go a little bit too far. They go a little bit too far, and we wind up having crashes. And so I hope that doesn't happen with Bitcoin. And we've already seen some instances where Wall Street's influence has changed the way and the dynamic of the market, like you said. And so I think in the future, hopefully we get to a point where there are more people who are starting to value self-custody and understanding that Bitcoin is a different asset than everything else that is out there. I think that's the thing. The more Wall Street comes in, the more people start feeling safe with Wall Street. And we see what happens when people start to feel safe with Wall Street. Wall Street has, like think about it. We've had many crazy crashes because of some of the instruments that Wall Street has created, some of the inventions that Wall Street has created. So.
No, I agree with you, and I'm not laughing at all. I only self-custody my own Bitcoin, and only ever have, and I have not sold. So I'm with you there. I think that it's just a dynamic at the moment of what's approved by the SEC. But there's a lot of great stuff, non-custodial solutions. Like I'm always rooting for Caitlin Long and some of these other folks. So my hope is that, maybe there's a solution to be put there, but your greater point, I'm with you. I joined Bitcoin for the revolution, but, I just think it's a tough one. The question is it, are the people who are buying through, these institutions because that's their access point, also a product of the system, or is it simply, which institutions are the ones that are creating the, the potential mess that you're talking about? And, that's the only thing that, I'm thinking about. Can they learn how to self-custody? Definitely. But I do think that in some respects that takes, a couple more levels. And I think we're going to get there, because I think this is a new coiner event that's finally getting, folks in and interested. So I still think it's a positive, but yeah, I'm, as I mentioned at the beginning, I'm definitely concerned that they're the holders.
But you got to here's the thing that we have to think. We got to make sure that we don't allow regulators to fear us into saying this is the only way. Because if 401ks had access to spot Bitcoin, then people could just buy spot Bitcoin. But guess what? The regulators said no. So now we have to create these other instruments that are ETFs and all these other instruments for people to have access to what they normally could just get at spot Bitcoin. And I think that, to me, is a complete disservice. There are a lot of rules and regulations about what you do with your own money here in the United States that I think is like really screwed up. And we should have more freedom and more autonomy around our money to even purchase things like spot Bitcoin with our retirement funds. Listen, JG Wentworth? It's my money and I want it now. But that's not how it works. That's not how it works with the retirement stuff, right? So
yeah.
Absolutely. And I just want to say this, and I want to tell Leah, I want to give you a big hug and a big kiss. In no way is this slight to anything that you have said, but you said one key thing that I just wanted to scream. You said, of course, that your parents and your grandparents are getting into the space through the ETF because that's the path of least resistance for what they actually need at this time. And then you made a comment that they believe that they're buying Bitcoin. You said believe. Our community does not have time to believe they're buying anything that they do not have. Because as you know, the wealth gap is astronomical between different nationalities. And for us to get involved in, and I'm not saying that they're not going to make any money with Bitcoin ETFs or Ethereum ETFs. I know they can, but I really want our community to be in a solid space where they actually own the asset. And I know you said you self-custody, which I definitely appreciate, but I have to make sure that those that are listening, you're gonna have to take the extra step. As Leah said, there's a couple of other layers. You've got to take those layers. And again, I don't care if you get involved in Bitcoin ETFs or Ethereum ETFs, if that's what you need to do to get into the space, but please take the extra steps to understand the extra layers, to get self-custody, and really, really have actual ownership because God, I mean, we've watched it in our community for hundreds of years. We don't even have to just go out of this last 100 years to really see how exactly what Lamar is saying, that it can be taken at any moment. And I don't think that a lot of people really understand our history, specifically African Americans, how many times banks and insurance companies and all these things just closed up and said, we're not giving you the money. And there's been not a penny paid after that. And it's kind of because they know that we'll just kind of go away and figure it out. And I don't think a lot of other communities have had the experiences that we have had. And that's why I think and feel that Bitcoin is so liberating for us. And as we get into, I get calls all the time, people that want to turn their 401ks into Bitcoin ETFs or Ethereum ETFs. And I'm going to be honest, I'm not a financial advisor anymore. I'm not providing any financial advice, but for me and what's at stake for us in the community, I am feeling like, and I'm going to just say it on here, I would rather people take their money out of their 401k, pay the penalty, put it into and have the actual asset than gamble with rolling it over. And again, I used to be a financial advisor, into an ETF and not actually having possession, because we've seen what that has done for us, giving people possession of. And so that's just kind of where I am. And again, no slight to anything that you're doing. I just think that our community has to do something a little bit different than what we've done in the past. And we have trusted, and we have thought that we had, and we have done this like over and over and over again, and nothing has really gotten this wealth gap closed. And to the tune of being $150,000 to $200,000 behind everybody else on every single day of our lives, having something that we're not in control of just does not serve us. And so that's my little two Satoshis. But I appreciate both of you. And as we kind of get back into you two being the ones that are talking, how do you feel about what the future looks like in the Bitcoin and Ethereum ETF space?
I think it's going to keep going. I think Bitcoin and even Ethereum, from a standpoint of in the mind share of people, I think they look at it now, especially in the West, as just another asset to add to their balance sheet, right? I think it's just something else to add to the portfolio. So I think, of course, Wall Street is going to keep finding ways to gather fees on holding people's assets. So I think that's going to keep going. But what I've seen and what I'm encouraged by around the globe is in places like Nigeria, where I know these gentlemen that created an application called MavaPay that allows you to send Bitcoin into Nigeria, and it gets transferred directly into a Nigerian bank account in Naira, and it takes about 7 to 30 seconds, right? That kind of stuff is what makes me extremely happy, because in countries like Nigeria, in countries like Argentina and these places where their money is not that stable, Bitcoin provides an outlet and a way for freedom. But I think as far as like the ETFs and Wall Street, they'll keep coming up with derivatives. And I truthfully believe at some point somebody's going to create some derivative that winds up collapsing the market for a little bit. We'll have a huge correction. I just don't trust Wall Street to continue to make products that are not going to collapse the market, because we've seen it over and over and over again with different asset classes. And I don't think this will be any different. So I think they'll keep doing it. They'll collapse the market in the West, but the people who need it the most will begin to continue to use it, and use it in a way that can actually change their lives, not just from a portfolio standpoint, but from an actual life standpoint, like literally change generational wealth in their country, generational like situations within their family. And I think that's what the future holds with Bitcoin, and not so much as Ethereum, but with Bitcoin.
And Leah, thank you for that, Lamar. And Leah, we know that you made a responsible Ethereum ETF and you sold responsibly. Hopefully they'll continue to carry your legacy for many years to come with no instances. What do you see as the future of these ETFs? Are you putting together a new one? What are you working on?
No Ethereum ETF. We focused on Bitcoin, and supporting Bitcoin miners as well. So we had an ETF that was supporting all those Bitcoin mining companies. Mining is really important to me. I think it's very interesting when done in an appropriate and sustainable manner. If we're speaking of African, brilliant entrepreneurs, I love the gridless folks. And they gave a great, there you go. Yeah. So, there's a lot of beautiful advances in the renewable space that also has that double opportunity to assist on the ground with mini grids and electrification that are needed. So in regards to the ETFs, I'll just echo you, Lamar. I think in the end of the day, there's a lot of advances around the world that will keep helping Bitcoin thrive in manners that matter. And whether it's what's been interesting to me is actually the rise of more true peer-to-peer marketplaces in Latin America. So not using central exchanges or DEXs, but true peer-to-peer, and they look similar to the like original marketplaces. They're really great. So I think that generally there's a lot of activity, a lot of building, and I think that it will create a world of good.
Well, thank you both. This was absolutely phenomenal. I know that our listeners are going to come away with a lot of great information. How would someone find you to speak with you about anything that they want to talk about? How would they find you on social media? Leah first.
Sure. I'm on Twitter, my name, and DMs are always open, LinkedIn too, but like a good person in crypto, I'll respond on Twitter, usually in short order.
All right. We sure appreciate that. We really do think crypto is just on Twitter, nothing else.
Yes.
But Lamar, how would they find you? And I know you are Big Mar everywhere, but how would they find you?
Yeah, you can find me at BIGMARH everywhere, like Ms. Naja said. Instagram, Twitter. If you want to hit me up, Twitter's probably the easiest way. If you slide in my DMs on Instagram, I will never see you because I don't know how to get to that extra box. It's always so Twitter is probably the best and easiest way to find me if you have any questions. Also, you can catch up with me 11 a.m. on Clubhouse on the Genesis block and the Black Bitcoin Billionaire. We still do those every Monday morning at 11 a.m. Come in. We talk about the same stuff we're talking about now and try to give people as much education as possible. We sticking to the plan. So it's good being with all of y'all, man. I had a good time. It felt good.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And I miss you, Miss Naja. I miss you.
I miss you too. And we'll definitely talk. And ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first on the fireside chat about what Wall Street's view on Bitcoin and Ethereum ETF is, but you heard mostly from our two experts about, how they're feeling about it. So get this information out to your friends and family, because there are a lot of our friends and family that are right now trying to figure out what to do moving forward, especially with all the things that are happening politically around the world, not just here in the United States. So really pay attention, really get your friends and family to understand what's going on so they don't get involved in anything that they assumed that they had access to. So we'll say it like that. And again, thank you very much. Peace and blessings to each and every one of you. Looking forward to seeing you soon in the cryptocurrency and the ETF space. I'm not going to be in the ETF space, but looking forward to seeing you there.
This your love song, baby, this your love song. Mrs. Right, be my wife, never done wrong, never done wrong, never done wrong, never
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. My name is John Wanena Karanja, founder and CEO at Melanin, which is a Web3 startup in the distributed energy sector. I'm also the co-founder of the Black Blockchain Summit, which is the reason we're here today with Dr. Shelby Donnell, who will be giving us a presentation on AI and genomics. AI has been a huge phenomenon in the last year or two. And we decided to add it as one of our key sort of sessions at the Black Blockchain Summit. And Dr. Donnell will be our keynote leading us into the AI age. So, Dr. Karibu Sana, you're welcome to introduce yourself and the area of discussion for today.
Okay, thank you, John. So I'm Dr. Shelby Solomon Darnell. I have a master's in artificial intelligence and a PhD in affective computing, or getting computers to understand human emotion. A few years ago, maybe 2.5 years ago, I started working with a genetics and genomics research lab. And in November of 2022, we had OpenAI release ChatGPT 3.5, and its capabilities, its ability to generate text and information that seemed quite intelligent, and being able to answer questions was revolutionary. And so some people have been, a lot of people the world over have been more interested in artificial intelligence. They are reinvesting heavily, and not everyone really understands what's going on. In fact, I was talking to a young coder last week and also today, and he thought that AI was something new, whereas AI is not new. It began around 1948, and we've had several times different AI applications have been created that started a lot of hype in AI, and then funding went up. And then after people realized the full promise of these applications, there were AI winters, whereas people thought AI was trash. But what happens is, for instance, for one of the big hype ups of AI, we have expert systems. And expert systems try to act like experts, but they had been more limited because they had a listed control set, some boundaries that they couldn't go beyond. Now that we're looking at generative AI, we can put different guardrails on it that make an extremely powerful expert system that one would not be able to easily tell it wasn't a human intelligence. So, I really, one of the reasons I'm into genetics and genomics right now is because I've learned quite well how to code for computers, and now I need to understand how human coding works because we have a lot of different things going on in this area, in the intersection of this area, and we can't be left behind because being left behind means being more exploited. And one of the reasons I'm very excited about this area is I also have a background in blockchain. I have a few patents and a few papers. I've implemented a few proof of concept systems for clients, and one of the important things that need to be done around genetic information is to make sure that the people from whom the genetic information is taken actually can control and own their information rather than letting other institutions control their information because it's wildly helpful and useful to research. So if you look at evolution, if you think about evolution, and part of artificial intelligence is about evolving, making it so a computer system can better understand how to solve problems and how to retrieve information. And then when you look at genetics and genomics, that is supposed to map out human evolution as well as other organisms. And what's happening now is what do we call it? In 2003, the first full human genome was what do we call this? Transcribed, and it was about 90% of the full human genome. And now with each year, reading and processing a human genome becomes faster and easier and less costly. So I don't have the figures for how much it cost to actually what do we call it, transcribe the initial human genome, but we'll talk a bit more about that a little later. Either way, because of all of the information, let's say you can get a kit that costs $1,000 that allow you to sequence genetic information of organisms, and that is a very low price point based off of what it used to be because the Human Genome Project costs billions of dollars to actually implement, and because the barrier to entry to sequencing genetic information is lower, amazing amounts of genetic and genomic information are being produced, similar to how much information we produce by just being online and always being on our computers. Now, along with that, you have what do we call it? The NHGRI, the National Institutes of Health Genomic Research Institution, or at genome.gov. And they're doing lots and lots of things. They have a whole roadmap from 2020 that they're implementing, and we need to take advantage of these opportunities to get to participate in this type of research because diverse views and help reduce exploitation generally and help improve research outcomes. Let's see. What's the next thing I want to talk about? And as far as a slightly bit more background on artificial intelligence, large language models are just part of machine learning models, and machine learning models started gaining a lot more popularity back in 2010 in the research field. And here in 2020, 2 years ago in 2022, like I said, OpenAI made a huge step forward with its natural language processing language model. ChatGPT 3.5. And as far as AI goes, natural language processing is just one of the facets of artificial intelligence. You also have evolutionary systems and robotics. There are several facets of artificial intelligence. So let's move on. So this slide is just speaking to research that I'm pursuing, and as a new genomics researcher, genetics and genomics researcher, I need to build up my I need to build useful tools while building up my knowledge of how genetics and genomics works. So there are a few problems that are on a few problems on which I'm focusing, and that's strengthening our understanding of the black areas of a genome through the pangenome and computational intelligence. We'll explain what the pangenome is later, but you'll probably can understand or know what it is by just the prefix. How to build machine learning models that support the understanding of causation with existing data. Now, causation is a somewhat new area of mathematics and computer science research where we are trying to understand what causes the change from one state to another, because intelligent systems are never going to be able to reason well if they don't understand the causes of what made something change from state A to state B.
Yeah.
Right now, large language models, they don't understand causes of things. They are just very good at processing very large. Okay, a large language model has billions of weights, and the billions of weights have been trained on petabytes of data or gigabytes of data. Some of them might be trained on petabytes of data, and the weights help them learn what should go after what word should go after the next word. That's why it's a language model. So if when you type in a question, it has already read so much information that it can come up with the answer based off of all the information that it's already read. So it's not actually reasoning, but it is, what do we call it, generating the next item in a sequence. And it uses
Would you say that
probability.
is would you say that is predictive analysis, perhaps?
It is predictive analysis.
Right.
Because it's looking at different probabilities on what it should say next and what it should do next. And then it takes the thing that has the highest likelihood of being correct and pushing it forward. And it does it exceedingly fast.
Mm-hmm.
And another research problem, I want to enable a faster understanding of complex research ideas and outcomes to better facilitate citizen scientists while speeding up the rate at which scientific knowledge is mentally consumed. Mouthful. So, my plan on getting to those points is to really pay attention to data science, or to use data science and a comprehensive data science process to solve certain problems or approach certain problems in the genetic space, and specifically the problems that were listed on the last slide. So for instance, problem 3, enabling a quicker understanding of complex research ideas and outcomes, that's quickly enabled through a ChatGPT interface using something called retrieval augmented generation. Now, when we're trying to enable a better comprehension of information, we want to make sure that we are not getting incorrect information. One of the issues with large language models in general is that they hallucinate, and that's just an easy way for people to understand. because it's trained on such a large corpus of data, it can make up things, or the things it generates will not always be true because the amount of data it has to look at. Whereas with retrieval augmented generation, you're still using the strength of the large language model, but you are forcing it to only take information from a smaller corpus, from I guess like a specific lookup table. So with that, you are getting a lot less hallucination, and you can refer back to, let's say, the source from whence the answer was generated. The specific source. ChatGPT has, I think, has started to give you the source of the answer, or the source of the answer or what it generated, but it's usually a website. Whereas with retrieval augmented generation, you can be more granular with your source, like specific research articles. And so that's one of the first things that I've explored. And we're writing or publishing a paper about that in the next few weeks. And this has been done in different ways, but ours is quite focused on this platform called genenetwork.org. That is like a 30-year-old genomics database, but thankfully the vast majority of its data is on rats. But we'll talk about, or not rats, but mice, and we'll speak to more about genomic databases. So I spoke about causation, and causal inference a bit earlier, and this slide just explains it a little better. So when you're looking at something like how does one get diabetes, you have to look at all the different things that help cause diabetes, that lead to diabetes. And so we map out this chart that shows you those different things. So causal inference uses lots of probability and statistical methods to get an algorithm to understand the cause of something. There's a very good book called The Book of Why, where this man, Judea Pearl, a Turing Award winner, you computer scientists should know what that is. And also Alan Turing is the pretty much the genesis of artificial intelligence. But either way, Judea Pearl came up with this causal. Say what?
I thought he was involved in encryption.
So what happens is he was involved in encryption, and he also wrote the first paper on artificial intelligence. So
okay.
So what is this? He was trying to do code cracking in one of the world wars, and as he was going through doing this code cracking, coming up with different algorithms to do it efficiently, he was stumbling upon artificial intelligence ideas, and he came up with a Turing machine and the Turing test. And the Turing test is supposed to evaluate whether or not a system is actually intelligent. A computer system, a digital system, is artificially intelligent. So yeah, Alan Turing did encryption, but he also was father of artificial intelligence. Oh, and let's see. So as I'm working on this research and implementing different things, we are also still trying to support Kenyan what do we call this? Entrepreneurs and startups. So we use a system that's based off of ChatGPT by a company called Fahamu AI, run by a young Kenyan man, that they call Digest. And what Digest does is ingest different PDF files, and then you can query their system and get answers from those specific PDFs. And we have worked with them to ingest 3,000 PDFs and about genetics and genomics research in the areas on the topics of genenetwork.org, the database, the large genomic database that me and my research colleagues work with the most, that we've also created, at least that they created. And what do we call this? The genetics of aging and the genetics of diabetes. So we have a system with 3,000 publications that you can ask you can ask whatever questions you want around those topics. So one of the best things about using this system and using this large language models and retrieval augmented generation is it's extremely difficult to actually read all these publications and then generate a lot of ideas and see all the loopholes around research outputs and about research results. So, and also when you have 30 terabytes of data of genomic data, it's easy to forget how much value or underestimate how much value that data actually has. So when you have a system that can ingest all this information and you can start asking it questions, some of the results that come back can bring up long buried information that most people would have forgotten. So one of the things that researchers, part of a researcher's job is to actually ingest all this information on their topic of interest, on their research topics, and then do background processing and come up with different research directions. Or, you'll just be looking for a specific, you like a certain area of research, you want to be funded, you look up some type of funding opportunity, and you start doing reading and coming up with different objectives based off of that. But either way, one of our jobs as researchers, or one of the jobs of a researcher, is to ingest a lot of information and be able to parse through it, understand it, and generate new information, or or expose new information. We'll say we're not actually generating it, but we're exposing it. The information is already there, and we might learn of a connection that someone else hasn't learned of before, and we can publish things like this. So this is just an overview of things I talked about before. Not that important concerning this talk. So now let's talk about genomic databases. So as we speak, full human genomes are being sequenced and saved on private databases that are owned by universities and private companies and by the government. And I think one of the only ways to try to curb the unintended uses of databases like this is to make sure they're undergirded by a blockchain, so that the owner of the genetic information and of the genome can control who gets to see their data. So let's say, for instance, you have a listing of 100,000 people, 50,000 Black people, 50,000, let's say 40,000, 45,000 white people, and 5,000 people are mixed. And in this research area, they say add mixed for whatever reason. And let's say a group of researchers or a researcher wants to use that genomic information to understand something or to just do their work. What should happen is that people get prompts. on their devices or through email that says, hey, somebody wants to use your genomic information. And you can say yes or no, or you can just opt in general, or you can just opt out in general. Right? Because we have Black people in the U.S. around the world have a history of being exploited by advances in medical technology, and we don't have to look any further than this COVID outbreak, especially Africans. They have some tales about how they were being exploited um, by nations with more power and more money to try to help forestall that crisis.
Yeah.
Say what?
Yeah, yeah. I saw that on the news. Yeah.
Yeah, man. We're always being exploited. And then you have to think about what is this woman's name? Henrietta Lacks, whose cells have been used since she went to a doctor and they diagnosed her with cancer. Then they realized her cells are not dying, and so they're used to test different vaccines and everything else. And they have been used like that for the last, I don't know, ever since they took a sample of cells from her, because they just keep multiplying, and they're 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 immortal pretty much.
Yeah.
And they've been using her cells for decades without proper remuneration. Companies have made billions upon billions, probably trillions of dollars. Pharmaceutical companies have made egregious amounts of money, and just recently have tried to, say within the past 10 years, have tried to give her family some of the proceeds, but obviously it's peanuts.
Yeah.
So we'll look at, when we're talking about genomic databases, you have to understand that there's research scientists in genetics and genomics attempting to increase the diversity of their genetic databases. But it's difficult to increase the diversity in things like this because researchers in genetics and genomics are generally white people. And so when they look for volunteers, they're usually finding other white people. And that's it's hard for them to interact. It's hard for them to ask for other type of people and get them to trust them with their genetic and genomic information. But they find ways around it all the time, and we can speak about those things offline. Another problem is that these researchers have stunted imaginations when it comes to fair use and ownership of data, especially data as important as a genome. And there have been research papers about this, how Black people, like, what is it? It used to be common for Black people to be genetically tested before they get into the army to see if they have sickle cell. And if they did, they were not allowed to get in the army, or it would keep them from having certain types of jobs. So this genetic testing has already been used against us. And, we have to be very cognizant of where we allow our genetic data to rest. And there are very bad laws and regulations about the how genetic information is handled and what's fair use around genetic information. So there are policy issues that need to be addressed. A lot of policy issues, guidelines, and guardrails for safeguarding genomic data are wildly insufficient, and definitely don't empower the owners of the genetic information. Now let's talk about the genetic frontiers. When we look at the initial reference genome, 70% of it came from one person of admixed background or blended ancestry, and the remaining 30% came from 19 white people. What was it? But it really wasn't 30%, because only 90% of the human genome could be sequenced. Now, I told you I was gonna bring up pangenomics again, and pangenomics is combining genomes from many people of mixed backgrounds, as many as possible, to create more powerful reference genomes for multiple species. So one of the things one of the things research is trying to get to is making medicine based off of a individual's genetic information. So very bespoke, very bespoke medicine, and that shit's dangerous as hell. Um, it's wild. It really needs to be managed better. The whole pipeline. Because right now it's in the mad scientist idea is not, a mad scientist doesn't always show that they're insane. Most mad scientists seem exceptionally normal, and they're just excited about understanding and finding connections and learning new things. And if they learn how to get paid to do it, they just do it constantly and consistently. And what they're most worried about is whether or not they are following the regulations they need to maintain their funding. So we have to be very wary of that. And again, we need to get into policy management and creating policy, and that's a bit of a slow road. But whether it's a slow road or not, we got to go for it. And one of the things that NHGRI, National Institutes of Health Genomic Research Institute, one of the main things they want is to train all their genomic scientists in data science, because they know all this, because they've seen all this data being generated, and they want people to be able to use artificial intelligence to get more or understand more of their information. So all this needs to be bounded, and that's why I said we need to control genomic information with blockchains, so individuals can control their genomic information and genetic data, because otherwise it's just going to be wildly put all over the place and copied everywhere. There's research ongoing about how to protect genetic information, and when you make genetic information public, use some do some add noise to the genetic code. So if somebody is to try to figure out who has that genetic code, they can't. But that's if when you add that noise to the genetic data, the scientists are making sure they don't add so much noise that they can't learn proper insights from the data. So now, how much noise is actually going to be put in there, and how egregious is that noise going to be? So if you're trying to do a one-to-one a comparison, it'll fail. But you can use artificial intelligence to get a probability of who that genetic information may belong to. So again, we have to be careful. So that ends my presentation. John, do you have any questions?
Yes, of course. You and I have been discussing and working together for many years, particularly on the blockchain side, using the distributed ledger for various applications in the energy sector. And now you're talking about using the same ledger for applications in the genomic sector as well. And you also happen to have made me an uncle to, three nephews and a lovely niece.
Yeah.
So I know your kids have a great heritage in terms of, the different peoples they come from. So could you speak to that heritage and how we can use both machine learning, AI, blockchain, and the tech that you're working on in genomics to help, Black people around the world trace their roots, for example? Is that something that is viable, and can it be done safely in a way that, helps people instead of harms them?
So it can be done quite safely. So you already have several databases from different companies that have this information. And then you have some government databases. And as a research scientist, I can get access to some of this data and
Yeah.
do tracing myself. I'll write applications to do tracing. So, and then I can make sure the genetic information that I'm using is on a blockchain and the results are on a blockchain, and they are locked to the private keys of the people who I'm searching for. So so I can we can write it such that I don't even have access to the results. I can
Yeah.
just calculate the results.
Yeah.
So that would be an amazing thing. And so as far as the heritage and background, I'm black guy from Alabama, and like most people, most black people, especially from the south of the US, south specifically, well, South US, we I'm quite mixed. There are white people as close as my great grandparents, Native Americans, my grandmother, um, and then for my wife's side, she's pure Kikuyu. So well, and most Kikuyus are mixed with Maasai.
Yeah.
So she's
Zion.
main exactly. So she's mainly Kikuyu, but she's Kikuyu Maasai. And so now my children are sharing my mixed heritage and the strength of a pure Kenyan, of pure Kenyan ancestry, because it's good to not have to do a test to know where you come from. But I wasn't that lucky, so I am going to learn how to do the test to figure out where I come from genetically.
Yeah. Yeah. This is definitely something we want to push as one of our key applications at the Black Blockchain Summit. Of course, doing it securely and anonymously so that people can protect their data, as you very well said during your presentation. So I'll leave it to you to give maybe your final thoughts on the future of AI, things that we should look out for going forward.
Okay, so AI is you have different people saying different things. You have a lot of rich guys going on TV saying AI is so good you won't need to code anymore and all this other stuff. And um, we're going to come into general artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, very quickly. And artificial general intelligence is an AI so powerful that it is smarter than and can manage anything that a human does. Um, so, these things it's easier to see them coming, but they're not as close as people are saying. And that's one thing. Number two, it's never good to not understand things that can control you. So computer algorithms are already controlling all of our futures. So it's best to understand and study those things. And as artificial intelligence is getting to be so powerful, especially generative artificial intelligence has been found to be so powerful, and that's just getting more powerful each month. Uh, we have to keep learning, and we have to understand well how this technology came about and how not just how to use it, that's the easy part, but how to build it ourselves. Because if we're not understanding that, we are going to get lost in the shuffle. So we really need to pay attention to this causal inference and machine learning. We really need to pay attention to, not giving away our genomes. We shouldn't be giving away our genomes when you have these different registries and commercial companies that will sequence your genome and tell you where you're from. And when I was going to do that a few years ago, but I read the fine print, and the fine print says they once they sequence my genome, they can do anything they want with it, and they own it. And it's a bit insane to say you own someone else's genetic information. You own the rights to use it whatever way you see fit. So we need to be very careful. because the world is going to keep moving forward quickly, and we need to slow certain things down.
Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Danielle. That was a great presentation. We look forward to having you in person at the Black Blockchain Summit.
A very good day. I don't know whether it's evening or morning where you are. And thank you to the panelists who are going to be joining this conversation today. We are talking Web3 and the Black community. So our topic of today is bridging the Web3 gap within the Black community. So maybe I'll start off by asking our panels to introduce themselves and tell us where they're coming from and what they've been doing. My name is Alakanani Tireleng. Those who know me call me the Bitcoin Lady. I will be your driver today as we be doing this, having this conversation. Yeah, we can introduce ourselves.
Hi, my name is Ingrid Lafleur, and I am the founder and director of the Afrofuture Strategies Institute. And I am a curator of Afrofuturism, a futures researcher, and pleasure activist. And I am a global traveler. I am a nomad. You can find me in any country on this wonderful planet of ours. But I'm originally from Detroit, Michigan.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe tell us a little bit, what is Afrofuture?
The Afrofuture, it's a way of imagining Black people in the future, but we also pull from the past. It's incredibly important. And we look at mythologies, legends, cosmologies that inform that past and try to find the wisdom within the past to help inform our futures.
Interesting. Try to find the wisdom in the past to inform our future. That sounds interesting. Thank you so much. And how do I say your name?
Ingrid.
Ingrid. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ingrid. Yeah. Are we the only ones?
No, I'm on Rashawn Colbert here. As I said, my name is Rashawn Colbert. I'm the head of policy at DYDX Trading. A company that works on open source software for a decentralized trading protocol called DYDX. I've been with DYDX Trading for about a little over a year and a half. I spent 7 years before that working on Capitol Hill for Senator Cory Booker from New Jersey, working on technology policy. So I've been doing this for a while and really working on making sure that we get good regulations for crypto, and particularly DeFi in the United States. Make sure that we're facilitating innovation and keeping it onshore and accessible, while also creating legislation that protects consumers at the same time.
Okay. Arashan, how important is regulation in the Web3 space?
I think that there's a balance between regulation and unregulated, right? And striking that balance is critical. I think that, there's a long way to go in order to find what that balance is. Some people think that unregulated is best, but I find that when you do create adequate regulations that aren't onerous or too oppressive, you actually create the opportunity for more people to participate, for people to kind of, be able to participate in the light. I think, especially working in the crypto space, It's really hard to have perfect operational security, and only some people want to work anonymously and from hopping around the globe in ways that aren't like Ingrid, that aren't perfect, excellent globe trotting. But I think that getting that right is critical if we want the space to flourish.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I can't get to see who is on the panel, so if there's any other person to be important to.
I think it's just us. Looks like it's just us.
It's just us. Okay. Perfect. Okay, let's continue then. All right, we are looking at bridging the gap, the Web3 gap within the Black community. So maybe we can start off by highlighting what is important, or the importance of Web3 and its potential to transform the Black community. How important is Web3? Do we really need to adopt it as the Black community? How important is it to us or for us?
I think it's important when we're thinking about alternative economic solutions in our communities, especially when we're looking at places like in the United States where banking practices are so discriminatory. So I think one of the biggest issues is that a lot of us in the Black communities don't understand what Web3 is, and we don't have enough exposure to how to enter the space, what to do in the space, and how safe it is. I think that's just on a basic level. Some people are very hesitant because they don't really understand how it operates. So then they don't feel very secure operating in the space. And so it's important that we understand that there are options. And I think that that's the key here, that Black people, we have other options and ways to operate within these different economies that won't burden us or hinder us or stress us out, but instead help us to not only secure funds, but grow within that space. But I think it's just really about clarifying what that is, what that means, and finding and partnering with different organizations that are already working with communities on the ground. And I think that's globally, to make sure that those organizations understand it, Web3, and then also are able to educate those that they're already working, the communities that they're already working in.
Okay, so if I get to very well, you're talking about the importance of creating those economic opportunities through enhancing knowledge or digital literacy, I'll say, thereby enabling our community to be part of the innovation that is happening. But you do say that there is that gap because people really don't know. They haven't yet grasped the concept of Web3. How do we reach out? How do we reach out, I would say, maybe to the people to make them understand so that they can move away from the Web3 and become part of what is happening right now?
Yeah, I think that's the education part of it is really key to connect with different maybe social activists who are already connected to communities. I think that is the best way. And I mean, I would love to have it in schools and I would love it to be taught on a more traditional level, but I don't know if governments are there yet to allow that to happen, or even school institutions. But in terms of adults, just making sure that each one of us are having the conversations with those within our networks and making sure that we're available. I get a lot of calls. I get, questions constantly, individually, and people they want to know, but they just really don't know where to go, where to start. And I think it's because it's such a decentralized space, right? And because there isn't one place, it makes it difficult. But at the exact same time, I let people know that there's like the Black Blockchain Conference, and there are different, I know there's something happening on Martha's Vineyard, and there are places and different conferences that are happening, but it is up to us that are already knowledgeable to make sure that we spread the word.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. Rashid, maybe I should ask, what are the current barriers, in your experience, you think that the Black community is facing in order for them to access or to have access to and also participate in the Web3 ecosystem? What are some of the barriers you think are making it difficult for the Black community to access the Web3 and participate in it?
Yeah, I think that the barriers that stand between Black people and access to this new technology and this ecosystem are the same types of barriers that we've been dealing with and overcoming for many, many years. I think that there are barriers of education. There are barriers of outreach. I think that there's always great things going on, but if you don't hear the message, then it's just like they aren't happening. And I think that it takes specific, determined effort to make sure that everyone, all of our community is receiving that message. And just like Ingrid said, there are opportunities for people to educate themselves and to go to places where that message is being told. And I think they just kind of have to find out. But I think that there's also a psychological barrier to some degree. And harking back to your question before, kind of to why is this important? What does Web3 mean for Black people? I think the way that I come to this, I think being Black American and really being a student of our history here, I think a lot about the progression of, in particular, of ownership and property and rights to that property, right? And that's really what Web3 enabled by blockchains facilitates, right? Verifiable, self-controlled ownership of your own property. I think we've gone from being property to, there's a long, and I've articulated this in a blog post, which everyone should go read, but there's a history from since Black people came to the United States, being denied the ability to accumulate wealth, being denied the ability to really to hold property, to having property taken from us, whether that land, money, then going through from slavery, through Jim Crow, through World War I, and reparations for the benefits that soldiers should have received, through obviously greater segregation, civil rights movement, through redlining, through World War II, the GI Bill being denied to Black people, through even the financial crisis, and that falling disproportionately on people of color. And then I think that you also see in today's kind of crypto ecosystem, some Black people being targeted, for with scams. I don't think that that's the nature of, that's not at the center of what this movement is. I think what it is, like I said, about property, about ownership, about rights to hold your own property in a new and novel way. And so whether that is an economic use case, which is growing the fastest, obviously people love money, or whether that is, data privacy, ownership, community, all these things are facilitated by Web3.
Yeah, thank you so much. You did really cover like a lot of things, from education, from psychological barriers to Black people being denied to accumulate wealth, to the red line, and all that. Now, what steps can be taken then by the Black community to ensure that the Web3 space is inclusive, and also it reflects this diversity among the Black community?
Let's see. I think. It's again going back to these ideas of not only making sure that we're educating ourselves, because that's critical, but making sure that we're doing what we can to share those learning. And whether that is through resources like this, exactly what we're doing here, having conversation and making it available for other people to listen to and to learn, writing about it online. I know a number of folks have also written books, from Professor Tanya Evans to Charlene Federico, folks, Black folks who are writing about this and now increasingly showing up on television and other advocates like Cleve Messidor, a bunch of people. There's so many who are working in this space to make sure that we get this message out. And so I think making sure that we're highlighting, recognizing those other people, and being an amplifier for their voices, because I think the messengers are out there. It just hasn't reached everyone yet. But I think that the work is progressing.
Thank you so much. Maybe Ingrid, you can, also jump in the same question, the steps to ensure that, the Web3 space is inclusive, and also that the Black communities, it reflects also on that Black community diversity. Maybe you can jump on the same and discuss the same.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Rashawn said, but I would love to add that we definitely need more people who are innovating in this space. So that requires an extra level of work. But we definitely need more devs in this, developers in this space that are Black, who are working on projects that really speak to us in our community. I have had the pleasure of judging certain competitions that within the blockchain space that do focus on, for instance, archiving our histories and just really focusing on what are the needs and what is our future, and like what kind of blockchain project can support that future. I think that that's really important. And so how to get to that point, it might be a little trickier, but if we can have more people actually working and developing and creating within the blockchain space very specifically, then I think that will open it up. It would create more diversity. It would make us feel more comfortable. Black people like to see other Black people.
Yeah.
and then we'll trust the space more, right?
Yeah.
And I think that that's really important. Keep avenue.
Yeah, I think Black people love to see Black people, and that's what makes them very, very much comfortable. And we are talking about that, trying to build that gap, to bridge that gap. And as we continue discussing, I see we keep on referring back to the importance of education, the importance of education and all that. How can we now build initiative like community-led education programs and all that? How can we bring our people in? How can we make them trust the space so that we can have those Black developers that we're talking about who will end up, building the innovations that, are relevant to us? How can we do that? How can we make it easy?
You're asking the hard-hitting questions here.
Yeah.
You see. No, that's good. That's good. That's the only way that we get good answers about good questions. I think that I don't have the answer. I think that I think we have to meet people where they are, and I think today that means online. And so there needs to be including this community of advocates and educators who I was talking about, and the great builders and developers who Ingrid was talking about. There does need to be some level of connection between and advocates like myself and all of us, between all of us together to be able to have some things to say and to talk about and to hold up as examples of the types of projects that we really want to see. I don't. I'm a little stumped. I'm eager to hear what Ingrid has to say. Her solutions.
Yeah, I would love Ingrid. I would love for Ingrid, to incorporate her projects, the Afro Future. So I want to see how he can infuse that into the question that I've asked, because I foresee these two going hand in hand.
Definitely. I mean, when we think about liberation and this is definitely on a practical level, this is one step towards liberation, because we are disconnecting ourselves from an economic system that has been penalizing us, right? And so that's really what the Afrofuture is about. It's making sure that we're liberated and we have choices and options and we understand that and we can move towards that easily and effortlessly. I'm wondering, Rashawn, if regulation would be helpful. Because if regulation is in place, then politicians might push, will feel more comfortable being involved in the space. I'm curious to know if you think this. And then that might have a trickle-down effect. And I'm just curious, would that be a way towards making sure that people really trust the space if it's regulated, if the politicians are creating policies around that then they're like, okay, well, I can learn about it and I'll let my children learn about it because now it's been verified in a way, in a very traditional way that we understand. I think that the issue, though, is around like surveillance, and I mean, the problem with crypto and blockchain itself was that it was supposed to be completely an antithesis to the market, right? And it's supposed to be completely free, and it was not supposed to be taxed. It was not supposed to be surveilled, but here we are.
Yeah,
and so. And so, maybe then we might as well just dive deeper into that, and that could help and really moving, because people kind of trust these institutions, and that's what it's really about. Where is the trust, and how do we kind of use that trust in whatever institution to help expand a knowledge base around, the Web3 sphere.
Great points. And I think, like I was mentioning earlier, I think there is a sweet spot for regulation. I think that looking at this specific space that we're talking about, the technology is such that it should basically be able to support this decentralized, self-sovereign idea, just in the technology. And I think that is largely possible. But technology and the way that we access it, right, there's always a bit of a spectrum. The internet, right, is built up of protocols that are all kind of overlay one another, interact with one another to move data from this computer to that computer, and yada yada. But since not everyone understands or wants to go through the trouble or the expense of setting up their own infrastructure, there are points of centralization which facilitate our usage of it, right? I think we've also seen a similar thing happening with crypto. We've seen this decentralized technology have intermediaries put in place, right? Because I think that the technology is complex in some instances, and so it's helpful to have centralizing actors who are there to be able to make things easier to facilitate your interactions. And so I think these centralized players, I personally would feel more trusted or would trust them better if there are adequate regulations that when they're doing a certain activity, there's a certain type of regulation, whether that's one that exists already that's similar in our kind of regulatory framework, or it's something new. But whenever you are putting that trust in an individual, it is great to be able to understand that they are accountable to some shared level of activity and responsibility. I think that it's also critical to make sure that we're keeping those centralized and self-organized pieces open. We're keeping those open. We're keeping those permissionless and trustless as much as possible. Because again, that's the piece that I think gives that level of, you don't have to trust a government that you may or may not trust. You don't have to trust a bank that may or may not have your best outcomes at heart, right? And so it is this kind of this perfect little middle ground that we'll never find, but that will keep getting closer and closer to. We're making sure that we're keeping centralized entities accountable, and that we're keeping a lot of flexibility for individuals. Just on the internet, you have, it is possible to run your own nodes and and kind of be able to manage your own email server and that no one will govern for you. But it's also helpful to be able to have a Gmail every once in a while that you can access from computers all over the world. So I think that there's a balance there, and we got to make sure that we're looking at technology for what it is and using its benefits to help Black people.
Thank you so much, Rashid. I can see. I mean, you are acknowledging that there is a need for those intermediaries. There's a need for certain concepts of centralization, like the government and all that. But also at the same time, we acknowledge that the space is very, very complex. The Web3 space is very complex, and sometimes you find that even the regulators, they don't really know what they are doing. Sometimes I feel like they're grasping straws. They don't really know what they're doing, and how do we make them really understand? Are they ready to listen more to us, or they just want to regulate? So maybe that's the question that I'll throw to you. Yeah.
So that's what I work on every day, right? Yeah. Communicating with policymakers and trying to help them understand what this technology is and who are the people who use it. There's a saying in DC: if you're not at the table, you're on the menu, right? And so if you're not active in the conversation, talking about what are we regulating, what does this regulation look like, then your interests will be decided upon by other people who are engaged in the conversation. And so I think it's critical that people from all different walks, but including Black people, and especially, need to make sure that their voices are heard. And this is critical obviously for Web3 issues. This is also critical for everything. I think that, of course, it's important that we have Black and brown and female representation in the halls of power, because it matters who the decision makers are. But no matter who the decision makers are, when we come out and vote, when we call, that's one thing I think people don't really realize. You'll hear people say like, "Oh, call your legislator," or whatever. That really makes a difference. I have seen done well-decided issues completely do an about face because of an outcrying of advocacy and a concern from their constituents. So it really matters at the grassroots level, just picking up the phone or sending an email or sending a letter. And then at the advocacy level, direct advocacy, people like me who are talking to policymakers. But these issues have to be brought up again and again and again and again. And you have to be able to kind of meet them where they are, and whether that is, some people, they know what an email is, but they have no idea how it works. And so you got to kind of go from ground zero and talk about the technology, talk about what it works, find good analogies to talk about. And there are others who are really sophisticated. And so you can get straight into conversations where you're talking about higher usage and innovative usages of or opportunities of the technology. And so you have to be able to be flexible and always make sure you know what you want, what you're talking about, and be able to have that conversation with these policymakers, because they're not going to make these decisions on their own. So we have to make sure that we're there to talk to
them. Thank you so much. Anything you want to add, Ingrid?
Yeah, I think they simply should hire us. I think, honestly, we can do the educating, but then they really should just pull from the Web3 Black community and just hire us as advisors, as the futurists, to create that team, so that then they know that everything is on track, and that, we're sensitive. And this is why I'm an Afrofuturist and not just a futurist, because I'm very sensitive, very specifically, to what it means to be Black-bodied in this world. And I know I'm more sensitive and more open to what our needs are, right? It does change from community to community. There is a diversity there, but there is a meta need. And we can speak to that. And so honestly, I think that would be the easiest way to get around all of this, is to just really be embedded in a lot of these institutions.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much, Ingrid. They should definitely hire us. I love that. Thank you so much to my wonderful panel. It has been very beautiful conversations, and I believe we'll take a lot of points out of this, create spaces for the Black community, continue conversations, find ways in which you can continue these conversations beside the Black Blockchain Summit. Maybe continue even before the summit. We have something going on every time, every single day. The Black community is involved, and I commend the Black community, the Black Blockchain Summit for the wonderful work that they are doing. Maybe one last word from all of you, just to wrap up and finish this discussion. If there's anything that you want to add on to what we have discussed as we come to the end of the discussion.
Okay. Gentlemen, you can go first.
Okay, sure. Okay. I think people should even when times are dark or uncertain, stay the course and stay involved. And I think that technology is a great tool to make the future better than today, to do the things that we do today more efficiently, faster, cheaper, better for everyone. But it really is all about involvement and making people's lives better. And so I think that on a personal level, I think that kind of whatever I'm doing, I'm trying to also think about how I can, help my community, help my family. And so I hope that I know that other people are doing the same thing. And so I want to commend all of those folks, all the great advocates and builders who we've talked about today, and I'm eager to see what everyone else gets up to.
Thank you so much, Rashin.
Definitely, and if you have the knowledge, definitely partner with community organizations in your area. I think it's a really good idea. Share the knowledge, share it on social media. We need you. And I think it's important for us to really understand what kind of futures we want to create, and then that will drive the mission.
Thank you. If you've got any link or social media page where people can follow you, you can just shout it out there so people can follow you and continue conversations.
On Instagram, you can follow me at Dr. Shiluva, and on TikTok.
Thank you so much. Rashan?
And I'm on Twitter, or X, I guess it's now called, at Rashan, so at Rashan.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being part of this discussion. And see you
soon. Of course, thank you.
Yeah, all right.
Understand we can't stop till we all free. Open eyes till I drop till they all see. On the kid is a thorn, now they throwing stones. Melanated, yeah, they hit us when they want us gone. It is known, got me blown, I'm recluse, yeah. Fear hard when I'm spitting in the booth, yeah. Take my time on the run, yeah, I'm about to shine. Motherland in my veins, do it for my kind. Read the signs, spit lines, we the wise ones. Speak your mind, speak your truth when the time comes. When the time comes. When the time comes. When the time comes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chris Bates, and I am a doctor in cybersecurity. And today we are joined by Rick Dudley and Keisha Crosby. And if you both wanted to go ahead and give a quick introduction, Keisha, if you want to go first, just because you're...
Sure. My name is Keisha Crosby, founder and CEO of TriGuard Risk Solutions, bachelor's in mathematics, master's in engineering, over 20-something years of cybersecurity and software security experience, as well as crypto.
That's amazing. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Rick?
Yeah, name's Rick Dudley. Primarily, I work as a mechanism designer in the blockchain space. Launched a network called Laconic, and I used to work as a systems administrator, and I have a lot of just sort of practical security experience from those two professions.
Perfect. Thank you. So the topic of the discussion is cybersecurity in the Web3 age. So I guess we can just start by establishing what do you both think is the crossover and frameworks between where cybersecurity came from in computer science, or I guess where people in the cybersecurity field have foundational philosophies versus what's happening in Web3 and where those things cross over and where they conflict in your experience?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good question. I think a lot of Web3, obviously starting with Bitcoin, has a lot of fundamental computer science, fundamental is, cryptography is a linchpin in that system. But cybersecurity best practices are not a part of that community, broadly speaking. So there's sort of an understanding of abstract mathematical cryptography, but there isn't really a deep appreciation for the day-to-day practical things that you need to do as a user who is placing, at times hundreds of millions of dollars onto a single private key material, right? I mean, people do not have plans. They do not know what to do. They do not have strategies. They have not thought through any of the practical work around how to secure that asset. And I've personally been in a situation where you do implement some practices, but crypto is a little different from enterprise in terms of how you can do key recovery, how you have trusted individuals. So you can be in a situation in crypto where I had a wallet that I had intended to only have, money I was willing to lose on it, and I secured it in that way. And then, something blew up in price, and all of a sudden now this wallet is extremely valuable, but I didn't have the policies in place to manage that particular wallet. So I had to I had cold storage wallets. I had all these things. So now I had to have a whole plan for, okay, how do I move something from hot storage to cold storage? Well, did I even securely generate that key in the first place? I wasn't intending to do that. And so it's these types of challenges where I think there's a huge gap.
Thanks. Keisha, does that mirror your experience, or do you have any additional perspectives on that?
I think Rick is correct, but I think the problem with cybersecurity that used to be called information assurance, that used to be called, information security, system security. I think the problem stems from everybody looking at a system approach as opposed to let's make sure the software is secure. Because even today, people are still, even with AI and any other new technology, we're building platforms, systems, and software on riddled systems or buggy software. And we're not going back to basics. We need to secure the software in order to secure the assets. And even with crypto, with quantum, they've been able to break a lot of crypto. AES 256 has been broken. So we need to start focusing on how we secure the software. If we can secure, it's like a brain. Your body has a brain. Your software is your brain. It operates everything. Unbeknownst to you, it's doing functions that you're not thinking about. And your system, your body, your skeletal system, your muscular system, and every part of your skin, all of that are systems that operate off of the brain. And so we just got to take it back to basics. Let's secure, get, policies, procedures, methods around securing software and then building out.
So I think you brought up some great points. I didn't mean to leave out, my degree is actually focused on computer science, but it's in cybersecurity and information assurance. I always leave that part out because it's confusing. But one of the things that they've done in the field is separated them out. So I think what you're alluding to is there was an assumption that information assurance is automatic under proper cybersecurity protocols, but we've learned that's not necessarily true. And so in computer science, they've split out information assurance versus cybersecurity. And one of the things that has emerged in that is people often think of cybersecurity as digital, but from the time I've entered, I have a bachelor's in psychology, a master's in telecommunications, and then another master's in cybersecurity. And one of the things that has emerged in probably at least the recent decade that wasn't, I believe Kevin Mitnick was when it really started to emerge that physical systems are just as important in terms of whether it's the HVAC or whether it's the power connection, now that we know that power hammer attacks exist, or whether it's the sound proofing, because now that we know that acoustic attacks exist. So there are all these things that we did not know before, where we thought if something was air gapped and if something was disconnected from the internet, where it was safe. Now we know that's not true. And further, we know the human is always the weakest link. So when we're talking about these systems, we're always talking about humans using these systems, even when we're talking about AI. So in that context, where does the user come in both of your perspectives? Because I have a lot of thoughts about users, but I want to hear where both of you see users coming in, because we're supposed to have cybersecurity for users, but in my experience, a lot of times users undermine all of the cybersecurity that's put in place. So, are you both seeing similar things in your experience?
Well, I mean, users aren't different in this environment as opposed to any environment. Users are just users. They're users of information systems. They're users of end products. So they're reliant on, the product developers to tell them, hey, this is safe. And it's not, honestly, it's not. There's nothing 100% secure. And how do you protect the users? We got to have, better policies that protect the users, more insurance that protects, the users' use of a product. We have UL, users laboratory, which protects us from electronics. We have, little UL stickers on stuff that we buy of products, but we don't have anything related to software or systems that we use on a daily basis. And if we can try to start wanting to protect the consumer more, or wanting to give the consumer assurance and insurance, then I think we can move on to a better practice, a more, minimal residual risk is the goal. It should be the main focus. We can't have 100% risk-free products, but if we can give minimal residual risk onto the user, I think that'll be great.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think a lot of my work is very much advisory services to people. So I've advised executives at exchanges. I've advised project founders. I've advised all sorts of people throughout the space. And I think for me, in the Web3 space, there's definitely a huge cultural gap between where people are. I mean, these are oftentimes, young men under 30 making millions of dollars worth of assets, and they are not particularly technical in their backgrounds. I mean, you two are way more heads and shoulders, leaps and bounds, whole nother planet of technical expertise, right? These are not even people with computer science degrees. They oftentimes don't really understand how a web browser works. They don't understand the security model of a web browser sandbox or any of these sorts of things. And yet at the same time, they're trusting these systems to hold, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in some cases. And so I think it's a huge issue in terms of education in Web3. And I don't really see a short path or a direct path towards addressing the issue. I feel as though there is a space to deploy products. There's a product like Casa. I mean, I can't really recommend like ledgers or trezors anymore because there was a high schooler who as a hobby was cracking some of the hardware wallets. And it's like, yeah, sure. I mean, that you do expect that to be, frankly, you would hope that they would need a scanning microscope or something, right? Like it's not so much like there's some, and I guess I'm going to get a little technical here. You don't expect there to be some informational barrier to a high schooler. You expect it to be the equipment costs, right? You expect it to be that it costs millions of dollars to actually scan the chips and break the security that way, not that you can just sort of um, just hack the circuit or just like do a voltage attack and compromise the system. You would expect that it's a little more sophisticated attack than that, but we don't have those products, so it's sort of impossible to advise people on what to do. The products just aren't available in large part.
So you brought up a framing that is important to establish accessibility, in that if something is turned into a product, then by proxy, it's automatically putting it out of reach of a certain class. And so if we have a system in which cybersecurity is behind a paywall, are we setting everyone up for failure by only giving access to the people that can pay for it?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think the short answer to that is yes, and there's a longer answer around, in crypto, people talk about banking the unbanked and these sorts of narratives, and I want to be optimistic about those narratives, but that doesn't reflect. I mean, someone called me the other day. It was a woman in her 60s, and someone had tricked her into putting malware on her computer and all of this. And I don't think that all of the stars are aligned on this, right? I think that in terms of Web3, that let's say it's even if you don't have $5,000 at risk, to be frank, like no one's gonna help you, right? Even $5,000 isn't really enough. So when you're talking about the barrier, there's absolutely a barrier that's there, and requiring hardware and services and this stuff is a barrier, absolutely. But I think we have to be sort of more honest about the other barriers that are already there, which is like you kind of already need to have, 10K is a lot of money for a lot of people, and you really need to have something like that at risk before anyone's even gonna pick up the phone. And even then, it's like if you lose $9,000 from Coinbase isn't gonna bat an eye. They're not gonna pick up the phone. They're not gonna do anything for you.
So real quick, one of the things that I've learned in this is that in cyber crimes, unless there has been $20,000 worth of damages, the FBI just won't even commit any manpower to it or person power, because it's not worth their time. So this is where a lot of the crime, if it's not accumulated into an organized group, then it can go under the radar because they're not breaking these entrance barriers. So Keisha, is your experience in line with what Rick's just explained?
Yeah, Rick is 100% correct. And it's not only in the Web3, it's in everywhere. It's permeated across. The thing is that I actually have a niece, and she owns like one of those salon plaza, and they hacked into her stuff. And she went to the, local police and the FBI, and they couldn't help her. They was like, well, get a new Square system, do this, So it permeates everything. And going back to what I first said, there's no real consumer protections, business protections. If you're not a Fortune 100 company or a big pocket person, are they going to help you? So that's where we are.
So on that note, I know personally I saw this problem, and this is one of the focuses of the foundation that I started, in terms of especially small businesses fall through these cracks. But individuals especially can get targeted in hacks. But between a corporation and an individual, they can fall through the gaps, and then the corporation doesn't take responsibility. So in that environment, how does Web3 make itself a prospect to people who are used to being burned and not having any recourse, when one of the main tenets is effectively, if decentralization exists, then you don't need to trust anyone, or you don't need the government to get involved. So how is that supposed to be viable to people who live in the environment in which they're already taken advantage of on non-Web3 systems? Because I can come up with my own ideas, and sometimes I see different routes, and sometimes I don't see any routes. But it would be interesting to get your perspectives on, because in the sense of, these are labeled trustless systems, but inevitably when there is an individual, that whether it's as a product or as a utility, they have to trust what they're using. So how do we take the person that exists in this environment and put them in the Web3 environment, or get them into the Web3 environment?
I think
Whoever, yeah, go ahead, Rick.
I think that's just a fundamental challenge in the space. Like I don't think there's I mean, again, I have my own theories and ideas as well, and happy to discuss those, but without getting into sort of the theoretical.
Well, please get into the theoretical. That's where I know you've had a lot of experience in the application and in the practical. This is where I'm wondering what your theoretical frameworks look like, because we don't really get a chance to hear those from people like yourself very often.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sure. So I think that, well, I'm trying to think about where to start. So if you think about, well, I'll start with this sort of high level notion, right? Your phone is incredibly sophisticated as a piece of electronics. We really undervalue the sophistication of the average Android phone that's on sale today. A phone that can run Android 13 today is a very capable piece of electronics, just full stop. What you have in an enterprise environment, what you have in an industry, is not dramatically better in terms of features and performance than a commodity smartphone that you can get today, in the $500, $250 range. And so what we've been looking at Laconic is how to leverage these, like, for example, you have a ARM trust zone on a phone, and you have other trusted execution environments on phones. Apple has theirs, and the different Android manufacturers have different brands. Those things are made to have, it's kind of silly. They're there for DRM video. They're there for secure payments. How can we leverage that same technology to provide security to a user, again, at a $500, $250 price point, a user of crypto, right? The only way we're able to hit that price point, because these are very small projects, the only way we're able to hit that price point is by leveraging existing phone technology and maybe having someone flash the phone. Maybe we can go through the app store. Maybe they can sideload something, but that's obviously going to be less secure. So trying to do experiments on how to do that. And basically also telling people, just, we're going to sell you a phone. Like, we're going to sell you the phone. You'll be able to do your own audits and attestations from the phone to ensure that it's secure, using Graphene OS or something like this to ensure that the phone's secure. But just use this phone purely for crypto. You buy it, buy it from the store and flash it yourself. We'll flash it for you and charge you a little premium on top. And I think that is a viable path towards having people all sort of do crypto on phones. But that's kind of the only path I really see. The enterprise solutions, the institutional solutions like Coinbase Institutional and these sorts of things that are leveraging HSMs and more traditional enterprise security models are obviously frankly not well suited to Coinbase's case. They have to do an enormous amount of customization to get that usable. and then it's certainly out of scope for the end user. And so I think my hope is that the secure elements that we have to facilitate payments on phones can be leveraged in the crypto context without too much friction from Apple and Google and what have you, who are gatekeepers. And that's one of the things I've been struggling with is Apple wants their 30%, and it's like it's almost worth it, right? It's like you have to sort of figure out, like, that's hard to answer, and then obviously on Android it's not that bad. So figuring out how are we going to address it? Are we really just going to pay the 30% to Apple every time, or are we going to side load it? How are we going to address that? Yeah.
Isha, is that well, let me reframe that too, because then with all that said, I've seen mobile money in Uganda and Kenya and Nigeria, and it seems to have a lot less friction than crypto. So if we're talking about people sending money or remittances versus people who are using cryptocurrency as an investment vehicle, are we conflating technology uses and making it less likely that the person who just needs to send money is actually going to get the proper technology? Because I hear multiple use cases when we're talking about cryptocurrency. And to me, the person who's trading on an exchange is not the same as a person who's sending currency. And so this is where, if it's going to be a 30% fee to Apple, should that person sending currency be paying the same fee as the person trading? And so this is where, should all of the use cases be falling under the same umbrella when we're trying to present this technology to regular people to use it? And
Yeah,
then,
I would say
Adrian.
no. Yeah, hi Adrian. I would say absolutely not. Like, yeah, that's an interesting point. I because of how I work, I don't even think of these questions super often. I usually think about it from an application context, not so much a financial context. So like imagine you had a crypto-enabled chat application or something like this. And so, yeah, when you're looking at it, and that's very, again, speculative, right? When you look at the real applications on the ground today, they're, like you said, they're payments, remittances, investment, quote unquote, speculation. So I think we do need to be very clear about crypto as a speculative investment, which I think investors distinguish, but lay people don't always distinguish. And I do not think it's well suited for simple remittances for a lot of different reasons. It's an option. It could be a tool in your toolbox, but it's not the first tool that one would go to in a remittance situation, in my opinion.
Keisha or Adrian, any thoughts?
No, I agree, and especially from a standpoint of I will say consumer confidence. So we need to think about it in the context of also, long term, what does it mean from a standpoint of people's confidence in cryptocurrency in general, right? Because I think that's something we're always fighting. Does that make sense to you?
Oh, absolutely. And that's definitely, we discussed trust versus trustless earlier. And I think confidence is another dynamic that is important to discuss, in that someone can trust something, but their confidence levels can vary. And over time, they can lose confidence in something, but still trust that it functions the same. And we could point at various things, but the easiest is a bus, for example. If you're taking a bus and the bus is late, you're confident that the bus is going to come, but your confidence that it's going to be on time it drifts every minute that the bus is late, and obviously it can't be on time once it's late. So this is again, if you're taking the bus in a city, you're gonna trust that it's gonna come eventually. And so this is where this is looking at humans as part of the chain. I've always thought it was important to bring in understanding human psyche and social psychology, but how do we get these things to be understood is more important to executives and those that actually make the decisions, where they're looking at, maybe they're looking at the returns on investment and they're looking at the statistics, but you can't see the human side. How do we have to turn humans into numbers to get this across? What are the ways that you all have been successful in getting across the human side of this framework?
Yeah, I mean, look at a real time example, right? And I'm sorry, I'm jumping in the middle, and I probably got like 20 minutes on this call. I apologize, but think about like Delta, right? Right now, people's confidence in Delta, at least my confidence, right, as a consumer, coming out of that issue with CrowdStrike, right, and everything else when they were blue screening out, right, and then they lost all of their ability to sort of manage their flight attendants, their crews, all of that stuff. They had to go back to paper on that. But right now, they still, a lot in my mind, they still have not recovered, right? They're still seeing delays. There's still major issues. And so my confidence in Delta as an airline, if I was booking an appointment that I definitely had to be on time and make it, that would not be my first choice, right? So it gives you a real-time example of how consumer, that example you made with the bus is absolutely on point, but it's a real life example right now that says, yeah, the plane will show up, but will it show up on time in order for me to make my parents' my loved one's funeral, or to make this business trip and actually make the business appointment on time that has severe consequences on the viability of my business, right? Those are things that I think they're struggling with, and I think now as we look at crypto and sort of the confidence that others have. And I think we always have to be thinking about the branding that way, and also communicating, and also making both consumers as well as, like you said, CEOs and folks that really are impacting the outside the ecosystem, right? Making sure that they are aware that there are consequences to everything that they do, large and small, both the little c as well as big C to the overall community.
And Adrian, real quick, yeah, can you give a quick history of what led you, what position gave you the knowledge to be able to speak so eloquently on the subject and so knowledgeably? What's your background?
I'm a recovering federal executive from government, right? Where I actually I was a CIO at 4 different agencies. So my last stint was the CIO at FEMA. Before that, I was the CIO at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. Before that, I was the CIO of National Weather Service. Prior to that, I ran cyber at the Department of Energy. I was the agency CISO. But I've always been in this whole thing of innovation and thinking about how like smart contracts and everything else could actually expedite the bureaucracy. And now I'm on the outside, right? Having the same conversation where I started my own company called the Chain Block Company, a blockchain reversed, right? But looking at logistics and supply chains and the viability of those. So that's where I come from. I also run a nonprofit, actually 2. I've also run a nonprofit called the Smart Tech Nexus Foundation, where we're looking at how I'm affiliated with a for-profit company called AdsysTech. We're in 22 different states using that platform to deliver human services. But one of the things is looking at how now those same services, we can connect up actually government services with community-based services and do that in a very agile way. And blockchain is part of that conversation, but it's also just thinking about it from a standpoint of workforce innovation, where we could get young folks also engaged in this field, and in a place where they don't necessarily have to go to college, but they could actually obtain the skills necessary to get to self-sufficiency very quickly. But also, again, being aware that there are a lot of potholes that they can run into. But so really thinking about these technologies and how we can gain better access to at-risk and underserved communities from a standpoint of skilling up young people, so that they may not have to necessarily go through a traditional route like me. I have 4 degrees. I wouldn't necessarily advise somebody to do that again, right? I just wouldn't financially, right? and so, are there ways that we can get young folks engaged where they can actually make money, be employed, reduce the roles of those folks that are receiving public assistance, so on and so forth. And then the last entity I actually just started, which is called the HBCU ISAC. It's for looking at information sharing analysis center for actually HBCUs. So trying to get threat intelligence information out there to them in a proactive way, but also helping them as they react to a ransomware attack, and providing tools and capabilities to support that. So that's what I do on a day-to-day. Again, I apologize for not making the earlier calls, but that's sort of where I sit.
Thank you for that wonderful explanation. And I'm blessed to be on the call with Black excellence like this. And sometimes you're on a Zoom and you feel like you just get smarter by being on the call with people. So I thank you all three for sharing your knowledge with us. So we have 5 minutes left. Keisha, do you have any parting thoughts?
Well, I'll part with what I begin with. Being a system engineer, we need to go with a holistic approach to everything we do. Nothing changes, it just gets compound. And if we just start looking at it from the start, the software, and then go out, I think we can have a more secure, relatable environment that is consumer focused.
Rick, any parting thoughts?
Not particularly. It's been a pleasure to speak with you all, and definitely some interesting, insights, and yeah, it's been fun.
So, but we have a couple extra minutes. What do you all say to people who want to get into this but don't know where to start? And I know it's not going to be easy to, 30 seconds or a minute per person, please.
I'll start. I would say for me, I didn't really go to much school, relatively speaking. I was an enthusiast from a very young age, and I pursued it very seriously from a very young age. I did eventually get a degree, but in psychology, as like Chris. But by that time, I'd already been working as a systems administrator and already been deploying systems at that point. And so I think that it's, I guess that would be my advice to people, is that if you're committed and you're serious and you are searching for opportunities, you can find those opportunities any number of ways. You don't necessarily, I commend, I couldn't keep going to school. I had to leave. So I commend anyone who can make it through and get the education that way. There's just more than one way to skin a cat, I think, is what I would say. And definitely, regardless of if you have a degree or not, or if you're going to school or not, I think probably, I'm guessing from you folks, that you were also working in the industry while getting those degrees. And I think that that's a vital thing that people omit and don't really appreciate when you're talking to younger people and you're like, but what were your internships, or what was this, or what was that? Like, you have to be working in the industry while you're getting these important degrees at the same time.
Yeah, Chris, I want to emphasize exactly what you said. I can't agree more wholeheartedly. Again, you're talking to somebody with 4 degrees, and I would not tell somebody to take my path, right? I mean, if you just love school, great. But if you're trying to actually live and survive, nah, right? I mean, especially from a standpoint of indebtedness, right? The other thing is, you're right, there's a number of websites out there, different sources you can find. What we're attempting to do is actually stand up an immersed learning platform where we actually begin to make that information more accessible, and also serve it up in a different way where it's more consumable to the target audience that we're looking at. And our audience is all those opportunities we're talking about, ages 13 to 21 on the street, potentially don't have a job or are not in school, right? And so what I would say is, as a group, we need to begin to think about how do we, if we want to grow the industry, because we need them, right? It's not an option. We need those folks, right? Because if you're looking at it right now, even those folks that are going to college and universities and getting certificates, there's just not enough of them to compete on the world stage. right? So if we're talking about, and I'm just really focusing in my comments on the US, right? If we went to Africa, that may be a whole different dynamic. But I'm saying our young folks right now, we need to be able to scale that. And so we're looking at how do we potentially scale upskilling to those youth where it's incentivized from, if you're a high school dropout, where we have a real incentive strategy for incentivizing growth and accomplishment real time. And so we're in the middle of trying to develop that. But one of the things is I think we also need to think about the fact, in my opinion, that academia is broken. And there's certain people that benefit from that, but there are a lot of folks that may not, right? And we really want to speak to those folks that are not benefiting from it today.
Isha, you got a minute?
So I do have thoughts on that. I do believe that, a degree is a level up. A degree is a way to get to generational wealth, even though I haven't seen anybody without being Black, without degrees, with generational wealth. And I can be corrected. But I do believe that there is a path for it. And that path is start somewhere. If you're on the job and you want to level up, look at programs in your local area. Like they have, I think it's Workforce Opportunity Initiative or something. It's WOIA. And then they'll help you get certifications while you're underemployed and unemployed. So use those things to level up. But don't, if a job offers you, if you take a job offers you the benefit of going to school, why not use that benefit? Why leave it on the table? And you don't have to get a technical degree. You can just start somewhere.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
that's
Keisha, I
fantastic
agree.
information. Yeah.
If it's offered, I agree. I'll just be frank with y'all, right? So I went to Tuskegee. So did other folks on the call, right? So I'm a Booker T kind of guy, right? I'm not a W. Du Bois guy, right? And what I see right now is many of those skills, whether it be construction, working with our hands, agriculture, we have sort of jettisoned some of those career paths, and other races, other groups have stepped in and they've become multimillionaires, to think about the Hispanic population directly, right? And they have stepped into the fold and done a lot of the construction jobs that don't require a degree, but they've obtained skills, right? And so what I'm saying is that we need to just look hard at that from a standpoint of, where are we leading our young folks? And then how do we communicate sort of what self-sufficiency looks like? I'm not talking about, I think eventually they may need a degree, but they also may not, right? So it's a lot of different paths to get there. I don't think there's just one path. And what we ended up doing during my sort of era and those coming after is we said a degree is the only way or the best way, right? And I'm saying, I think today we've proven, even Silicon Valley is proving that, where you don't necessarily need a degree to actually just be proficient. It's all about skills. If you can demonstrate skill, you're good.
So
Yeah, but
this is a
Silicon Valley doesn't look like this call.
For sure. And this is a fantastic discussion because as a person who also has 4 degrees, I've come to the conclusion that making education about making money was probably a philosophical mistake, but that's
right.
An entirely different discussion where we would probably need another hour to discuss whether we should be getting an education to make money, or if making money is its own thing that doesn't need education to necessarily do it. But again, thank you all for this call because we have a great different discussion to have next time. And I appreciate all of your knowledge from your respective fields and from your experience. So thank you all for your time.
No, I appreciate it.
Thanks for your time.
Yes, thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
All right, take care.
Paying any cost, never lost, only count them as a lesson, man. Prepare to act, I'm the teacher, that's the lesson plan. And I'm back with that real shit. Fight the system, keep it real, keep it trill shit. On the grind, I'm just trying to pay the bills, bitch. We all struggle, gotta hustle for them better days. Young sons out in Cali showing better ways. I was broken 09, it was just a phase. Young hope, legendary, trying to set the pace. I've been looking to the heavens, trying to pray for grace. Yes, it's our time, cause we legendary.
Thank you so much, and welcome everyone to the Black Blockchain Summit 2024. Today we are on a Black community building on DAOs and the DeFi's. Maybe we should kick things off by introducing ourselves. I start off by introducing myself. My name is Alatanani Tireleng. Most people call me the Bitcoin lady because I so much love Bitcoin and I love the space. And it will be awesome if each one of us can briefly introduce themselves and share maybe what brought you into the space.
And share what?
What brought you into the space, the space of crypto space?
Okay, well, I'll jump in. My name is David Benjamin. I am a council member of Bridget DAO, and we are focused on regeneration, cognitive freedom, and collective intelligence. We support projects that will forward these types of aims in the world. Right now, I'm working on Bitcoin ordinal collections. In particular, I'm working on dynamic ordinal collections, so they're a little different than the standard ones. They actually change over time. What brought me to the space? Well, I'm all about freedom, and I think that Web3 is the possibility for freedom. And I'm actually pioneering the idea of Web4, which is essentially a meta layer on top of the web, which brings Web3 to every web page.
Awesome. That sounds cool. We'd love to hear more about that one. Thank you so much, Benjamin. Yeah.
That's awesome. Thanks for having me here today. So I'm actually not participating in a DAO, but I've facilitated the creation of them. So I've been working in Web3 for a couple of years now. I started at Dapper Labs. And while I was there, I launched and ran the Black Creator Fund. And that was a $1.2 million grant program for, we end up bringing in 23 Black-led projects that are mostly launching Web3 projects around NFTs. What I really focused on for that grant program was NFT usage that was non-traditional. And so one of the grantees was the Black DAO. The person who launched that, it goes by OX Na. That's his handle, and he remains anonymous. But it's like they were trying to create basically a way to inform folks on how to use cryptocurrency and how to create like a pan-African reserve currency using crypto and other things like that. And so I also am not super experienced in the DeFi space, but it was really interesting to see what they were trying to do as far as creating a reserve currency for folks in our community and across the Pan-African diaspora. I work for a DAO community platform company called Commonwealth. We just rebranded this year called Common.xyz. And we serve a lot of DAOs, some the bigger ones like 1inch and Links DAO and some other Cosmos-based DAOs as well. And we're a forum basically for folks to discuss and then record things, transactions on chain. So basically before any, David knows very well, before you make a decision on behalf of the DAO, or if you're doing voting or that kind of thing, there's a lot of discussion that happens around that because it's a community-led effort. And so we have a platform and an app that supports that and brings things on chain. And I'm now pivoting more into trying to figure out ways to incentivize folks to get more involved too. So I'll speak more about that later. But that's kind of my experience with DAOs.
Okay, thank you so much. I got to pick a lot of things from the both of your introduction. One, you're working with Bridge DAO, and I believe that you're more well-versed into DAOs. And then I love what you said. You were following something, or you're part of the Africa something, and they were building or creating a reserve fund on the DAO, something like that, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So it kind of shows that. Yeah, it kind of shows that the Black community is really, getting into there. We're trying to become part of what is happening. When you look mostly in the past, a lot of our folks were kind of behind, or they were left behind in terms of becoming part of what is happening, or becoming part of the innovations that are happening, or even becoming recipients of the funding that is happening, especially in the venture capitalist world and all that. So now we're talking about DAOs. Maybe for somebody who does not understand or does not know what a DAO is, can you kind of shed light on what DAOs are?
You want to go first, Caleb, since you're managing a platform?
Yeah. So DAOs are they come in a bunch of different shapes and sizes, but to put it simply, it's an internet community with a shared bank account. And so it's like it could be, and I don't know if that's helpful. I'll restate. So an internet community with a shared bank account, essentially what it is. And so it's a group of folks that come together and they can do it. They can pool their funds and they can distribute those funds automatically using software, and they can also distribute those funds trustlessly. So the everything's transparent and everybody's seen. So there's no like funny business. So in a common example I use is, let's say that me and David and Kanani want to pull together to buy an NFT, or let's say we want to buy a car or something like that. We want to pull our money together. Well, how would you do that traditionally? Traditionally, you go get a bank account, maybe have 3 signers in the bank account, and you put the money in, and then, you'd be able to distribute that money, hopefully with the bank's permission, but hopefully the bank wouldn't give it to just one of you guys. If somebody decided to rug everybody and take the money, it's really kind of like, it's a difficult thing. And in order to have that bank account with 3 people, you probably have to set up a business like an LLC, and then that's like a long process. And so it's pretty complicated. What you're able to do with the DAOs and other similar structures is like, you're able to pull your funds together and have governance rights. So you can program the software to only allow the transactions to happen based on some voting rights or some actions happening that are triggered automatically via Oracle. And David, keep me honest on this one too. and then also transactions are recorded on a blockchain. So they're transparent, they're immutable, meaning they cannot be able to change, and they can only happen through the use of software into certain validation conditions. And so what it does is allows our little collective to buy a car to be able to actually pull our money and be able to have a lot of confidence, a lot of visibility and trust in the transactions that we're going to be doing, and the intention, executing on the intention of the initial kind of club. That makes sense.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. You nailed it. And I just want to step back a little bit and say, well, why DAO? I think DAOs are super useful because they allow collectives of people to come together and make decisions without having any one person, organization, or company being the leader. In this world that we're living in, most of us are living 100% time in it. Some of us are living part in that and part in Web3. But in the so-called real world, there's very, very little of that. It's almost always the situation that there's either a company, a nonprofit, or an individual that is making the ultimate decision. With the DAO, you have this possibility where a bunch of people, and it can be at scale, right? They can be distributed all around the world. They can actually come together and make a decision about how they want to move forward towards a common purpose. So it's a very powerful construct.
Yeah, it's the essence of decentralization, basically.
Yeah.
Pielo and Ramadan have just joined us. Maybe they can just briefly introduce themselves before we continue with this discussion.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Pielo Baikatli. I'm new to the space, and I'm eager to learn how DAOs can be leveraged to create more opportunities. Looking forward to contributing where I can and gaining valuable insights from this discussion.
Okay, thank you so much, and welcome. We hope you will get to learn a little bit, 1 or 2 things as we continue the discussion, and also you will be able to catch up on the discussion. Is it Ramadan?
Thank you very much.
Ramadan.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. So I'm kind of a traditional finance person, but I'm sorry, I'm off camera. I've been traveling for the past 2.5 weeks, and so I'm a little jet lagged and not quite presentable for a camera today. But I'm a traditional finance person. Spent quite a bit of time at BlackRock and in fundraising in general, and then I moved over into Web3. So I'm also a DeFi native at this point. Work primarily in tokenization space, doing merchant bank tokenization, which is kind of where I stay now, where I look at helping people understand that tokenization is really just securitization with low cost basis, and finding out and looking at ways to.
Can you say that again, Ramadan? Sorry. Tokenization is what? I thought that was really good. Say that again.
The tokenization is just securitization with a lower cost base. So oftentimes people just talk about securitization and in many cases sort of don't want to talk about tokenization if you're traditional finance people. But if traditional finance people understood that it's just technology makes things cheaper, then we can then sit down with a traditional finance person and explore what are all the things we can do with traditional finance if you can reduce cost basis, if you can do KYC one time, if you can program your controller into like the software, you all of a sudden make it possible to do so many more things with tokenization and reliability and risk mitigation. So, so that's my background, and that's typically where I stay, and my conversations are usually at the head of state level. So, usually Minister of Finance, Minister of Urban Housing Planning, or typically head of the central bank is where I sit with my conversation.
Thank you. What we have got like a diverse of panelists today. People who are already on the space of DAOs, people who are in the traditional financing, and even people who are kind of like new in the space. Before Ramadan and Duelo joined with talking about what what DAOs are, and we got to learn about the internet computer with a shared bank account, and that it is trustless, it is transparent, and no one can try to force things, or no one can try to cheat. We talked about governance, like voting rights, and then transactions on the blockchain. Let's move up a little bit more. Can we maybe talk about what are some of the most successful examples of community building in DAOs that we have seen in our Black community? Maybe we'll get into that one. Talk about some of the successful examples that we've seen happening in our Black community as DAOs and DeFi's are concerned. Maybe I'll start with Poison, or he's off. Benjamin, we can jump on that one.
Yeah, one of the most interesting ones was several years ago with the Constitution DAO. They brought together, I don't know how many people, but enough to raise about $40 million, or maybe even a little bit more, in an effort to buy a copy of the U.S. Constitution, a paper copy of the U.S. Constitution. There's a number of them, and they go for a lot of money. So these people, within 1 week, they came together as a DAO. Unfortunately, they were not able to actually secure the particular piece of property that they were trying to get, because they were transparent. And it meant, in fact, that the people that they were bidding against knew how much money they had. So as it turns out, I mean, they were very successful in mobilizing people and raising money, but they weren't able to actually do what they intended to do. Now, there are a number of different DAO communities that are around NFT collections. So there's for example, the On-Chain Monkey DAO is one that comes to mind, but there's many different ones. And these are essentially communities that are rallying around an NFT where each person within the DAO holds an NFT, and maybe the NFT has a purpose, maybe it doesn't, but they have a number of those. There's also the Pizza DAO. There's a ton of them. I can't remember all of them, but yeah, there's a lot of successful ones. I will say that DAOs are hard, so we might want to talk about that as well.
Yeah, you can continue. You can continue on that.
Well, I've actually participated in a number of different DAOs, and like I said, right now I'm a council member of Bridget DAO. It's very small. It's just 4 council members. In fact, several of the members have been to the Black Blockchain Summit, including Fasa Ross and Josh, and I don't know if Melanie has, but yeah, there's a small group of us that are pushing forward with the meta layer project that I mentioned earlier. And we've seen the DAO as really an entry point for us to become decentralized. We're small at the moment, but as we are moving forward in our purpose, we're seeing the possibility to bring more people on. Now, I have also been involved with Tulum Coin DAO. I helped start that project, and it's actually somewhat difficult to do DAOs if you don't have money to pay people, because there's, people's time is precious, right? That's really one of the most important things that we have. And unless you can come up with a very strong incentive structure, it's very hard to maintain the people's focus on DAO activities, unless there's, some really strong, passionate reason that the people are involved. And even if it's something that they like a lot, it's still difficult unless you have the incentives in place. So we found that that was very difficult to keep people together, especially in Tulum, where people are going in and out of the geography. So yeah, I would say that if you're going to start a DAO, plan on spending a lot of time on community building.
Awesome. We are talking building or successful examples of community building in DAOs and DeFi. So we're trying to pick up on those examples, and so that we can showcase that our DAOs really important, or our DAOs really valuable. You were talking about how you were able to. One company was able to raise like $40 million dollars as a DAO. So it shows that if people can come together and form some form of a governance as a Black community, we will be able to kind of raise funds. I'll say we might be able to raise funds for our businesses and startups. Caleb, we are talking successful examples of community building in DAOs and DeFi. If you have like examples that you can share.
Yeah, so to pick on what David was saying, so sorry I dropped off there for a second. The internet went down. The company I'm working at now, Common.xyz, one thing that we're introducing is stake, and then also contests. And these are both like efforts to creating incentives for our DAO participants and also DAO organizers to bring the participants in to actually participate. So as we saw with the downturn to the bear run, if you will, of the Web3 space or blockchain space, we had a lot less engagement on the DAOs around our platform. And so a lot of that was just folks were just weren't interested anymore, or there wasn't as much upside. And so there's a lot of thought we did a lot around like what incentives can be input into our forum so that DAO organizers can incentivize their users to participate. And some of the things we talked about was like tipping, or like offering like staking, where they can stake some of their tokens within their DAO to earn some reward on that, and then to kind of bring them in and engage them. And the idea is, like to David's point, is like with community building, it really is about engagement. This is like in Web3, it also just generally is if you want to really build a cohesive community that has like resonance and sticks together, then you really need to be engaged in that community and providing something for them to unify around, or something to engage them with that gets them excited. And so it's a problem broadly, but I think in the Web3 space it makes it easier because you can use crypto rails to incorporate incentives, financial and otherwise, to get people to stay engaged.
Yeah. So when you're talking about DAOs, so it's very important that one, for you to be able to have money to build that DAO, two, to be able to incentivize people that are going to be part of the DAO. I do believe that's where the governance come in, and that's where people will be like having tokens in their projects, so that those projects can be used to incentivize people who are holding certain kind of rights in the DAO. We Ramadan been in the traditional financing space. Is there like one DAO that you feel like this one is like really, really successful in as far as you're concerned?
I haven't. My experience is pretty much as David has said, which is when you think long term, it's really hard to keep the sustainability of a DAO. On some level, people may not like it, but you still need to hire people. They still need to have bosses. There still needs to be a reason outside of the cause that drives them forward. So on some level, I think the concept of DAO is still being evolved and developed. But I think that people should keep trying. Like I'm very, very, very interested in something called Hypha DAO, HYFPHA DAO, to try and find a way to run all basically internal operations of a company in a DAO-like structure. So that you can see spend requests, spend approval, budget forecasting, burn down, all of that in a DAO-like structure. would make it better for an investor who wants their capital to go to work, wants to commit their capital, and can commit it the time it's spent, and can see that the capital is running through the system the way it's supposed to. I think that is what a DAO can do. But when it finally gets there, that is going to help me raise capital, and it's going to be the missing piece for a lot of financing in emerging markets.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think what keeps on popping up is the idea of being able to raise funds. So I'm thinking of the Black community. Pierre, maybe you can jump in on this one.
What about the Black community?
No, we are discussing the successful example. We're discussing the examples of community building on DAOs and the DeFi's that these people have been able to see, and we're discussing the different DAOs that exist right now and that are happening or that have been done by people. Some of the projects that are successful, that's where we are. So,
all right. Yeah. I think having said that, I'm new on the space. I think DAOs are very good, and everyone has a right, and everyone has a say on what to do it's working as like a cooperative. So in practice, each member of a DAO typically holds tokens that represent their voting power. When a decision is being made, needs to be made, like where to allocate the funds, where to the project that needs to be done, which the funds, how to allocate them. Like we are talking about people making $40 million US. That was a lot of money. Which project we can fund with this money. So the members use their tokens to vote. So it's transparent, it's democratic. And having said that, that is why it is very, very important for the Black communities. That's my view on that we are being empowered if we are given the DAOs.
Yeah. If we will be able to create DAOs that will give people an opportunity. Normally we talk about the kind of red line that we keep on seeing happen in the Black community when somebody is building a startup and the other person is building a startup on the other end. It's kind of difficult for the Black person to receive funding as easy as it is their counterpart, or let's say the Caucasian is raising fund and the other Black person is raising fund. It's kind of difficult for them to be able to raise funds as a Black person. So that will give us an opportunity to be able to fund our projects, give us an opportunity to be able to create that trust-led society, I'll say. Now we need to move forward from that because today we're talking DAOs and finance. We stayed a little bit long on the DAOs. So we cannot separate the DAOs and the decentralized financing. So maybe I want us to kind of talk a little bit about decentralized finances and also to, appreciate how incredible these DeFi's are. The ability to be able to lend, borrow, trade, and earn interest on your assets without depending on the bank. It's really, really, really exciting. So maybe I want to ask the question: how can we make the DeFi's safe, especially for people in our community who might not be as tech savvy as us? Maybe I'll start off by asking you that question on the DeFi. How do we make the DeFi safe, especially for people who are not tech savvy?
Ramadan, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I was asking about how do we make the DeFi space safe, especially for people who are not as tech savvy as us?
Yeah, I mean, this call is recorded, so I won't tell you how much money I've lost in the DeFi space with fraud, right?
You're not alone.
And I consider myself to be pretty good, but as a CFO, to see people run scams that are really good. So I can't answer that, but what I can answer and speak to is is the fact that we need to really think differently about financing in general, right? When people put money with us, they put money with us because they expect a return. And when they're putting that money with us, they're also comparing the return they can get with you versus the return they can get someplace else. So there are countries I've been to where you can just buy treasuries and get 19% return. So on some level, that you can't compete with that in terms of just getting your money back in markets. So it's really about return. And so I would put the question back is do people really need to think more about who cares about what they're trying to accomplish and what is it they're trying to accomplish? And if they really haven't communicated that, and then they really need to hone into that. And then they need to find people that care about that, because the real value is in people that are aligned for a longer term perspective on financing whatever it is that the objective of this capital deployment is for. And so blockchain, this then becomes the proof or the support to help people get comfortable with giving you or trusting you that capital to achieve their objective. A slightly different than answer than you might wanted, but
yeah,
I can jump in.
That's a good one.
Okay.
So here's my take. As Ramadan said, it really is difficult to come up with ways to protect people, especially the less savvy people. Right now, we're in a situation where AI is coming in. Scams are already so prevalent on the web and so prevalent in Web3. Now AI is being used to essentially put the scams on steroids. So what I will say is that Web3 does not have a solution for this. And that's one of the reasons why we need a meta layer, why we need Web4, because there's so much more that we can do if we're occupying the space above the web page. It's the type of thing where if someone gets scammed by some kind of phishing site, et cetera, on the web, whether it's Web3 or not, we could basically mark that site as dangerous. There is some of that already happens within browsers, but you know what? A lot of people are getting money taken from them. So obviously it's not working too well. I believe that we have a meta layer and we had a mechanism for anybody to report sites that were scamming, and then a verification, a quick verification possibility, then you have this opportunity to shut down sites much, much quicker than you do if we're relying on the browsers, which is a centralized mechanism. Decentralized can be better, I believe, in this case.
Yeah, I think maybe we have to try to learn a little bit more about the layer 4 that you're talking about, and is it layer 4 or web 4 that you're talking about, so that maybe we'll be able to deal with so much scams that are happening and the phishing sites that we see happening and people losing their money through that. Yes, and we still have Talib and Tuelo. We're still talking about how to keep the community safe, especially those who are not. Yeah.
I think it's really important to help people understand and manage expectations for what Web3 offers. So in the same way that DAOs and blockchain crypto rails can allow us to raise money really quickly and do it in a trustless way, it also allows that speed also is on the flip side. It can allow people to get taken advantage of very quickly or getting robbed really quickly too. And I think that's it's really important to understand for folks who are entering the space to know this is not a panacea or a fix it all or a perfectly safe place to come in and take risk financially. It's actually something that needs to be thought about in the same way you would if you were going to invest in some stocks or invest in some other company. If one of your friends was like, hey, I'm doing a startup and you're making a middle income salary and they're saying, hey, I need $10,000 for you to invest in a startup, you'd be asking a lot of questions of your friend. You'd be relying on the trust them. And so that kind of scrutiny we want to continue to encourage people to have that kind of scrutiny with the things that they're getting involved in, especially when there's a financial risk. And so I think that setting that expectation is really important. I also think that that in the same way we create community. So if you're creating a community within a DAO or using like a platform to talk with people and like have a forum, you can create a lot of trust and build a lot of trust within that community as you, as I think Ramana was saying this in David as well, is like as you develop it and as you are bringing more funds, like you build that trust and you have that community, you're talking with real people all the time and seeing how invested they are. And that those sort of like indicators or signals for folks who are maybe more risk averse could be, reassuring for them. And I think that they're validly so reassuring because that's actually showing that you've got a real community that's really interested in the things you're doing. And the more specific or the more exciting the centralizing focus for the group, I think that actually makes it more secure as well. So in the sense of like, if it feels like too good to be true, like obviously do more scrutiny, and understand that like whatever financial risk you're taking in Web3 is on the highest risk of the spectrum as far as like financial risk, let's say treasuries on the other end, for example. This is on the opposite end of this. And so treating it that way and not exposing yourself too much is some aspects of like maybe financial literacy, things that we can kind of encourage as a part of like helping people understand this. But really this is just, to me, blockchain is infrastructure. It's a way for us to do things faster and hopefully more trustlessly without having to have as much trust in the centralization factor. So that's how I think about it as far as community building.
All right, thank you. Fiona?
All right, I love DeFi. Its banking is on another level, but definitely security is very, very important when you're talking about that. So I think DeFi platforms use smart contracts. So this help reduce the chances of mistakes and or fraud, like we've been talking about scams. So, however, since the technology is developing, it's important to use platforms with a good reputation. So you don't just take any company or anyone around and just say put your money in. It's also crucial to teach our communities, the Black communities, how to recognize and avoid scams. So my thing, I believe, is we have to. Education is key in everything that we do. We have to educate our communities so that they make sure that everything they do, they are safe. Their money is safe. Whatever they're taking money into is very, very safe. So it's very, very important to teach them. Let's teach our communities. Like here back home in Botswana, people are losing millions and millions of money to scams because they take the shortest route. They don't go to good. They don't get advice from good platforms. Yeah.
We only have like 2 minutes. I think to round it all up, you all talked about building trust. DAOs, they help build trust, because if you all come together and we build that DAO, we'll be able to kind of build trust for our community. Our communities will be able to have a place where they can be able to go to and get some kind of reassurance or assurance that their money is safe, and there will be enough curation, there will be enough what do you say? There'll be enough. That word. It has gone away. There'll be enough curation. People will be able to have trust in platforms because of the groups that we have formed as a community. So if as a community we can be able to build the DAOs together, we might be able to help our community to benefit. As the last thing that maybe I want you to share before we close, how do you think our community can benefit from these DAOs? Are they profitable? Are they good for our community? Looking at the fact that we've been trying for so long to become part of the innovations that are happening, but somewhere, somehow, the Black community is always left behind. Do we see the DAOs as something that can be beneficial at the end of the day? Just in 1 minute each.
I guess you go first. So I think it's hugely beneficial and a lot of potential, because it allows us to fundraise more transparency. So folks who are getting involved in this, they actually can see where the money is going, understand the decisions that are being made with the money, and have it all immutable. So it helps increase trust. It also, the Rails allow us to be able to raise money and deploy money faster. How I think about it is, if there's an emergency or a disaster somewhere in the world and I donate to Red Cross, I give my money, I pay my check, maybe on e-commerce, I'll put my credit card in there. I don't know where that money goes. I'm assuming it's going to what they earmarked it for, but I can't see it. And so with a DAO, you can actually see it, and you can report on it, and you can have a community that also sees it as well. And so that inherent trustless, I keep saying that, but transparent and collective nature of it, I think makes it really huge opportunity for the Black community because we're looking for a place like that where we can really invest our money and feel secure.
Thank you so much, Caleb.
Yeah, I'll just say that Caleb hit it right on the head, the nail on the head. It's really a great way to bring people together, to have them think about a singular purpose and to raise money. Doing that all transparently it creates a potential for a more sustainable way to move forward in purpose driven projects. As we were talking about, there are some challenges because we're still early in this. So anyone who jumps in now, I think, needs to be thinking of this as something that's going to be evolving. It's not that the rules are all have already been generated and are tried and true. No, it's really something that we're doing experiments. And if people go into it with that perspective, then there's a tremendous possibility for us to come out the other side with some very powerful organization. It may take 2, may take 5, may take 10 years to really see the promise of DAOs, but I think it will happen.
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah, Ramadan and let's take yellow.
It's Ramadan.
Yeah, sorry. I echo everyone else's sentiment. I don't necessarily believe that the Black community is left out. It's just more a function of those of us that are in the Black community. I think we sometimes try to be doubly safe before we actually speak. So I mean, that might be it. But outside of that, I think that what's been said is we just need to dive in. Technology is here to help. Technology just makes it possible for everybody to move faster. Bad people move faster and good people move faster. So ultimately, the DAO makes everything better. But what we really need to be thinking about is how do we raise money, which has to do with finding people that are really suitable for making an investment. And if you don't do that, no matter how much technology you have, you're just kind of stuck. You shouldn't be asking someone to have $10,000 for money because they're just not going to be right investors anyway. And the effort it takes to actually raise money from people with a little bit of money is the same effort it takes to raise money from people with lots of money. So, that's a good point.
Yeah. I just wanted to jump in and say that DAOs are also a very good source of funds. So if someone's starting a DAO and they have a really good concept, there are a ton of DAOs out there that are willing to actually support other DAOs and help them get started.
Awesome. Yep.
All right. Yeah. All right. My last word is I believe the DAOs that are helping our Black communities, they're empowering them. That's empowerment. And then lastly, is financial inclusion. We are all included, regardless of your color, regardless of whether you are rich or poor. Even my old mother from the village can be involved and take part wherever she is, as long as she's got access to the network, and we can all unite as Black communities. So it's very good. Yeah.
Yes, which means we can create DAOs around specific goals. We can decide as a community what kind of DAO we want to create. We can create a DAO to fund Black startups. We can create a DAO for educational initiative. Imagine where every member of the community is able to contribute even a little amount, and we collectively decide on which project we want to fund as a community. So this keeps the power and the decision making within the community. So I do believe we'll continue these conversations on DAOs, and we'll be able to see more people in our community creating DAOs. I forgot his name. I think it's Benjamin. Said there are so many DAOs out there which want to support other DAOs. So maybe it's time for us as a Black community to start thinking of DAOs, useful DAOs which have got a purpose, which are purpose driven, and we can be able to create those and be able to change our community. Thank you so much to my wonderful moderators. And I do believe we shall continue these conversations at the Black Blockchain Summit. I thank you so much.
Nice meeting all of you.
Life can be real crazy. But you gotta speak affirmations over yourself. You gotta manifest the reality that you want to see. Peace, prosperity, passion. You gotta speak it, write it down, and put that action in. If you ain't doing what you saying, then why you capping then? I'll take a knee before I stand.
Welcome back to the Black Blockchain Summit. We're glad to have our brother Arthur Hayes for the third time, and also co-founder and co-host of the Black Blockchain Summit, Mr. Sinclair Skinner. And we're basically going to pick up where we left off in terms of a part 3 of the discussions we've been having with Arthur in terms of macro and geopolitical analysis of Bitcoin and the cryptocurrency markets. So I'll let Arthur introduce himself briefly and let us know what he's been doing and his general thoughts on the macro and geopolitical space in terms of Bitcoin.
Yeah, so thank you for having me for the third time. Really excited to do this. I'm based out here in Singapore, Japan, Hong Kong. I kind of float around. Former CEO of BitMEX, leading a derivatives exchange for crypto, and one of the co-founders as well. Right now, I spend most of my time with my family office, Maelstrom. We are a token fund, so we invest my money in early stage token projects. We invest usually in the seed round, and we do a lot of advisory deals as well. And so we have a small investment team, and that's what we do. It's a lot of fun. I love the crypto space. I think it's really growing at the end of the day. Really smart people are coming in this ecosystem, and we're launching some really, really cool projects, hopefully trying to disintermediate a lot of the corrupt TradFi institutions that plague this planet.
Awesome. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of buzz around some of the stuff you're doing with stablecoins, so I'm sure we'll get to that. Sinclair, you can introduce yourself as well.
All right. Yes, and welcome and thank you so much, John, and incredible, amazing, dynamic brother Hayes. Sinclair Skinner, co-founder of Bill Mari. We started off doing remittances from Zimbabwe. We were the first Bitcoin startup to explicitly receive a remittance license from a reserve bank to use Bitcoin to remit cash. Of course, as you know, we've been doing this wonderful Black Blockchain Summit to really bring this community of incredible, people in the crypto space to a greater, larger, the Black communities. And we're not monolithic, but I started college at Tuskegee as an engineer in 1987, and my family. My dad was a computer science, so I will be candid. I had an Apple IIe in 1983. So when it first came out, we were early into computers, but most of the folks in my neighborhood community didn't have access to the internet, didn't understand what the internet was until much later. So much of what we've done is try to make sure that our communities get access to this information, be able to participate, become makers, builders in this space, or if they don't want it, they can at least know what they're talking about when they say they don't want it. So much of this is about sharing and empowering our communities so they can utilize this incredible, powerful tool. Thank you.
Awesome. And I should say that Sinclair has been a mentor of mine since we met in 2014 in Amsterdam at the Bitcoin Foundation conference. It's been 10 years, so this is our 10-year anniversary. Myself, John Wainaina Karanja, I run Melanin, which is a startup in the distributed energy space. We are building on top of proof of work mining with Bitcoin and Bitcoin auxiliary protocols. So I think we're all Bitcoiners on this call. And I'd like to pick up where we left off last time, basically in terms of what's been happening in terms of war, in terms of developments in Ukraine and in the Middle East, and where perhaps Arthur sees the general space going in terms of the global economy. We have an election coming up, in a few months in the US. So how does all this fit in the direction you're going, Arthur?
So I think at a very high level, we're at the precipice of change. Change can be good or bad, but change is volatile. And the express goal of most leaders around the world, regardless of what type of government you in theory run, are against change. They have a certain way of doing things that's been enshrined since, World War II, and that's coming apart. And the people who are at the top don't really want to lose their privileged position, and they're resorting to printing money in an attempt to buy votes and buy support from the electorate or the people around the world. And that's sort of what we're seeing. Pick your country. You're seeing the wrong type of people surging in sort of popularity. And those that are in power are trying to use their ability to print money and to enact regulations to prevent that change. And so crypto is essentially pro volatility. If you look at a chart of Bitcoin, the more volatile it is, the more it goes up. And so we're the complete opposite of fiat currencies, which love stability, which is essentially unnatural because the universe tends towards chaos and the infinite. Bitcoin benefits from this chaos, benefits from the change. Again, we don't know what the change is going to be, but it's going to be different. And so I think this cycle is a bit different than some of the others, because now we're at this point and we're seeing this with, wars around the world where you have two essential sides facing off, China, Russia, one side, US and the Western Europe on the other side, and they're picking their battles in different parts around the world. And so we're seeing this bifurcation of the world, whether it's from where you can go with your passport, where your money can be sent, what type of business that you can do. And we have this crypto thing, which is global, which anyone can use. And I think it's going to benefit greatly from essentially the change that's going to happen around the world. So yeah, I know people are a bit sad that the price of Bitcoin's been pretty much range bound since April of last year, but the things that have brought Bitcoin to where it is, aggressive money printing, a chaotic world or more chaotic world, those are continuing. So I believe Bitcoin's going to go up in price over time. But yes, it's been a bit rough for the past, 3-4 months.
Hey, John, can I just chime in? Because, y'all talking about these wars. Our theme this year, again, is peaceful solutions to violent world problems. And when we think about it, and that actually was Cameron Winklevoss, he was talking about how Bitcoin doesn't require coercion for people to use it. Like, it literally, we use Bitcoin because we think it's better. We think it's amazing. We're inspired, not, beat down in the head to actually use it. So I thought that was an interesting connection to the issue of violence. Oftentimes when they talk about our communities, they talk about violence, and as if we come out of that space, when really we probably don't. We've probably been subjected to more violence. When you look at that, I say the word violence out loud to you. We talk about wars out loud, even the use of money as a weapon. How do you see crypto just pose? And I'm a Bitcoin person. I'm gonna say Bitcoin out loud because I'm not that person, with the others. And I'm not against it. I'm open for everybody to do everything. So please don't. But how do you see, Bitcoin as a response to that, or as a just pose to that, just position to the violence we see? How do we see, fiat kind of feed? I'm putting words in your mouth. Let me just be quiet. There you go. But I think you understand.
Well, at the end of the day, Bitcoin allows anyone to transact with anyone. And so what we're really seeing right now is different blocks are trying to wall off their population to say, okay, we're broke. We don't want your money going over there. We need it staying here. And so we're going to make it difficult for you to express yourself if you want to leave our system, regardless of what that system is. And Bitcoin travels anywhere there is the internet. And I think the government really likes the internet because they get to monitor everybody, whether you're in the US or China, whichever camp you're in, there's surveillance. So the internet's not going anywhere. And now we have a currency that travels over the internet. So if you have an internet connection, you now can be connected to humans that otherwise your government wouldn't allow you to trade with, wouldn't allow you to speak to, wouldn't allow you to, form a community with. And so that's what I think the power of Bitcoin is, and why certain individuals are very threatened that there exists this way for their citizens to reach out across borders and commune with other humans.
Right on, right on. All right, John, what you got, man? That was good.
Well, yeah. I've been following your sort of recent articles, and you gave a range of sort of the price appreciation of Bitcoin being between $100,000 and $1 million. It's easy to see the $100,000, given the recent news with ETFs, this past year. So, what is the catalyst or the trigger that would drive the price of Bitcoin, closer to $1 million? And would you be able to have a timeline around that? Or it's, there's just too much happening to be able to sort of determine that outcome?
So at the end of the day, the price of Bitcoin, well, the number of Bitcoins is fixed. However, the amount of fiat currency will go to infinity. And if you think about all the major economic blocks, they're all printing money, and they need to print even more money to keep the system in place that it is right now. So if you think about COVID in the United States between 2020 and 2022, the US government printed 40% of all dollars in existence. So that tells you this pace and rapid change in which things will happen if there is a serious global conflict, pandemic, like there was during COVID. So these are the types of situations where the authorities don't respond with, hey, let's tighten our belts and save money. It's, I need to print more money to make sure that my voters don't vote me out of office. And so if you think that this US election is very contentious, if you think that the elections in Europe are very contentious, if you think that there is some issues in the Chinese economy with growth or in Japan, the response is going to be printed money. If you believe that the US-led world order will shift to one where there's multiple different countries who are leading the world, again, how is the US going to respond? Let's print as much money as possible to make sure that through this change, I stay in power. So I think that we're going to see an acceleration of the quantity of money emitted from major governments, and that's what drives us from 100,000 to $1 million. I mean, mentally, I think that's in the 2026, 2027. But again, I don't use leverage when I'm longing Bitcoin, so I don't care. I just know humans, and I've looked at history, and every civilization always responds in the same way to any sort of challenge to their authority. Let me print money. And so I have 100% confidence that the humans in charge of all these different governments will do the same thing that the Romans did, thousands of years ago, print money. And so Bitcoin will go up in price because the amount of fiat currency expands. Will it happen in 2 years? I hope so. But again, if it doesn't, then it doesn't. And it takes as long as it's going to take.
Yeah, yeah. I happened to be at the Bitcoin conference in Nashville this year, and both President Trump and Robert Kennedy, sort of said that they would like to have Bitcoin as strategic reserve asset with the U.S. Treasury. Is what you just said informing that sort of narrative, or are they just trying to get votes, or were they trying to get votes at the time?
I wrote an essay about this. I believe that they're just trying to get votes. If you think about Trump, right? Trump was elected from 2016 to 2020. How many pro-Bitcoin policies did he enact as a president? Zero, right? How many has Biden and Kamala Harris enacted? Zero. So they're the same. We have experience. They can say whatever they want to say at a fundraising dinner. I think there's some articles that crypto bros have donated the most of any sort of like corporate block, right? Okay, what are you going to say if the money says, I want crypto? Here's some crypto. The president of the United States can't unilaterally say the Treasury now needs to include Bitcoin as a reserve asset. There's a lot of other people in the government who probably aren't really for that, who need to come on board with that idea. So I think it sounds really great. Makes Bitcoin people very excited. But if you look at the record of any of these politicians, there is no positive developments in sort of Bitcoin regulation or Bitcoin adoption. I also don't think you actually need it. Bitcoin's gone from nothing to, 1.2 or $1.5 trillion asset, and there has been no regulatory clarity, no regulatory support. So why do we think we need it to progress? It works. We don't need the government to tell us that it's okay. We're just going to do it because it makes sense for us as a financial product.
Yeah, it really, again, I'm not here to impose my political views, because Kamala did go to Howard University and I'm a Kappa and she was a Kappa sweetheart, and there's some actual relationships, so I know the sister. But when I heard folks believing what politicians say while they campaign, it just blew my mind. Like literally, the politicians you love or hate, they all lie. I mean, I'm not saying it like it's probably the only profession where you can actually use euphemisms like spin, which really means you were lying. So for them to take a position so strong in support of Trump, who's consistently not told his truth, just like other politicians. I'm not making him better or worse in that regard, but literally who has a record that you could actually say, did he actually enact policies when he was in office? And they seem to like lose their mind and then started to really drive this, I don't know if it's a statism thing, but one of the things that got us involved was that I'm not saying I'm an anarchist, but I have I believe in the sovereignty of the individual. Like at the end of the day, like I'm me, and that freedom and to be able to be a part of that and share who I think I am, Bitcoin, like you said, actually allows me to do that more. And the way they even talk about the immigrants, all this stuff is about borders and dividing. I was like, this doesn't sound like the Bitcoin I was drawn to. It doesn't sound like, even when he was talking about reserves, I don't think we ever was like, what is the government going to do? Like that, to go into this was to actually say, I'm no longer going to depend on the government. I'm going to depend on my best abilities. And if we can work this out, we will, with tools and technology, not waiting every 4 years and praying to somebody that someone shows up to save us. To save us. We ain't never been saved, bro. We ain't got our reparations, no 48. Like, I'm not waiting. So I think it was really odd that they went so hard into a political, and I do other business. Most people in business butter the bread on both sides. Like, I don't care what they say in public. They literally are handing money to both candidates and say, look, hey, may the best person win. And they go, and when you see, there's never a logjam in Congress for the banks. They can tell you, oh, well, we're having all this problem. But every time a bank needs something done, I'm telling you, they figure it out. So again, I think it seemed premature for folks to jump out on Trump's thing. I'm not going to say anything derogatory, but they just got all on his thing. And it was just like, wow. Anyway, I apologize.
Yeah, yeah. It was all very interesting to see how enthused conference attendees were, given the historical background of what Bitcoiners began with in terms of having freedom money. I wonder what the impact of the Bitcoin ETFs have been and will be going forward into the future, given that we've seen companies like BlackRock accumulate huge sums of Bitcoin. Are they going to do what they did to the gold and silver market to Bitcoin? Is that actually possible?
Well, I think first of all, BlackRock is a passive investor. BlackRock does nothing. And so if you think about what Bitcoin is where it is because people did something. People, spoke about it, they used it, they mined it. They had to proactively do something. And so if you're sitting on a bunch of Bitcoin and your investment mandate is to do nothing, and that's what they're supposed to do as a manager, then you're actually at a very, very large scale, not right now, they're detrimental to the success of Bitcoin. Bitcoin is not like gold. If I have gold and it sits in the ground, it's still gold. If no one used Bitcoin again, the network fails and Bitcoin goes to zero. So while it is like gold, it's completely different from a fundamental standpoint. I think a lot of people don't understand that nuance. And so, yes, if BlackRock accumulated 100% of all Bitcoin, Bitcoin would go to zero because no one used it. And so that is the detriment of a passive investor in this space. Again, I'm not saying that we should ban BlackRock from owning Bitcoin. The whole point is, does this economic game work with all types of people and all types of institutions with different motives? And so if we can't, as a community, overcome a massive passive investor owning 1, 2, 3, 5, whatever percent of the supply, then we have the wrong consensus mechanism and we need to change. So I'm not saying BlackRock shouldn't own Bitcoin, but in a very long term, if it continues like this, it could be a problem. So what are we going to do about it?
So does that mean? I'm sorry, John.
No, go ahead, Sinclair.
Well, you were talking about your investments with tokens. So are you looking, or are you involved in any like layer 2 solutions that may, like, we talk about Lightning and trying to speed up the transactions. What is your view and horizon on those type of applications?
So the first thing that I feel very strongly about is supporting core developers. So at BitMEX, we gave grants for core developers on the Bitcoin protocol. At Maelstrom, we've given away 2 grants already for core developers on the Bitcoin protocol. So the first thing is, regardless of what you think the protocol should be, let's support the individuals who are putting their time and effort into making it secure, making it the hardest money ever known, making sure that we can sort of get out in front of some of these problems that we see happening on the network. So that's the first thing that we're doing. And the second is, we're supporting some protocols like Mezzo. I wouldn't say it's a fully on-chain solution yet, but they're moving there. How do we bring, decentralized finance, DeFi, to the Bitcoin ecosystem? There's varying different opinions on how to do that, but I think one or more of these projects will figure that out, and this will become a narrative that gets a lot more traction coming into next year once we start seeing some of these protocols roll out applications and seeing if people actually use them.
Right on, right on.
Yeah, I think this is a good point to segue into stable coins. I know Maelstrom has invested in Athena.
Yes.
And
so we didn't invest, we're an advisor.
You're an advisor, okay. And you also wrote sort of a thesis around backing stable coins with Bitcoin, and then now eventually with Ethereum for Athena. So could you just give us a synopsis on how that will actually work and why you think that's the way to go?
So I won't get into the math, but essentially there is this derivative product that we invented at BitMEX called a perpetual swap. And if I combine a short position in that swap with long Bitcoin, I've created a position which, regardless of which way the price of Bitcoin goes in US dollars, can never be liquidated mathematically. So what I've created is a synthetic dollar. So if I'm shorting this perpetual swap as a market maker, I'm essentially providing synthetic dollars to the crypto ecosystem, and I should get paid for that because dollars are in short supply usually in the crypto ecosystem because Bitcoin just goes up in price on a longer term basis. So I get paid a rate of interest. That's called the funding rate on this trade. And so if I combine these two things together, I've created a synthetic dollar that has no ties to the banking system, but is pegged at $1 regardless of the price in Bitcoin. And I earn a rate of interest. And this interest can be passed on to the holders of the stablecoin. And so that's what Athena does. They hold long Bitcoin, short swap, long Ethereum, short swap, all essentially a synthetic dollar, and they earn a rate of interest. Now that rate of interest is variable. It changes. I think right now I looked on the screen, it's about 4% right now. It's gone as high as 80% per annum. There's different factors that influence that. And so the point about Athena is that we as a crypto ecosystem depend heavily on Tether. And not knocking Tether, the guys have done a very, very good job over time of creating a form of US dollar money that moves over public blockchains and have the tune of, I don't know, 100 to $150 billion of circulating supply. It's used all across at least Asia where I am. It's used on a lot of the exchanges as their dollar instead of having a bank account. So it's extremely useful. But the problem is it relies 100% on the good graces of the US banking system to allow them to put their dollars in the bank, to allow them to buy US treasuries. And so obviously Tether's had a contentious relationship with the US financial authorities. They've gotten sued many times. I think they have all the money, by the way. So I'm not a Tether FUD person. But at the end of the day, the US banking system is hostile to Tether. I wrote an essay a few months ago, and I pointed out that Tether, on a per employee basis, is the most profitable financial institution in the world. More profitable than Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Citibank, all these big banks, because they have about 100 people and they make about $5 billion in free cash flow every year, doing what a bank should do, which is take deposits and do transaction services, which a lot of banks don't really do anymore. So that's why Tether has a place in this world. But again, we're crypto. Why do we have one of the largest assets in our ecosystem completely dependent on the good graces of the US banking system? So that's why I wrote these essays saying somebody should launch this product where instead of it depending on the US banking system, let's depend on the Bitcoin exchanges that have a vested interest in making sure that the contracts work as they're written and that their customers keep their collateral so they're not stealing people's money. And so that's what Athena does. It has derivative positions on all the large sexes, and it holds Bitcoin that it gets as subscriptions to create its circulating supply. And so the currency has gone from zero to I think about $2.5 or $3 billion in circulation in about 6 months. So one of the fastest growing protocols ever. And hats off to the team at Athena for all the hard work that they're doing. So that's why we back this, because we want to back ourselves. And let's not depend on others to allow us to have financial freedom. And that's why I believe in Athena and other protocols like it.
All right. That's awesome. That's awesome. So I came across an article a few days ago saying that I don't know how true it was that the Chinese Reserve Bank is trying to create a token, backing that token with the 4 trillion US reserves. I don't know if you've come across.
I haven't heard that.
Yeah. So is that something that would make sense, that is similar to what you're trying to do with Athena? Why would it work? Why wouldn't it work?
So the whole de-dollarization thing, I think people sort of get a bit emotional about it, especially Americans. Oh, the dollar is a mess. Oh, no one's going to beat the dollar. China doesn't have a real currency, blah, blah, blah. No one's ever going to use yuan. And I think they missed the point that I don't think that the dollar is going to stop getting used. I don't think that a lot of trading partners, especially China, are going to stop invoicing things in dollars. What will stop and what has stopped is if I have a balance, trade balance with another country that's not the United States, instead of keeping that trade balance in dollars, I'm going to keep that trade balance in gold. And so that's why you're seeing a lot of the BRICS countries and China, Russia, and all these places, they're net buyers of gold because they said, okay, let's not settle our differences in trade between ourselves in dollars, which can be confiscated by the US Treasury unilaterally. Let's settle these in gold. We're not going to stop using the dollar. The dollar won't stop being one of the largest currencies, or if not the largest circulating currency in the world, but I'm not going to save in dollars. I'll save in gold. And that's why you see the gold price is 2,500, even though, the Fed has raised rates from 0 to 5.5% over the last year and a half. So I think people get it wrong. I don't think China wants to have a currency backing its treasury supply. It'll just let the treasuries mature. It'll take the dollars and it'll buy gold. It'll buy commodities. It'll buy the things that it needs. They don't need to just go and dump treasuries because that would hurt them. Then the price of the treasuries would go down. So it's a slow moving process. I don't think China's dumping the dollar anytime soon. I don't think China wants to be the global reserve currency issuer. Look around America. Except for like maybe, the richest neighborhoods in New York, LA, Washington, D.C., Miami, everybody's suffering. And the United States is supposedly the richest country in the world with a global reserve currency. So the global reserve currency is a disease. It does not benefit the entire population. It benefits the few. I think the Chinese leadership recognizes that. And they're perfectly happy to let the U.S. continue to be diseased rather than to bring that upon themselves.
All right.
Right on, man.
Yeah. So you also have a thesis around different economic collapse scenarios. Is that something that I know we discussed earlier about the quantitative easing and printing sort of the dollar out of existence, but are there other scenarios that could bring about economic collapse faster than we think?
War, pestilence, the same stuff. I guess the question of how you respond to it. I'm not in the, U.S. hyperinflationary scenario kind of thing. The U.S. has food, has water, has people. I don't really think it's going anywhere. But yeah, who knows? The point is not to be able to predict the actual event. The point is to structure a portfolio so that regardless of what the event is, you benefit from the change. And so I think a lot of people have their portfolios. Oh, this is the thing that's going to happen on this date. So I'm going to fucking go long that with a lot of leverage. But then if it doesn't happen as you think, then you go bust. So I'd rather not have to predict the exact trigger, just be long something that I know has done well over time when something has changed, and that's crypto.
Yeah, I know you've suggested, obviously, Bitcoin, Ethereum. I think you've suggested gold as well. And you talk about risk assets or risk of assets. So what else could you add to such a portfolio other than crypto?
Hopefully you own your residence, right? No mortgage. Yeah. If you're rich enough, have your own food supply, right? Standard stuff, nothing crazy. Yeah. Again, no leverage. If you don't have leverage, if you don't owe people money, then your time horizon is as long as you're alive. And so you're a lot more flexible in terms of how you respond to different events because nobody knows what the future is. I have no idea. I just trade in probabilities.
All right. And back to the election, what do you predict in the short term would happen to global markets and also crypto markets if either Kamala or Trump got in? Would there be a major divergence? Or
so I think right now, the Kamala Harris is obviously the favorite candidate of the ruling party and the establishment, Republican and Democrat, right? They don't like Trump. Yeah. And they will use whatever means that they can to help her get reelected. And so for us in the financial world, it's okay, well, what can they do to make the stock market go up? Because again, the US voter goes to the voting booth on whatever day in November and they look at their stock portfolio. Oh, it's up. Must have been the Democrats. They did well. Boom, vote Kamala, right? If Trump was in power, oh, S&P is up. Republicans in power, vote Republican. That's all it is. So it behooves Janet Yellen, Jay Powell, the U.S. federal government who's spending money to make sure that the U.S. economy is strong going into early November. And if we start to see wobbles like we've seen in the past few weeks, the response will be printed money, and they're going to go ridiculous with it because they can't lose. They don't want to lose, because in a very bifurcated, polarized society, the ruling party has probably done some things they shouldn't have done. And if the other party comes in, they're going to punish the people who were in power when they were the underdog. And so it makes sense from a human perspective to do whatever you can and make sure that you don't lose this election. And so that's why I believe that markets are going to go strong into November, hopefully, and that includes crypto as well. What happens between November and January 20th when the next president is sworn in? I don't know. Could there be a civil war? Could there be, a very contentious debate about who actually won? I would imagine that's probably going to be the case. There's going to be a lot of global macro chaos if this doesn't go smoothly, and I don't think it's going to go smoothly. So I'm probably going to sit out of the markets between, when the winner is announced and when the actual person takes over, whenever that happens. I don't want to be having big positions, because who knows what's going to happen, and who knows how the rank and file American who have guns are going to respond if their candidate doesn't win.
Interesting.
Yeah. Can I hit him with this is something I know you've been into. What about the kids? What about the babies? I know you got a real interest in educating, and this is a part of this. John reminds us 3 times of wonderful education by good brother Arthur Hayes. And with that being said, what about the babies? What are some of your things you see that are important with educating young folks, and what the future looks like with as it relates to that, and how do we better prepare them?
They need to learn about financial literacy, read books, right? Put down your TikTok, all these sorts of things. But at the end of the day, it's nice to sit here on a podcast and admonish the young people, put down their mobile phones. That's not going to happen. So instead of trying to preach at them, give them something that's interesting, that engages them in the ecosystem. That's why I love meme coins, because people will line outside a Louis Vuitton store for 5 hours to get a cowhide bag with some letters on it, but won't figure out how to use a MetaMask. But if their favorite creator has a meme coin, all of a sudden they're a Solana expert, right? So let's use the culture that people love to get them to learn about these financial tools. And once they learn, oh, this doesn't make any sense. Why does the bank do that? Why can I only go to the bank 9 to 5? Why is the stock market closed at 4:30 or whatever these things? They start asking these questions because they've been exposed to another ecosystem, because it's one of their cultural icons was trading some dog shit meme coin. So I think let's bring more culture on chain. Let's do more of these sort of silly games, because that's how we get people who otherwise would be very apathetic towards learning about financial services into the game.
Yeah, I definitely missed it, because when that crypto kitty stuff came out with Ethereum, I wasn't into Ethereum anyway, so I was like, this stuff's silly. But then next thing you know, well, anyway. So thank you. I think the point you're making about linking the culture and our people instead of talking at them, or generational chauvinism they call it, I definitely respect. All right, Big John.
Yeah, I think this has been a very interesting call with you, fireside chat with you, Arthur. I don't know, do you have anything else that you'd like to add?
Because we might not talk to him for a whole nother year, John. Let's make sure we get, come on, we got plenty. Come on, what you got, John? You got that bag? Come on. Well, talk to him again. Come on now.
Yeah, I've gone through all my notes, and I think I'm pretty much satisfied with what he had to say today. And I like what he said about meme coins, because I haven't been following them too much, but it makes sense that it's more of a cultural phenomenon and some sort of online social movement. So that's very interesting as well. And Sinclair, maybe you have
well, let me get this. Let me get this. The issue of corruption, and I think sometimes some of the things that I see in this industry that we're in, that we care about, as well as others, the issue of corruption. And I think sometimes there are things inside our community that we haven't held people accountable. And then you have, again, the state coming in and forcing their will upon us. It's kind of interesting, because I don't want my mother to be scammed, but at the same time, I don't trust the government, because they're the ones who brought us here. Well, you're in Singapore, but I'm still here, Brother Hayes. So I'm going to get my freedom too, but I'm still here. What do you when you hear the word corruption and again, I think state actors are the most horrific at corruption in our industry or the financial systems. What are some of your thoughts on how we should approach the issue of corruption in general? And do you see some ways specifically as it relates to crypto that we should, as being involved, that we should do better in?
I mean, we have this thing called the blockchain. It's a public ledger. Check on chain. If someone's trying to make a claim about this, that, the other thing, and they say, "Oh no, trust me," show me on chain. How does it work? Explain it to me. A lot of things in crypto, if you think about a lot of the companies that went belly up in the last cycle, FTX, Genesis, BlockFi, these companies, they were all built on centralized trust. It wasn't an on-chain thing. If you think about the things that survive, Bitcoin, Ethereum, layer one blockchains, right? These are things that are not built on trust. It's a game, an adversarial game, and they survive. And so if your solution to something is trust this person or trust this process, and there's a reticence to provide transparency, then you shouldn't be involved with that. If you get around to that, I mean, why doesn't the government put all its spending on a blockchain? Don't use Bitcoin. I'm not even saying use Bitcoin. Use a stable coin that you created, and let's track every single payment to every single contractor in the government. Let's see how that goes over. They don't want to do that. So transparency, require it when you're dealing with folks, and you'll see a different outcome in terms of the actions that they purport to do.
I love it. Love it. Right on. Right on. Thank you, Brother Hayes. Yeah, I'm good. Hey, until you talk to you again, Brother Hayes, but we're here, brother. Just let you know. And when you want to come in person to DC, you can come on in and be on a fireside. We'll be right in person. So real quick. So besides this stuff that you do, like and again, I know this is business. Are there some social things? I'm 55 now, and I'm married 8 years. I'm trying to get that balance of what this all means. I'm at 55, so I think I'm past prime. My parents are getting old, so I'm taking care of mom and dad. When you look at your full life, of course we're talking business, we're talking about this industry that you've dedicated so much, and we're grateful for your dedication. What about the rest of this stuff? Whatever that stuff is, how do you balance that? What advice, as you've been through ups and downs, young brothers and sisters who are pursuing their dreams, their passions, that may not necessarily be the status quo. Their parents told them get a job at a hedge fund or get a job working for IBM. Remember Big Blue? Get a job at Big Blue. You'll stay there till you die. Okay, so what's your thoughts on those?
I mean, everyone has their own goals. Know what your goals are. My goal is I want to have control of my time. I spend 4 months of the year on a ski mountain. So that's what I love to do. I do the crypto stuff and people see me on TV and all that. I don't really do that much of that kind of stuff. I read a lot of books, but I spend most of the year doing activities because I'm fortunate enough to be able to do that. So that's my goal. Not necessarily everybody's goal. So I think understand what you're trying to do. If you're working some crazy job and you actually don't care if you eat at the nicest restaurant or have whatever the new fashion is, and why are you doing that? So I think just be honest with yourself about what you actually want and then go do what you need to do to get it.
Right on, man.
Yeah, I actually have one.
Oh, see, John, that's inspiration. That was the brothers vibing. Here's the vibrations. Go ahead, John.
It's 3 a.m., so I'm a bit slow right now.
Take your time, brother. Take your time.
So I actually built an AI model on ChatGPT using your articles for a portfolio, which is a question I asked earlier. So what are your thoughts on AI and the intersection with Bitcoin, crypto, and Web3?
So I think AI is great. I think we're going to create a lot of productivity out of it. However, it's going to be very disjointed, right? People are going to lose their jobs. What are they going to do? We're going to have a new conversation about what the social contract is between folks. Who owns the data? Who profits off of this? We don't really know all what's going to happen yet, but we can definitely see a future where we've even concentrated wealth even in fewer hands, and we have a vast majority of people who have nothing and have no chance of ever getting it because the intelligence of the AI that these organizations have is just far beyond what anyone can do anything with. That's one future. There could be other futures as well. So again, I think it's going to be a philosophical discussion globally of like what it means to be human, what it means to have, what's the government supposed to do for us, what is a company, all these sorts of very fundamental questions. There's that. Investing in AI, very difficult, because if you think about these models, essentially you're just handing money to NVIDIA and the power company. Those are the best investments.
The power company. So what do you think about the competition between, again, what we're doing as with miners as versus what is being used for power for AI? Do you see that being a competition, or is that just something that people try to make up stuff with, or the power?
For sure. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, there's going to be a conversation about like power. Where does it come from? Who does it go to? I think nuclear and natural gas are two things that I own a lot of. From an equities perspective, not like the actual stuff, because I believe those are going to be the ways in which data centers are powered. Now, whether or not that goes to an AI company or a crypto company really depends on the price of Bitcoin, right? So if it's very profitable to mine Bitcoin, you're going to mine Bitcoin. If it's very profitable to run an AI data center and train LLMs, you're going to do that. So we have another vector of competition for where this power goes, and that'll reflect itself in the price.
I knew you had it in you, John. I knew you had it in you, John. See the inspiration, brother? I felt that. It was there. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Hayes. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. I think so. In terms of AI and robotics, given that we focus on the Black community and a lot of Black people in the US, for example, have what you call blue collar jobs, if I'm not wrong, Sinclair?
No, blue collar, yeah.
Does that affect them, like the AI with the robotics?
Absolutely. So if you think about a company like General Motors, where both of my parents worked, my mom in like purchasing manager and my dad was on the line. General Motors makes, what is it? I'm getting the statistic wrong, but I'll get the direction correct. They make 5 times as many cars with 25% of the staff that they used to have. So see, back in the 70s or the 60s, right? So these large companies, they pay very good benefits, but they don't need as many people because they're shifting to robotics. If you look at China, China has the most number of industrial robots, per capita in the world, because even for them, labor is getting too expensive. There's not enough of it. And so they're mechanizing. And so that's going to happen. And so the challenge is, number one, how do you represent yourself politically to either, tax or whatever on that level, these companies that are essentially earning a higher profit per worker, because a robot is way more efficient than a human. Doesn't get sick, doesn't have benefits, doesn't talk back, just does what it's told, and it doesn't unionize. So it's better. Robots are better for business. But then at the end of the day, the end consumer is a person buying this car. How do you square that? So it's political activism, right? So number one is becoming politically active, so that if you can't escape financially, then you need to use the government as a toolkit, right? Or your collective ability to get people out in the streets, agitate for change. So you can't be apathetic. That job is not going to exist. So either you get off your ass and get politically involved, or you become a very, very good investor.
Yeah.
He ended it with the politics. Look, we had a great conversation with this brother named Jared Ball. He was talking about, again, the use of politics versus just saying I have some money or I have Bitcoin. He was talking about how the policies are impact our lives. And it was just I don't think it was an either or thing. I think, to your point, there's certain levers that we're going to use, and they have certain roles. And I think what you just spelled out was, again, the reason why they have on K Street all these lobbyists is because people power was becoming very influential. And they said, wait a minute, we got to start paying these guys so they'll listen to us and not all them people yelling at them. I think it's a very interesting point that you just made about the activism. So humbly, thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I think that's all from me.
All right,
awesome.
Thank you.
This has been great.
No, appreciate you, Brother Hayes. Keep doing it. And like I said, whatever we can do, be helpful, brother. Definitely want to be supportive. And thank you for supporting us. Thank you for allowing us to be able to say, we got good Brother Hayes coming. Y'all going to be watching. They're going to be tuning in. And it's actually next week. So it's September 20th and the 21st at Howard University. And we're so just blessed, like I said, to have you here. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ryan Robinson, CEO of Conduit Computing. And I'm here today to talk about the power of blockchain in your health, how blockchain technology can live a better life for you and your family. Here we go. So first, let's start off with what the heck is blockchain, right? I know you've heard a lot about that today, but I want to talk about just from the ground up, very simple. So blockchain technology, the way I explain it is very simply just it's a record. It's a record keeping technology. It's how can I keep a record that is pretty much secure, right? Secure, number one, and number two, it's hard to change, right? It's hard to change. Now, Ryan, why might that be a useful, important, effective? So the benefit of having a technology like blockchain that allows you to keep record and even keep record of the changes to that record. Again, the changes to that record is crucial. It's crucial to the very nature of what record keeping looks like. Because when you have records, you want to make sure that it's, of course, accurate. That's number one. Number two, it's reliable. Number two, number three, it's secure. Right. So records, if they're what's called mutable, meaning they're changeable, right? Like mutation, like Charles Xavier, right? Magneto, mutants, is that if it's mutable, then you don't know if you're looking at the original copy, number one, or number two, you're looking at, of course, the altered or the changed version. So an extreme version of this may be, for instance, presidential scandals, right, or election scandals, where you say, okay, hey, the votes came in this way, but someone was tampering with the votes, and so maybe the results weren't actually what we thought they were. Maybe in B, where a simple situation where all the votes haven't come in yet, right, haven't come in yet. So in other words, having blockchain technology used and implemented in your record keeping allows for you to have a highly trustable record because it can't be changed, right? It can't be changed. In other words, if you try to change it, right? If you try to change, you try to add to it, that is also recorded, number one. Number two, if you try and say hack it, right? One, it's just very, 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 very hard to hack. Very, very hard to hack. And the reason it's hard to hack, and again, I'm sure you've heard about this, but I'm just reviewing and creating that foundation for us, is the reason it's hard to hack is in short that it would require a lot of computational power. Computational power. And you'd have to pretty much overwrite this record that exists not only in one place, not only in one place, but across multiple places, across multiple places. So in other words, in the scenario that we're talking about with blockchain in healthcare, all parts of the healthcare experience, is you'd have to rewrite the record on every single computer that has a blockchain of your records, that has a blockchain of your records, right? So moving forward here, is you're going to see a word here that says verified transactions. I don't know if you can see my mouse. Verified transactions across multiple computers, And so first, let's be clear here is that blockchain has applications across many different industries, not just healthcare. The reason healthcare is so important is because all of us, are alive. We have bodies that need to be fed and sometimes need repair and maintenance. So all of us at some point have seen a doctor, probably, hopefully since we were kids, but especially as we get older, right? Especially if we're athletes, especially if you have a terminal illness that you're dealing with, right? And so with this era that we're in of biotechnology, you're seeing it now an interdisciplinary approach where biotech isn't just biotech. It's the coordination of other fields. It's multiple disciplinary, meaning that it's including, right, AI, it's including blockchain, it's including engineering, it's including statistical analysis, right, among many things. That's just a list of few. And so these fields, all these fields, if you notice today, are starting to blend together. They're all starting to align each other. So, for example, marketing. Not only am I CEO of Conduit Computing, but I'm also a professor here in Boston. And one of the classes I just recently finished was a marketing class. One of the classes, lectures that we had in marketing was talking about how marketing relies on different fields such as neuroscience, right? We're looking at customer, understanding the needs and wants of your customer from a psychological level up, right? The need for, say, shelter, of course, food, and even just a desire to feel good about ourselves, to have high esteem, and understand that while our products may cater to different needs and wants, different segments of the market, on a fundamental level, it's all catering or speaking to the same needs and wants, same needs and wants. They're universal. All of us have to eat, all of us have to sleep, some of those basic needs. And so the marketplace is how you see people try to satisfy these fundamental needs, these fundamental needs. Right? How does that apply to blockchain in here in healthcare? Is that the same thing you're seeing, like I said, these different fields are blending together. They're blending together, number one. Number two is that with blockchain, right? With blockchain, is you're seeing here the importance of how technology itself is still speaking to the same basic human needs, even as the technology gets more and more complex. So, in other words, these technologies are trying to come together in an effort to solve the same basic fundamental and psychological needs of the human being in the 21st century. In the 21st century. So now let's talk a little bit more about what the heck does blockchain have to do with healthcare specifically, right? Specifically. So one is we talk about a few different things. We want to talk about the safety of medical records. We see you talk about communicating those medical records, right? Number three is medical research, number four is going to be talking about pretty much overall is how do you create really a seamless patient experience, right? So we're going to talk about, in other words, how can you and your family, when you go to the hospital, whether it be ER or to your regular doctor, how can you make that experience as seamless as possible? As seamless as possible. Okay, here we go. All right, guys. So let's talk about the benefits, like I said, of blockchain in healthcare. So overall, what you're going to see here is these different benefits across the patient experience, starting even from way in the beginning in the drug discovery process, that then's going to build up. So your experience walking into the hospital. Okay. So one, data security, enhanced data security. So data security is a crucial aspect. I mean, I think every day in the news, hearing about your credit cards being hacked, you're hearing about your social security number being hacked. I mean, there's a lot of data breaches. Funny enough, it's kind of interesting because we all know this in the crypto space, but crypto's actually gotten a bad rap the last, like 7 years, 8 years for this, lack of security, lack of privacy, where even though we know the technology is secure, it's the sort of third parties around it and, the third party entities that want to sort of sway the reputation of blockchain. But funny enough, it's really what's going on is that, as we know, the technology is actually, the whole thing is that it's secure. Its whole thing is it's secure. But that's the point is that's one of the things that I think when people who are adopting technology have concern of is security. And ironically, that's one of the biggest benefits of blockchain. Specifically here is data security, or in other words, your data security, your patient data security. So in other words, you don't necessarily want your data, being spread all around, being taken by different companies without your permission, without your payment, right? And so blockchain, by again creating this immutable record, transaction ledger, across different systems in such a format, where secure hash algorithms, SHA, that allows for these computers to actually facilitate these transactions without actually, funny enough, having access to the data itself, or truly understanding or grasping the data itself. It's pretty, really fascinating. It's a unique feature of blockchain, really unique feature of blockchain. So point is here is that, again, blockchain can protect your data, which is so important in an era now where data, they say data is king, right? So everything is trying to mine for your data with or without your permission, right? With or without your permission. So we've all been in those situations where you're talking about something on the phone, right? And the next thing it pops up on your TikTok or your social media or anything, right? And so it's an increasing concern, data security is increasing concern as we continue to move forward with the era of big data, right? Era of big data. Moving number two is improved interoperability. So this, I really want to touch on a key point here, is that by creating these quote unquote trustless situations, meaning that you don't have to trust the person that you're communicating data with now because the data is secure, right? The data is secure. The reason that's so important is it really speaks to what the core benefit of all this is at the end of the day, which I said like before, is to make a seamless patient experience. But it comes down to, like, we do that. That's the what. The how, there's two hows here, is by facilitating collaboration and two, facilitating communication, right? So again, to summarize, is that blockchain helps you and your family and your friends have a better health, right, for yourself and for your country and for the world by really promoting collaboration and communication across different entities. And that can be any spectrum you want to take that. So it can be with, of course, within the organization, right, internally, or it can also be, of course, externally. Moreover, across different environments that maybe they're not familiar with each other. The reason this is really important, is because for many things, but I just want to give you context on a high level here, is my company, Conduit Computing Incorporated. We actually worked with the White House during COVID to help find treatments for COVID-19. And one of the big issues we faced was that there were so many different organizations, right, with all the different protocols and chains of command and organizational structures, emergent structures, et cetera. And that's just in America, right? And this is with the White House. I'm not talking about across different countries. Maybe there is a lack of trust there, especially if you talk about geopolitical tension. And so COVID and the pandemic, you saw this desperate need for collaboration, like I said, and communication. So for example, our work in the White House, where in short, we were able to use the RNA, or in other words, the genetic material of the virus, and actually sort of experiment with it on computers, using supercomputers, to find where we could stop the virus early on in the budding process. And I'll give a quick credit to my CTO, Logan Thrasher Collins, for leading that work with the White House. Bringing it back is that initial information came actually from scientists from China. So my point is that when you're having these global issues, you're going to need global communication in order to have global collaboration, right? And so having this blockchain in healthcare allows for organizations, particularly across geopolitical lines, to communicate in what's called, quote unquote, a trustless scenario or trustless environment that really helps to create better medications for you, the people, right? You, the people, us, the people. Okay, moving forward. Data integrity. So data integrity, just how it sounds, right? Integrity is meaning, so it's like the wholesomeness of something, the purity almost of something. Here, again, we'll talk a little more about it, but basically just says, like I said in the beginning, is how do we know this data is really the data, right? How do we know this is the correct data, this is the truthful data, this is the pure data? It's not been, of course, changed with. There's been entire decades of research wasted. Some scientists along the line created a groundbreaking study, right? Published groundbreaking research that in fact actually was fraudulent. It wasn't correct. It wasn't true, leading to billions of dollars of money wasted. And it wasn't just, science money. It was our money. It's taxpayer money that got wasted. So it's a big deal. It's not a common issue for you to have fraudulent clinical trial data, but it is still nonetheless an issue, particularly when you have to deal with geopolitical interest biases, right? So for instance, this is one thing we saw during COVID, was that it was actually hard, I don't know if you guys remember, but it was hard to actually figure out what the death toll was like and who got it and where it got it and everything like that. Because some countries, because they had a certain bias or political agenda, were underreporting some of their numbers, right? Some of the numbers. That's a big deal. So then it makes it harder for everyone else to figure out how to respond to this, how to coordinate, how big of a threat it is, where to direct resources. So this ends up, in other words, a simple version of this is that by making sure that the data has integrity to it, that it's pure, like I said. Also, another term you might hear is high fidelity. Make sure that, really keep it simple, we're just using our resources efficiently. Boom. Okay. And so finally, the last thing is streamline processes. So by having blockchain, right, again, which is a ledger, can have all your data on it, it just makes everything simpler. Kind of going back to what I just said about efficiency, is that, so for example, myself, actually, I just went to the ER because I sprained my leg. And then I went to a specialist that then directed me to the MRI technician. And even in that whole process, it was like, okay, well, who has your data and what system are you in and what's going on? And the problem was that they even got wrong data. So I literally was getting an MRI a couple of days ago, and the guy scanned the wrong part of my body because he somehow got a faulty record of what he was supposed to scan. It was very odd. But if he had had this on the blockchain, Ryan's record across the blockchain, you would have seen every, again, change to the system, right? Every change to my data. And it would have gone for everybody 10 times over. Here we go, use cases, right? So let's get a little more specific. So medical records management. So I just talked about that. But again, it's saying, okay, any place you go, whether it be a hospital here in your state or even another country, technically, is how broad this can be, is where you can have secure data, right, about who you are, what are you dealing with, where are you coming from, what has been your history, your medical history from state to state or even country to country. That's so important. Just literally, anyone who's ever dealt with hospitals or their parents or their families, patient records, a lot of work is just calling on the phone saying, hey, did you get the record? Right? Hey, do you have the data? Is that the right data? Is that the wrong data? Oh, it's the left knee, but we also did this one with the left knee 10 years ago. So can you make sure it's updated, that it's correct? So for instance, I had just now, I tell you, when I went to the ER, one situation was that they kept saying it was my left knee, left knee, left knee. And then we looked at the date and it said 2023. I said, whoa, what's going on? And so they were actually referencing data that was, like I just said, a year old, right? And so it's a big issue. It's a big issue. So you can have all these, smart people, educated people in these systems, but if they don't communicate together, it gets tough. And people who suffer are us, everyday people, Moving forward, drug traceability. This is really, really big. And this is something actually, when they first talked about this presentation that I brought up, is the importance of, I'm going to use the word again, high fidelity, meaning purity, but trying to understand these medications, where they come from. So something that you guys might not know is that about 10% of the drug supply is fraudulent. It's counterfeit. It's not actually what it says it is. 10%. That's a lot of drugs. It's a lot of medication. In fact, some people, it's like in kind of the zeitgeist of imagination and thought and pop culture is Bruce Lee's death. Actually, some people think that it was due to, poor quality headache medication and leading to an allergic reaction on his part. And so my point is just saying is that initially when they were asking the title of this talk, I wanted to start off saying blockchain could have saved Bruce Lee's life, because him dealing with fraudulent medication, this is one scenario. That's one sort of theory. I don't want to dive too deep on that, but saying that if he could have a medication, say, okay, I know where this came from. I know it came from where I thought it came from. There's a certain seal on it, right? Where the people that made this medication had to verify every step of the manufacturing process. Every time they got a new ingredient in, every time that they did a trial with the medication, not even the manufacturing of it, to the creation of it and the testing of it, then that may have actually helped him a lot, so, and I'll move on from there. But point is that it's really, really a big deal in understanding, where these drugs are coming from, and if they're effective, if they're what they say they are, which is a big, big deal. It's really important. Again, 10% of the drug supply chain is counterfeit. It's counterfeit. It's actually an issue that particularly faces, has a lot of challenges, has a lot of prevalence in Asia. And so point is, bringing it back to Bruce Lee, is that in the time he was in Hong Kong, that Hong Kong at that time was, of course, much less regulated than it is now, right? So there were all different types of medications and products coming in that just hadn't really met much of a standard, at least much of a consistent standard. So having something like a blockchain that verifies where these drugs go in and come out of, if they are true what they say they are, would make a huge deal for not just his life, but even people across the world. So clinical trials, and I kind of just touched on this, but clinical trials it's important to understand when you're doing clinical trials, like I said, is you may be working across different countries. So here we could talk about, like I said, fidelity, make sure no one tampers with the records. That's not so much of an issue. So part of this presentation is saying not only what's the gamut, what's the range of different application, but also what's a little bit more important, right? What's a little bit less important, more important. So here, the issue of tampering with medical results is not as big. It's actually much smaller in terms of prevalence, but of course the importance of it is big. So prevalence is small, but the importance of it is big. So the point is here, like I said, going back to COVID, is that you had so many different groups working together. And you need to say, how can I trust you, or rather work with you, if I don't know you, right? If I have no sense of what your, like I even said, your data storage protocols are, right? If your geopolitical intentions and agendas. So again, blockchain creates this environment, this sort of sandbox for all these scientists to play in the same playground. That's important. We talk about COVID, so people might think, okay, COVID's over, Ryan, let's move on. There's actually a lot of the conditions that led to the COVID pandemic in the first place are still there. are still there. If you do any research, even like a small Google search, you'll find scientists across the world saying, hey, the conditions that facilitated the pandemic in the first place are still there. From every perspective, the state of public health, the globalization aspect, and actually, funny enough, something that people don't realize is global warming. Global warming is actually raising the probability of these pandemics year after year after year. It's pretty wild. And moreover, human expansion, human population, right? So as people expand into environments that we just haven't been in, that we haven't been in X amount of years, tens of thousands of years, millions of years, we're dealing with entirely different germs, right? So I've got my germs over here from the town that, I've been in for hundreds of generations to now this part to this forest that no one's really been in for, like I said, thousands of years. So there's all different types of germs, different types of species of animals that we just haven't interacted with. And anytime you have that new interaction, you can have a lot of random scenarios, wild scenarios. So the point is that having blockchain, implementing blockchain in the clinical trial based on the scientific level, facilitates collaboration and communication. See that word's going to come back up, those two words, across the world, especially in these high impact, fast paced environments such as in a pandemic. Okay, moving forward is health data exchange. Oh, there we go. Health data exchange, right? So this is across providers now. Now we're talking a little more on the insurance level, right? And the insurance level. So you might see this all the time, but insurance changes, right? Your insurance policy changes. Who provides, who are the listed providers for the insurance coverage, that insurance coverage changes. And so as that changes, we've all been in a scenario where they don't have your proper records, right? They need you to call the insurance and send them this and go. It's this whole thing, and you're like in the middle of it. And you're dealing with the gaps, and these were gaps between these transitions, between one insurance coverage to another, or one insurance company to another company, or one doctor to another doctor. And so it's crucial that you have this universal currency of exchange, currency of communication that keeps all your records in one place, where it's not formatted one way for this group, one way for that group, and now you've got two different inconsistent formats. In other words, it's about creating the same language for us to communicate. Implementation, and challenges and considerations. So moving forward with this is, and we'll wrap up pretty quickly here, is by having all this on the blockchain, it not only allows us to collaborate and communicate with other insurance agencies, other doctors, but even the government, saying, hey, we're meeting the standards we need to meet to make sure that this drug is safe for people. That's absolutely crucial. And with all that combined together with the benefits across the government aspect, regulation, the insurance aspect, the drug manufacturing aspect, and even the clinical trial aspect, all that comes together, and it creates something really wonderful, which is a future that is patient-centric, a future that allows for you to be in charge of your own health, to put health back into your own hands. And so it's a really exciting future, and it's something really novel. It's considering the power of blockchain to make not only the health better, but ultimately your everyday life better, not only in a currency and financial perspective, but even on the aspect of our own physical bodies. For that, thank you so much. My name again is Ryan Robinson, founder of Computing.
We're still going on with the Black Blockchain Summit, 7th annual. And, we've been having great discussions. And, thank you everyone for joining. I'm particularly excited about this coming topic, which I think is very important, especially this year. And, I'm joined by amazing speakers. We have Alex Carmen, who introduced themselves, Della Adeje, and Joshua Taylor. And the topic we have today is how to thrive without raising capital in the current crypto environment, or in the current fundraising environment in general. So before we dive in, I'm going to leave the floor to the speakers to, introduce themselves, and I'll start with Alex.
Cool. Thanks for the introduction. Excited to be here. I'm Alex Carmen. I live in Brooklyn, New York. I'm currently a partnerships manager at Toast, a hospitality, fintech, and SaaS platform. And I'm also a venture partner at Going VC Partners and also for a few other syndicates. So really excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
Great. Joshua?
Yes, of course. Definitely excited to be here as well. I live in Houston, Texas, so that's where I'm from. I'm a director at Fifth Star Funds. We're a philanthropic venture fund, giving 25K checks to Black and other discriminated founders, friends, and family around, closing the wealth gap. And also a venture partner at South Loop Ventures, based in Houston. Super excited to be here.
Thank you, Joshua. And Della?
Yeah, thanks. Super excited to be here as well. My name is Della. I'm an investor at Mac Venture Capital. We're a seed stage fund based here in LA and SF as well, investing in a number of companies at the early stage, but mostly geographically agnostic and sector agnostic as well. I've been here for the past 3 years. And we've been around since 2019 as well. So we're on to our third fund and excited to talk more about what's happening in the ecosystem.
Great. Thank you so much. And I'm Tongai Choto, co-founder of AfriBlocks, which is a Pan-African freelancers talent marketplace. And I guess on this panel, I'm on the other side of the table, as I'm a founder, a startup. And so I'll be asking, questions that, us as founders have had, other founders have asked me, I've called other founders as well. And I'll start with Della. And I want to ask about around, most founders, when they start startups, and the next thing is like, I need to raise funding. But it's not always the first route or the first option. There are other options out there, for example, bootstrapping, for example, basically just getting your, using your own funds to get to a point where, you're, seeing some revenue. However, there's some startups or some ideas where you feel like, you're not going to make money for a long time. The reason being, is to try to reach product market fit, or you don't even know how you're going to make money. You're just seeing people are interested in this. So what would be your approach or your advice to someone who's starting today? Like, I have this bright idea. I'm in ideation stage, or I have, some wireframes. How do I take it from here?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And, I'm fortunate to speak to a lot of entrepreneurs who are at this stage as well in their cycle of company building. And I think the first, step really in terms of bootstrapping is, of course, ideating on, what the product you are going to build is. I think even before you get to an MVP, it's really understanding, not only who the user base is, but also the customers that you're talking to, and spending as much time with them so you can really tackle the pain point as efficiently as possible. I think now in this, macro environment, bootstrapping has now become the norm in some way, shape, or form. And I think finding ways in which you can exemplify product market fit as not necessarily as soon as possible, but as efficiently as possible is really, sort of the best way to scale your company. And, in some cases, venture capital isn't necessary for a lot of different businesses. You see a lot of companies that have been able to bootstrap and become successful without the need for raising money. And, dependency on venture capital, it has become, sort of the norm the past few years, but it doesn't necessarily need to be the end all be all. So, yeah.
Got you. And I think the interesting thing is when everyone starts a company, a startup, and they always see the Silicon Valley type story where, you meet at a bar, you meet a founder, then you meet one of your friends, they start a company, you're funded before the year ends, and Series A, Series B, like that's what every founder thinks is going to happen, but it does not. So my question to Joshua is around how people should look at your bootstrapping, you're getting some revenue, using your cash flow to stay afloat while you get to that MVP. You move on from MVP to product market fit. How best can founders use their cash flow basically to have a longer runway before they even think about raising?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Or should they raise, how would best should they approach
Yeah.
it?
Yeah. Della had a great point that, a lot of people do not need venture capital right away or at all. Approximately 70% or more of the 5,000 Inc. fastest growing companies are not venture backed. And so we think about that, as Della said again, there's been a saturation of venture capital desire, but a lot of the ideas that people are coming up with aren't venture scalable. And so I think about the problem sets that you're trying to solve is very important. And if you could try to find ideas in markets that are growing very quickly, but also massive, not just TAMs, but serviceable, obtainable markets that are over $1 billion usually, I think that gets investors, all of us on the call, a lot more excited to dive in and potentially help you raise earlier, right? Rather than having the bootstrap and raise later. I think I learned from an elder guy. He didn't raise VC, but he said, he goes to my church and he was like, you should have at least 12 to 18 months of savings if you want to start a company. I think, because it's going to take longer than you think to get your customers to pay you, unless you just have a burning problem that people need to pay for today. But like you said, most people don't understand, they don't know how their business model yet, or like who their ICP really is. And so I think a lot of founders as well don't have that savings. So I think you really need to think about that. And then I guess we could talk about like other creative ways because everyone doesn't have 12 to 18 months of saving, but they have an idea that they want to start now and they have to seize the opportunity. So that's a different type of case.
Got you. And I think it gets me to the next question, to Alex. How did we get here? Because we had a point where there was, I think I saw there were like $5 million pre-seed rounds. I was like, how is this going on? And there was a point where, a pre-seed was, 200K, maybe $1 million. And then there was just, particularly into 2022, there was, a lot of funding. Even when you look at the funding in Africa, that was one of the highest years. And then 2023 was down, 2024 is down. So how did we get here? Is it sort of a VC correction, market correction? Like, how did we get here?
I think exactly what you're saying. It's a bit of a correction. I think if we look kind of before, a lot of the companies that grew and some of their growth was probably subsidized by VC. It wasn't really truly a reflection of their market, like their margins and their success rate. And I think that like if you look at time-wise, there's a lot of layoffs and probably the layoffs was looking back on, okay, did we need to scale our sales team like 10x where we were? Did we need to expand to a new market or was there still growth and opportunity where we were? And I think as, mentioned that having that kind of consistent assessment with your business, what your goals are, and that helps grow in a sustainable way. So I do think that we're in this position. It's a bit of a correction. I feel for founders. I feel for the market. I think that it's been a slowdown, but it is a correction. And I think it also is going to have us look back on what what business model should be venture backed, and then like what is the amount that is feasible and makes sense for where they are? Are you raising for technology? Is there like significant investment you need in developers? Or are you really solid with your MVP and now you're able to grow into, look more at, okay, our like sales. So I think that there's been of a correction. I think it's been really exorbitant over the last few years. So it's painful. I know a lot of companies have struggled, but I do think it's going to make us more thoughtful in how we move forward.
Got you, got you. And I think that the interesting thing is around, people have raised, multiple rounds before, and then a lot of startups have failed after raising a lot of money. And then that's when people started to go back and try to think like, okay, were they supposed to get the money, in the first place? In this being the Black Blockchain Summit, Alex, I want to ask, is funding still available or still being availed, particularly to Black founders and Black startups, in your opinion?
Yeah, I'd say funding in general has, I'd say not as much as it was. And I also think VCs are having more of a critical eye, and maybe some of the how much you're writing and how many checks. I think if you look at numbers, like the amount of checks have gone down. And then if you look at that, if the number of checks is going down, Black founders are already at a really low percentage of VC funding. So like we're like this community is going to feel it the most. And I think it's really great that we're having this conversation on how to be successful without it, because I'm here with peers that we love to write checks to Black founders, but that's not always the consensus across all. And I just say in general, like the amount of checks are going out less. So the more you could be lean, I think we're all have to be resources, but just to be candid on the environment, I think it's a tough market to raise.
Got you, got you. And when we were speaking to Joshua, I think he mentioned what you do at your fund. So I wanted to ask around the alternative capital sources like grants. We've seen community driven raising, like what do you call this? Crowdfunding as well. So Joshua, is that still an alternative for founders, particularly grants and crowdfunding, and revenue-based financing, or it's a no-go area as well currently?
Yeah. Great question for the different options, right? I think number one, especially within blockchain, there's you have the community-based financing through, I know token sales, the popularity has gone down, but I think there's power. If you can create a true community that's truly involved in the project, then you can let go of some of that equity, because there's still a lot of token-based funds out there that take token equity. But I think it's giving some of that leverage up to your community as well, and having a precise tokenomic structure. I think that's a lot of the problems we had in 2021 in the last bull run, was that people didn't really understand tokenomics. They didn't understand those structures. And I got people in a lot of trouble legally as well. Especially a lot of the VCs were just being traders essentially, and like liquidating on consumers. That's a whole nother story though. I think also with startups, I think revenue based financing is like for, I would say, larger companies, but it's still something that I think is leverageable. But I think you got to be careful with that, because if you're trying to build a scalable company, you don't want to be throwing away or like giving away some of your revenue early in that process. I think even depending on your credit, like your credit and how your net worth is and things of that nature, like getting a loan is good as well. Of course, you have to pay that back, but I think, depending on what you're building, could help as well, because you want to keep the equity in your pocket, right? But I really think that the best way, in my opinion, is to bootstrap. I know that isn't, like I said, isn't for everybody, but I just want founders to be able to keep the equity in their hands so they can control the vision of the company for as long as possible.
Got you, got you. And I think you brought something interesting with, I'll say the ICOs, when they started, the ICOs now, it's more, structured. But, to Dela, is it something that founders still come to you with, we have a token sale, a private sale, or it's now I know obviously it's less, but are you seeing some people that come with, solid plans that you think might actually work? Or I know some of it, would be scammy. We have seen a lot of people raise a lot of money, and a lot of investors lose their money because, it was just a scam. So I know most investors don't want to be involved in that. But I think with every technology, with when the dot-com bubble burst, and they still came out a lot of good startups out of that bubble. So is it something that we can see, or we might see in the near future, where token sales are still a vehicle for startups and founders to raise money and actually build successful companies?
Yeah, great question. At Mac, we've seen a number of companies that have come and pitched to us, and have used token sales as part of their sort of pitching strategy as well, to maybe incentivize VCs as well. Also, and we don't invest we typically don't invest in any blockchain or Web3 companies that are have a token sale incentive. We typically try and stay away from that. I think for us, the biggest thing that we like to focus on is the fundamentals of the business, right? If you have to sort of be dependent on token sales to really scale and provide value to the ecosystem, it may be relevant to another fund that may be incentivized by that. But for us, we are focused on what's happening in the business and how does it benefit the ecosystem as a whole, either through any of the businesses that they're selling or building for, or any of the consumers or developers in that case that they're building or selling to. So I think that's the way we like to think about it. Of course, there's more regulation coming in this era, and I think skepticism around what tokenomics look like will definitely evolve and change. And I'm sure us as a fund will have to, rethink our strategy here. But at the end of the day, investing in startups is about investing in, the founders who are building companies that will, experience some form of hypergrowth scale, and are building, these businesses that fundamentally will enable them to again be accessible to the ecosystem of players that they're building for at the end of the day. So yeah.
Got you. And I think one question that might be beneficial to our listeners, which might seem super basic, but I think in this case will be helpful, Dela, is what is a venture backable company or startup? Because I've seen, some car companies coming out, and I'm like, is this really? I don't know. It's just a car company, but they're portrayed as a venture backable, venture. So, to the benefit of for our listeners, what is, and how do you determine that my idea is venture backable?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I also think it depends on preference of the fund. I think at the core, what a venture backable startup is a technology company that, again, will scale with venture capital funding in typically 5 to 7 years, to which a VC can expect a return on that investment. I'd say 5 to 7 years in the near term, typically 7 to 10 traditionally. And what that looks like, right? You're seeing a number of different companies being funded, whether that's again blockchain companies in the ecosystem, or whether that's consumer packaged goods, another water bottle, or a another enterprise software company. For us, the way we think about venture backable startups, it's how are they going to make money in an efficient way, and how are they going to scale the business as well in an efficient way. So, different business models that we typically like to look at are, of course, the traditional, SaaS business models that we see. So, companies that are selling these existing services to other software companies or other consumers or businesses. There's some form of maybe reoccurring revenue that exists that we can sort of predict, hey, because you've been able to generate revenue at this point, in the future, based off of this amount of customers, you can generate, you can increase revenue significantly by that point. So I think that's really how we like to think about, venture backable startups. But again, a lot of times you're seeing companies that, weren't traditionally venture backable become venture backable as a result of the market. So, defense companies like an Anduril or, a SpaceX, in a way, traditionally weren't venture backable companies and are now considered a venture backable company because of the category that has exploded over recent years. So, yeah, a lot of it is based on what the market perceives. But the goal as a VC is, of course, to be ahead of the market and be proactive rather than reactionary. So, time will tell.
Yeah, I think the biggest, lesson that you've taught me there is the market is always changing. So I think it's easy for people to think that it always changes on the founder side, but it also changes on the venture side. Like, they see new things, they see new markets, new products. Like right now, how it is with AI and, a lot of money going in there. So the next question I had was to Joshua around scale. So Adela, mentioned that scale is one of the things that, VCs look at in terms of, is this venture bankable? So how do you manage that? Because when VCs come, what they want to see is scale. Like, is this growing, or does it at least have potential to grow at some point? So now you are a founder, you're bootstrapping, and you need more money to scale, but then you don't have. So how do you strike that balance? And in some cases, maybe you've raised a pre-seed, but then you want to increase your runway so that you get to to product market fit. But to get a product market fit, you need to pour in some. Like, how do you manage that?
Yeah, I can answer that. Great question. You're killing it with the questions. But I think you have to go back to what is really product market fit. I think there's stages of product market fit, because where we invest all here on the call with, at the pre-seed, seed level, we may have follow-on capital for A, but you're showing signs of product market fit at the early stages. At the pre-seed, maybe you have some contracts that are letter of intent, they're about to get signed. Maybe at the seed round, you're close to $1 million in annual recurring revenue, depending on your business model. And you're having certain growth targets on a quarterly basis. So it also depends on the business as well. Like if it's a marketplace, you need to be growing at a certain percentage on a quarterly basis, right? If you're a enterprise SaaS business, you need to be growing and compounding. I think founders say, oh, I got product market fit, I need to scale, but like they're not growing on a monthly and quarterly basis fast enough, right? They're not doubling, right? I think the adage you guys could get me, it's like triple, double on an annual basis. Like if you don't triple your business the first 2 years, like you're like, after getting funded, it's like, it's really hard to come back for that. That's just the VC math. right? So I think early in your business, once you find your core customer you can go deep in, it's like, can I go on a vacation over the weekend and my company's for a week and my company's still growing, right? Of course, you might have a small team and you like need to answer customer calls and like be in the trenches. But I think it's like, you want to get to that point where the faucet is just going. And it's like, dude, we're going to flood the sink if we don't stop doing this. That's real signs of product market fit. And I think founders jump the gun because they have a couple customers and they're like, oh my God, I got it. It's a hard balancing act because you want to show investors like, I got this big pipeline or all these consumers are coming in the door. But like Della said, are they paying, right? What's that efficient growth? Because it has to keep going, right? We invest in, at least at the seed stage, I would say, is growth. We're the fire hose. We want to spray, right? So if you didn't have it, you would still be growing, but we're in a race versus other competitors. So what you saw in 2021 is a lot of reasons why that was happening, but also when COVID broke us open, there's all this free cash for little interest rates, right? There's just a lot of cash for people to run in these new markets. So they're going to be a little more slothful. Right now, cost of capital is higher. We're going to be a little more prudent. So we need to make sure as founders that we're able to really have our unit economics right? And also those continual customers coming in, and be honest with yourself that, yes, I am compounding at this rate per month, at this rate per quarter. And because that's what we're going to look for, is that those growth metrics. So.
Got you. Thank you so much, for clarifying that. I think to Alex, the question that I have is, we've talked about, I think Della mentioned, 5 to 7 years as a period that, a VC looks at retaining their money and things like that. Is there a position or some companies or some startups that would take longer, be it in their, the current market being one of the factors, also being just, an industry that's difficult to penetrate. I think if you start to say, a ride hailing company, it's probably going to be difficult for you it's probably not going to be a year, it's probably going to be 2 years before, you break into the market. I think here in Zim, there's a platform called InDrive, and it has managed to penetrate the market. And the reason is they're saying you negotiate your fees, right? Basically, as opposed to when you're using Uber, the fee is $5 or $10. That's it. But in this case, you negotiate your fee with your driver. So that's how they've managed to do it. But reading their story, it took them a while for them to figure that out. So the question that I have is, do VCs also consider that, or should startups and founders, because you reach a point where you're like, okay, it's been a while, am I going to break this market? How do you balance out that as a founder, as always a VC, to say, okay, this is going to reach that product market fit, but it's just going to take longer?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. And it is a bit of a balancing act, like exactly what Joshua mentioned. You do want to see compounding, growth, but there's so many factors. And also, like you mentioned, industry. So like healthcare is a highly regulated industry, finance as well. So those, like, I'd say when you start to look at those industries, you're looking for like a certain level of compliance, and like you're almost like building into the industry, but also understanding that those are just, there's going to be some timing on that. The other aspect I'd say is, I think it's really important to build out financial models in your pitch deck, because then it shows how it's like it's your opportunity to say, this is my point of view on our growth in the market. And of course, there's some back and forth on models. I think everyone has different opinions on them, but I think that's the fun part of it, where you're saying, okay, we're accounting for, this is where we are today. And based on these projections, this is the amount of growth we're expecting over the next year, over 5 years, 10 years. But just as mentioned, as Della mentioned, like the market is always changing. And I think that there's the being able to pivot is really important. And I think that that's something that cannot be emphasized enough is like VCs, we need to be thinking innovatively as well as founders and understanding, okay, are we going in the right direction? Like maybe our product market fit, like it's not landing in this area, but we're seeing some other opportunity, being able to make quick decisions, but also data-driven decisions. I think that's something that's really important, being able to back your gut with data to support. And the other thing is like, so that's marketing, but also like your financial model. So I think think of those are levers that you have that you can tweak to tell the story that you want. But I think in short, to answer your question on like the timing, I think these are like averages that we're looking at. So like 5 to 7, that would be great. I don't see those often. And I think 10 is probably like on average what you'd say is kind of a route to exit. But there's others. And I think also kind of your funding strategy is going to influence that. Like if you might have had like a lengthy friends and family are really it's long pre-seed. So those are going to factor in. I think that what you're asking for in the growth is like very important. But yeah, there's a lot of factors, all that to say. So I think mostly being able to tackle your story is really important.
Got you. And I think it just reminded me around AI and how people and founders are just throwing it in each and every deck. It's the AI of this, using AI for this. So to Alex, how are you or the market as founders, how is VCs looking at AI products? Because I've seen a lot and some of them I'm like, okay, this is just ChatGPT, It's
I agree.
Yeah. So what would be your advice to founders to say if you're building in I think AI is, pretty interesting. It's a great industry, but there's that thing like I'm mentioning, just putting a backend to API to ChatGPT and responses, and then it's not really helpful because it's not that sophisticated since it's just getting from ChatGPT. So yeah, what are VCs thinking around it? And what would be your advice to founders? Because there are some founders that would really be building in AI, but is it a throw off, a put off when, you just see AI on someone's deck?
I won't say it's a put off, but I think it's very important to be very specific about what aspect is AI. And also there's, my background is in data analytics. So there's like kind of basic data analysis, business intelligence. You kind of get to machine learning, then AI. Like there's a lot in between there. And not everyone is actually doing AI, nor should everyone be doing AI. Like if there's technology that you could tap into, I think you should leverage it. But I think it's become a marketing term, and it's really important to be transparent. It's like, okay, are you building models? Are you like, I forget what the term is on kind of a MLM, or I think I'm missing
LLM.
LLM. There you go. Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. So like those are some of the attributes that you want to see. But then again, I think it's important, like, does it actually make sense to be doing that? Because that's also a lot to manage, a lot of data that you have to be taking advantage of. And maybe like sometimes it makes sense to just say, we're leveraging machine learning, like we're learning as we go. It doesn't have to be AI.
Yeah. And the same question to Joshua, but in this case around Web3, because there was a point where also people were saying Web3 of this, we're using Web3, we're using blockchain. But I think the major difference that I like about blockchain is it's a technology, it's a protocol that people can literally actually use. It's open source. I know in AI, there are also some open source models and everything, but blockchain is I'll say more mature since it has been there for like over 10 years now. But I think most founders as well as VCs had moved away from it for multiple reasons. But going back to what I mentioned about the internet, where it was a bubble, it popped, and then they still came out some great companies out of it. So in this case, I think the people that were in there for the volatility and making money out of Bitcoin and things like that, some of them have left, but now there's still some founders, some are builders, which is why we have the Black Blockchain Summit. What are your thoughts and advice to people building in Web3 as they approach VCs? I think it's also important to approach the right VCs. In Web3, so approach the right VC who says, we're investing in Web3. But at the same time, what's the best way that won't make you seem like, you just, I guess, by using buzzwords in your deck or something like that?
Yeah, I think I want to answer this thing. We only have 2 minutes. So Web3 is all about the change of the stack of the internet. So blockchain is a fundamental layer of the internet. It's not just a buzzword where we're going to use this community to leverage a coin and all the things that were happening that people really didn't understand what they were talking about. And so really the blockchain is really just an account ledger and a validation tool for your software stack. So the information you're putting in, it's validating it on both sides. And it's rejecting double counting, at least on the finance side. And so on double spending. And so really from that page, there's trillions and trillions of dollars that flow every day across the world, right? Not just from a currency perspective, but from many different forms. And I know that there's been 63 companies that have raised over $1 million or more in Web3 this month, in the month of August. If you go to crypto-fundraising.info, it's all there, all the funds. There's still hundreds of funds that are investing in Web3. I think blockchain is here to stay as a layer of the stack, just as artificial intelligence is just changing the way we do the internet and how we perceive information and get that information and spit it out. And so blockchain is just going to be a part of the internet and how it's run and how it's validated, whether it's a closed private chain or if it's a public chain. So definitely a lot of potential and a lot of problems that still need to be solved in the space.
Thank you. So this has been a great conversation, and unfortunately, we're out of time. However, I'll leave the floor to our speakers to give us their last or final thoughts. I know I've been driving the conversation, but anything else that might be super helpful to our audience. I'll start with Dela.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Putting me on the spot. Yeah, I think my one piece of advice is, to keep going. I think especially in this environment where things are, difficult, volatile, no one really has any sense of what's going to happen in the future, particularly around, markets. And with this upcoming election, people are, very nervous around what volatility in crypto will look like as well. So, all to say, if you are, if you continue to persevere and are consistent and disciplined in what you are building, continuing to solve, a pain point for your user or for your customer at the end of the day, then I think with that will essentially allow you to be resilient when things are going well, right? So I think this is the perfect time to, start a company and really build the foundation to better those fundamentals. I talk to, a number of different African founders daily who are, wondering why isn't there any influx of capital coming into the continent as there was, 2 years ago. And, I tell them the same thing. Building now will be harder than ever, but in the future, you'll be better for it. So all to say, keep going. Simple as that.
Great. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, that was great advice. I think I'll give some perspective on, like, since it's the Black Blockchain Summit, on like why I still have conviction in blockchain despite all the noise around it lately. But so I was at IBM in 2015, and that was around like the IBM Watson, and Watson was like it was tanking. It was not getting a lot of good rep. AI was like this fake iRobot idea at the time. And now we're in 2014, so that's almost 10 years. And now we're seeing like the promise of AI. We're starting to, I'd say we're not quite there, but we're starting to see like line of sight to it. So all I have to say is, if you're building now in blockchain, like, time-wise, we were just talking about it, think about 10 years, like what we can be. There's still a lot of opportunity. And even though it's a tough market, and it was with AI, and probably in the last few years, like once it became more, I think, user-friendly for individuals, that's when the whole AI conversation picked back up. So I am still bullish in blockchain and think that we have that kind of trajectory.
Thank you so much, Joshua.
Della and Alex killed it already. But I think I definitely agree that all our money will be on chain in the future. It just takes a while to change the infrastructure. I think that, like Della said, it's a great time to be building, the best time to be building. I think really challenge yourselves as founders to question, are you ready to sacrifice 10 years of your life to build a generational company? Because that's what we're looking for in an venture, is massive returns. But I think about if you're that person, and what that person is going to make you become, because that decade of your life is going to be insurmountable. It's going to be one of the hardest things you ever do, but maybe one of the most fulfilling things that you do. So just really think about that, and that's what you really want, and that's really a part of your purpose.
Thank you, and I love that, the advice, and it's also super helpful to me, to keep going. And I would add to all founders or entrepreneurs, it's hard. So take care of yourselves, take care of your families, put your mental health. It's something that people don't talk about much, but take care of yourself, take care of your mental health, and keep building. Thank you so much to our speakers for taking their time out to share their knowledge with all of us. And on to the next session. Thank you, guys.